Xuanxu Tianzuan, hand over the chaos cauldron, and we will spare your life. Otherwise, we will destroy you both physically and spiritually. In the fairyland, in front of the Taishu temple, clouds and mist floated, and Xuanxu Tianzuan was surrounded by 7 supreme gods and demons. These 7 supreme gods and demons are Dark Evil Emperor, Thunder Prison Demon, Eclipse God Demon, Sky-Splitting Demon God, Netherworld Ancestor, 10,000 Demons Queen, and Slaughter Heaven Emperor. The cultivation of these 7 supreme gods and demons has reached the realm of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian. Even if Xuanxu Tianzuan has reached the Kwasa Saint realm, he is still no match for him. Xuanxu Tianzuan wears a green jade lotus crown and a Taoist robe with smoke and clouds. His hair and beard are all white, and his face is as thin as ancient jade. There's a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The golden light that protects his body has dimmed a lot, and there are countless cracks on his golden body, as if he will explode and die at any time. Stop talking nonsense to him. Let's kill him together. The Tuqian Emperor was wearing a black robe that rolled like a dark cloud. His eyes were filled with purple light. He shouted coldly and swung his palm away. A purplured light with the power of destroying the world bombarded Xuanxu Tianzuan. At the same time, the Dark Evil Emperor, the Thunder Prison Demon, the Eclipse God Demon, the Sky-Splitting Demon God, the Netherworld Ancestor, and the Queen of 10,000 Demons also attacked at the same time. Some of them sacrificed their treasures, and some used their innate great magical powers to bombard Xuanxu Tianzuan. The 7 supreme gods and demons who had reached the level of Hunyuan Daluo Jingxian attacked at the same time, and their power was horrible. Boom, 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 7 horrible mana that destroyed the world bombarded Xuanxu Tianzuan, directly shattering all the golden light protecting Xuanxu Tianzuan. Bang! With a loud bang, Xuanxu Tianzuan exploded his golden body, emitting dazzling golden light like a supernova explosion, and terrifying energy swept around. The vast area of Taishu domain was shrouded in dazzling visions. Countless people below the heavenly immortal realm were annihilated, and those below the golden immortal realm were seriously injured and vomited blood, dying. The 7 great gods and demons were bombarded by the terrifying golden light, and all flew back thousands of miles, vomiting blood. At the same time, an illusory figure held the tripod in his left hand and tore a crack in the fairyland space with his right hand. Xuanxu Tianzuan's soul held the tripod and wanted to escape into the space crack. However, it was still a little slower by milliseconds. 7 rays of light bombarded at the same time, completely destroying Xuanxu Tianzuan's soul. But the Chaos Treasure tripod was sucked into the space crack and disappeared. The 7 great gods and demons flashed, but the space crack had closed. The Sky-Splitting Demon God tore the space again, but it was no longer the original space. Damn it! The Chaos Cauldron has fallen into the lower realm. The Sky-Splitting Demon God roared angrily. There are 3,000 worlds in the lower realm. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find the Chaos Cauldron again. The Dark Evil Emperor had a gloomy face. The other 5 gods and demons also looked extremely ugly. The lower realm, the ancient continent, Dongzhou, Tianluo territory, and the Great Zhou Kingdom. Qingyan sect, the spirit fruit garden in Xiaoling Valley. A handsome young man in chores was fertilizing the spirit fruit trees. Suddenly, the void above his head split open, and a pitch-black cauldron hit the young man's head squarely. The protagonist was hit by the chaos cauldron that fell from the sky, and the young man was hit so hard that his head was broken and bleeding, and he fell to the ground unconscious. After a moment, the young man opened his eyes and sat up from the ground. He looked around in confusion and muttered to himself, "What's going on? How did I end up here? Did I travel through time?" The young man's name is Yang Dong. He was originally a college student on Blue Star. He read fantasy novels very late last night. He didn't expect to suddenly appear here when he woke up. At this time, a memory was injected into his mind. He really traveled through time. This is a world of immortal cultivation called the Ancient Continent. It is divided into 5 continents: East, West, North, South, and Central. Each continent is vast and boundless, and no one knows how many thousands of miles there are. The original owner was 18 years old and was an errand boy who took care of the spiritual fruit garden in Qingyan sect. Just now, something fell from the sky and hit the original owner on the head, killing him, and he traveled through time. Yang Dong touched his bloody forehead and grimaced in pain. He looked at the thing on the ground. It was a three-legged round tripod with a black body, more than 1 meter high when erected. There were still blood stains on it, which were slowly being absorbed by the black tripod. What kind of tripod is this? It can absorb blood stains? Yang Dong curiously reached out to touch the black tripod. At this time, the tripod had absorbed all the blood stains from him and suddenly became smaller and entered his body and disappeared. Fuck, what's going on? Is it a treasure tripod? He often read fantasy online novels. Treasures usually recognize their owners by dripping blood, and some can even be taken into the body. Obviously, this treasure tripod belongs to this kind of situation. Yang Dong closed his eyes and looked inside his body. He could feel the black tripod floating in the Taoist palace. It seems that this tripod must be a treasure, but I don't know what it is used for. He looked around. He was the only one in this spiritual fruit garden, and no one noticed this. A man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a treasure. What's more, this is a cruel world of immortal cultivation. Yang Dong knew that once others knew that he had a treasure tripod in his body, they would kill him and take it away. He was just the most humble servant in the sect now, and his cultivation was only at the first level of qi refining. Anyone could easily crush him to death. Yang Dong took a deep breath and decided to study the black tripod carefully when he returned to his room at night. He pretended to be calm and continued to fertilize and weed the spiritual fruit trees. Qingyun sect had more than 1,000 inner disciples, more than 3,000 outer disciples, and more than 500 servants. The servants had a clear division of labor, including mining spiritual mines, planting spiritual fields, planting spiritual vegetables, planting spiritual medicines, taking care of the spiritual fruit garden, feeding spiritual birds and beasts, and servants responsible for meals. The spiritual fruit garden that Yang Dong took care of had hundreds of spiritual fruit trees, which are the most common yellow-level spiritual fruits, which were supplied to the sect disciples for consumption after meals. Taking care of the spiritual fruit garden was not very hard, and it was very quiet, with almost no one disturbing it. At the hour of you, the sun was setting, and the day's work was over. Yang Dong dragged his tired body to the dining room where the errand boys were to have dinner. Several large greenhouses covering hundreds of square meters were bustling with people, and hundreds of errand boys came one after another, queuing up for food. This scene made Yang Dong feel like he was in a university cafeteria. The food was pretty good, 1 meat and 2 vegetables, plus a bowl of spiritual rice. Although they were all the worst spiritual vegetables and meat, they were not available in his previous life, even if he had a lot of money. Yang Dong got the food and found an empty table and just sat down. Several big men came over with food. "Get out. This is our place. Get out of here." The leading big man shouted at Yang Dong. Yang Dong recognized this man, Zhang Ming from the Lingtian district, who was the little boss among the errand boys. His cultivation reached the 3rd level of qi refining. He had dozens of loyal brothers under him and was always very arrogant. "Sorry, Brother Ming, I'll leave right away." Yang Dong got up quickly with a smile on his face, picked up the food and left, secretly recording this account in his little notebook in his heart. Don't say that this is a cruel world of immortal cultivation, even if it is the earth in the previous life. You have to admit defeat when you should. In the future, if there's a chance to take revenge, you will be ruthless. If you're not sure of it, forget it. There is no need to make trouble for yourself for such a small matter. After dinner, Yang Dong returned to his residence. It was a small wooden house with a fence right next to the spiritual fruit garden. The wooden house is about 40 to 50 square meters, with an outer hall and a bedroom. In addition to the necessities of life, such as beds, cabinets, tables, and chairs, there are basically no other items. At this time, the sunset has sunk into the distant mountains, and the sky has dimmed. Yang Dong lit the candle and closed the doors and windows of the wooden house. No one will come here at this time. With an idea in his mind, the black tripod flew out of his body and stood in front of him to restore its original state. Chapter 2. The transformation of spring water. Yang Dong circled the black cauldron several times, reaching out to touch and knock on it. Yet he discerned no peculiarities. What purpose did this cauldron serve? He scrutinized the black cauldron, pondering silently. Alchemy. It did not appear to be the case. For combat? Yang Dong attempted to command the cauldron to rise into the air, but to no avail. It could only be absorbed into his body or released. Feeling somewhat parched, he fetched a bowl from the water tank and scooped up a bowl of water to drink. Upon consuming half, a thought struck him. and he poured the remaining half into the black cauldron. An extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The clear water within the cauldron began to undergo a transformation, gradually morphing into a deep green hue, reminiscent of the color of an exceptionally fine spiritual spring. How remarkable! This black cauldron has the capability to alter substances. Yang Dong marveled inwardly. He wished to pour the water out to examine it, but the cauldron was simply too large to tilt. If only it were a bit smaller, he mused, as if responding to his silent wish. The cauldron indeed shrank by more than half, now standing only as high as his thigh. The cauldron could resize at will. Yang Dong was both astonished and elated, and he mentally commanded, smaller still. The cauldron diminished once more, now measuring a little over a foot in height. It shrank again to 5 inches tall, transforming into a vessel akin to a large wine jar. Yang Dong bent down to lift the miniature black cauldron from the ground and poured the water back into the ceramic bowl. He inhaled the fragrance of the emerald spring water in the bowl, which carried a faint, refreshing aroma. After a moment's hesitation, he took a small sip. It felt like nectar flowing down his throat into his stomach, imparting an indescribable sense of comfort, even alleviating the wound on his forehead. This truly was spiritual spring water, and its taste surpassed that of the spring water from his sect by countless times. As a mundane servant of the sect, he was entitled to a bowl of spiritual spring water each month. Yang Dong was overwhelmed with joy. A bowl of ordinary water transformed into exceptionally high-quality spiritual spring water within the black cauldron. How astonishing it was! He drank the remaining spiritual spring water in the bowl in one gulp and scooped another bowl of water from the tank to pour into the cauldron. Once again, the water underwent a qualitative change. However, this time, the water did not achieve the same vibrant green as the previous half bowl. Yang Dong poured the water from the cauldron back into the ceramic bowl and tasted it. Although it was indeed spiritual spring water, its quality was far inferior to that of the first sample. Could it be that the volume of water added this time was too great? He drained the bowl and scooped a smaller half bowl of water from the tank to pour into the cauldron. The water again transformed, yet its quality remained comparable to the second instance. How curious! What could be the reason for this? Yang Dong finished the water and again scooped half a bowl from the tank to pour into the cauldron. The quality of this round was slightly better than the previous two, yet still fell short of the first. Yang Dong conducted a dozen more experiments. Most yielded common spiritual spring water, yet on one occasion, he achieved the quality of the first sample, and on another, not only did the quality improve, but the quantity increased by over double as well. In other words, the quality of the water poured into the cauldron is enhanced randomly, and is not dependent on the quantity or the order of pouring. Not only can a qualitative transformation occur, but there is also a 1 in 10 chance of a quantitative change. Yang Dong stroked his chin, pondering to himself. If water that has already been enhanced is poured into the cauldron again, will its quality continue to improve? With this thought, Yang Dong resumed his experiments with the water quality. The reason for conducting repeated water quality experiments is that spring water is not a scarce resource. Even if the experiments fail, there is no loss incurred. After enhancing the quality of a bowl of water, he poured it back into the black cauldron. To his surprise, as the originally emerald spring water entered the black cauldron, it suddenly emitted a puff of white smoke and transformed back into ordinary spring water. What is happening? Yang Dong poured the clear water from the black cauldron back into the bowl, observing for a while and confirming that the water had reverted to its original state. He poured the bowl of clear water back into the black cauldron again, but this time there was no change. Could it be that water refined in the black cauldron, when subjected to a second refinement, would revert to its original quality? Yang Dong murmured to himself, yet he needed to conduct several more experiments to validate this conclusion. Subsequently, he repeated the process of pouring water into the black cauldron over a dozen times. On one occasion, the water's quality did not revert but instead improved further, achieving the status of premium spring water. Yang Dong drank nearly half a bowl of this newly enhanced water, then poured the remaining water back into the cauldron for a third refinement. That half bowl of premium spring water released a wisp of blue smoke and transformed back into ordinary spring water. Yang Dong continued to conduct dozens of experiments and ultimately arrived at a conclusion. The first time water is poured into the black cauldron, its quality will undoubtedly improve, albeit with a random multiplier. If the water undergoes a second refinement, there is over a 90% chance it will revert to its original quality, with a 10% chance of further enhancement. If a third experiment is attempted, the probability of success diminishes further, yet if successful, the quality of the water will be even higher. After consuming so much spring water, the injuries on Yang Dong's head had healed completely, leaving no scars behind. Since the water undergoes qualitative transformation when placed in the cauldron, he wondered if other substances would experience similar changes. Yang Dong then retrieved 3 pieces of gray-green spirit stones from his possession, which were the low-grade spirit stones allocated to him by the sect. As a servant, he receives 5 low-grade spirit stones and 3 yellow-grade low-grade pills each month from the sect. Spirit stones are classified into 4 levels: low-grade, middle-grade, high-grade, and premium spirit stones. 1 premium spirit stone can be exchanged for 10 high-grade spirit stones, 1 high-grade spirit stone for 10 middle-grade spirit stones, and 1 middle-grade spirit stone for 10 low-grade spirit stones. The purpose of spirit stones is to assist in cultivation, power formations, flying vessels, and serve as fuel for alchemy and artifact crafting. Therefore, spirit stones are the most vital substance in the realm of cultivation and serve as the hard currency of this world. To facilitate transactions, the sect cuts the mined spirit stones into uniform 1-inch square sizes, establishing a standardized trading dimension for spirit stones within the cultivation community. As for the scraps of the cut spirit stones, they are traded by weight. Additionally, some whole large spirit stones are typically utilized to power formations and flying vessels. To exercise caution, Yang Dong first cast a piece of spirit stone into the treasure cauldron. The stone emitted a faint glow, transitioning from its original grayish hue to a delicate azure, indicating it was of medium grade. Upon retrieving this stone from the cauldron, Yang Dong distinctly sensed the spiritual energy within had intensified tenfold. Indeed, it was a remarkable discovery. Yang Dong felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this cauldron, his resources would increase by at least tenfold. He then proceeded to toss a second low-grade spirit stone into the cauldron, and after a flash of white light, it transformed into 3 medium-grade spirit stones. 1 low-grade spirit stone had become 3 medium-grade stones, a 30-fold enhancement. Elated, Yang Dong took out the 3 medium-grade stones and threw the final low-grade stone into the cauldron. After another flash of white light, the spirit stone metamorphosed into a light green hue, signifying it was of high grade. A low-grade spirit stone had been refined into a high-grade one. An astonishing increase of 100 times. Yang Dong retrieved this high-grade spirit stone from the cauldron, his spirits soaring with delight. Chapter 3. Breaking through to the second layer of Qi refinement. 3 inferior spirit stones, after undergoing refinement in the alchemical cauldron, have transformed into 4 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 high-grade spirit stone. Let me try again, Yang Dong declared as he picked up a medium-grade spirit stone and placed it back into the cauldron for a second round of refinement. As the spirit stone was cast into the cauldron, a wisp of azure smoke emerged, returning it to a state of inferior spirit stone. Yang Dong felt a twinge of disappointment as he retrieved the inferior stone and replaced it with another medium-grade one, only to witness another plume of smoke signal yet another failure, reverting it back to an inferior stone. Indeed, the success rate for secondary refinement proved dismally low. With a resigned shake of his head, Yang Dong refrained from further attempts, recalling from his previous experiments with water that the chance of success in secondary refinement was a mere 10%. But perhaps I could experiment with spirit fruits, he mused. With this thought in mind, he stored the cauldron within his body, grabbed a bamboo basket, and ventured from the wooden hut to the orchard, where he harvested over 30 spirit fruits. These were all of the lower mid-grade from the yellow tier, beneficial for bolstering physical strength and reducing ailments, yet offering no enhancement to cultivation. Consequently, they were not particularly precious. Even a sect would not mind the loss of dozens or hundreds from their hundreds of spirit fruit trees each day. Upon returning to the wooden hut with the basket of spirit fruits, Yang Dong closed the door and summoned the cauldron once more with a mere thought. He adjusted the cauldron to a height of 1 foot, then placed a soil pear fruit within it. A glimmer flashed, and the soil pear transformed into a vibrant orange-red fruit, roughly the size of a fist, exuding a delightful fragrance. To Yang Dong's astonishment, a line of softly glowing text appeared above the cauldron. Spirit candle fruit, lower-grade spirit fruit of the mysterious tier. Consuming it can enhance internal spiritual energy. To his surprise, the fruit bore an informational introduction. Spirit fruits are classified into 4 major tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each of which is further divided into superior, medium, and inferior grades. Yellow tier spirit fruits take 1 to 5 years to mature, with only the superior grade offering slight enhancements to cultivation. Mysterious tier spirit fruits require 10 to 100 years to mature and are immensely beneficial for cultivation. Mysterious tier spirit herbs are also crucial ingredients in alchemy. Heaven and earth tier spirit herbs and fruits take at least several hundred to even thousands of years to mature. typically found only in mystical realms, rare and elusive. Whether for alchemical use or consumption, they significantly bolster one's cultivation. The inferior yellow tier spirit fruit had been refined into a lower-grade mysterious tier spirit fruit, resulting in a 100-fold increase in potency. As Yang Dong extracted the spirit candle fruit from the cauldron, a refreshing aroma wafted through the air. He opened his mouth wide and took a bite. The taste was sweet and fragrant, utterly exquisite. He devoured the spirit candle fruit with several satisfying crunches, and suddenly felt an energy surge within him, as if igniting a fire inside his body. He quickly assumed a cross-legged position, employing the fundamental qi refinement technique to assimilate the energy coursing through him. It took nearly half an hour for Yang Dong to fully digest the energy from the spirit candle fruit, feeling a notable increase in his internal spiritual energy. To think that digesting a single spirit candle fruit required half an hour, his physical constitution was truly lacking. Yang Dong lamented internally, recognizing that the original owner of this body possessed a mixed spirit root, and a lower grade one at that, which resulted in exceedingly slow cultivation progress. After 3 years of menial labor within the sect, dedicating every free moment to training, he had only managed to reach the initial stage of the first layer of qi refinement. At this rate, it would take a lifetime to reach the third layer of qi refinement at best. After consuming the candle spirit fruit, his cultivation had nearly reached the mid-stage of the qi refinement realm. Subsequently, Yang Dong continued to refine the spirit fruit using a precious cauldron. Moments later, he had successfully refined dozens of low-grade yellow-tier spirit fruits, with the majority transforming into high-grade yellow-tier fruits, and 2 achieving low-grade mysterious tier status. Yang Dong then proceeded to further refine the 30 or so high-grade yellow-tier spirit fruits, ultimately succeeding in converting only 4 into low-grade mysterious tier fruits. At this point, he possessed a total of 6 low-grade mysterious tier spirit fruits. He endeavored to refine these 6 once more, and only 1 transformed into a jade grape, a mid-grade mysterious tier spirit fruit. Grasping the jade grape, Yang Dong promptly placed it into his mouth, chewing a few times before swallowing. Instantly, a wave of energy surged within him, contrasting completely with the sensation he experienced after consuming the candle spirit fruit. This time, he felt not a burning heat, but a chilling cold spreading throughout his body. Yang Dong found himself shivering uncontrollably and quickly assumed a cross-legged position to circulate his foundational qi refinement technique. Initially, the cold energy continued to pour forth from within, causing his skin to take on a purplish hue, nearly overwhelming him. Fortunately, after half an hour of effort, he gradually managed to stabilize himself. After more than 2 hours of cultivation, he finally absorbed the energy from the jade grape completely. The spiritual energy within him broke through a minor barrier, propelling his cultivation to the second layer of qi refinement. Yang Dong slowly ceased his practice, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. It was remarkable that a single jade grape had facilitated his advancement to the second layer of qi refinement. The efficacy of mid-grade mysterious tier spirit fruits was indeed impressive. As the clock approached 4 in the morning, Yang Dong stored the precious cauldron back within himself, extinguished the candlelight, and retired to bed. The following day, after breakfast at the servants' dining hall, Yang Dong returned to the spirit fruit orchard to commence a day of labor, fertilizing, weeding, and pruning the branches. Yang Dong, come help with the fruit picking, called out a voice. By mid-morning, Steward He arrived with a dozen servants to gather spirit fruits, which would be sent to the dining hall, some for culinary use and others for dessert. The low-grade yellow-tier fruits were designated for the servants' dining hall, while the mid-grade yellow-tier fruits were allocated to the outer disciples' kitchen. The inner disciples feasted upon high-grade yellow-tier fruits, alongside rare mysterious tier fruits cultivated by their sect. As the workday progressed, Yang Dong set aside his hoe and hurriedly approached, seizing a burlap sack to begin collecting spirit fruits. Meanwhile, Steward He leisurely sampled a few mid-grade fruits while observing the servants at work. After half an hour, Yang Dong and his companions had filled several large sacks with spirit fruits, all of which were transported to a small flying vessel outside the orchard. Steward He and the other servants boarded the vessel and set it in motion toward the outer disciples' dining hall. Once they departed, Yang Dong took a moment to rest before resuming his tasks. As the sun dipped below the horizon, another day of hard labor came to a close. After enjoying dinner at the servants' dining hall, Yang Dong returned to his wooden cabin. He first drank a generous bowl of spiritual spring water, then, noticing that darkness had fallen, he grabbed a bamboo basket and ventured out of his cabin, preparing to harvest several more spirit fruits from the orchard for refinement in the precious cauldron. Upon exiting the wooden cabin, a figure approached from a distance. Yang Dong squinted and soon recognized the visitor as Manager He. In a flurry, he tossed the bamboo basket into the underbrush and grabbed a hoe from the entrance. Making his way toward the orchard. Yang Dong, what brings you out at this late hour? Manager He inquired. His hands clasped behind his back as he approached with a serious demeanor. Manager He, what a surprise to see you here. Yang Dong turned to acknowledge him, feigning surprise, and quickly stepped forward to greet him. What is the purpose of that hoe you are carrying? Manager He scrutinized the tool in Yang Dong's hands, seeking clarification. The recent rains have caused the weeds in the orchard to flourish. I have been quite occupied during the day and thought I might take the opportunity to tend to them in the evening, as I have little else to do. Yang Dong scratched his head, offering a naive smile as he explained. Chapter 4. The extortion by Manager He indeed. Quite diligent. Manager He patted Yang Dong's shoulder, nodding with satisfaction. Your praise is unwarranted. These tasks are merely my obligations, Yang Dong replied with a sheepish grin, tentatively inquiring. Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour, Manager He? Rubbing his sparse beard contemplatively, Manager He remarked, it is nothing of great consequence. But as the month draws to a close, while you have performed admirably in the orchard, many from the spirit mine and spirit fields envy your position. They wish to transfer here to work, you see. That scoundrel, once again attempting to extort spirit stones. Yang Dong inwardly cursed, recalling how the original owner had to offer Manager He a low-grade spirit stone each month. Otherwise, Manager He would feign reasons to reassign him to the arduous labor of mining or cultivating spirit fields. Indeed, mining and farming spirit fields are far more grueling than tending the orchard, where one enjoys the daily bounty of spirit fruits. Thus, this position stands as the most comfortable among the menial tasks. Of course, those laboring in mining and farming often earn at least 6 spirit stones a month, some even 7 or 8. In contrast, the caretakers of the orchard and medicinal garden receive a mere 5 spirit stones monthly. Yet, even so, the majority of laborers prefer the orchard. A reduction of 1 or 2 low-grade spirit stones each month seems negligible, as these menial workers have little hope of advancing in cultivation and merely drift through their days in the sect. Manager He, I understand. Please hold on a moment. Although Yang Dong cursed the scoundrel in his heart, he maintained a respectful demeanor. He stepped into the wooden cabin and retrieved a low-grade spirit stone to offer to Manager He. Manager He weighed the spirit stone in his hand and shook his head. Yang Dong, there are those willing to pay 2 low-grade spirit stones monthly for the orchard stewardship. Your actions make it quite difficult for me to manage. Damn it. Yang Dong felt a twinge of frustration at the audacity of this unscrupulous man demanding 2 low-grade spirit stones each month. Manager He, I only receive 5 low-grade spirit stones monthly. I can hardly make ends meet. I truly cannot spare 2 spirit stones, Yang Dong lamented, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. Even with the precious cauldron at his disposal, he was unwilling to part with 2 spirit stones each month. Manager He sneered. Yang Dong, you are but a low-grade spiritual root, hardly fit to aspire to cultivation. This single low-grade spirit stone should suffice for you for at least half a month. Spare me your pretense. If you are unwilling, I shall have no choice but to reassign you to the spirit mine next month. The labor in the spirit mine is even more arduous than that in the spirit fields, which Yang Dong fervently wished to avoid. Manager He, I truly possess only 1 low-grade spirit stone at present. Perhaps I could settle the matter after the month ends when I receive my payment? Yang Dong reluctantly acquiesced. The greatest advantage of overseeing the orchard is its seclusion. Each night, he can harvest dozens of spirit fruits to refine with his cauldron, significantly enhancing his cultivation. Should he be reassigned to the spirit field or mine, the crowded conditions could expose his secret regarding the cauldron, and there would be little of value to refine. At best, he could only refine spirit rice, while the spirit mine is heavily guarded, making theft nearly impossible. Discovery would lead to severe repercussions from the sect. Thus, even if he had to offer He Guancher 2 inferior spiritual stones each month, Yang Dong was determined to retain his position in the orchard. Satisfied, He Guancher nodded. That will suffice. Remember to collect the spiritual stones at the end of the month to cover this month's contribution, lest you find yourself mining for spiritual or next month. With that, he strode away. Bah, you scoundrel, I shall make you regurgitate what you have consumed. As He Guancher disappeared into the distance, Yang Dong spat on the ground, cursing inwardly. Discarding his hoe, he picked up a bamboo basket from the grass and proceeded to the orchard to harvest dozens of spiritual fruits before returning to his wooden cabin. After 2 rounds of refining in the cauldron, he managed to produce 4 inferior-grade spiritual fruits. Yang Dong refrained from a third round of refinement, as the success rate was too low, nor did he continue to harvest more spiritual fruits. Firstly, he was wary of attracting He Guancher's attention by collecting too many each day, which could lead to trouble. Secondly, with his inferior mixed spiritual root constitution, no matter how many spiritual fruits he refined, he would be unable to absorb them. The inferior mixed spiritual root was the weakest constitution in the realm of cultivation. Even with abundant resources, it was futile due to the body's poor absorption ability. After consuming 4 inferior-grade spiritual fruits and catalyzing them, his cultivation did not show significant improvement. Reaching the second layer of qi refinement, the energy required to break through to the third layer was substantially greater, and the efficacy of 4 inferior-grade spiritual fruits paled in comparison to a single spiritual fruit from the previous night. Yang Dong retrieved a spiritual stone and held it in his hand, sitting cross-legged to cultivate, beginning to absorb the energy within the stone. A trickle of energy slowly flowed from the spiritual stone into Yang Dong's body. As dawn approached, the spiritual stone had only shed a few flakes, having absorbed less than 1% of its energy. In other words, to fully attract the energy from a single spiritual stone, Yang Dong would need at least 3 months. No wonder He Guancher had mocked him for being able to absorb merely 2 inferior spiritual stones each month. Alas, the inferior mixed spiritual root constitution was truly weak. Despite possessing the cauldron, rapid enhancement of his cultivation was unattainable. Sitting at the table, Yang Dong appeared somewhat disheartened, although he consumed spiritual fruits every night. The benefits derived from them diminished as his cultivation level rose. How he wished for an exceptional spiritual root. Yang Dong sighed inwardly. His gaze fell upon the cauldron on the table, and suddenly a bold idea sparked in his mind. What if, since anything placed in the cauldron enhances in quality, sitting inside it might elevate my spiritual root constitution? It was indeed a daring thought. This cauldron could expand or contract. Not only could it accommodate a person, but even an elephant could fit within. While objects placed in the cauldron would enhance in quality, who knows what would transpire if a human were to sit inside? Yang Dong rubbed his palms together, his eyes gleaming with the excitement of a gambler. Regardless of the outcome, he was determined to conduct this experiment. The inferior mixed spiritual root constitution was simply too dismal. Even with the cauldron, he felt it would be impossible to cultivate to the foundation establishment stage in his lifetime. Had he not acquired this cauldron, Yang Dong would have resigned himself to a life of servitude within the sect, merely surviving. However, now that he possessed the cauldron, he was resolute in not becoming a failure. However, he would not recklessly leap into the cauldron at this moment, for such an action would be exceedingly perilous. Instead, he resolved to capture a few small creatures for experimentation the following day, ensuring there was no danger before subjecting himself to the process. As the clock had already struck midnight, Yang Dong fetched a bucket of water and took a bath outside, subsequently retreating indoors to rest. Alas, he lamented his inability to perform even the most basic cleansing incantations. On the following day, while laboring in the orchard, Yang Dong casually collected a few ants and some caterpillars, placing them in a small jar. After enjoying his evening meal, he returned to the wooden cabin, secured the doors and windows, and prepared to conduct his living specimen experiment. Chapter 5. The heaven-defying physique, summoning the treasure cauldron from within his body. Yang Dong shrunk it to 5 inches tall and placed it upon the table. From a small jar, he carefully plucked an ant, preparing to place it inside the cauldron. He had chosen the most feeble creatures, ants and caterpillars, for his experiments, naturally out of caution for his own safety. This divine cauldron possessed the power to vastly enhance the quality of any object placed within it. Yet Yang Dong could not predict what transformations might befall living beings subjected to its influence, even if he were to refine a mere rat within the cauldron. Turning it into a monstrous beast, such a creature could pose a lethal threat to him. At his current level, only the second layer of qi refinement. And without any mastery of spells, even the weakest first-tier mutated beast would be beyond his ability to defeat. Creatures as insignificant as ants and caterpillars, even if mutated, should not grow too formidable. Yet despite this reasoning, Yang Dong's heart still pounded with nervous anticipation. Nevertheless, the experiment had to proceed, otherwise he would never know whether the cauldron could elevate the quality of his spiritual roots. Drawing a deep breath, Yang Dong released the ant between his fingers, letting it fall into the cauldron. A faint glow emanated from the ant's body as it abruptly expanded tenfold in size, its form now a blazing crimson. A line of text materialized upon the black cauldron. Inferno blood ant, first-tier mutated insect, possesses fire attribute abilities. Its bite burns like searing flames. Indeed, living beings could also be refined and enhanced. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Yang Dong as he observed the inferno blood ant, though he dared not retrieve it with his bare hands. Instead, he prodded it with a slender twig, only for the ant to clamp its jaws upon the wood, igniting it instantly into flames. This little creature is quite formidable. Yang Dong swiftly pressed down upon the ant with a hatchet, crushing it decisively. He proceeded to toss several more ants into the cauldron, each undergoing mutation, though all remained first-tier insects, easily dispatched with the hatchet. Next, Yang Dong dropped the caterpillar into the cauldron. A faint radiance enveloped the creature as its body swelled several times over, its entire form now a sinister shade of violet that sent chills down the spine. Another inscription appeared upon the cauldron: venomous violet worm, first-tier mutated insect, possesses lethal toxicity. An ordinary human bitten by it would perish within 10 breaths. Incredible! Using the twig, Yang Dong flicked the worm out of the cauldron and onto the ground, where he promptly crushed it beneath his foot. Subsequent experiments with more caterpillars yielded similar results, each mutated into a different variant. One transformed into a frost crystal caterpillar. In the moment Yang Dong's twig made contact, though it instantly froze solid, he eventually disposed of the icy creature by smashing it with the hatchet. After over a dozen trials with ants and caterpillars, Yang Dong reached a definitive conclusion. The treasure cauldron could indeed enhance the quality of living beings without harming them. Therefore, if a human were to enter the cauldron, their quality should also be elevated. Yet uncertainty gnawed at him. Would his spiritual roots truly be refined? Or would he instead mutate into some grotesque abomination? There was no way to test this further. I can't very well kidnap someone for experimentation, can I? Regardless, he had no choice but to take the risk and try. Even if I were to transform into a monster, it would still be better than being a mere waste. Yang Dong's gaze was resolute as he silently resolved to take action. He placed the precious cauldron upon the ground and commanded it to enlarge. In an instant, the black cauldron soared to over 1 meter in height, standing proudly on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dong leaped into the cauldron. Immediately, he felt a peculiar energy surging from the black cauldron, flowing continuously into his body. His form began to emit a faint glow, undergoing a rapid transformation. A line of information appeared upon the cauldron, constantly shifting: medium-grade mixed spiritual root, high-grade mixed spiritual root, supreme 5 spiritual roots. At this moment, Yang Dong felt as though he were undergoing a complete metamorphosis. The radiance emanating from his body intensified, climbing at an astonishing pace. Heavenly Dominance Body. As the black cauldron displayed the words Heavenly Dominance Body, a brilliant light erupted from Yang Dong's body, illuminating the entire wooden house. Sitting within the chaotic cauldron, he radiated a dazzling brilliance. This cannot continue. If it does, the entire sect will surely take notice. A shiver ran through Yang Dong as he realized that if the sect discovered the strange phenomenon occurring here, they would undoubtedly seek him out. The secret of the precious cauldron would likely be revealed, bringing him perilous consequences. Without hesitation, Yang Dong sprang from the black cauldron. The light vanished in an instant. With a mere thought, he stored the black cauldron within his body, extinguished the candlelight, and exited the wooden house. He leaped atop the roof, scanning the surroundings under the cloak of night. After a considerable time, he found no signs of unusual activity. A sigh of relief escaped Yang Dong's lips. This secluded location, surrounded by towering trees, shielded the wooden house from distant observers. Leaping down from the roof, he felt a newfound lightness and agility coursing through his body. He pondered, had the cauldron truly granted him the heavenly dominance body? This was a being second only to the sacred body. Moreover, judging by the earlier display, had he not leaped from the black cauldron, he would undoubtedly have attained the sacred body. This realization filled Yang Dong with both excitement and astonishment. He had initially been the most inferior of the low-grade mixed spiritual roots, yet now his physique had skyrocketed to the heavenly dominance body, with the potential to reach the sacred body. The magnitude of this enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. In his previous experiments, whether with water, spiritual fruits, spiritual stones, ants, or caterpillars, the quality enhancement within the black cauldron typically averaged around 10-fold, with some reaching 100-fold or even several hundredfold. Following this pattern, elevating his physique from low-grade mixed spiritual root to high-grade mixed spiritual root would have been remarkable in itself. Yet, his body had surged to the heavenly dominance body, perhaps even nearing the sacred body. What could possibly account for this? Yang Dong refused to believe it was mere luck. Could it be that his status as the cauldron's master allowed for such an unprecedented enhancement? He suspected that this was indeed the case. Such reasoning seemed both logical and plausible. The treasured cauldron evidently possesses a remarkable sentience, capable of discerning his innermost thoughts. It is truly a magnificent artifact. Yang Dong could scarcely believe that such a wondrous item existed in the mortal realm. Should this conjecture prove accurate, he surmised that upon plunging into the cauldron once more, it would undoubtedly enhance his physical constitution until he attained the sacred body. However, at this juncture, Yang Dong had no desire to reach such an exalted state. He had witnessed the earlier occurrence. Upon achieving the celestial dominance body, his form had exhibited an extraordinary phenomenon, radiating brilliance that ascended to the ceiling. Should he attain the sacred body, it would inevitably summon celestial manifestations, causing a stir throughout the Qingyan sect. Yang Dong was keen to avoid drawing attention to himself. One who stands out amidst the forest is inevitably beset by the wind. An individual who shines too brightly is destined to incite envy and treachery, particularly in this perilous and ruthless realm of cultivation. His current strength was woefully inadequate for self-protection. His only recourse was to remain as inconspicuous as possible, eluding the gaze of others. Above all, he must ensure that the secret of the cauldron remained undisclosed. Chapter 6. The arrogant Zhang Ming. Upon returning to his abode, Yang Dong seized a spiritual fruit and began to consume it. After just a few bites, he felt a wave of energy surging within him from the digestion of the fruit. However, this sensation was markedly different from the intense energy he had experienced previously. This time, Yang Dong felt an unparalleled comfort. He found that he could effortlessly absorb the fruit's energy without the need to cultivate it. Yang Dong proceeded to consume the other two spiritual fruits, once again absorbing their energies directly, without any cultivation effort, akin to indulging in ordinary fruit. Had his transformation into the celestial titan physique bestowed him with such remarkable ability? He mused to himself. Recognizing that the celestial titan was exponentially superior to the inferior mixed spiritual roots he previously possessed, thus enabling him to digest spiritual fruits with remarkable swiftness. This illustrated the fundamental truth that one's physique ultimately determined the limits and speed of their cultivation in the realm of immortality. Some individuals reach the golden core stage, or even the nascent soul stage, after decades of cultivation, while others toiled for a lifetime, barely achieving the third layer of qi refinement. Determined to assess the effectiveness of the basic qi refinement technique, Yang Dong sat cross-legged on his bed and commenced his practice. This technique was the most rudimentary method taught by the overseer of the servants. Upon reaching the second layer of qi refinement, the overseer would impart some elementary spells, such as cleansing technique, water sphere, and flame. Although this basic technique was simplistic, its efficacy in refining qi was rather limited. The original owner of this body had practiced for 3 years and had only attained the early stage of the first layer of qi refinement, which was naturally linked to his inferior mixed spiritual root physique. As Yang Dong executed the basic qi refinement technique, he began to inhale spiritual energy through his mouth and nose, while his 7 orifices automatically drew in the energy as well. In a short while, all 360 acupoints in his body opened, akin to an infant suckling, absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The energy from outside gradually flowed into the wooden cabin. Yang Dong marveled internally. Indeed, the celestial titan was extraordinary, as his cultivation speed had increased several hundredfold compared to before. Unbeknownst to him, 2 hours had slipped by, and it was now late at night. Yang Dong gradually concluded his practice, feeling his internal spiritual power brimming, subtly reaching the later stage of the second layer of qi refinement. At this pace, he could challenge the third layer by the morrow. Truly, the celestial titan was formidable. A contented smile graced Yang Dong's lips. The following day, after dining, Yang Dong returned to his wooden abode, grasping a bamboo basket as he ventured outside, preparing to pluck several spiritual fruits for refinement. Just as he stepped beyond the fence, he noticed a group of individuals approaching from the distance, heading towards the orchard. Hastily, he placed the bamboo basket back in the courtyard and squinted to observe them closely. The figures donned servant attire, and the imposing man at the forefront appeared to be Zhang Ming from the spiritual field district. What mischief was Zhang Ming and his entourage up to now? Yang Dong pondered anxiously. Surely they weren't here to pilfer spiritual fruits again? From the original owner's memories, he recalled that Zhang Ming frequently brought a gang of followers to harvest fruits, and the original owner had never dared to offend them. At that moment, Zhang Ming and his 10 or so followers approached Yang Dong. "Brother Ming, what brings you here?" Yang Dong inquired, bowing slightly with a smile that sought to appease. Zhang Ming picked his teeth with a toothpick and said, "What else would we come here for? It is some spirit fruits to taste." This bastard really came just to mooch spirit fruits. Yang Dong cursed inwardly, but maintained a respectful smile on his face. Brother Ming, didn't you just have spirit fruits after dinner? Overeating isn't good for your health. Each meal included a spirit fruit as dessert for the laborers, though theirs were only low-grade yellow-tier fruits, while outer disciples received mid-grade ones. Damn it. Just go pick the damn fruits. Stop wasting my time. Zhang Ming spat out his toothpick and swung at Yang Dong's head. Yang Dong blocked the strike, fury boiling within him. He wanted nothing more than to charge at Zhang Ming and fight to the death. But he knew, facing 7 or 8 men alone, his odds were slim. Zhang Ming was at the 3rd level of qi refining, while the others were at the 2nd. What Yang Dong didn't realize was that his heaven-defying physique could easily overpower a 3rd-level cultivator. Yet, his restraint wasn't due to fear, it was calculation. He needed to bide his time, to plot Zhang Ming's demise in a way that wouldn't trace back to him. Only fools acted on impulse. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, Yang Dong hunched over in feigned fear, bowing repeatedly. Brother Ming, I didn't mean it like that. I was just concerned for you. Enough. Zhang Ming waved impatiently. Stop yapping and go pick a few dozen mid-grade fruits. None of that low-grade trash. This bastard dares demand mid-grade fruits. Yang Dong seethed. His orchard had few mid-grade trees to begin with, and he only dared harvest low-grade ones for his own cultivation. Too many missing mid-grade fruits would alert Manager He. A beating or scolding was the least of his worries. Expulsion from the sect loomed as a real threat. Brother Ming, mid-grade fruits are for outer disciples. My orchard barely has enough. If I take them, Manager He will notice. Please. Have mercy. You think our Brother Ming would settle for low-grade trash? Damn brat. If you keep arguing, we'll beat you senseless. Stop wasting time. Get the mid-grade fruits, or we'll thrash you within an inch of your life. The thugs roared, some already rolling up their sleeves. Zhang Ming kicked Yang Dong square in the chest, sending him stumbling back. One more word, and I'll bury you alive. The others closed in, their murderous glares promising violence. The world of cultivation is merciless. Even within the sect, the weak were prey. Yang Dong couldn't fathom the slaughter that awaited outside. No wonder the original owner had been so meek. Rage burned in his heart. The humiliation he suffered today, he would repay it tenfold, 100-fold. Should I report this to Manager He tomorrow? Let us not dwell on whether Manager He would believe it, even if he did. It is not certain that he would penalize Zhang Ming. A mere offering of spirit stones from Zhang Ming could easily persuade Manager He to turn a blind eye. In that case, Zhang Ming would undoubtedly seek retribution from Yang Dong. Thus, it is imperative that I take matters into my own hands to deal with Zhang Ming. Brother Ming, I apologize. I shall go and procure the spirit fruits at once. Yang Dong feigned a look of fear, lowering his head and speaking softly. A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. A gentleman avenges himself, even if it takes a decade. Yang Dong will have his vengeance in no more than 10 days. You dare to pick even one inferior spirit fruit, and I will end you. Zhang Ming growled menacingly. Rest assured, Brother Ming. I will ensure that I gather only the superior spirit fruits. Yang Dong replied submissively, entering the fenced yard to retrieve a bag and heading towards the orchard. Upon arriving in the section designated for superior spirit fruits, Yang Dong collected around 50 of them and returned with the bag in hand. Brother Ming, here, he said, handing the sack filled with spirit fruits to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming accepted the bag and opened it to inspect the contents. Satisfied to find it filled entirely with superior spirit fruits, he declared, Well, it seems you have been obedient. Brothers, let us return and come back in a few days. With a wave of his hand, he led his entourage of a dozen followers away. As Yang Dong watched Zhang Ming and his gang disappear into the night, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Many readers abandon the story at this point, lamenting that the protagonist is too timid, a waste, and too repressed to retaliate. I can only say that if your mind were transported into a fantastical narrative, you would not survive beyond 3 chapters. The protagonist will soon exact his revenge upon Zhang Ming and Manager He. So I implore you to exhibit a little more patience and continue reading for a few more chapters. Chapter 7. Breaking through to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. A crucial surge in strength. Upon returning to his wooden abode, Yang Dong silently vowed to enhance his prowess with great urgency. He retrieved a medium-grade spirit stone and began to absorb its ethereal energy. Within mere breaths, the stone crumbled to gray powder, signifying the complete absorption of its energy. Previously, he had consumed only about 1% of a medium-grade spirit stone's energy over the course of an hour. Now, he consumed an entire stone's worth in mere seconds. This remarkable feat was a testament to the extraordinary capabilities of the celestial tyrant body. Dong produced another medium-grade spirit stone and swiftly absorbed its energy as well. He then took out his sole high-grade spirit stone, finishing its energy absorption in less than half a minute. After assimilating the energy from this high-grade stone, Dong's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the second level of qi refinement, and he began to faintly push toward the third level. Seated cross-legged, he commenced the foundational qi refinement technique. Moments later, over 300 acupuncture points around his body opened up, drawing in the celestial energy. After more than an hour, the spiritual force within him breached a minor barrier, enabling him to ascend to the third level of qi refinement. At last, he had reached the third level. Dong gradually concluded his practice, dispelling the previous frustrations that had clouded his mind. In just a few days since his arrival, he had surged from the first level to the third. At this pace, he was confident he could attain the peak of qi refinement within 2 months. As one progresses through the realms, the spiritual energy required for breakthroughs increases, leading to a slower cultivation speed. Zhang Ming, just wait. When I reach the 5th level of qi refinement, I shall return to settle the score and redeem my honor. Dong vowed internally. However, he recognized the necessity of acquiring further techniques. Now that he had attained the 3rd level of qi refinement, he could seek the management of menial workers for instruction in basic spells. Yet, Dong aspired to enter the sect and become an outer disciple. On the 15th of each month, the sect offers opportunities for menial workers to ascend to outer disciples, with 3 criteria to be met. Firstly, the quality of one's spiritual root is evaluated. Those with high-grade roots may become outer disciples regardless of their cultivation level. Secondly, candidates must possess a cultivation level above the 3rd level of qi refinement and be under the age of 25. Thirdly, exceptional talents, such as skills in alchemy, artifact forging, array formations, or beast taming, may also qualify one for selection as an outer disciple. Meeting any one of these 3 criteria allows one to become an outer disciple. Given Dong's current standing, he fulfilled all 3 conditions concerning his spiritual root, cultivation, and innate talent. After attaining the celestial tyrant body, his abilities had undergone a qualitative enhancement. Should he pursue alchemy, artifact forging, array formations, or beast taming, he would undoubtedly surpass the average individual. Dong planned to participate in the outer disciple assessment on the 15th of next month. Guarding the orchard was not a sustainable path. Although he could refine dozens of spirit fruits nightly, their efficacy would diminish as his cultivation advanced. Moreover, menial workers were incapable of learning superior techniques. Becoming an outer disciple and subsequently an inner disciple would grant him access to greater resources for cultivation. The following day, Dong diligently tended to the orchard, weeding and fertilizing. The humiliating events of the previous day lingered vividly in his mind. Although his body felt no pain, the hatred within his heart had not diminished in the slightest. As he weeded, his mind was preoccupied with thoughts on how to exact revenge on Zhang Ming. Though his current strength would allow him to easily overpower Zhang and his cohorts, Dong was not content with merely beating Zhang Ming. He felt compelled to end Zhang's life to quell the turmoil within him. However, this posed a significant challenge, for Zhang was always surrounded by a group of underlings. Dong could not openly kill Zhang Ming, as infighting among fellow disciples was a grave offense. Thus, he needed to devise a method to eliminate Zhang Ming discreetly. The question remained, how could he achieve this without being detected? Unless he could orchestrate Nang's demise without revealing himself, the task would prove difficult. While weeding, Dong's gaze fell upon a caterpillar beneath a fruit tree, which reminded him of the last time he had captured one for an experiment in the cauldron. An idea sparked in his mind. If he could harness a mutated caterpillar to eliminate Zhang Ming, it would be entirely inconspicuous. Even if the sect conducted an investigation, they would never suspect him. Yet the conundrum was how to command such a mutated caterpillar to carry out his bidding. It would have to be akin to a pet under his care. This thought led him to recall that the elders of the sect possessed their own beast of burden. If only he could wield the ability to control a beast. Such control was often bound by a spiritual contract, allowing a master to subdue a severely injured spirit beast, utilizing talismans, treasures, or specific spells. Additionally, there existed a method to form a blood contract with extraordinary creatures, akin to a treasure recognizing its master through blood. What if he placed a creature in the cauldron for refinement and dripped his blood upon it? Would that creature recognize him as its master after being refined? This notion flickered in Dong's mind. While such an idea held some merit, its success remained uncertain. Typically, forming a blood contract with a beast was not a simple feat, however, given that Dong was the owner of the cauldron. Refining a creature within it might yield unexpected results. Resolute in his decision, Yang Dong planned to capture a caterpillar that evening to experiment. Just then, he, the steward, approached with a dozen errand boys to gather spiritual fruits. Yang Dong, come help us pick the spiritual fruits, he called out. Yang Dong quickly set aside his hoe and hurried over. The group arrived at the area designated for mid-grade spiritual fruits, where the yellow-tiered trees bore fruit only once every 3 years, yielding just a few dozen fruits per tree. Why does it seem there are fewer spiritual fruits than yesterday? He furrowed his brow as he surveyed the orchard, having developed a rough memory of the daily yield from picking fruits. Yang Dong, did you sneak a lot of mid-grade spiritual fruits yesterday? He asked, piercing gaze fixed on Yang Dong, demanding an answer. Steward, you truly wrong me. How could I dare to pilfer mid-grade spiritual fruits? These are exclusively for outer disciples, and even if I had the audacity, I wouldn't dream of it. Yang Dong replied, feigning innocence. He had intended to disclose the incident from last night when Zhang Ming had coerced him into harvesting the medium-grade spirit fruit. Yet he ultimately refrained. Yang Dong understood that even if he informed Steward He, the latter would confront Zhang Ming, who would undoubtedly bribe Steward He to smooth over the matter. After all, consuming a few yellow-tier medium-grade spirit fruits was hardly a significant issue. As long as Zhang Ming offered Steward He a handful of spirit stones, why would he have any reason to trouble Zhang Ming? Furthermore, Zhang Ming could easily deny the allegations, and with only Yang Dong's word against him, Steward He would find it difficult to condemn him. Moreover, Zhang Ming would likely seek revenge against Yang Dong. Given Yang Dong's current strength, he was not yet capable of confronting Zhang Ming head-on. Thus, since revealing the matter would serve no purpose, why burden Steward He with this knowledge? Furthermore, Yang Dong was currently devising a covert strategy against Zhang Ming. Now was certainly not the time to engage in open conflict, lest Zhang Ming's demise lead others to suspect him. Chapter 8. The blood bee acknowledges its master. Did you not indulge in thievery? Then why do these spiritual fruits appear significantly diminished since yesterday? Manager He scrutinized Yang Dong with a look of suspicion, his voice cold and accusatory. Yang Dong feigned innocence, his expression one of indignation. Manager He, I assure you, I did not partake in the spiritual fruits. Moreover, even if I had, it would be impossible for me to consume such a quantity. Upon reflection, Manager He conceded. To have noticed a reduction in the spiritual fruits, there must be at least 50 missing. How could Yang Dong possibly devour so many in a single night? While it was plausible that the lad had indeed pilfered a few, it was unlikely he could manage more than 1 or 2 in a single evening, especially given his inferior spiritual roots. Could it be that he was overthinking the situation? Or perhaps someone had come last night to steal the fruits? With this thought, Manager He inquired, did you hear any commotion in the orchard last night? Was there anyone who might have come to steal the spiritual fruits? If indeed someone had come to collect the fruits, it would likely be those lowly attendants, for the outer disciples had little interest in such inferior yellow-tier spiritual fruits. Yang Dong pretended to ponder for a moment before shaking his head. I did not hear anything before I fell asleep, but after that, I cannot say. Unable to extract a definitive answer, Manager He relented. Be more vigilant at night. If you hear any disturbances, rise immediately to investigate. Understood? Understood, sir. Yang Dong nodded earnestly. Very well. Go and gather the spiritual fruits. Manager He waved his hand, plucking a fruit from a tree and consuming it with relish. After assisting Manager He in collecting the fruits, Yang Dong continued to tend to the orchard, fertilizing and weeding. By afternoon, he had caught a caterpillar. Noticing a few bees nearby, an idea sparked within him. He removed his shirt and captured one of the bees, carefully wrapping it as he made his way back to the wooden cabin. The caterpillar, despite its mutation, remained rather feeble and clumsy. It seemed unrealistic to expect a mere caterpillar to confront Zhang Ming. However, if the bee were to mutate into a lethal venomous variety, it would be the perfect weapon against Zhang Ming, provided it could be commanded. With Manager He having departed, it was unlikely anyone would visit the orchard at this hour. Yang Dong returned to the wooden cabin, secured the doors and windows, and then summoned the treasure cauldron from within his being. He reduced its size and placed it upon the table, intending to experiment with the caterpillar first. After all, he had no certainty that his blood would establish a bond with the mutated creature. Should the attempt fail and the bee transform into a formidable venomous entity, he would be at great risk of being stung. In truth, while his caution was prudent, he need not fear the sting of a venomous bee. He was now endowed with the celestial tyrant body, rendering ordinary poisons ineffective against him. With a small knife, Yang Dong made a slight incision on his index finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the caterpillar. He then placed the caterpillar into the cauldron. A flicker of light illuminated the scene as the caterpillar expanded in size, its form taking on a vibrant crimson hue. The black cauldron displayed a line of information: flame scarlet caterpillar, first-tier mutated insect, capable of manipulating fire, though its power is limited. The caterpillar crawled from the cauldron's interior, reaching the edge and gazing up at Yang Dong, its antennae quivering as if greeting him. The fiery red-haired caterpillar seemed to possess a spark of intelligence. Could it truly be a result of absorbing my blood? Yang Dong felt a surge of surprise. Although he was not yet certain whether this caterpillar had acknowledged him as its master, it appeared to harbor no hostility towards him, and even took the initiative to approach. Clambering onto the table, Yang Dong pointed to a specific spot, issuing a command to the fiery red-haired caterpillar. Eager to ascertain whether it could comprehend his words and obey his request, the caterpillar's antennae twitched slightly, seemingly in response. Before it emerged from the black cauldron and made its way to the location Yang Dong had indicated, its speed of movement far exceeded that of an ordinary caterpillar, outpacing even a tortoise. It was important to remember that this was indeed a caterpillar. Upon reaching the designated spot, the fiery red-haired caterpillar looked up at Yang Dong, its antennae moving as if awaiting further instructions from him. It could indeed understand my words and obey my commands. A mixture of astonishment and joy flooded Yang Dong's heart, affirming the success of this experiment. The cauldron truly had the power to refine creatures infused with his blood into loyal companions. This cauldron is utterly remarkable. Just imagine. In the future, he could capture various exotic beasts, let them bleed into the cauldron, and transform them into his pets. He would then possess a formidable army of extraordinary creatures. The mere thought of it filled Yang Dong with exhilaration. However, given his current strength, he could only capture ordinary creatures for refining. The dream of amassing an army of exotic beasts remained a distant fantasy. Very well, you may now roam freely, Yang Dong instructed, gesturing towards the door. This caterpillar was merely an experimental specimen, despite being a first-tier exotic insect. It held little offensive capability and was of little practical use to keep around. The fiery red-haired caterpillar nodded its antennae and swiftly crawled down the table leg to the floor, slipping out through the door's crack. Yang Dong slowly unwrapped the garment that encased the bee, gently pinching it with his left hand while allowing a drop of blood from his right index finger to fall onto the bee. He then tossed both the bee and the garment into the cauldron. The fabric emitted a faint white glow, and the ordinary blue servant's tunic darkened slightly in hue. The black cauldron displayed 2 lines of information: protective garment, yellow-tier mid-grade item, capable of shielding the body and reducing damage from external attacks, albeit with limited effectiveness, providing some defense against attacks from chi-refining realm practitioners or first-tier exotic beasts. Crimson-tailed bloodbee, first-tier exotic insect. Its stinger contains corrosive venom, capable of causing instant death to an average chi-refining realm cultivator upon stinging. However, after each sting, the venom is fully expended and requires a month to accumulate anew. The garment has also been refined into a magical artifact. Yang Dong felt a flicker of delight. Although the deepened color of the garment might attract unwanted attention, it seemed prudent to revert the outer layer to its original state and later enhance the quality of his undergarment with the cauldron. At that moment, a deep red giant bee emerged from the garment. This giant bee was the transformed version of the bee after refinement. Its size several times greater than that of a wasp, with an abdomen of a rich dark brown hue. Upon witnessing the crimson-tailed blood wasp emerge from his garment, Yang Dong's entire being tensed, instinctively retreating a step, his demeanor turning vigilant. According to the information displayed on the cauldron, this species of blood wasp possessed formidable venom, certain to spell doom for any chi refinement realm cultivator stung by it. After emerging from his clothing, the blood wasp vibrated its wings and soared from the cauldron. Yet it hovered motionless before Yang Dong, emitting a low buzzing sound. It seemed devoid of hostility, rather appearing to await instructions. Drawing upon his previous encounter with the caterpillar, Yang Dong was convinced that this blood wasp had recognized him as its master and was waiting for his command. Fly to the window, he instructed, gesturing towards the closed window, attempting to convey his directive to the blood wasp. Yang Dong issued his command to the crimson-tailed blood wasp. Chapter 9. A Gentleman's Revenge. 3 days is not too late. The crimson-tailed blood bee zipped to the window with astonishing speed, leaving Yang Dong utterly astounded. Frankly speaking, with such velocity, he had no hope of evading its sting. It was unlikely that even a practitioner at the 5th level of chi refinement could escape the assault of the crimson-tailed blood bee, let alone someone at Yang Dong's mere 3rd level. The bee hovered at the window, observing Yang Dong as it awaited further instructions. Fly around the house and return. Yang Dong commanded, this time issuing a more complex directive to see if the creature could comprehend it. The crimson-tailed blood bee slipped through the narrow gap of the closed window and swiftly returned, hovering 3 feet in front of Yang Dong, eager for his next command. To Yang Dong's delight, the bee's intelligence was quite remarkable. It fully understood his instructions. This boded well for his plans to have it sting Zhang Ming, that scoundrel. Zhang Ming was merely a practitioner at the 3rd level of qi refinement and would stand no chance against the bee's onslaught. When Zhang Ming perished beneath the sting of the bee, who would ever suspect that it was Yang Dong's pet? From now on, stay within 10 meters of me. Conceal yourself when someone approaches, and if anyone attacks me, sting them to death. Yang Dong ordered the bee. In truth, the latter part of his command was unnecessary. The crimson-tailed blood bee would instinctively protect its master from any threats. With a buzzing sound, the bee followed Yang Dong out of the wooden cabin. Yang Dong made his way to the orchard, with the bee trailing a few meters behind, while Yang Dong tended to the weeds in the orchard. The bee perched itself on a branch, watching its master work. After finishing for the afternoon and enjoying dinner, Yang Dong returned to the cabin, and once night fell, he ventured into the orchard to gather dozens of spiritual fruits. Upon returning, he summoned the black cauldron and poured all the spiritual fruits into it for refinement. After 2 rounds of refining, he obtained 3 low-grade and 1 mid-grade spiritual fruit. Yang Dong consumed all 4, feeling a surge of spiritual energy within him. After storing the cauldron back into his body, Yang Dong stepped outside, sat on a large stone, and began to practice the fundamental qi refinement technique. 2 hours later, he concluded his session, washed himself with a bucket of clean water, and retired to bed. The next morning, after washing and hanging his clothes to dry, he headed to the servants' cafeteria for breakfast. Following his meal, he returned to the orchard to commence another day of labor. After manager, he had collected the spiritual fruits. Yang Dong captured 3 bees in the orchard and returned to the cabin to summon the cauldron. As before, he used his blood to refine the 3 bees within the cauldron. They mutated into poisonous bees, one of which possessed ice attributes. Yang Dong decided to keep all 3 poisonous bees nearby, ready to heed his commands at any moment. Later that evening, after dinner, Yang Dong returned to the cabin, preparing to harvest spiritual fruits from the orchard, when he spotted Zhang Ming arriving with a dozen henchmen. That wretched scoundrel was back. Humph, tonight shall be your demise. As Zhang Ming approached with a group of his underlings, a cold smirk appeared at the corner of Yang Dong's mouth. He now possessed 4 venomous bees capable of claiming the lives of 4 individuals, besides Zhang Ming. He intended to send the few who had insulted him that night to their demise as well. Brother Ming, you have arrived. Upon Zhang Ming's arrival, Yang Dong feigned a respectful demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. Recently indulging in dinner, Zhang Ming lazily held a toothpick in his mouth and ordered, "Kid, go and pick a few dozen medium-grade spirit fruits. Please wait a moment, Brother Ming. I shall retrieve them at once." Yang Dong showed no sign of defiance as he returned to his dwelling, grabbed a bag, and set off towards the orchard. The underlings accompanying Zhang Ming scoffed, "Brother Ming, this kid has certainly become much more obedient since you gave him a beating last time. He is just a fool who only listens after a good thrashing." Yet, he was obedient before as well. He would pick spirit fruits when asked. It was only the other night that he dared to defy us for some unknown reason. "Brother Ming, I suggest we speak to Manager He and have this kid work in the spirit field, allowing one of our brothers to guard the orchard instead. It would make it much more convenient for us to enjoy the spirit fruits." Sitting casually on a large stone, Zhang Ming replied while picking his teeth, "You know nothing. To have Manager He swap our man to guard the orchard, we would have to offer him at least 5 low-grade spirit stones, not to mention the monthly tribute of 2 low-grade spirit stones. This arrangement is far better. We can feast on spirit fruits without sending spirit stones to Manager He. Why would we not relish this? Truly insightful, Brother Ming." The group of men eagerly nodded in agreement. Moments later, Yang Dong returned with several spirit fruits, handing the bag to Zhang Ming. "Brother Ming here." Zhang Ming accepted the bag, opened it, and thoroughly inspected its contents, confirming they were indeed medium-grade spirit fruits. He took one out and bit into it with satisfaction. "Brothers, let us eat as we walk." Everyone stepped forward, each taking a spirit fruit, following Zhang Ming as they strode away. Once Zhang Ming had distanced himself, Yang Dong beckoned, and the 4 venomous bees swiftly flew to his side. Spotting the group from earlier, he commanded them to sting the bearded man with the fruit bag, along with several others by his side. The bees had been concealed on the wooden house, fully aware of their targets. Upon receiving their master's command, the 4 bees hurriedly pursued Zhang Ming and his entourage. Having walked several hundred meters from Yangdong's residence, Zhang Ming and his 10 or so underlings were quietly approached by the bees. Each bee had a specific role. The red-tailed blood bee flew behind Zhang Ming, landing on the back of his neck and plunging its stinger deep into him, injecting venom. Ouch! What the hell? Zhang Ming yelled in pain, slapping at the back of his neck, but the red-tailed blood bee had already escaped. Brother Ming, what's wrong? Inquired a burly man walking beside him. No sooner had he asked than a venomous bee landed on his left cheek and stung him fiercely. Ouch! What the hell is this? He exclaimed, smacking his face with a resounding clap. The sound of a hand striking a face echoed sharply. Yet it failed to make contact with the venomous bee. Alas! Ouch! That hurts. Two robust men cried out in agony, one stung on his back, and the other on his rear. Mengu, Guangzai, Gonggo, Mague, what has happened to you? The crowd halted, turning their gazes toward Zhang Ming and his companions. It seems I have been stung by something. Zhang Ming felt his consciousness fading. Upon uttering these words, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Thud, thud, thud. The other three men also fell lifelessly to the earth. Mengu, what has befallen you? Guangzai, Gonggo, Mague, what is wrong? A group of men squatted in shock, examining the situation. This is dire. Mengu and the others have succumbed. Mengu just mentioned being stung by something. Could it be a venomous bee? There are deadly bees. Run. A voice pierced the air. And in a frenzy, one fled, prompting others to follow suit, terrified for their lives, leaving behind the 4 lifeless bodies of Zhang Ming and his companions. Chapter 10. The pursuit of the red-tailed blood bees. The news of the demise of Zhang Ming and his 3 companions, stung to death by venomous bees, spread throughout the entire servant department by the following day. The chief steward of the servants personally led a team to investigate the matter. Upon examining the bodies, it was confirmed that they had fallen victim to several species of mutated venomous bees. The incident also unraveled their illicit harvesting of spirit fruits, leading to a severe punishment for a dozen other men that same evening, who were subsequently expelled from the sect and warned as a deterrent to all the servants. However, for these servants, the warning regarding the punishment for pilfering spirit fruits did little to instill fear. Their greatest dread lay in encountering the mutated venomous bees. Most servants were at a cultivation level below the 3rd layer of qi refinement, rendering them virtually defenseless against these lethal creatures. The chief steward reported the matter to the elders of the sect, who found the situation rather peculiar. While the appearance of mutated venomous bees within the sect was not particularly surprising given the vastness of the sect's territory, rich with spirit veins in the deep mountains, inhabited by various spirit birds and beasts, as well as venomous insects, these creatures typically did not pose a threat to sect disciples and were mostly tamed. In addition, venomous bees and snakes had been largely eradicated. Thus, although mutated venomous bees still existed, their numbers were minimal, and they rarely ventured forth to sting humans. For these bees, stinging humans offered no benefit unless their lives were threatened. However, considering the events of the previous night, when Zhang Ming and his companions attempted to steal spirit fruits, they had not provoked the bees in any way. Even if they had encountered these mutated bees, they would have had no time to flee, let alone provoke them. Yet, these venomous bees still attacked the group of servants, resulting in 4 fatalities. While the deaths of 4 servants were a trivial matter within the sect, the repercussions were profound. The servants became increasingly anxious, proceeding with their tasks with utmost caution. Even the outer disciples felt a sense of tension, as the majority of them were at the qi refinement stage, making them ill-equipped to confront these venomous bees. Should they be stung, timely treatment was essential, or they would surely perish. After deliberation amongst several elders of the sect, 2 strategies were devised in response. The first was to dispatch all inner and outer disciples of the sect to conduct a thorough eradication of the entire Qingyan sect area, eliminating all venomous insects, bees, and snakes. The second was to distribute detoxification pills to all outer disciples and servants, potent enough to counteract the stings of low-tier venomous insects and bees. These measures proved effective. Thousands of disciples from the Qingyan sect engaged in a 3-day purge, exterminating numerous exotic insects and venomous creatures. Although a complete eradication was unattainable, the majority had been cleared. Coupled with the distribution of detoxification pills, the servants felt a sense of relief, their fears assuaged. The demise of Zhang Ming and his companions brought a sense of satisfaction to Yangdong. He had ensured that the 4 venomous bees responsible for their deaths remained concealed and had not been eliminated. It would take them a month to recover their toxins. No one could have anticipated that the mutated venomous bees that had claimed Zhang Ming and his companions were, in fact, unleashed by this humble servant. Such a revelation would be met with disbelief, should it ever be divulged. How could a mere servant possibly command the mutated venomous bees to heed his directives? Over the following 2 days, Yang Dong captured 2 more bees, refining them into crimson-tailed blood bees using his precious cauldron, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. By the end of the month, Yang Dong went to the servant hall to collect 5 low-grade spirit stones and 3 low-grade gathering pills. After dining, upon returning to his residence, Yang Dong was about to venture into the orchard to pick spiritual fruits when he noticed Steward He approaching from a distance. Surely, this old fellow does not expect spirit stones, does he? Yang Dong recalled that he still owed Steward He a low-grade spirit stone from their last encounter, having promised to deliver it at the end of this month. The steward's arrival at this moment must surely pertain to the spirit stones. Steward He, you've come. Yang Dong greeted him with feigned reverence, cupping his hands in salute. Steward He huffed disdainfully, extending a hand. Yang Dong, where are the spirit stones? You wretched cur. Yang Dong silently cursed, but nonetheless retrieved a low-grade spirit stone from his robe and offered it to the steward. Here you are, Steward He. Upon receiving the spirit stone, Steward He's expression softened slightly as he spoke. Since you must deliver 2 spirit stones to me next month anyway, why not hand them over now? Do you think I'm a fool? Yang Dong scoffed inwardly, yet he maintained a humble facade. Rest assured, Steward He, I shall certainly provide the spirit stones next month. Steward He snorted coldly, you'd best deliver them before the 15th of next month, or I shall have you sent to toil in the spirit mines. With that, he pocketed the spirit stone and strode away. Once Steward He had departed, Yang Dong summoned 2 crimson-tailed blood bees, recently refined and brimming with venom. Follow that old fellow from a distance. Do not let him notice you. Wait until he falls asleep, then sting him, Yang Dong instructed the bees. The 2 crimson-tailed blood bees flitted into the night, tailing Steward He. Yang Dong smirked faintly at the retreating figure of the steward. The decision to wait until the steward was asleep to strike, rather than attacking him immediately, was not without reason. The sect had distributed detoxification pills to each member. Should the crimson-tailed blood bee sting Steward He now, he would surely consume a detox pill and escape death. Moreover, even if they were to kill him, Yang Dong preferred not to have the steward perish here. As the overseer of the servants, the sect would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation into the cause of his demise. Although they would eventually discover it was the work of the venomous bees, the fact that both incidents occurred near Yang Dong's residence would inevitably raise suspicions of a connection. Even if they did not suspect Yang Dong directly, it would still lead to complications. However, if Steward He were to die within his own quarters, no matter how the sect investigated, they would not trace it back to Yang Dong. Furthermore, if the steward were stung while asleep, he might not awaken at all. Even if he did stir, in his dazed state, he would likely remain unaware of the circumstances, resulting in his failure to consume the detoxification pill and ultimately succumbing to the venom. This, then, elucidates Yang Dong's motive for allowing 2 crimson-tailed blood bees to accompany Manager He, stinging him only after he succumbed to slumber. Having arranged for the 2 bees, Yang Dong proceeded to the orchard, where he gathered several dozen spirit fruits and returned to his wooden abode to refine them using his precious cauldron. After consuming 3 low-grade spirit fruits, he utilized the cauldron to refine 4 low-grade spirit stones, yielding 6 medium-grade spirit stones. Upon absorbing the entirety of the energy from these 6 medium-grade stones, Yang Dong reached the pinnacle of the 3rd layer of qi refinement. He immediately took a seated position and commenced his foundational qi refinement technique. 2 hours later, the spiritual energy within him breached a qi refinement barrier, elevating his cultivation to the 4th layer. Yang Dong transitioned from the 3rd to the 4th layer in a mere 8 days. Of course, during this period, he had consumed over 20 low-grade spirit fruits, 1 medium-grade spirit fruit, and absorbed 6 medium-grade spirit stones, in addition to practicing for 8 nights. Given his current cultivation pace with the celestial titan body, those 8 nights were equivalent to a decade's worth of prior cultivation efforts. This stark contrast underscores the significant disparity between the celestial titan body and inferior mixed spiritual roots. Anticipation danced across Yang Dong's visage as the 15th of the coming month approached, marking the external disciple assessment. Chapter 11. Cultivating fire spells on the following morning. There was no sign of Manager He and his entourage arriving to gather spirit fruits. By noon, Yang Dong made his way to the servants' dining hall, procured a meal, and found a spot to sit. It was then that he overheard a few fellow servants discussing the events of the previous night. Have you heard? Manager He passed away last night. What happened? How could he suddenly die? It is said he was stung to death by a poisonous bee while asleep. That old man was no saint. He got what he deserved. Didn't the sect conduct a thorough purge of all locations just days ago? How could there still be poisonous bees? Poisonous bees are tiny. The sect spans several dozen miles. It's impossible to eradicate them completely. Didn't manager he have any detoxification pills? How could he be stung to death? Even we lowly servants receive detoxification pills. Surely manager he had them too. Surely the detoxification pills distributed by the sect can't be ineffective. How could they not counter a mere bee sting? Damn, if the detoxification pills are useless. We must be cautious to avoid being stung by bees ourselves. It's not that they're useless. I heard manager he was stung in his sleep and never woke to take a detoxification pill. It seems we must ensure the doors and windows are tightly secured at night to prevent poisonous bees from entering. How could they be completely sealed? Those tiny bees can easily slip through any crack. Alas, it appears we can't afford to sleep too soundly at night. Otherwise, we may end up stung by bees without even realizing it. Indeed, manager he truly met his end last night. As Yang Dong continued to eat, he listened to the servants' chatter, feeling quite pleased, and the food tasted all the better. That old scoundrel, he extorted 2 low-grade spirit stones from him. And Zhang Meng and his gang bullied him, yet they all met their demise in mere days. Yang Dong was no meek lamb, harboring a vengeful spirit. Of course, if he lacked the strength and opportunity for revenge, he would choose to endure. At all times, self-preservation remained paramount. The news of manager He's death by a bee sting astonished the sect's elders. They had already taken the necessary precautions, yet mere days later, another incident had occurred. This situation was indeed peculiar. Logically, poisonous bees do not attack humans unprovoked, let alone venture into manager He's bedroom in the dead of night to strike him while he slumbered. It was as if the bee had sought revenge against manager He, exhibiting an intelligence that suggested it waited until he was deeply asleep to sting him. Could it be that these 2 red-tailed blood bees were aware of the detoxification pills on manager He, timing their attack for when he was unconscious? Was the intellect of these bees surpassing that of humans? Such a notion was utterly incredulous, even to the elders of the sect. Yet, this absurdity had indeed transpired. Ultimately, the elders could only attribute the incident to sheer happenstance. As for preventive measures, they truly had none, other than advising the servants to exercise caution while sleeping at night. After He Guancher's death, the head of the miscellaneous servants appointed a new steward to take over his position. This newly appointed steward did not seek any trouble with Yang Dong. A few days later, Yang Dong visited the miscellaneous servants' hall to learn some basic techniques. Have you reached the 2nd level of Qi refinement? Chief Jiang, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, regarded the approaching Yang Dong with a puzzled gaze. The youth appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old and seemed to have been in the sect for only a few years. It was generally improbable for someone of his age to have attained the 2nd level of Qi refinement. For an individual of average talent, progressing from the 1st level to the 2nd typically required at least 8 to 10 years. Being assigned to the miscellaneous servants indicated that his aptitude was quite ordinary. Yes, Yang Dong replied, neither servile nor arrogant. In truth, he had already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement but chose not to boast excessively about it. Is that so? Chief Jiang exclaimed, seizing Yang Dong's wrist and probing with his spiritual energy. He was immediately astonished. 4th level of Qi refinement? You have indeed reached the 4th level? Why have you only come to seek my guidance now? Releasing Yang Dong's wrist, Chief Jiang studied the handsome young man, feeling both astonished and curious. Isn't this rather a rapid advancement? Yang Dong mused internally, then cupped his hands and explained. I was unaware that reaching the 2nd level of Qi refinement allowed me to learn techniques from you, esteemed chief. I see. Chief Jiang nodded slightly and inquired. What is your spiritual root constitution? Yang Dong replied, a mixed spiritual root. A look of regret crossed Chief Jiang's face. What a pity. If it were a single spiritual root, you might have the potential to achieve the golden core stage in the future. Different types of spiritual roots determine the kinds of techniques one can cultivate. For instance, a fire spiritual root can only practice fire-based spells, while a water spiritual root is limited to water-based spells. Some individuals possess dual, triple, quadruple, or even quintuple spiritual roots, contrary to popular belief. Having a mixed spiritual root is not necessarily advantageous. In fact, it is often inferior to a single spiritual root. This is because a mixed spiritual root requires more resources during cultivation, as the energy is too dispersed. In contrast, a single spiritual root allows for all spiritual energy to concentrate on one type, resulting in a significantly faster cultivation speed. Aside from the quantity of spiritual roots, another critical factor is the innate quality of the roots. The quality levels are categorized as inferior, average, superior, and exceptional. if a mixed spiritual root possesses exceptional talent. The sect typically invests considerable resources in their cultivation. After all, a mixed spiritual root can learn spells from any category, and if combined with exceptional talent and ample resources, the potential achievements are immeasurable, far surpassing those of a single spiritual root. In summary, a single spiritual root is generally easier to cultivate. Yet a mixed spiritual root with high aptitude and adequate resources can achieve far greater success. However, under normal circumstances, it is exceedingly difficult for a mixed spiritual root to reach the golden core stage, unless the talent is at a superior level and substantial cultivation resources are available. Chief Jiang held a favorable impression of Yang Dong, and upon learning of his mixed spiritual root, he shook his head with a hint of regret. Subsequently, he led Yang Dong to the miscellaneous library, where he provided him with a handwritten manuscript of a basic fire technique, instructing him to take it back for self-study and return it in 7 days. Yang Dong expressed his gratitude to Manager Qiao and returned to his dwelling with the rudimentary handwritten manual on fire magic. Upon arriving at the orchard, he began to peruse this slender tome, which comprised merely a dozen pages detailing 3 fundamental fire spells: Flame Technique, Fireball Technique, and Fire Circle Technique. The Flame Technique, the simplest of the trio, requires only the successful manifestation of fire. The Fireball Technique, as its name suggests, involves condensing flames into a sphere and projecting it outward. The Fire Circle Technique allows the caster to create a ring of fire around themselves, ideal for fending off encroaching adversaries. By this time, it was afternoon, a period when few would venture into the orchard. Yang Dong settled cross-legged beneath a fruit tree and commenced his study of the Flame Technique. This spell was straightforward, typically mastered by an ordinary practitioner within 10 to 15 days. After a brief examination, he began to channel his internal spiritual energy, gathering flames in his palm in accordance with the principles outlined in the Flame Technique. After persistently attempting for half an hour, a small flame, akin to the size of a cotton ball, flickered to life in his hand, marking his first successful conjuration of fire. Chapter 12. The assessment of outer disciples. The art of fire manipulation is not as daunting as one might think. Yang Dong collected the flames, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Had Elder Jiang known that he mastered the technique in merely half an hour, he would surely have been left astounded. For an average practitioner, learning the art of fire within 10 days would be considered commendable. Yet, Yang Dong, possessing the celestial titan body, not only could learn spells from all elemental categories, but his innate talent far surpassed that of even the finest spiritual roots, second only to the sacred body. Stowing the handwritten manuscript into his robe, Yang Dong grasped a hoe and set to work, intending to delve into the art of fireball the following day. The next afternoon, he cast aside the hoe and began his training in fireball technique. This particular art proved to be considerably more challenging than the previous one. After an hour's effort, Yang Dong finally conjured a small fireball the size of a fist. On the 3rd day, he mastered the fire circle technique. By the 4th day, he returned to the servant's library, returned the manuscript on the elementary fire spells, and exchanged it for a manuscript on basic water spells. This new text contained merely 3 fundamental water techniques: cleansing, water screen, and water ball. 3 days later, Yang Dong had perfected these water spells and proceeded to exchange his manuscript for one on basic earth spells. Thus, half a month elapsed. During this period, Yang Dong had acquired proficiency in over a dozen low-level spells across the fire, water, earth, wood, and wind elements. In truth, he dedicated only about an hour each day to spell practice, as most of his daylight hours were spent laboring in the orchard, with his evenings devoted to mastering the foundational qi refining technique. By the end of this fortnight, his cultivation had already ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement. Today marked the 15th of the month, the day designated for the assessment of outer disciples within the sect. Any servant who believed they had a chance to qualify as an outer disciple could participate in the examination. At the assessment site, a large stone platform stood in the midst of a sprawling mountainous area, upon which rested a spiritual testing stone, towering at a man's height and gleaming jet black, capable of evaluating one's qi refinement level. Elder Liu, responsible for the outer disciple assessment, sat behind the stone platform, flanked by Elder Jiang of the servant department. With several outer disciples standing attentively by, surrounding the platform, hundreds of servants gathered, buzzing with excitement as they speculated. How many will have the fortune to become outer disciples this month? Typically, only 3 or 4 are selected. So perhaps this time will be no different. How wonderful it would be to become an outer disciple. No more labor, just devoted cultivation, and a greater share of spirit stones, spiritual fruits, and elixirs, such envy. To become an outer disciple of the Qingyun sect is a matter of familial pride. Returning home to visit relatives would even draw the attention of the county magistrate. Indeed, the Qingyun sect ranks among the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou. Ever since I became a servant in Qingyun sect, local gentry and powerful families have treated my parents with utmost respect, wary of causing offense. My greatest aspiration in this life is to become an outer disciple of Qingyun sect and, perhaps, unite with a senior sister as life partners. That would fulfill my desires. Amidst the throng, Yang Dong listened intently to the excited chatter of the surrounding servants, as if they were all poised to step onto the stage for the assessment. Deacon Chun approached the stone platform and pressed his hand upon it, instantly silencing the surroundings. It was once again the day for the monthly assessment of outer disciples. The first round of evaluation measured one's cultivation level, and those who believed they had reached at least the third layer of qi refinement were permitted to step forward. Those preparing for the assessment, please line up over here, Deacon Chun announced. Following his words, several attendants moved towards the side of the stone platform, and Yang Dong joined them, forming a queue of over a dozen individuals. The first to ascend the platform was a man in his 30s. He stepped onto the stone stage and placed his palm on the spirit-testing stone, channeling all his spiritual energy into it. Immediately, a single light pattern illuminated beneath the stone, followed by a second and then a third, ceasing thereafter. Mid-stage of the third layer of qi refinement, Deacon Chun proclaimed loudly. Subsequently, the middle-aged man approached Elder Lu. Elder Lu cast a glance at him and inquired, "How old are you?" 31, the man replied. Elder Lu then asked, "What is your spirit root?" I can't quite recall," the man stammered, scratching his head. In truth, he possessed a low-grade single spirit root, but he feared that disclosing this would eliminate his chance of becoming an outer disciple. According to the sect's rules for outer disciple evaluations, those who reached the third layer of qi refinement and were under the age of 25 could qualify, regardless of their spirit root. However, if one exceeded 25, their spirit root aptitude would be scrutinized, as it was generally established by that age. Elder Lu slightly furrowed his brow and retrieved 5 elemental crystal spheres from his storage bag, inviting the middle-aged man to touch them. The man touched each one, and when he reached the earth-type crystal, it emitted a faint glow, while the other 4 remained dark. Low-grade earth spirit root, disqualified. Elder Lu waved his hand dismissively at the man, who, with his head hung low, dejectedly descended the platform. Next, a middle-aged man in his 40s stepped up. His cultivation level registered as the 4th layer of qi refinement, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd of attendants below. A cultivation level of the 4th layer was indeed a remarkable feat among the attendants, most of whom were only at the 1st or 2nd layers. Nonetheless, due to the man's age and his mediocre mid-grade mixed spirit root, he too failed the outer disciple assessment. Several others followed, with only one young man succeeding. He was 24 years old and at the initial stage of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, passing without needing to test his spirit root. Then it was Yang Dong's turn to take the stage. He approached the spirit-testing stone, placing his palm upon it, yet it failed to illuminate even a single light pattern. Laughter erupted from the audience below. Is it possible? Qi refinement at 0? This is utterly embarrassing. A qi refinement 0 dares to step up for the outer disciple assessment? Surely, he cannot be oblivious to his complete lack of cultivation. What a disgrace. The crowd pointed and laughed, their mockery unrelenting. Deacon Chun furrowed his brow and coldly admonished Yang Dong. "What are you doing here with your qi refinement at 0? Get off the stage." Yang Dong wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. What could be the reason for the measuring spirit stone to exhibit no response whatsoever? After all, I am indeed at the later stage of qi refinement, level 5. But wait. Chief Steward Jiang rose from his seat, raising a hand to halt the proceedings. He was well aware of Yang Dong's cultivation level. Just half a month prior, when Yang Dong sought his guidance in martial arts, Chief Steward Jiang had assessed his skills, confirming that he was at the 4th level of qi refinement. How could it be that he now appeared to be at level 0? Chief Steward Jiang. What is the meaning of this? Deacon Chun inquired with a respectful bow, his brow furrowed in confusion. Chief Steward Jiang did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned his attention to Yang Dong and asked, "Did you channel your entire spiritual energy into your palm when you placed it upon the measuring spirit stone?" Yang Dong shook his head in confusion. No. No wonder. Chief Steward Jiang chuckled softly and elaborated. When testing one's cultivation level on the measuring spirit stone, one must channel their full spiritual energy into the palm to obtain an accurate reading. It was then that Yang Dong realized his oversight. He had believed that merely placing his palm upon the spirit stone would suffice, as depicted in countless fantasy web novels from his previous life. With renewed understanding, Yang Dong pressed his palm once more upon the measuring spirit stone and proceeded to circulate the spiritual energy within his body into his hand. Chapter 13. Becoming an outer sect disciple beneath the spirit testing stone. A luminous pattern suddenly illuminated, followed by 2, 3, and then 4 radiant lines. Upon the emergence of the 4th line, Yang Dong ceased to channel any further spiritual energy, for passing the assessment at the 3rd level of Qi refinement was sufficient. There was no need to reveal his true capabilities. The onlookers below were left in awe as they beheld the spirit testing stone emit 4 radiant lines. For lines meant he had achieved the 4th level of Qi refinement. Astonishing. Just moments ago, we deemed him a worthless individual. Yet he turns out to be a formidable figure. Remarkable. Given his youth, he must be under 20, and yet he has already reached the 4th level of Qi refinement. This surely qualifies him for immediate promotion to an outer sect disciple. He is likely the best among us. How enviable. If only I could also become an outer sect disciple, I would return home to find countless noble ladies vying for my attention. You all mocked him just now. How does it feel to be proven wrong? I confess, I was blind to his potential earlier. Hundreds of common workers expressed their astonishment and envy. As Yang Dong's contrasting results from the 2 tests were indeed unexpected. Elder Chen, look, we nearly overlooked a promising talent in cultivation, Chief Jiang remarked with a smile. Elder Chen's face momentarily betrayed a hint of embarrassment, yet in his gaze towards Yang Dong lingered a glimmer of resentment. Reluctantly, he announced, 4th level of Qi refinement. Proceed to register with Elder Lu. Earlier, he had ordered Yang Dong off the stage, and now, faced with Chief Jiang's rebuke, Elder Chen dared not harbor any animosity towards him. However, he felt a mix of shame and irritation towards Yang Dong. Had the lad not been so foolish as to bungle his own assessment, Elder Chen would not have found himself in such a predicament. Yang Dong cupped his hands in gratitude towards Chief Jiang, saying, "Thank you for the reminder, Chief Jiang." He then offered a slight bow to Elder Chen before proceeding to Elder Lu. Elder Lu scrutinized Yang Dong and inquired, "What is your name?" "Yang Dong," he replied. "And your age?" 18. Elder Lu nodded slightly and asked, "What is your spiritual root?" "Mixed spiritual root," Yang Dong answered. Naturally, he could not divulge that he possessed the celestial overlord body, as there was no explanation for how he came to know this. Given that the sect could only ascertain spiritual roots and not special physical constitutions like the celestial overlord body. Moreover, he had previously been tested upon entering the sect and confirmed to have a mixed spiritual root. Although it is known that a rare few individuals may experience changes in their spiritual root talent, Elder Lu did not press further, registering Yang Dong's name and instructing him to stand aside and wait. Soon, over a dozen individuals had completed their assessments, and alongside Yang Dong, only 3 had passed. As for the assessments of special talents, such as alchemy, weapon forging, beast taming, and formations, they were to be conducted in their respective departments. The evaluations concluded swiftly, and the crowd of common workers dispersed, returning to their respective duties. Yang Dong and the other 2 followed Elder Lu to the outer sect hall to complete their transfer procedures. Ascending from common worker to outer sect disciple marked a significant elevation in status. They were provided with 2 sets of outer sect disciple attire, complete with shoes, a fine green sword of superior quality, and 2 manuals, the Qingyan sword technique and the Qingyan Qi refinement technique, a storage bag occupying a cubic meter of space, a token signifying the identity of an outer sect disciple, granting access to the sect's protective barrier, 20 inferior spirit stones, 10 medium-grade Qi gathering pills, and 2 superior-grade yellow-tier spirit fruits, bestowed as rewards for the advancement to outer sect disciple. Additionally, each month, one may receive 20 inferior spirit stones, 1 medium-grade spirit stone, 10 medium-grade yellow-tier elixirs, and 10 superior-grade yellow-tier spirit fruits. The Qingyan sect comprises over 3,000 outer sect disciples, distributed among 32 mountain peaks. While inner sect disciples reside atop these peaks, the spiritual energy at the summit is notably denser than that at the base. Yang Dong was assigned to the outer sect of Piaomiao Peak, which hosts over 30 inner sect disciples and more than 100 outer sect disciples. The elder in charge of the outer sect at Piaomiao Peak is Elder Lu, who oversees 5 stewards, one of whom is Steward Qin. After lunch, Yang Dong returned to his wooden cabin in the orchard to gather his belongings, which were merely a few garments and daily necessities. He arrived at the new abode allocated to him on Piaomiao Peak. As for the 6 venomous bees, he instructed them to follow at a distance. His new dwelling is a stone house of approximately 100 square meters, featuring a bedroom, a meditation room, a storage space, and a hall. Compared to the wooden cabin in the orchard, it is significantly larger and furnished with more upscale amenities. The entire Miao Peak spans several miles, with each outer sect disciple possessing their own solitary stone house, spaced several dozens of yards apart to ensure privacy. After tidying up the stone house, Yang Dong retrieved 2 books on cultivation techniques from his storage bag, the Qingyan Qi Refinement Technique and the Qingyan Sword Technique. He first picked up the Qingyan Qi Refinement Technique and began to peruse it. This technique is the sect's method for Qi refinement, far more profound than the rudimentary Qi techniques learned by the servants. Yang Dong sat cross-legged and attempted to practice the Qingyan Qi Refinement Technique. Within less than an hour, he had mastered it with ease. The efficacy of the Qingyan Qi Refinement Technique is considerably superior to that of the basic Qi technique. However, for Yang Dong, who possesses the celestial tyrant body, the enhancement was minimal, as he is naturally capable of absorbing spiritual energy through his acupoints, rendering this improvement rather trivial. Subsequently, Yang Dong examined the Qingyun Sword Technique, which comprises 3 volumes detailing swordsmanship, aerial combat with the sword, and sword flight. Initially, Yang Dong contemplated refining these 2 books with his precious cauldron, but soon dismissed the idea. The Qi technique offered little benefit to him, and he deemed it essential to fully comprehend the Qingyan Sword Technique first. As a disciple of Qingyan sect, one cannot be ignorant of the sect's swordsmanship. With the Qingyun Sword Technique in hand, Yang Dong exited the stone house and proceeded to an open area outside, drawing forth the Qing Feng sword from his back to practice the Qingyun Sword Technique. Unbeknownst to him, an entire afternoon slipped away in practice. After dinner, Yang Dong returned to his dwelling, secured the doors and windows, and entered the meditation room. With a single thought, he summoned the precious cauldron from within. First, he would refine the spirit stones. Yang Dong retrieved the 20 inferior spirit stones distributed by the outer sect today from his storage bag and placed them all into the cauldron. A faint glimmer emerged, transforming 20 inferior spirit stones into 25 medium-grade spirit stones and 1 superior spirit stone. Yang Dong proceeded to refine these 25 medium-grade spirit stones a second time, resulting in 3 being transmuted into superior spirit stones, while the remaining 22 reverted to inferior spirit stones. He now possessed 4 superior spirit stones and 22 inferior spirit stones, marking an overall increase of 21-fold. Hesitant to proceed with further refinement of the 4 superior spirit stones for fear they might all revert to inferior stones, Yang Dong then refined 10 medium-grade yellow-tier elixirs, elevating them to superior yellow-tier status. Additionally, he transformed 2 superior yellow-tier spiritual fruits into 2 inferior-tier spiritual fruits. Without hesitation, Yang Dong consumed the 2 inferior-tier spiritual fruits, which augmented his spiritual energy. However, for someone at the 5th level of Qi refinement, the enhancement was negligible. After carefully storing the elixirs and spirit stones in a storage pouch, Yang Dong ventured outside, seated himself upon a slab of azure stone, and commenced his cultivation of the Qingyan Qi Refinement Technique. Chapter 14. Senior Sister Qin Machu the following morning, after Yang Dong rose and completed his morning rituals. He practiced his swordsmanship for a brief period before making his way to the outer hall of Miao Peak. The outer hall, constructed at the foot of Miao Peak, is a hall made of azure stone, accompanied by 2 side chambers, serving as a gathering place for the outer disciples of Miao Peak. Upon arriving at the entrance of the hall, he noticed several dozen male and female disciples engaged in conversation outside the training area. As Yang Dong approached, the outer disciples turned their attention towards him, and some female disciples' eyes sparkled with interest. "Who is he? I've never seen him before," one whispered. "Yesterday was the assessment day for outer disciples. He must have just ascended from the miscellaneous tests. Well, this junior brother is remarkably handsome. How delightful that we have gained another charming figure at Miao Peak. Pfft. What good is looks in the cultivation world? It's all about strength." Coming from the miscellaneous tests, it's obvious his spiritual root aptitude must be lacking. Otherwise, he would have been directly recruited as an outer disciple. His ceiling will likely stop at the Qi refining stage. He'll never reach the foundation establishment stage. A few male disciples cast disdainful glances at Yang Dong. Naturally, he overheard their hushed whispers but remained unconcerned, smiling and nodding at the crowd as a polite greeting. "Junior brother, you're new here, aren't you?" A female disciple approached him, her large eyes sparkling with amusement. Yang Dong turned his gaze to her. She was clad in an orange-red outfit that accentuated her tall and graceful figure, her skin as fair as snow, and her features sweetly delicate, making her stand out among the other female disciples. Yes, Yang Dong replied with a nod. I was originally a miscellaneous disciple and became an outer disciple after passing the assessment yesterday. He candidly admitted his previous status as a miscellaneous disciple, showing no concern for others' opinions. Passing the assessment to become an outer disciple indicates you possess commendable abilities. Your past as a miscellaneous disciple is inconsequential, the red-clad beauty remarked, her smile unwavering. By the way, junior brother, what is your name? Yang Dong, he answered. I am Qin Machio. Greetings, senior sister Qin. Yang Dong inclined his hands in a gesture of respect. Junior brother Yang, since you are new, feel free to come to me if you have any questions. Qin Machio said, playfully tossing a lock of hair from her forehead, her demeanor radiant. Thank you, senior sister Qin, Yang Dong replied with a smile, feeling a flicker of fondness for this warm and beautiful senior sister. Observing the cheerful interaction between Qin Machio and Yang Dong, a few male disciples nearby wore grim expressions. These were the very individuals who had earlier mocked Yang Dong. Damn it, a nobody rising from the miscellaneous ranks thinks he can pursue Sister Qin. One sneered. Humph. This kid sees how beautiful Sister Qin is and believes he can reach for the swan's meat. He ought to reflect on his own origins. Sister Qin is far too welcoming. Why is she initiating conversation with a lowly miscellaneous disciple? Another added. Women, after all, are drawn to handsome men. And Qin Machio is no exception. If this kid dares to pursue Sister Qin further, we shall teach him a lesson. The group of male disciples engaged in hushed discussions. Being among the more seasoned and capable outer disciples of the mysterious peak, they inherently looked down upon the newcomers, especially someone like Yang Dong, who had ascended from the ranks of the auxiliaries. At that moment, the outer disciples of Mysterious Peak gradually gathered at the training grounds before the Grand Hall. Shortly thereafter, Elder Lu emerged from the hall accompanied by 5 stewards. Instantly, over 100 outer disciples ceased their conversations and formed a line, with Yang Dong standing at the end of the formation. Elder Lu commenced his address, which primarily entailed urging the disciples to intensify their training, elaborating on some essential points of cultivation, and cautioning them regarding external missions. Once his brief remarks concluded, the disciples were granted the freedom to practice. Some delved into spell cultivation, others into sword techniques, while some engaged in sparring with one another. The stewards observed from the sidelines, occasionally offering guidance to the disciples. Yang Dong, unfamiliar with others and disinclined to seek out sparring partners, unsheathed his sword, preparing for solitary practice. Ma Biao, go challenge that kid and feign an accidental hit. Shin Yuqing remarked, gesturing towards Yang Dong. Rest assured, I shall teach him a lesson, replied the man known as Ma Biao, a man with a rugged face, a smirk creeping onto his lips as he strode towards Yang Dong. However, before he could reach Yang Dong, someone else intervened. Junior brother Yang, shall we spar a bit? Qin Machio approached, raising her elegant brows at Yang Dong. I have just become an outer disciple. How could I possibly be a match for senior sister Qin? Yang Dong humbly waved his hand. Despite having attained the late stage of the 5th layer of Qi refinement, he recognized that he was no match for Qin Machio, having only practiced swordsmanship for a mere afternoon. Qin Machio smiled gently. Junior brother Yang, there is no need for such formality. We're merely practicing together, not competing. Reluctantly, Yang Dong acquiesced, clasping his hands. I hope for your guidance, senior sister Qin. Guidance is too much to ask. We are merely learning from one another. Qin Machio replied modestly, drawing her sword. Please, junior brother Yang. The two immediately began their practice. After exchanging just 2 moves, Yang Dong comprehended that he was outmatched by senior sister Qin. His assessment was indeed accurate. Qin Machio had attained the 7th layer of Qi refinement, and her swordsmanship vastly exceeded that of the novice Yang Dong. In a physical confrontation, Yang Dong's Zhangtian body might have been able to overpower Qin Machio. However, she skillfully maintained control, merely allowing Yang Dong to feel pressure while occasionally guiding his counterattacks. Yang Dong understood that Qin Machio was intentionally sparing him. Although it was termed sparring, it was essentially a form of instruction. This revelation further elevated Yang Dong's admiration for her. Damn it. Qin Machio has started practicing with that kid. Ma Biao returned to Shun Yunqing, both vexed and helpless. Shun Yunqing's expression mirrored his displeasure. He had long harbored feelings for Qin Machio, and each time he sought a sparring session with her, she always found an excuse to leave. To his surprise, she was now so warmly engaging with a newcomer from the auxiliaries. Could it be that Qin Machio was developing feelings for this young man? A mere servant, barely reaching the third level of Qi refinement, is hardly worthy of engaging in practice with someone at the seventh level. It is perplexing to consider why she would take a liking to such a pretty face. Patience is key. There will surely be an opportunity to challenge this young man. Several outer disciples displayed their indignation, standing up for Xin Yuqing. Elder Qin, with his hands clasped behind him, surveyed the training grounds, and his gaze fell upon a pair, a man and a woman. Was this the young man who had just been assessed yesterday? Elder Qin narrowed his eyes, noticing Yang Dong and Qin Machio practicing together, and his expression darkened. The previous day's evaluation had already left Elder Qin with a distaste for Yang Dong, and witnessing the duo training today only intensified his displeasure. He strode over and said in a low voice, "You may pause for a moment." Yang Dong and Qin Machio sheathed their swords and bowed in unison. Elder Qin. Elder Qin turned his attention to Yang Dong and stated, "Yang Dong, come with me. I have matters to discuss with you." Chapter 15. Cultivating sword flight. Yang Dong followed Steward Qin to the side hall and took a seat behind the desk. "Steward Qin, what matters require my attention?" Yang Dong inquired, cupping his hands in respect. Steward Qin sipped his spiritual tea leisurely and replied, "Yang Dong, as you have now become an outer disciple, there are certain matters I must discuss with you." Yang Dong responded respectfully, "Please, Steward Qin, go on." Steward Qin continued, "As an outer disciple, you must devote yourself to cultivation and refrain from being distracted by romantic pursuits, lest it hinder your progress. Do you understand?" Yang Dong was taken aback. There was an underlying implication in Steward Qin's words. Could he possibly think that Yang Dong was infatuated with Qin Machio's beauty and was pursuing her? What nonsense! Was Steward Qin genuinely concerned, or did he harbor a bias against him? Recalling how Steward Qin had previously ordered him to leave the stage during an assessment, Yang Dong still felt displeased. Now, upon witnessing him practicing with Qin Machio, he had summoned Yang Dong here for a reprimand. Contemplating these thoughts, Yang Dong maintained an attentive demeanor. "Thank you for your guidance, Steward Qin. I shall remember your words." Indeed, Steward Qin nodded slightly, then continued. "Although outer disciples are not required to perform menial tasks, there are still certain responsibilities within the sect. For instance, you may be tasked with patrolling the mountains, gathering spiritual fruits and herbs, exterminating nearby demonic beasts, and protecting the local villagers." Yang Dong listened quietly, pondering whether Steward Qin was about to assign him a task. Sure enough, after pausing for a moment, Steward Qin shifted his tone. "Since you have just become an outer disciple, you will start with simpler tasks. Tomorrow, you will accompany several other disciples to patrol the mountains. Do you have any objections?" "You've asked me to patrol the mountains. Could I possibly voice any objections?" Yang Dong silently scoffed, then cupped his hands in compliance. "No issues at all." "Excellent." Steward Qin rose from his seat. "Prepare yourself, and return here at the hour of Qin tomorrow. I will arrange for someone to accompany you on the patrol." "Understood. I take my leave." Yang Dong said with a bow and exited the steward's office with purposeful strides. Upon leaving the side hall, he spotted Qin Machio approaching him from a distance. "Young Shitty, what did Steward Qin want with you?" she inquired with genuine concern. "Steward Qin has assigned me to patrol the mountains tomorrow," Yang Dong replied honestly. Appreciating his senior sister's kindness and seeing no need for secrecy, he had intended to share Steward Qin's warning about avoiding romantic distractions, but refrained, as it would only lead to awkwardness, and he wished to spare Qin Machio from any undue scrutiny by Steward Qin. "You just became an outer disciple, and Steward Qin has already tasked you with patrolling?" Qin Machio expressed her discontent. "Typically, new outer disciples are not assigned such duties until at least 3 months of training have passed. Why has Steward Qin made this arrangement for you today?" Yang Dong smiled slightly. "It is of little consequence. I see it as an opportunity for growth." Qin Machio then asked, "Young Shitty, can you fly with a sword?" Yang Dong shook his head. "I only began learning the Qing'an sword technique yesterday. I cannot fly with a sword." Qin Machio remarked, "If you cannot fly with a sword, how will you manage the patrol? Walk there? Your fellow disciples cannot wait for you." Yang Dong finally realized that this was indeed a predicament. To venture beyond the sect and patrol the mountains would require traversing at least several dozen miles, not to mention the need to patrol the surroundings of the sect. Among the disciples, who would be incapable of flying with a sword? Therefore, was it not evident that Elder Qin was deliberately placing obstacles in his path? Noticing Yang Dong's silence, Qin Machio furrowed her brow and remarked, "Elder Qin is well aware that you were only promoted from a servant to an outer disciple yesterday, and it is clear that you cannot yet fly with a sword. Why then would he assign you to patrol tomorrow? I truly do not understand Elder Qin's reasoning." She was, of course, unaware of the minor conflict that had transpired between Yang Dong and Elder Chen during his cultivation assessment the previous day. Regaining his composure, Yang Dong replied calmly, "It matters not. I shall return to my residence and practice flying with the sword. Farewell, senior sister Chen." He then clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to depart. What a foolish boy, thinking that flying with a sword is so easily mastered. To barely achieve sword flight within 3 months would be considered quite a talent. Observing Yang Dong's retreating figure, Qin Machio shook her head with a sigh. Upon returning to his quarters, Yang Dong retrieved the Qingyan sword manual and immediately flipped to the section on sword flight. After thoroughly reading and memorizing the incantations and principles of sword flight, he began to practice. "Draw," Yang Dong shouted, curling 3 fingers of his right hand while pointing the index and middle fingers upward, channeling his spiritual energy. The sword behind him buzzed and vibrated, as if eager to break free from its sheath and soar into the air. Yet, the Qi Feng sword only emerged a few inches before retracting back into its sheath. After a dozen attempts, he finally succeeded in releasing the sword, which shot skyward with a whoosh. However, the sword soon lost control, flying several yards away before plummeting back to the ground. "Rise." Yang Dong leaped forward, positioning himself before the fallen sword. And using his index finger to direct his spiritual energy, he lifted the sword back into the air. The Qi Feng sword ascended once more, and this time he managed to maintain a tenuous control over its descent, though maneuvering its flight path remained a challenge. Half a minute later, the Qi Feng sword once again fell from the sky. Yang Dong persisted. An hour later, he had mastered the ability to maneuver the Qi Feng sword gracefully through the air, guiding it with ease and precision. Controlling the sword in flight was merely the first step towards mastering sword flight. Next, he needed to stand upon the sword itself while flying. "Rise." Yang Dong pointed at the long sword, causing the Qi Feng sword to hover a yard in front of him. With a determined leap, he aimed to land upon the sword's edge. The Qi Feng sword, suddenly bearing over 100 pounds of weight, could not withstand the pressure and promptly fell to the ground with a resounding clang. Yang Dong, having leaped from the air, once again summoned his spiritual energy to lift the sword. He attempted to step onto the sword's edge once more, but it clattered to the ground again. Taking out his manual, he reread the key points of the sword flight technique before resuming his practice. This time, as he leaped onto the Qi Feng sword, he simultaneously increased the spiritual energy supporting it. Indeed, the sword merely swayed this time and did not fall. However, after only a few seconds of balance, the Qi Feng sword descended once again. After numerous experiments, during which he grasped the intricacies of the technique, Yang Dong observed significant improvements with each trial. After another hour had passed, he finally managed to wield the flying sword, soaring slowly through the air. However, initially, his speed was modest, and he hesitated to ascend too high, often inadvertently plummeting when attempting to turn. As Yang Dong practiced the art of sword flight, he gradually gained proficiency. By the time the sun began its descent, an entire day had slipped by unnoticed. After a full day of honing his skills, Yang Dong had become adept at flying with the sword. Although he still needed to refine his speed and agility in turns, he could at least manage a stable flight. He felt a surge of confidence at the prospect of patrolling the mountains the following day. In the distance, the melodious chime of the dining hall bell signaled the time for dinner. While cultivators could abstain from food without feeling hunger, the meals provided by the sect consisted of spiritual rice, meat, and vegetables, serving not only to satiate but also to replenish energy, thereby aiding in their cultivation. Chapter 16. The Golden-Winged Hornet. After returning to his residence following dinner, Yang Dong extracted 4 high-grade spiritual stones from his storage bag and commenced absorption. Tomorrow, he was to embark on a mountain patrol, and beyond the sect's protective formation lay a perilous world. Although the vicinity of the sect was predominantly inhabited by first-tier exotic beasts, they still posed a considerable challenge to a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Furthermore, Yang Dong possessed no combat experience. Thus, he aimed to break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement that very night. Gripping the spiritual stones, Yang Dong activated his cultivation technique, swiftly drawing the energy contained within the stones into his body. As he absorbed the spiritual energy, fine powder from the stones cascaded from his palms. Once he had fully absorbed the energy, the stones were reduced to a heap of grayish-white powder. In a brief moment, all 4 high-grade spiritual stones were consumed, and Yang Dong's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Within his storage bag remained 22 low-grade spiritual stones. However, these could no longer be refined. Yang Dong decided against further absorption of these lower-grade stones. recognizing their potential utility for future exchanges or purchases. He settled into a cross-legged position and commenced the Qing and Qi refinement technique. Within less than an hour, the spiritual energy within him surged powerfully, breaking through the sixth threshold of Qi refinement, thus entering the sixth layer. Having attained the sixth layer of Qi refinement, Yang Dong felt a newfound sense of confidence. Among the outer disciples, he was no longer considered weak. The sixth layer of Qi refinement could be classified as moderately advanced. Yet, he was acutely aware of the considerable gap between himself and others in terms of practical combat abilities. Whether in swordplay or spells, he was merely a novice. Let me test the efficacy of my spells now, he mused, recalling the wisdom that understanding oneself and one's adversary is key to victory in battle. At present, he was uncertain about the full extent of his capabilities. Stepping outside, he waved his hand forward, unleashing a fireball the size of a soccer ball that soared forth. With a resounding crash, the fireball struck a large tree, causing it to sway violently before igniting. Yang Dong then waved his hand once more, conjuring a water sphere that collided with the burning section of the tree, significantly dousing the flames. A subsequent water column extinguished the remaining fire, leaving the trunk, as thick as a man's waist, charred and a third of it consumed by flames. Is my fireball technique truly this formidable? Yang Dong exclaimed with astonishment. It was only natural, as he had previously been at the fourth layer of Qi refinement, and now he had risen to the sixth. With a two-layer elevation, his internal spiritual energy had at least tripled. Moreover, as he grew more adept in the fireball technique, its potency had increased as well. He pondered that it should suffice against weaker first-tier exotic beasts. Yet, he mused, should he encounter a more formidable first-tier exotic beast, he might still find himself in a precarious situation. The strength of exotic beasts ranges from the first to the ninth tier, yet even among first-tier beasts, there exists a significant disparity in power. This is akin to the vast difference between a cultivator at the first layer and one at the ninth layer of Qi refinement. Regrettably, these 6 venomous bees have not yet fully regained their toxic potency. Otherwise, they could have been taken out for self-protection. These 6 red-tailed blood bees had stung a person some time ago, and their toxins would require at least a month to replenish. Now that night has fallen, it is not opportune to venture out and capture more bees for refinement. Perhaps I could refine these 6 red-tailed blood bees once more? If even one succeeds in the process, it would become a second-tier aberration. With this thought, Yang Dong summoned the 6 red-tailed blood bees into the stone chamber. He retrieved the precious cauldron and allowed the 6 bees to fly into it. In a flash of soft light, 5 of the red-tailed blood bees reverted to ordinary bees, while the remaining 1 transformed into a larger and more peculiar giant bee. The exterior of this giant bee bore a shell resembling metal, with a pair of golden yellow wings and a head akin to that of a tiger, exuding an imposing presence. The black cauldron displayed a line of information: golden-winged tiger-headed bee, second-tier aberration. It possesses a pair of remarkably sharp and hard wings capable of slicing through steel with ease when vibrated at high speed. Furthermore, the venomous stinger of the golden-winged tiger-headed bee can lethally sting even the Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. The toxins can be replenished after 7 days of discharge. Upon reading the information from the Black Cauldron, Yang Dong felt a surge of astonishment and joy. The combat prowess of the golden-winged tiger-headed bee far surpassed that of the red-tailed blood bee, exceeding it by at least tenfold. The red-tailed blood bee could only kill Qi refinement cultivators, and its sting was insufficient to be lethal against those above the 7th layer of Qi refinement. In contrast, the golden-winged tiger-headed bee could potentially poison Peak Foundation establishment cultivators, with its toxins regenerating in merely 7 days. Moreover, with its formidable and sharp golden wings capable of slicing through steel, coupled with its swift flight and agility, its combat strength would likely be a challenge even for Foundation establishment cultivators. The golden-winged tiger-headed bee emerged from the cauldron, hovering before Yang Dong as if awaiting his command. Yang Dong extended his palm, and the bee alighted upon it. Guard outside. Be cautious in the sect from now on. Do not reveal your presence lightly. Should any elder or steward discover you, it would spell your doom. The golden-winged tiger-headed bee nodded its head, clearly comprehending Yang Dong's intent. Before flapping its wings and flying outside to keep watch, Yang Dong practiced swordsmanship outside for a while, only sheathing his sword at the hour of the pig. He then cast a cleansing spell upon himself, washing away the dust and sweat until he was entirely clean. Subsequently, he retired to his chamber and fell into slumber. The next day, Yang Dong gathered at the outer affairs hall of the mysterious peaks. Elder Lu, as usual, commenced a brief morning meeting, after which everyone dispersed to their respective training. Lu Foming, Li Hongmei, Luo Feng, Gu Xiaoyang, Zhu Xiang, Yang Dong. You 6, step forward. Steward Chen called out loudly. The summoned individuals approached Steward Chen. You 6 will patrol the mountains outside the sect today. Lu Fengming, as your cultivation is the highest. You will serve as the team leader. Yes, Steward Chen, Lu Fengming replied with a respectful gesture. Steward Chen cast a glance at Yang Dong before turning and departing. Lu Fengming glanced at the others, and upon seeing Yang Dong, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Junior brother, it appears you are a newcomer from yesterday. Am I right? Yang Dong nodded and clasped his hands in greeting, stating, I am Yang Dong. I ascended from a menial role to an outer disciple just the day before yesterday, and I hope senior brother Lu and the esteemed seniors will take good care of me. Upon hearing Yang Dong's introduction, Gu Xiaoyang revealed a hint of disdain on his face and remarked with a sarcastic tone, Junior brother Yang, you have just risen from the ranks of menials. I doubt you even know how to fly with a sword yet, let alone accompany us on a mountain patrol. Lu Fengming's brow furrowed as well. What is the matter with Elder Chen? Junior brother Yang has only just become an outer disciple. He should be allowed to cultivate for a few months before undertaking a mountain patrol. Why hasten him into it right away? Yang Dong shook his head, wearing an expression of helplessness and wry amusement. Li Hongmei turned to Yang Dong and smiled, saying, Junior brother Yang, why not stand on my sword? I will take you flying. Rest assured, I can manage with one person aboard. Zhu Xiangyi chimed in with a smile. Junior brother Yang, I can take you as well. You can stand on my sword, and if you feel scared, just hold on to my waist, and you won't fall. Chapter 17. A mountain excursion. Yang Dong Xing, youthful and handsome, had captivated the attention of the female disciples since his arrival yesterday, who were more than eager to soar with him on their flying swords. What a bunch of infatuated fools. Gu Xiaoyang crossed his arms and snorted disdainfully. Hey, Gu Xiaoyang, who are you calling infatuated? Zhu Xiang, hands on her hips, pointed an accusatory finger at him. Am I mistaken? Gu Xiaoyang retorted with a cold smirk. Just as Zhu Xiang was about to explode, Lu Fengming stepped in to separate them. All right, we are all fellow disciples here. Let us not take it too seriously. It was merely a jest. He then turned to Yang Dong and said, Yang junior brother, allow me to take you on my flying sword. Lu senior brother was quite amiable, unlike Gu Xiaoyang, whose character left much to be desired. The two senior sisters were also very kind, treating the new junior brother with warmth. Observing quietly, Yang Dong had formed a preliminary understanding of the group. With a gentle smile, he replied, Thank you for your kindness, Lu senior brother. But I believe I can manage flying the sword on my own. You can fly the sword? Lu Fengming exclaimed in astonishment. Weren't you a mere servant before? I mean, no offense, but I doubt servants are taught sword flight. Gu Xiaoyang let out a derisive laugh. Yang Dong, do you truly believe you can simply stand atop a sword and fly? Frankly speaking, with your talent, it would be remarkable if you could learn to fly a sword within 6 months. Is that so? Yang Dong smiled faintly as his Qi Feng sword unsheathed itself, hovering in midair. With an agile leap, he landed gracefully upon the sword's edge. Lu senior brother, shall we depart? Gu Xiaoyang stood agape. Impossible. Oh. Who was just mocking Yang junior brother for taking 6 months to learn sword flight? It seems they've been swiftly proven wrong. Zhu Xiang shot Gu Xiaoyang a glare, then drew her long sword and leapt onto her flying sword. Yang junior brother, I did not expect you to truly master the art of sword flight. Lu Xiaofeng was equally astonished. Wow, Yang junior brother, you are impressive. Just having become an outer disciple, you can already fly a sword. Yang Hongmei exclaimed, giving Yang Dong a thumbs up. Lu Xiaofeng, Li Hongmei, and Luo Feng also ascended onto their flying swords. Gu Xiaoyang felt a flush of embarrassment. As though he had been publicly slapped, he truly had not anticipated that this young man could stand upon a flying sword. However, standing atop a sword was one thing, and mastering sword flight was another. He remained skeptical of Yang Dong's abilities. Only Luo Feng appeared utterly expressionless, as if he were a wooden figure, remaining silent and devoid of emotion throughout. The group ascended onto their flying swords, with Lu Xiaofeng leading the way, soaring towards the outskirts of the sect. Yang Dong followed closely, and the others frequently turned to glance at him. They were all secretly amazed to see Yang Dong gliding effortlessly through the air. He bore little resemblance to a novice, displaying skills superior to many who had been practicing for a year. After flying for several miles, they reached the borders of Qingyan sect. A colossal barrier of light enveloped the entire sect, spanning several dozen miles, serving as a protective formation to ward off any invading creatures. Lu Fengming produced the outer disciples token and touched the barrier, which emitted a radiant light. unveiling an opening measuring 10 feet in width. Yang Dong and the others soared through the gap on their swords, with the golden-winged tiger head to be concealed within Yang Dong's garments accompanying them. Upon exiting the mountain-protecting barrier, the six ascended to a height of over 10 feet, gliding through the air on their swords. Standing atop his flying sword, Yang Dong gazed into the distance, where the mountains undulated endlessly, desolate and uninhabited. Within those hills, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed, and various birds soared through the sky, steering clear upon spotting the approaching human cultivators. Lu Fengming slowed their flight and addressed Yang Dong. Mountain patrolling entails surveying the periphery of the sect, typically within a distance of several dozen miles from the sect's grand array, while also gathering some spiritual herbs and fruits. Yang Dong replied. Several dozen miles around the sect's periphery is quite a considerable area. He estimated that the diameter of the Qingyan sect's protective barrier stretched over several miles, and its outer circumference spanned thousands of square kilometers. Lu Fengming clarified, each peak dispatches outer disciples for patrols. We only need to survey in our direction. Yang Dong understood. Otherwise, it would be impossible for just the six of them to oversee the vast territory surrounding the Qingyan sect. Senior Brother Lu, let us separate for our patrols. If we all remain together, how will we determine who finds the spiritual fruits and herbs? Gu Xiaoyang urged, advancing on his sword. Previously, during their patrols, they had maintained a distance, which not only facilitated situational awareness but also expanded the area for discovering spiritual herbs and fruits. Although Gu Xiaoyang's suggestion was reasonable, he harbored another motive to allow Yang Dong to confront challenges independently. Lu Fengming nodded. Everyone disperse, maintaining a distance of no more than 30 feet. Should any situation arise, call out promptly. The group responded in unison, simultaneously taking flight on their swords, aligning in a single file as they descended to the ground, surveying and searching for spiritual herbs and fruits. Flying on their swords consumed considerable spiritual energy, and for these Qi refinement stage cultivators, traversing several dozen miles had already depleted a significant amount of their power. Yang Dong, being somewhat unfamiliar with spiritual fruits and herbs, relied solely on instinct, picking any fruit or herb that appeared distinct. Regardless, he possessed a precious cauldron, even if what he gathered was not spiritual in nature. Refining them in the cauldron would suffice to transform them into spiritual herbs and fruits. The storage pouch provided by the sect had a cubic meter of space, ample enough to accommodate a substantial quantity of fruits and herbs. Gu Xiaoyang, positioned about 30 feet away from Yang Dong, couldn't help but smirk at Yang Dong's indiscriminate gathering of every fruit and herb he encountered. What a fool. Along their journey, they encountered several first-tier exotic beasts, such as bloodthirsty rats, red-haired wolves, and swift rabbits, all of which fell to the six blades. The swift rabbit was roasted directly, and the group enjoyed a delightful picnic. As the sun began to set, Lu Fengming led the 5 others back to the sect. Junior Brother Yang, since you are not well-versed in spiritual herbs and fruits, you might consider visiting the outer sect's library to borrow a copy of the complete guide to spiritual herbs and fruits for further study. Lu Fengming suggested to Yang Dong on their way back, having observed Yang Dong's indiscriminate collection of various fruits and herbs. Most of these fruits and medicinal herbs are merely ordinary fruits, or subpar yellow-tier fruits, along with some inferior yellow-tier herbs, which would hold no value upon returning to the sect. Thank you for your reminder, Brother Lu. Yang Dong and Lu Fengming flew side by side on their swords, clasping their fists in respect toward Lu Fengming. This Brother Lu is truly commendable. It is only right, Lu Fengming replied with a slight smile, turning to Yang Dong. Upon reaching the outer sect hall, I shall assist you in selecting those valuable spiritual fruits and herbs to exchange at the sect. The rest can simply be discarded. Typically, disciples gather spiritual herbs and fruits to exchange for other items at the sect, such as spirit stones, pills, or contribution points. The sect then sends these spiritual herbs and fruits to the alchemy hall for the creation of various elixirs. There is no need to trouble Brother Lu. I would prefer to take them back and study them myself first. Yang Dong graciously declined Lu Fengming's kind offer with a smile. He intended to refine these spiritual herbs and fruits in the treasure cauldron, so it was only natural he would not take them to the sect for exchange at this moment. Then I shall defer to you, Brother Yang. Lu Fengming replied with a gentle smile. Chapter 18. Breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refinement upon returning to the sect after dinner. Yang Dong made his way to his quarters. He secured the doors and windows, then retrieved his treasured cauldron to refine the spiritual fruits and herbs he had collected throughout the day. He had gathered several hundred fruits and over 100 herbs, After multiple rounds of refinement, he successfully produced 2 high-grade spiritual fruits, 8 mid-grade spiritual fruits, and over 20 low-grade spiritual fruits. Among the herbs, he acquired a few mid-grade and several low-grade ones. Overall, his harvest for the day was quite satisfactory. With a contented smile, Dong carefully stored the refined spiritual fruits and herbs back into his storage bag. He contemplated exchanging them for spirit stones at the outer hall the following day, envisioning further opportunities for refinement and considerable profit. With these delightful thoughts in mind, he stepped outside to practice the Qingyun Qi refinement technique. The next morning, after practicing the Qingyun sword technique for half an hour, Dong proceeded to the outer hall at Miao Miao Peak. After Elder Lu concluded a brief morning meeting, the disciples began their individual training. "Yang Junior brother, did you go on the mountain patrol yesterday?" A sweet voice interrupted Dong as he was about to enter the outer hall. He turned to see Qin Machio, dressed in a flowing red robe, her graceful figure radiating warmth as she approached with a smile. She had not noticed Dong flying away on his sword the day before, hence her inquiry. "Yes." Dong nodded. "I went with Senior Brother Lu and gathered some spiritual herbs and fruits." "Did Senior Brother Lu take you with his flying sword?" Qin Machio asked curiously. "No, I can manage a bit on my own," Dong replied. "Sister Qin, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." With that, he summoned his Qin Feng sword and soared into the skies. "Yang Junior brother can actually fly on his sword?" Qin Machio stared in astonishment at Dong's retreating figure, her eyes wide with disbelief. Dong arrived at the mountain peak where the outer hall was located. After presenting his token, he entered the grand outer hall and, following some inquiries, made his way to the exchange counter. "Hello, I would like to exchange for spirit stones," he said, pulling out his storage bag and emptying its contents onto the counter. He presented 2 high-grade spiritual fruits, 8 mid-grade spiritual fruits, over 20 low-grade spiritual fruits, 3 mid-grade herbs, and several low-grade herbs. The attendant, clad in a gray robe, examined the offerings with surprise. "Did you collect all of these? It's uncommon for ordinary outer disciples to gather so many high-grade spiritual herbs and fruits. This is what I collected over several days, and I brought them all for exchange today," Dong explained. "What grade of spirit stones would you like to exchange for?" The attendant inquired. "Low-grade spirit stones will suffice. These stones will enhance the refining process in my cauldron, and low-grade stones yield a higher probability of success," Dong responded. "You may exchange for a total of 125 low-grade spirit stones," the attendant replied, retrieving the stones from a storage cabinet and handing them to Dong. With a pleased demeanor, Dong placed the 125 low-grade spirit stones into his storage bag. For an ordinary outer disciple, such an amount represented a significant income. Moreover, Dong possesses a precious cauldron, capable of refining all 125 inferior spiritual stones into superior quality. Exiting the item exchange, he proceeded to the scripture pavilion of the outer sect. Presenting his token, he borrowed 2 invaluable tomes, Compendium of Spiritual Fruits and Herbs and Illustrated Bestiary. Both volumes proved exceedingly beneficial, as it is imperative for a cultivator to be well-versed in all spiritual fruits and herbs, as well as the rankings and strengths of extraordinary beasts. Upon returning to his residence, Dong entered his stone chamber and, after securely closing the doors and windows, retrieved his cauldron. He poured all the spiritual stones from his storage pouch into the cauldron, mixing them with the previously acquired 22 inferior stones. Although these 22 inferior stones could no longer be refined, he discerned no distinction, thus combining them without concern for adverse effects. In the first round of refinement, he obtained over 100 medium-grade spiritual stones, alongside 3 superior-grade stones. Dong selected these 3 superior stones, continuing to refine the 100 medium-grade stones, of which a dozen transformed into superior stones while the remainder reverted to inferior stones. After counting, he now possessed 18 superior stones and 156 inferior stones. He refrained from further refining the 18 superior stones. In the subsequent days, Dong dedicated himself to studying the 2 tomes, practicing the Qingyun Qi refining technique and the Qingyun sword technique, while daily absorbing the energy from the spiritual stones. After 7 days, he completely absorbed all the spiritual stones. And coupled with his daily cultivation, he finally ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. He had nearly mastered the compendium of spiritual fruits and herbs and the illustrated bestiary, showcasing his exceptional comprehension and memory, far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators due to his formidable physique. Determined to venture out alone for resource gathering the following day, He resolved to refine the collected materials and exchange them for spiritual stones at the outer sect's main hall. Despite his extraordinary progress with the Tsangtian body, which far exceeded that of his peers, he recognized that the assistance of spiritual stones would further accelerate his cultivation. As his prowess advanced, breaking through each realm would become increasingly arduous. Ordinary cultivators, even over a lifetime, often struggle to reach the foundation establishment stage. Achieving the golden core stage necessitates not only aptitude but also an abundance of cultivation resources. With the cauldron at his disposal, capable of amplifying resources tenfold or 100-fold, Yang Dong was resolute in his quest for resource gathering to expedite his ascension. However, the risks of venturing out alone were substantial. Most outer sect disciples traveled in groups of at least 5, confining themselves to the vicinity of the sect within 30 to 40 li. Yang Dong preferred solitude. Confident in the prowess of his hidden weapon, the golden-winged tiger bee, which provided him with a fighting chance even against second-tier beasts or foundation establishment cultivators. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the outer sect hall of Piamiao Peak. After the morning assembly, he set forth alone, soaring on his sword. Upon reaching the boundary's edge, he produced his token to open the barrier, swiftly flying out as the entrance closed behind him. Beyond the sect's barrier, he summoned the golden-winged tiger bee, which emerged from his garments, accompanying him as he soared into the distance. The spiritual herbs and fruits within 30 to 40 li of the sect had been largely depleted by fellow disciples. Thus, Yang Dong resolved to venture further afield for his gathering. After soaring approximately 30 to 40 miles on his sword, he finally decelerated. Standing upon the azure blade while surveying his surroundings, the landscape remained a continuous tapestry of mountains, wilderness, and dense forests. From within the thickets, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed, far more formidable than the cries of creatures near the sect. In the distance, the sky was occasionally graced by the calls of spirit birds gliding through the air. Indeed, after traversing several dozen miles from the sect, the prevalence of spirit birds and magical beasts had markedly increased. Yang Dong, wary of his surroundings, sheathed his sword and leaped down. Prolonged flight on his sword would deplete substantial amounts of spiritual energy, and being alone in the wilderness necessitated the conservation of his internal power. In recent days, Yang Dong had committed the compendium of spiritual herbs and fruits to memory, enabling him to discern the nature and rank of various spiritual fruits and herbs. Whenever he spotted any, regardless of their grade, even those of the lowest yellow tier, he would diligently gather them and stow them away in his storage pouch. Suddenly, a chilling wolf howl pierced the air, and from the underbrush emerged a three-headed demonic wolf, charging towards Yang Dong. He inhaled sharply. A three-headed demonic wolf. A second-tier magical beast. Yang Dong stood resolute against the three-headed demonic wolf. Chapter 19. Slaying the three-headed demon wolf and obtaining the beast core. The three-headed demon wolf moved with astonishing speed, covering a distance of several dozen meters in an instant, lunging towards Yang Dong, who stood less than 10 meters away. In response, Yang Dong unleashed a fireball, hurling it towards the advancing beast. The wolf, however, demonstrated remarkable agility, dodging the fireball with a swift leap, continuing its relentless charge at Yang Dong. A buzzing sound filled the air as the golden-winged tiger hornet darted forth like a bullet, its razor-sharp wings slicing through the air. The hornet, roughly the size of a sparrow, possessed wings that spanned 3 inches, and it deftly severed the central head of the three-headed demon wolf. The creature emitted a mournful howl, a cry of agony that echoed through the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Dong leapt into the air, stepping onto his flying sword, ascending several meters high, his body drenched in cold sweat. The power of a second-tier beast was akin to that of a foundational cultivator, a force far beyond his own capabilities as a mere 7th-layer chi refinement practitioner. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the golden-winged tiger hornet, he would have been unable to withstand even a single strike from the wolf. Hovering above, Yang Dong gazed down to witness the fierce battle between the hornet and the demon wolf. Although the wolf was exceptionally nimble, it was no match for the hornet's speed and agility. The golden-winged tiger hornet darted through the air with remarkable precision, leaving behind deep 3-inch gashes each time it passed the wolf. In pain, the three-headed demon wolf howled, its 3 mouths unleashing a barrage of magical arrows that failed to strike the elusive hornet. Redirecting its focus, the wolf launched magical arrows at Yang Dong. Yet these two were thwarted by the hornet's relentless assaults and Yang Dong's evasive maneuvers, ensuring that none found their mark. Occasionally, Yang Dong cast an ice blade, striking the beast, careful not to use fire spells for fear of harming the hornet, for fire was the natural enemy of bees. Moments later, The demon wolf was riddled with gaping wounds, blood pooling beneath it, and its 3 heads appeared as if they were blooming from the relentless cuts of the hornet. Ultimately, the wolf's throat was completely severed by the hornet's repeated strikes, and it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yang Dong descended from the air, and the hornet buzzed in front of him, seemingly reveling in its triumph. "Well done," Yang Dong exclaimed, giving the hornet a thumbs up in praise. The hornet could have easily ended the wolf with a single sting, yet it chose to engage in a prolonged battle, relying solely on its golden wings to secure victory. It understood that using its venomous sting would require 7 days for the toxin to recuperate, reserving it only for dire circumstances. Without the golden-winged tiger hornet, Yang Dong would have surely become a meal for the 3-headed demon wolf. Indeed, had it not been for the hornet, Yang Dong would never have dared to venture this far from his sect alone. He drew his Qingfeng sword, slashing open the wolf's abdomen and extracting a peculiar object that resembled a walnut, albeit significantly larger. Was this the beast core? Yang Dong picked up the beast core, which bore 2 distinct patterns, precisely as described in the Compendium of Exotic Beasts. Within the bodies of beasts ranked above the 2nd tier, beast cores serve as reservoirs of energy. They are essential ingredients for refining elixirs and hold significantly greater value than ordinary spiritual herbs or fruits. After placing the beast core into his storage pouch, Yang Dong continued to search for spiritual herbs and fruits. Upon arrival, he encountered 3 ferocious magic wolves, confirming the dangers that lurked far from the sect. Hesitant to advance further, he feared that should he encounter more 2nd-tier beasts, even the protection of the golden-winged tiger bee would not suffice to ensure his safety. He decided to retreat laterally, scouring the area for spiritual herbs and fruits. The golden-winged tiger bees hovered above him, vigilantly surveying their surroundings to safeguard their master. The morning passed swiftly. During this time, Yang Dong faced a 2nd-tier blood-fang boar and 2 1st-tier beasts, all of which he and the golden-winged tiger bees vanquished. Although perilous, the abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits in this area far surpassed that near the sect. By afternoon, approaching the hour of Yu, Yang Dong had gathered over 100 spiritual fruits and herbs, many of which were of the mid-tier mystic grade. A stark contrast to the ordinary materials he had carelessly harvested near the sect previously. After soaring back to the sect on his sword and enjoying dinner in the dining hall, Yang Dong returned to his quarters. He secured the doors and windows, summoned the treasured cauldron from within, and commenced the refinement of the spiritual fruits and herbs he had collected that day. Following several rounds of refinement, the quality of all the spiritual herbs and fruits significantly improved, yielding 5 high-grade mystic fruits, over a dozen mid-grade mystic fruits, and several dozen low-grade mystic fruits. Additionally, the herbs were all of mystic grade, their quality comparable to that of the fruits. This haul was indeed several times greater than his previous expedition. Oh, those 2 beast cores could also be refined. Yang Dong cast the 2 2nd-tier beast cores he had acquired into the cauldron, and with a flash of soft light, they transformed into 2 3rd-tier beast cores. These cores should fetch a considerable amount of spiritual stones. He placed the beast cores along with the spiritual herbs and fruits back into his storage pouch, planning to exchange them for spiritual stones at the outer sect's main hall the following day. Stepping outside, Yang Dong sat cross-legged on a large blue stone, beginning his practice of the Qing Yun Qi refining technique. Despite possessing the cauldron, daily diligent cultivation remained essential. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the item exchange at the outer sect's main hall. "Please help me ascertain how many spiritual stones I can exchange in total?" he inquired, emptying the contents of his storage pouch, spiritual herbs, fruits, and the 2 3rd-tier beast cores onto the table. The attendant's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the pile of mystic-grade spiritual herbs and fruits. So many spiritual herbs and fruits, and all of mystic grade? Is this truly what an outer sect disciple has foraged? Normally, outer sect disciples would gather predominantly yellow-grade materials during their mountain excursions near the sect, with mystic-grade finds being exceedingly rare. Such bountiful harvests were typically reserved for sect-organized expeditions to spiritual ruins or secret realms. Are these 3rd-tier beast cores? The attendant's eyes widened further in disbelief upon spotting the 2 cores, for obtaining 3rd-tier beast cores implied the demise of 3rd-tier beasts. The combat prowess of 3rd-tier exotic beasts is on par with that of golden core cultivators. Not only are outer disciples at a disadvantage, but even inner disciples find themselves ill-equipped to contend with 3rd-tier exotic beasts. The sect steward, when confronted with such creatures, faces perilous odds. "From where did you acquire these 2 3rd-tier beast cores?" the steward inquired with curiosity. Yang Dong nonchalantly fabricated a tale. "Yesterday." I ventured several miles beyond the sect's boundaries for gathering. I witnessed a rogue cultivator engaged in battle with two third-tier beasts. I was so frightened that I concealed myself behind a tree to observe. In the end, that rogue managed to slay both beasts, but he succumbed to his injuries. I simply seized the opportunity. I understand now. The steward exclaimed, a look of realization dawning upon him. You truly are fortunate. As an outer disciple, you should refrain from straying too far from the sect. Had it not been for your luck, your life could have been forfeit. Yang Dong nodded in agreement. The steward glanced at the spiritual herbs, fruits, and beast cores laid out before them and asked, do you intend to exchange all of these for spirit stones? Wouldn't it be wiser to convert some into contribution points? The sect's contribution points would significantly aid your future endeavors within the sect. Yang Dong shook his head. I prefer to exchange everything for spirit stones. Development? With his precious cauldron, he had little need to rely on the sect for advancement. The sect was merely a sanctuary for him. Once his strength reached new heights, he would undoubtedly depart. The steward ceased his persuasion and stated, very well. What quality of spirit stones would you like in exchange? Yang Dong replied, let's convert them into medium-grade spirit stones. If he were to exchange for low-grade spirit stones, he would likely receive no less than 500. It was better to opt for medium-grade stones. The steward calculated and announced, you shall receive a total of 75 medium-grade spirit stones in exchange. Chapter 20, Breaking Through to the 8th Layer of Qi Refinement. Having spoken, the attendant meticulously counted out 75 medium-grade spirit stones for Yang Dong from the storage cabinet. The value of these 75 medium-grade spirit stones amounted to 750 low-grade spirit stones, a five-fold increase compared to the previous 100 or so low-grade stones. In addition to the high-quality spirit herbs and fruits received this time, the worth of two third-tier beast cores was also substantial. Yang Dong felt a surge of joy within as he stored the 75 medium-grade spirit stones in his pouch and expressed his gratitude before departing. Upon exiting the item exchange, Yang Dong pondered for a moment before making his way to the scripture pavilion of the outer sect. His cultivation had already reached the 7th layer of Qi refinement. Yet he only knew a handful of the simplest spells. It was time to acquire some new techniques. He borrowed a book titled Elementary Intermediate Lightning Techniques from the pavilion and returned to his residence. Once inside his stone abode, he secured the doors and windows, then summoned his precious cauldron. He poured all 75 medium-grade spirit stones into the cauldron for refinement. A flash of white light illuminated the room as the 75 medium-grade spirit stones transformed into 92 high-grade spirit stones and 1 top-grade spirit stone. Is this truly a top-grade spirit stone? Yang Dong mused as he picked up the top-grade stone, which was a deep emerald green, holding it in his palm. He could feel the dense spiritual energy contained within. He immediately activated his cultivation method to absorb the energy of the top-grade spirit stone. A pure stream of energy surged forth continuously from the stone, flowing into Yang Dong's body. Moments later, he had completely absorbed the energy contained within the top-grade spirit stone. Yang Dong could distinctly feel a significant increase in his internal spiritual power. For a practitioner at the 2nd or 3rd layer of Qi refinement, this single top-grade spirit stone would enable a breakthrough to the next realm. However, as he was currently at the 7th layer, it merely elevated him from the early to the mid-stage of the 7th layer. Although the energy within the top-grade spirit stone was exceedingly pure, its size was rather modest. The standard cut for spirit stones is a cubic inch, akin to a slightly larger pebble. He stored the other 92 high-grade spirit stones in his pouch and took out the book on elementary intermediate lightning techniques to study. The text contained only a few lightning spells: electric shock, serpent dance, lightning sphere, and palm thunder. The electric shock was the simplest of the lightning techniques, and Yang Dong grasped it within the span of a single incense stick. He pointed forward, and a bolt of electricity, as thick as his finger, shot forth. Any ordinary person struck by it would meet an immediate demise. However, for cultivators, the damage was minimal. In the ensuing days, Yang Dong devoted his time to practicing the lightning techniques during the day while engaging in breathing exercises to absorb the spiritual essence of heaven and earth in the mornings and evenings. Within just 3 days, he had mastered all the lightning spells. After completing his studies of the elementary intermediate lightning techniques, he returned the books to the scripture pavilion and began learning the elementary intermediate techniques of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for advanced techniques, it was not due to a lack of desire to learn, but rather that his current cultivation level rendered him incapable of mastering them. Several days later, Yang Dong had fundamentally grasped the elementary intermediate techniques of the 5 elements. Over the subsequent half-month, he diligently practiced his energy absorption techniques twice daily, and, combined with the absorption of over 30 high-grade spirit stones, he successfully broke through to the 8th layer of Qi refinement. On that morning, Yang Dong arrived at the outer sect hall of the floating mist peak for assembly. After the morning meeting, Yang Dong was preparing to head back when he heard a woman's voice calling from behind. "Yang Shidi, where are you going?" Turning around, he saw Qin Machio approaching with a smile. "Senior sister Qin, is there something you need?" Yang Dong inquired with a smile. Qin Machio stood before him, her curiosity piqued. "You've been leaving right after the morning meetings every day. What have you been so busy with?" Most disciples would practice in the outer sect courtyard in the mornings, engaging in discussions, sparring, and sharing gossip to strengthen their camaraderie. Additionally, any cultivation bottlenecks could be addressed by consulting the deacons or even the elders for guidance. In the afternoons and evenings, they would return to their respective quarters for solitary training. This training model was undeniably the most rational. However, Yang Dong had only sparred with Qin Machio on the first day. In the ensuing 20 days, he had consistently left right after the morning meetings, feeling out of place amongst the others. "I'm going back to cultivate," Yang Dong replied honestly. With his innate talent for the celestial body, he had no need for the guidance of deacons or elders and preferred not to waste time sparring with others. It was far better to focus on his own cultivation and solitude. "Yang Shidi, it's been a while since we've sparred. How about we have a match?" Qin Machio said, her large eyes sparkling as she smiled at him. "All right. I would be honored to receive your guidance, senior sister Qin." Yang Dong responded earnestly, offering a respectful gesture. Not only was Qin Machio beautiful, but she also showed him warmth and concern, and he did not wish to dismiss her goodwill. "Guidance? I wouldn't dare. Let us learn together." Qin Machio replied with a charming smile, pointing to a secluded spot in the distance. The two made their way to a less crowded area, drew their swords, and began to spar. Initially, Qin Machio intended to go easy on him. But upon their first clash, she quickly realized Yang Dong's strength had significantly increased. When their swords met, her arm went numb, and she nearly dropped her sword. "Yang Shidi, your spiritual power is astounding," Qin Machio exclaimed, no longer holding back as she engaged him with all her might. Yang Dong had not consciously controlled his own strength. After their last duel, he had felt significantly weaker than Qin Machio. To his surprise, their first exchange nearly sent her sword flying. It dawned on him that during their previous match, he had been at the 5th level of Qi refinement, while now he had reached the 8th level, whereas Qin Machio was only at the 7th. "Brother Shin, that kid Yang Dong is at it again with Qin Machio," Ma Biao pointed out to Shun Yinqing, who was meditating on a small hill nearby. Shun Yinqing slowly withdrew from his meditation and followed Ma Biao's gesture, his expression darkening immediately. "Damn it, this kid is actually pursuing senior sister Qin again. He is incredibly audacious. A mere servant dares to court the most beautiful disciple of our outer sect. He has just a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. Brother Shin, I'm going to confront that brat and teach him a lesson for everyone." Several outer disciples gathered around Shin Yinqing, who was their senior brother and possessed the most profound cultivation. Consequently, they all looked up to him. Recently, they had been eager to find an opportunity to spar with Yang Dong, hoping to teach him a lesson in the process. However, to their frustration, Yang Dong seemed to vanish immediately after each morning meeting, leaving them with no chance to confront him. They were on the verge of forgetting this matter when they unexpectedly spotted him mingling with Qin Machio today. At that moment, Qin Machio had engaged Yang Dong in a fierce exchange for over a dozen rounds. The more they fought, the more astonished she became, despite unleashing her full cultivation. She could not gain the slightest advantage. Moreover, it appeared that Yang Dong was still holding back his strength. How could this be possible? She had cultivated for 8 years within the sect, reaching the 7th level of Qi refinement, while Yang Dong had only recently ascended from a manual laborer to an outer disciple just 20 days prior. How could he possibly overpower her? What sort of prodigy was this Yang Shidi? Chapter 21. Qin Machio, have you taken a liking to this young man? Junior sister Qin, allow me to spar with this junior brother. A man with a pockmarked face approached the two combatants. He was Ma Biao, a follower of Shin Yinqing, who presumed that Qin Machio and Yang Dong were merely indulging each other in their sparring. Upon seeing Ma Biao's intention to challenge Yang Dong, Qin Machio gracefully withdrew, smiling as she said, "Certainly, I too am curious to see who among you is the stronger." Qin Machio was well aware of Ma Biao's capabilities. Having reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, he held a commendable status among the outer disciples. However, To engage in a duel with Yang Dong would be a grave mistake. Ma Biao, often seen trailing Shen Yuqing, was undoubtedly seeking an opportunity to humiliate Yang Dong. Qin Machio harbored no fondness for Ma Biao or Shen Yuqing, and she thought it would serve him right to witness Yang Dong's prowess, thus curtailing his tendency to bully newcomers. Yang Dong clasped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Ma Biao, saying, "Senior brother Ma, I welcome your guidance." Unaware of Ma Biao's true character and intentions, he assumed that this senior brother merely wished to engage in a friendly spar. Junior brother Yang, remember, swords have no eyes. Be cautious, Ma Biao sneered, drawing his sword and unleashing a brilliant arc of light towards Yang Dong. With a swift movement, Yang Dong evaded the blade's edge effortlessly and countered with a strike of his own. Initially, he intended only a symbolic attack, focusing on defense to avoid harming his senior brother, as this was merely a practice session, not a martial arts competition. However, he soon realized that Ma Biao's strikes were vicious and merciless. It was evident that this was not a spar but a life-and-death struggle. Is this pockmarked fool deliberately seeking trouble? Yang Dong mused with a smirk. If Ma Biao intended to provoke him, he no longer felt the need to show courtesy. With determination, he deflected Ma Biao's longsword and delivered a powerful kick to Ma Biao's chest, sending him flying several yards. Thud. Ma Biao crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, having suffered 3 broken ribs from Yang Dong's kick. "Senior brother Ma, are you all right?" Yang Dong leapt over, feigning concern as he helped Ma Biao to his feet. Ma Biao, filled with rage and pain, thought to himself, "You've broken 3 of my ribs." Despite Ma Biao's cultivation being at the 6th level of Qi refinement, how could he possibly be outmatched by a newcomer? Could it be that this young man's abilities surpass even those of Ma Biao? Unthinkable. This lad was merely a servant before last month, when he ascended to the rank of outer disciple, barely reaching the 4th level of Qi refinement at best. Senior brother Shen, it appears Ma Biao has sustained injuries. What a disgrace. Shen Yuqing scoffed, striding towards Yang Dong accompanied by several followers. Upon reaching Ma Biao, she inquired coldly, "Ma Biao, what transpired?" "Senior brother Shen, I apologize." Ma Biao clutched his chest, shame evident on his face. His intention had been to impress Shen Yuqing, yet he found himself gravely injured by Yang Dong instead. To be defeated by a mere newcomer who had recently risen from the ranks of a servant was utterly humiliating. Shen Yuqing cast a piercing gaze at Yang Dong. "In a sparring match among fellow disciples, you displayed such malice, intending to bring harm to junior brother Ma. What is your true intention?" It was obvious that this Shen was attempting to shift the blame. Ma had been the one to strike first. Yang Dong smirked inwardly, ready to retort when Qin Machio stepped forward, standing protectively in front of him, and declared loudly, "Shen Yuqing, cease your baseless accusations." It was clearly Ma Biao who launched a ruthless attack against senior brother Yang. Should he simply stand idly by and allow Ma Biao to harm him? Shen Yuqing sneered. A laughable assertion. Ma Biao merely sought to engage Yang Dong in a friendly contest. Why would a senior brother resort to violence against a new junior disciple? Qin Machio retorted with a scoff, "Shen Yuqing, stop feigning ignorance. Do not think I am unaware that Ma Biao was sent by you to injure senior brother Yang under the guise of sparring. Unfortunately for you, he was outmatched and ended up injuring himself." Furious, Shen Yuqing shot back, "Qin Machio, refrain from your nonsensical ramblings. Do I need to resort to violence against a worthless newcomer who has merely crawled his way up from being a servant? Is it not simply that you are smitten with this pretty boy, defending him at every turn? What, do you wish to become his partner?" Qin Machio's face flushed crimson with indignation as she retorted, "Shen Yuqing, you speak nonsense." Shen Yuqing mocked, "Your face tells a different story, yet you refuse to acknowledge it." At that moment, a crowd of onlookers had gathered, murmuring amongst themselves, speculating. What is happening? Has Qin Machio developed feelings for this newcomer? It must be said, he is indeed quite handsome, so her affections are understandable. Beauty is of little consequence. He is merely a former servant, his talent and abilities are lacking. How could Qin Machio possibly be interested in such a pretty face? I've heard senior brother Shen has long admired Qin Machio. Perhaps he is feeling jealous. Which male disciple of our Piao Miao Peak does not hold a fondness for Qin Machio? What transpired? How did Ma Biao end up in this state? I heard it was this newcomer who injured him. Impossible. Ma Biao is at the 6th level of Qi refinement. This lad has only recently risen from being a servant. Likely barely at the 3rd level. At that moment, Elder Chen approached, surveying the scene before him, and inquired solemnly, "What is going on here?" Shen Yuqing clasped his hands and bowed respectfully to Elder Chen, stating, "Elder Chen, Ma Biao, and Yang Dong were engaged in a friendly duel. Yet Yang Dong unexpectedly resorted to lethal force, inflicting severe injuries upon Ma Biao. I implore you to uphold justice in this matter. What? Yang Dong has injured Ma Biao? Elder Qin gazed incredulously at Ma Biao, who was clutching his chest with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, undeniably appearing gravely wounded. How could a mere servant, an insignificant figure, possibly harm Ma Biao? The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mixture of astonishment and suspicion. In that moment, Ma Biao desperately wished for a hole to swallow him whole. To be severely injured by a lowly servant was a humiliation that would haunt him, rendering him unable to show his face within the sect ever again. Yang Dong, this was a friendly sparring session among fellow disciples, intended to be controlled. Why did you resort to such brutality, leaving Ma Biao in this state? Elder Qin demanded sternly of Yang Dong, seizing the opportunity to address his long-standing grievances against him. Chapter 22. Are you teaching me how to act? Yang Dong was well aware of Qin's intentions to exploit the situation. He clasped his hands together and said, Senior Chun, I am but a newcomer. When Martial Brother Ma sought to spar with me, I found myself inferior in strength and had no choice but to respond with all my might. In that moment of urgency, I inadvertently kicked him. It was certainly not my intention to harm Martial Brother Ma. Inadvertently kicked him? A look of incredulity spread among the onlookers. Could it be that Ma Biao had indeed let his guard down, resulting in Yang Dong's unintentional strike? Qin Mo Chio, standing nearby, interjected, Senior Chun. Every word spoken by Junior Brother Yang is true. I witnessed the exchange. Martial Brother Ma's strikes were fierce and lethal, leaving Junior Brother Yang in peril. Ultimately, he accidentally knocked Martial Brother Ma down and hurried to assist him. I hope you can discern the truth, Senior Qin. The crowd began to murmur among themselves. We thought Yang Dong was being ruthless, but it seems he was driven to it by Ma Biao. It's surprising that Ma Biao could not best a junior brother who has only recently risen from the ranks of the servants. Why would Ma Biao resort to such brutality against a newcomer? Perhaps Qin Mo Chio is speaking on his behalf, given her fondness for Yang Dong. Qin Mo Chio is a person of integrity. I believe she would not speak falsely. Upon hearing Qin Mo Chio's words, Senior Qin found himself at a loss for how to proceed. With Qin Mo Chio testifying that Ma Biao had attacked fiercely, and that Yang Dong had merely acted in self-defense, he was uncertain of how to penalize Yang Dong. Shen Yunqing then respectfully addressed Senior Qin. Senior Qin, do not be swayed by Qin Mo Chio's one-sided account. She harbors affection for Yang Dong, naturally advocating for him. Qin Mo Chio, both embarrassed and angered, retorted, Shen Yunqing, cease your slander and confusion. It was you who incited Ma Biao to harm Yang Dong, and now you attempt to shift the blame. Truly shameless. Shen Yunqing shot back. Which of your eyes saw me command Ma Biao to act? As Qin Mo Chio prepared to respond, Senior Qin interjected firmly, Enough. Let us not speak of matters without evidence. With her lips pressed tightly together, Qin Mo Chio fell silent. Senior Qin then turned his attention to Shen Yunqing, inquiring, Yunqing, what is your perspective on this matter? Given that Shen Yunqing's elder brother was an elder of the Outer Affairs Hall, Senior Qin paid particular attention to her. He had also discerned her intentions towards Yang Dong and decided to extend a favor. As he harbored a dislike for Yang Dong himself, thus he casually sought her opinion. Shen Yunqing bowed and said, Senior Qin, if Yang Dong claims he inadvertently harmed Ma Biao, then I propose a fair duel with him. Regardless of life or death, I shall have no complaints. Her challenge to Yang Dong was not born of a desire for vengeance for Ma Biao, but rather stemmed from her inability to tolerate Yang Dong's arrival, which had stolen away the affections of the woman she cherished. The sect forbade mutual slaughter, however, should both parties willingly engage in a duel. The sect would impose no punishment, regardless of the outcome. Upon hearing this, Qin Mo Chio could no longer contain herself. Shen Yunqing, you have been cultivating in Qin Yun's sect for decades, and you dare challenge a mere junior brother who has just entered the outer sect? Is this not a form of bullying? Shen Yunqing scoffed. Qin Mo Chio, spare me your pleas on his behalf. When he injured Ma Biao, why did you not intervene? If he dares not accept my challenge, then let him face the sect's punishment. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Senior Brother Shen is at the 9th level of Qi refinement. A duel with Yang Dong would be akin to a death sentence. Shen Yunqing's intention to duel with a newly admitted junior disciple is clearly to eliminate Yang Dong. Yang Dong, once a mere errand boy, lacks connections and foundation within the Qingyun sect. Should Shen Yunqing kill him on the dueling platform, no one would care. Yang Dong would undoubtedly refuse to duel Shen Yunqing. He wouldn't be foolish enough to agree. Elder Qin turned to Yang Dong and asked solemnly, Yang Dong, you have two choices. 1. Accept Shen Yunqing's challenge. 2. Accept the sect's punishment of 30 strikes. Shen Yunqing wore a sinister grin. Regardless of Yang Dong's choice, an unfortunate fate awaited him. The 30 strikes would surely shatter his bones. Qin Machio, growing anxious, clasped her hands towards Elder Chun, pleading, Elder Chun, Yang Dong merely injured Ma Biao by accident. I implore you to be lenient. Elder Chun shot her a cold glance, retorting, Are you instructing me on how to do my job? Qin Machio fell silent. Aware that Elder Chun was deliberately siding with Shen Yunqing, no amount of pleading would change his mind. Yang Dong, have you made your choice? Elder Chun inquired again. This scoundrel is intent on making my life miserable. Yang Dong scoffed inwardly. Accepting the sect's punishment was out of the question. That would not only be an admission of guilt, but could also leave him severely crippled. The severity of the punishment could vary. And since Elder Chun was clearly aiming to harm him, the enforcer would undoubtedly strike with lethal intent. Moreover, Yang Dong would never endure such humiliation. I accept your challenge, Yang Dong declared, fixing his gaze on Shen Yunqing, articulating each word with conviction. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wow, truly fearless, like a calf unaware of the tiger. He actually dares to accept Senior Brother Shen's challenge. Senior Brother Shen, being at the 9th level of Qi refinement, is the strongest among our outer disciples of Piao Peak. Ranking within the top 10 of all outer disciples in the entire Qingyan sect. This lad truly does not know the peril he faces. Regardless, I respect his bravery. Shen Yunqing's lips curled into a cold smile. Good. You've got guts. Yang Junior Brother. No. You will be killed by Shen Yunqing. Qin Machio urged anxiously. Yang Dong turned to Qin Machio and smiled gently. Sister Qin, rest assured, I will not lose. He then addressed Shen Yunqing. How about we duel on the first day of next month? Today is the 10th day of the 5th month, leaving 20 days until the first day of next month. With his celestial body, he might surpass Shen Yunqing, but what if Shen Yunqing possesses formidable artifacts? Thus, he needed absolute certainty of victory. In 20 days, Yang Dong was confident he could reach the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, and with the celestial body at that level, he could easily defeat Shen Yunqing. Shen Yunqing laughed heartily. Good. Then let you live for another 20 days. A sinister smile crept across Elder Chen's face as he announced loudly. On the first day of June, Shen Yunqing shall duel with Yang Dong upon the arena. With their lives at stake, the crowd murmured in dismay. There was no suspense regarding this duel. And it could be said there was not an ounce of excitement to be found. Qin Machio sighed softly. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern and helplessness as they rested upon Yang Dong. Senior Sister Qin, I shall take my leave, Yang Dong said, bidding her farewell before departing without a backward glance toward his dwelling. Upon returning to the stone cottage, Yang Dong sat in contemplation regarding the impending duel with Shen Yunqing. This Shen Yunqing had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, and he undoubtedly possessed magical artifacts or talismans. If I lack such artifacts or talismans, even if I too attain the 9th level of Qi refinement, it is likely I would still fall to his prowess. I must first forge a few magical artifacts for myself. With that thought, Yang Dong secured the doors and windows, retrieving the treasured cauldron and placing the Qing Feng's sword within it. A flash of white light illuminated the room, and the Qing Feng's sword shimmered with an ethereal glow. The black cauldron displayed a line of information. Xianbing sword, mid-grade magical artifact, sharp and resilient, imbued with freezing damage, capable of encasing the blood of the wounded in ice. Chapter 23. Forging 4 magical artifacts. To his astonishment, he successfully forged a medium-grade magical artifact. In the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness continent, items are categorized into mundane tools, magical artifacts, spiritual tools, divine artifacts, and celestial artifacts. Each category further divides into inferior, middle, superior, and exceptional grades. Divine artifacts are exceedingly rare across the ancient wilderness continent, while celestial artifacts exist only in legends. Within the entire Qingyan sect, there are merely a handful of inferior-grade spiritual tools. This underscores the extraordinary nature of medium-grade magical artifacts. Yang Dong retrieved the Xianbing sword from the cauldron. Its appearance appeared largely unchanged, yet he could feel a subtle chill emanating from it. The Xianbing sword, endowed with freezing damage, was indeed impressive. A hint of delight graced Yang Dong's face as he carefully stowed the sword away. Although the sword had attained the status of a magical artifact, it still required the refining of his protective clothing. He procured a set of undergarments from his wardrobe, discarding his current attire into the cauldron. A faint glow flickered, and the undergarments retained their form, yet the black cauldron revealed the following information. Protective undergarments, inferior grade magical artifact. providing substantial resistance against physical attacks from Qi refinement stage cultivators or first-tier beasts, and minimal resistance against attacks from foundation establishment stage cultivators or second-tier beasts. While not exceedingly powerful, it sufficed to withstand attacks from Shen Yuqing. Yang Dong felt a sense of satisfaction as he donned the undergarments anew and placed the other set back in the wardrobe. Subsequently, he cast 2 outer sect disciples' robes into the cauldron. A glimmer passed, and while the robes appeared unchanged, a careful inspection revealed faint spiritual patterns adorning their fabric. The cauldron displayed the following information: spiritual pattern robes, medium-grade magical artifact, offering absolute defense against spell or spiritual power attacks from Qi refinement stage cultivators or first-tier beasts, and 30% defense against spell or spiritual power attacks from foundation establishment stage cultivators, ineffective against those at the golden core stage or above. The spiritual pattern robes provided absolute defense against spell attacks from Qi refinement stage cultivators. What a remarkable find! Joyfully, Yang Dong retrieved the 2 spiritual pattern robes, placing one back in the wardrobe and donning the other. The protective undergarments could fend off physical attacks, while the spiritual pattern robes could withstand spells and spiritual assaults, creating a harmonious complement that enveloped him in comprehensive protection. Notably, the spiritual pattern robes rendered Shen Yuqing's spell and spiritual attacks nearly ineffective against him in battles among cultivators. The primary focus lies on spell and spiritual power attacks, with physical assaults serving as secondary measures. He mused, shoes could also be refined. With this thought, Yang Dong placed 2 pairs of outer sect disciples' cloud shoes into the cauldron. A fleeting glow appeared, and the cloud shoes seemed to gain additional spiritual patterns. The cauldron then revealed swift wind boots, medium-grade magical artifact, imbued with wind-type spiritual patterns, granting a 30% increase in speed and agility upon wearing. An enhancement of 30% in speed and agility was indeed commendable. Speed and agility are paramount in combat. Even a mere 10% increase could significantly amplify one's combat prowess. Yang Dong donned a pair of swift wind boots once more, carefully storing the other pair. Now, he possessed 4 magical artifacts: a mystical ice sword, 2 pairs of swift wind boots, 2 pieces of spirit-patterned robes, and 2 protective undergarments. The spirit-patterned robes and protective undergarments can defend against Shen Yuqing's attacks, while the swift wind boots enhance Yang Dong's speed and agility by 30%. The mystical ice sword can inflict freezing damage upon Shen Yuqing. Adorned with these 4 magical artifacts, he would be virtually invincible in his confrontation with Shen Yuqing. Naturally, Shen Yuqing would possess magical artifacts and talismans as well. These talismans could potentially breach the defenses of the spirit-patterned robes and protective undergarments. It appears I must also procure some talismans and refine them using the treasure cauldron to mount a dimensional strike against Shen Yuqing. Yang Dong pondered to himself as he stowed the treasure cauldron within his body and exited the stone chamber, soaring toward the outer sect's main hall. Upon reaching the item exchange in the outer sect's main hall, Yang Dong addressed the attendant at the counter. "Greetings, I wish to exchange spirit stones for talismans." The attendant, languidly seated, replied, "There are numerous types of talismans. Which one do you wish to exchange for?" Yang Dong cautiously inquired, "How many spirit stones are required for a thunderbolt talisman?" The attendant responded, "The thunderbolt talismans are categorized into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak levels. An initial level thunderbolt talisman costs 1 superior spirit stone, an intermediate level costs 1 exceptional spirit stone, an advanced level requires 10 exceptional spirit stones. And the peak level thunderbolt talismans are only available to the sect leader and a few esteemed elders." Good heavens! How exorbitant! Yang Dong internally scoffed, recognizing that talismans are single-use items, rendering them prohibitively expensive. The power of an initial-level Thunderbolt talisman is likely akin to that of a Qi refinement stage cultivator unleashing a palm lightning technique. Given that he had already mastered the palm lightning, purchasing a low-level Thunderbolt talisman held little value, at the very least. He needed to acquire an intermediate or advanced-level Thunderbolt talisman to contend with Shen Yuqing. However, the advanced-level Thunderbolt talisman costs 10 exceptional spirit stones, equivalent to 1,000 inferior spirit stones. Who could afford that? With a mere 40 superior spirit stones remaining, which translates to just over 4 exceptional spirit stones, he could only purchase intermediate-level Thunderbolt talismans. "Please give me 3 intermediate-level Thunderbolt talismans," Yang Dong said, placing 3 superior spirit stones on the counter. The attendant accepted the stones and retrieved 3 intermediate-level Thunderbolt talismans from the cabinet, presenting them to Yang Dong. After carefully storing the talismans, Yang Dong inquired, "Do you have any defensive talismans?" The attendant replied, "There are many types of defensive talismans, including the 5 Elements Protective Talisman, the Heavenly Gang Protective Talisman, and the Golden Light Protective Talisman. Each type is available in initial, intermediate, and advanced levels. The prices for the 5 Elements Protective Talismans are the same as those for the Thunderbolt Talismans, while the Heavenly Gang Protective Talismans cost double. And the Golden Light Protective Talismans are 5 times the price of the 5 Elements Talisman. Which would you like to exchange for?" Contemplating briefly, Yang Dong placed 8 superior spirit stones on the counter and requested 1 intermediate level talisman of each type. The attendant accepted the 8 superior spirit stones and retrieved 3 talismans: the intermediate level 5 Elements Protective Talisman, the intermediate level Heavenly Gang Protective Talisman, and the intermediate level Golden Light Protective Talisman. After securing these 3 protective talismans, Yang Dong asked, "Do you have any invisibility talismans?" The attendant shook their head and replied, "Creating invisibility talismans requires at least the cultivation level of the transformation stage. Even our 3 esteemed elders at Qingyan sect have only reached the out-of-body stage. Throughout the vast expanse of the Great Zhou, cultivators of the transformation realm are indeed a rarity." Yang Dong harbored no regrets. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Even if the sect possessed invisibility talismans, he was certain he could not afford one. Moreover, it was entirely possible that Shun Yunqing could procure such a talisman, which would undoubtedly complicate matters for him. Yang Dong inquired about several other talismans before departing from the exchange area, making his way toward the scripture repository. Upon arriving at the repository, he borrowed a volume titled Comprehensive Guide to Basic Talismans, intending to study talisman crafting on his own. Given his current level of cultivation, he could only begin with the creation of basic talismans. Mastery of talismans is an essential skill. A cultivator who lacks knowledge in this area cannot be considered a proficient practitioner. Furthermore, he possessed a precious cauldron that, when talismans were cast into it, could enhance their quality. The more talismans he accumulated, the more opportunities he would have to refine them, ultimately enabling him to produce advanced or even top-tier talismans. Chapter 24. Breaking through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement upon returning to the stone chamber and securing the doors and windows. Yang Dong summoned the precious cauldron from within his body. He retrieved the 6 talismans he had exchanged and cast them all into the cauldron to commence their refinement. A flicker of light illuminated the space as the 6 talismans underwent subtle transformations. The runes became increasingly intricate, shimmering with a faint spiritual glow. The cauldron displayed several pieces of information. High-level 5 Thunder Talisman X2, equivalent to the initial stage of a Golden Core cultivator casting the Palm Thunder. Top-level 5 Thunder Talisman, equivalent to the mid-stage of a nascent soul cultivator casting the Palm Thunder. High-level 5 Elements Protective Talisman, envelopes the body in 5 elemental energy, capable of withstanding a fatal blow from an initial stage Golden Core cultivator. Top-level Heavenly Gang Protective Talisman, forms a protective barrier, capable of withstanding a fatal blow from a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. High-level Golden Light Protective Talisman, upon being attacked, the body erupts with golden light, capable of withstanding a fatal blow from a peak Golden Core cultivator. To Yang Dong's astonishment, 2 top-level talismans had emerged. Elated after reading the information from the cauldron, Yang Dong felt an overwhelming joy. Typically, the initial refinement would only elevate the talismans by 1 tier, with a mere 10% chance of advancing by 2 tiers. Unexpectedly, 2 of these 6 talismans had been refined from mid-level to top-level. The 2 high-level 5 Thunder Talismans were equivalent to 2 instances of Palm Thunder unleashed by an initial stage Golden Core cultivator. Furthermore, there was 1 top-level 5 Thunder Talisman corresponding to a single instance of Palm Thunder from a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. The 3 protective talismans could withstand the lethal strikes of 2 Golden Core cultivators and 1 nascent soul cultivator. With these 6 talismans in his possession, Yang Dong felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Xin Yuqing. Even if Xin Yuqing were to exchange talismans at the sect, he could at most acquire high-level talismans. The steward had previously mentioned that only the sect leader and a few esteemed elders possessed top-level talismans and the capability to forge them. Such talismans would never be available for exchange. Moreover, even high-level talismans required 1,000 low-grade spirit stones for a single talisman, or 100 mid-grade stones, 10 high-grade stones, or merely 1 top-grade stone. Did Xin Yuqing possess such a wealth of spirit stones? Even if he could afford 1 or 2 high-level talismans, he would still be utterly outmatched compared to Yang Dong's 4 high-level and 2 top-level talismans. Yang Dong retrieved the 6 talismans from the cauldron and stored them within his spatial pouch, preparing to keep them close on the day of his duel with Shin Yuqing. After placing the precious cauldron back within his body, he took out high-grade spirit stones and began absorbing their energy. Eager to break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement as swiftly as possible. In the days that followed, Yang Dong dedicated himself to cultivation and the study of talisman crafting. After 9 days of rigorous training, coupled with the absorption of nearly 30 high-grade spirit stones, Yang Dong finally broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement. He had mastered the 5 Thunder Talisman and the 5 Elements Protective Talisman. While other miscellaneous talisman arts were not of interest to him for the time being, nor did he have the luxury of time to pursue them. The 5 Thunder Talisman served primarily for offense, while the Protective Talisman focused on defense. His strategy was to first master these 2 talismans, craft multiple copies, and subsequently refine them using the cauldron to confront formidable foes. However, the crafting of talismans consumed significant amounts of magical energy, and as a qi refinement cultivator, Yang Dong could only produce a few low-level talismans each day. 5 days passed, and Yang Dong completely absorbed the remaining 10 top-grade spirit stones, elevating his cultivation to the mid-stage of the 9th layer of qi refinement. During this time, he crafted 10 low-tier 5 Thunder Talismans and 5 low-tier 5 Elements Protective Talismans. Today, he planned to venture out, gather some spirit fruits and herbs, and hunt a few second-tier exotic beasts to obtain beast cores for exchange at the sect for spirit stones. He aimed to reach the consummate level of the 9th layer of qi refinement and strive for the Foundation Establishment realm by the 1st of June. The next morning, brimming with confidence, Yang Dong devised his plan. Before departing, he refined all 15 talismans he had created using the precious cauldron, transforming 13 into mid-tier talismans and 2 into high-tier talismans. This cauldron is truly an immortal artifact, Yang Dong exclaimed. It was indeed his golden opportunity. By refining spirit fruits and herbs to enhance their quality, he could exchange them for numerous spirit stones. The refinement of spirit stones would further elevate their quality, allowing him to absorb them and rapidly increase his cultivation. This positive cycle of growth enabled him to gather resources and hunt creatures. What a fortuitous advantage. Without this cauldron, he would still be merely a lowly servant guarding the orchard, destined to cultivate no more than the 3rd layer of qi refinement in his lifetime. After the morning assembly, Yang Dong soared out of the sect's protective barrier on his sword, flying towards the distance. After traveling about 40 to 50 miles, he leaped from the sheath of his sword and began searching for herbs and spirit fruits. Not far into his search, a massive blood-toothed boar, weighing over 1,000 pounds, let out a roar and charged towards him like a tank, its sharp fangs resembling 2 menacing daggers. "Step back. Let me handle this." The golden-winged tiger hornet was about to rush at the blood-toothed boar when Yang Dong called out to it. He immediately hurled a mid-tier 5 Thunder Talisman. Boom! A bolt of multicolored lightning struck the blood-toothed boar, leaving its skin torn and its body smoking, swaying unsteadily. "Strike!" Yang Dong commanded sharply, sending the Xianbing sword flying forth, piercing through the boar's throat. The creature collapsed, its body covered in a layer of frost. The Xianbing sword indeed possessed extraordinary power. A satisfied smile crept across Yang Dong's lips. Initially, the golden-winged tiger hornet could have dealt with the blood-toothed boar, albeit with some delay. However, today, Yang Dong aimed to test the effectiveness of the 5 Thunder Talismans and the lethality of the Xianbing sword. In a few days, he would face Shin Yuqing in a life-or-death duel, necessitating practical training with both his talismans and sword. After dissecting the blood-toothed boar to retrieve the second-tier beast core and placing it into his storage bag, he continued onward. After half an hour of gathering herbs and spirit fruits, he arrived at the edge of a thicket, where a massive serpent swiftly slithered out from the underbrush, hissing. The flattened head of the serpent flicked its blood-red tongue, presenting a fearsome sight. Yang Dong focused his gaze. It was a black-winged king cobra, over 3 meters long, rearing its half-meter-tall body, moving with lightning speed in an S-shape, darkening the grass in its wake. The black-winged king cobra, a second-tier exotic serpent, was incredibly poisonous and possessed formidable combat strength. Yang Dong dared not be careless and immediately threw out a mid-tier 5 Thunder Talisman. Boom! The 5-colored lightning struck the black-winged king cobra with precision, cleaving its body in 2. Yet, the serpent's upper half continued slithering rapidly toward Yang Dong. Damn it! Yang Dong leaped into the air, swinging his frost blade sword in a swift arc. A cold gleam flashed, severing the cobra's vital point, its flattened head thudding to the ground. Exhaling in relief, Yang Dong descended gracefully. Truthfully, even if he hadn't dodged, The Black Wind King Cobra couldn't have harmed him. His enchanted robe and 7 or 8 protective talismans would have shielded him automatically. With practiced ease, he sliced open the serpent's belly, retrieving a pigeon egg-sized emerald gallbladder. This second-tier snake gallbladder held immense medicinal value, a crucial catalyst for refining various elixirs. Wrapping the precious organ in a broad leaf, he stored it in his spatial pouch before resuming his search for spiritual herbs and fruits. Hours later, Yang Dong had gathered over 200 spirit fruits, 100 medicinal plants, and slain 4 second-tier beasts, a bountiful harvest indeed. As the crimson sun dipped westward, he mounted his sword and soared back toward his sect. Chapter 25. A young brother blessed by fortune. After supper, Yang Dong returned to his dwelling. Securing the doors and windows, he summoned the treasured cauldron from within his body. He poured all the spiritual herbs and fruits collected in his storage pouch into the cauldron. After 2 rounds of refinement, he obtained 7 upper-grade profound-tier spiritual fruits, over 30 mid-grade profound-tier spiritual fruits, and more than 100 lower-grade profound-tier spiritual fruits. The spiritual herbs were slightly fewer in quantity, though of comparable quality. Next, he refined 4 second-tier beast cores and 1 second-tier snake gallbladder, yielding 4 third-tier beast cores and 1 third-tier snake gallbladder. Overall, his harvest had at least doubled compared to the previous occasion. This was largely due to the fact that he now wore 3 magical artifacts, wielded the Frost Blade Sword, and carried over a dozen high-grade talismans. Thus emboldened, he had ventured over 100 miles beyond the sect's territory, resulting in such bountiful gains. Tomorrow, he would exchange these for spirit stones of the sect. After carefully storing the herbs and fruits back into his storage pouch, Yang Dong began cultivating the Azure Cloud Chi refinement technique. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the Misty Peaks Outer Sect Hall. Following the morning assembly, as he prepared to head to the main Outer Sect Hall, Qin Machio called out to him, "Junior brother Yang, senior sister Qin, is something the matter?" Yang Dong halted and turned to her with a faint smile. "Junior brother Yang, let us speak over there." Qin Machio gestured toward a distant camphor tree. "Very well." Without further inquiry, Yang Dong followed her behind the towering tree. "Senior sister Qin, what is this about, so secretive?" Yang Dong inquired, still smiling as he stood beneath the broad canopy. Qin Machio gazed at him intently before sighing softly. "Junior brother Yang, heed my advice, do not duel Shen Yunqing. He has reached the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement. You cannot possibly defeat him, given his nature. He will surely strike to kill on the dueling platform." Yang Dong smiled faintly. "Senior sister Qin, I deeply appreciate your concern. However, having accepted Shen Yunqing's challenge, I will not retreat. Moreover, if I refuse, I will face 30 lashes of punishment, enough to cripple, if not kill me. Rather than that, I would prefer to face him in battle." Qin Machio pressed urgently. A duel with Shen Yunqing means certain death, whereas enduring the lashes at least offers a sliver of survival. Besides, I can take you to Elder Liu and plead for his intervention. With my testimony, he may show leniency. Yang Dong understood her genuine worry for his safety. "Senior sister, rest assured Shen Yunqing will not kill me. I will be the one to end him." "Junior brother Yang, I know your cultivation progresses swiftly, but you truly stand no chance against him. Not only is his cultivation superior, but he also possesses magical artifacts and an array of talismans." She hesitated before offering her storage pouch. "I have only these few spirit stones left. Take them in exchange for some 5 thunder talismans. They may aid you." Yang Dong gently pushed the pouch back. "Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. I have talismans of my own. Now, I must attend to other matters." With that, he soared away on his sword, watching his figure vanish into the distance. Qin Machio could only shake her head in resignation, releasing a quiet sigh. Yang Dong arrived at the item exchange station of the Outer Sect headquarters. "Steward, please assist me in exchanging some spirit stones." He produced his storage bag and emptied its contents of spirit herbs and fruits onto the counter. "Ah, it's you again," exclaimed the steward, immediately recognizing Yang Dong. This lad had already visited him 3 times, each occasion yielding increasingly remarkable items. "Steward, you still remember me?" Yang Dong leaned against the counter with a smile. The steward chuckled. "Each time you bring such a bounty of spirit herbs and fruits to exchange for spirit stones, it would be quite blind of me not to recognize you. By the way, what is your name? From which peak do you hail as an Outer Sect disciple?" With a respectful gesture, Yang Dong replied, "I am called Yang Dong, an Outer Sect disciple of the Piaomiao Peak. May I inquire about your esteemed surname, steward?" Seeing that the steward appeared amiable, Yang Dong was eager to forge a friendship. "My surname is Wang. You may call me Uncle Wang or Steward Wang." The steward responded with a gentle smile. I think I'll stick with calling you Steward Wang, Yang Dong said with a slight bow. Steward Wang nodded slightly and began to count the spirit herbs and fruits on the counter, his expression transforming to one of astonishment as he continued. 7 superior-grade spirit fruits, 6 superior-grade spirit herbs for third-tier beast cores, and 1 third-tier snake gallbladder. My heavens, where on earth did you acquire such treasures? While Yang Dong had fabricated a plausible story in his previous visit, this time it was exceedingly difficult to explain the acquisition of 4 third-tier beast cores and a third-tier snake gallbladder. This indicated that the outer sect disciple had slain 4 third-tier beasts and a third-tier snake. How could an outer sect disciple possibly achieve such a feat? With a grin, Yang Dong replied, "Did I not tell you about my good fortune in finding a cache left by a golden core cultivator? His storage bag contained several high-grade talismans and a magical sword. It was with those items that I dared to venture far from the sect and managed to slay several third-tier beasts. Otherwise, given my current strength, encountering even a second-tier beast would spell my doom." This explanation was entirely reasonable. Ah, so it is. My young friend Yang truly possesses great fortune. Steward Wang marveled at Yang Dong's words, convinced of their truth. He could see that this outer sect disciple was destined for remarkable achievements in the future. After a thorough inventory, Yang Dong exchanged for over 150 medium-grade spirit stones. He further spent 30 medium-grade spirit stones to purchase a cubic meter storage bag. Having an additional storage bag would facilitate the classification and utilization of his belongings. Exiting the outer sect headquarters, Yang Dong flew back to his abode on his sword. After securing the doors and windows, he summoned his precious cauldron from within, pouring over 120 medium-grade spirit stones into it. After 2 rounds of refinement, 15 stones transformed into superior-grade spirit stones, while the remainder reverted to medium-grade spirit stones. Ah, I should refine the storage bag as well, Yang Dong mused. Although the cubic meter space was sufficient for the time being, it would undoubtedly prove inadequate in the future. He tossed the 2 storage bags into the cauldron. And after the refinement process, one expanded to a capacity of 10 cubic meters, while the other became 30 cubic meters. The 30 cubic meters of space should suffice. Yang Dong's face broke into a smile as he stowed away 2 storage bags and then picked up a piece of exquisite spirit stone, beginning to absorb its energy. In the following days, Yang Dong dedicated himself to cultivation, drawing energy from the spirit stones while spending his nights crafting talismans. Most of these low-tier talismans were refined into mid-tier ones through the alchemical process of the treasure cauldron, with a few even achieving high-tier status. As the month drew to a close, Yang Dong's cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer of qi refinement. With the consumption of a foundation establishment pill, he would be poised to enter seclusion and strive for the foundation establishment realm. However, all of this would have to wait until after his duel with Shan Yinqing tomorrow. Chapter 26. The duel stage within a Zen room of the Foreign Affairs Hall. An elderly man clad in a gray robe sat cross-legged upon a mat. Shan Yinqing knelt beside him, respectfully bowing his head in greeting. "Granduncle, I pay my respects." The gray-robed elder, named Shen Mingyuan, was an elder of the Qingyun sect's Foreign Affairs Hall and also the paternal uncle of Shen Yunqing's grandfather. Shen Mingyuan observed the kneeling Shen Yuqing and slowly began to speak. "Yuqing, I hear you are to duel with someone tomorrow?" Shen Yuqing nodded. "Indeed, that is the case." Shen Mingyuan inquired, "With whom do you duel? And what is the reason for this confrontation?" Shen Yuqing replied, "This individual is named Yang Dong, who just last month ascended from a servant to an outer disciple of the Piaomiao Peak. Upon his arrival, he began to harass a female disciple of Piaomiao Peak. I could no longer tolerate his behavior, hence I challenged him to a duel." Shen Mingyuan looked at Shen Yuqing with disapproval, exclaiming, "You truly are becoming increasingly inept. At over 50 years of age, you wish to duel a novice disciple? Such news would certainly bring shame upon this family." Shen Yinqing defended himself. "Granduncle, you may not be aware, but although Yang Dong has recently risen from the ranks of servants, he possesses considerable strength. Moreover, he ruthlessly injured a dear brother of mine, which is why I felt compelled to confront him." Shen Mingyuan retorted coldly, "If he has violated the sect's rules, the sect will deal with him accordingly. Why must you involve yourself? Practitioners must cultivate tranquility and restraint. Do not presume upon our family ties to stir up trouble and seek to display your prowess." Shen Yinqing bowed his head again. "Granduncle, please see clearly. I have no intention of leveraging your name for personal gain. This fellow is excessively vile, harassing fellow disciples and assaulting my brothers. I could no longer stand idly by, and thus sought to duel him to teach him a lesson." "Enough." Shen Mingyuan interjected coolly. "I do not wish to inquire further about the circumstances. Tomorrow, you need only defeat him. Show mercy where you can, and do not take his life. Humph. How can my resentment be alleviated without extinguishing this wretch? Shen Yunqing silently scoffed, yet maintained a respectful demeanor. Bowing, I shall heed your guidance, granduncle, and will not take his life. However, should he seek to end my life, I cannot guarantee that I will not inadvertently kill him. Shen Mingyuan nodded slightly. It is indeed justifiable to kill in self-defense. Very well, you may leave. I require solitude for my cultivation. Shen Yunqing hesitated briefly, then bowed his head. I am concerned that Yang Dong may employ magical artifacts and talismans. I humbly request, granduncle, that you provide me with a magical artifact and some talismans for precaution. I would be most grateful. Very well, Shen Mingyuan acquiesced. I shall gift you a protective robe, which can defend against attacks from practitioners below the golden core stage. It will suffice to keep you safe. With that, Shen Mingyuan retrieved a yellowish robe from his storage pouch and tossed it to Shen Yunqing. Thank you, granduncle. I take my leave. Shen Yunqing bowed thrice, accepted the robe, and left with a cheerful heart. With this robe, along with the 3 intermediate Thunder Talisman and 1 intermediate Heavenly Shield Talisman he had purchased from the sect, he felt confident that he could easily overpower Yang Dong. Yang Dong is merely a menial servant, lacking any substantial backing within the sect. In terms of cultivation, he falls far short of Shen Yunqing, making one wonder what he could possibly bring to this duel. Even if he were to purchase talismans or magical artifacts from the sect, with his meager monthly spirit stones, he could scarcely afford even a low-tier talisman. Thus, in the forthcoming duel, Shen Yunqing is utterly confident in his ability to eliminate Yang Dong. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the sect's duel platform, a designated arena for resolving personal grievances among disciples, where the sect refrains from intervening as long as the duel does not infringe upon its laws or interests. News of the duel had spread throughout the sect, drawing a considerable crowd of outer disciples, as such events are rarely witnessed. Not only outer disciples attended, but even the menial workers came to observe. This interest was largely due to Yang Dong's previous status as a servant, despite now being an outer disciple. He symbolized the underdog's resistance against the privileged outer disciples. In contrast, few inner disciples showed up, as they held a disdainful view of their outer counterparts. Finding little merit in such duels, elders and stewards were even less inclined to attend. However, there were exceptions, such as Steward Chun from the Mysterious Peak, who was one of the proponents of this duel and was keen to see how Shen Yunqing would dispatch Yang Dong. Additionally, Manager Jiang from the Menial Department and Steward Wang from the Outer Hall S Exchange Center, both acquaintances of Yang Dong and admirers of his character, came to witness the event. The duel platform was a massive slab of polished blue stone, approximately 30 feet high and measuring around 40 to 50 feet on each side. Yang Dong and Shen Yunqing faced each other from a distance of 10 feet. Shen Yunqing wore a brown robe and wielded a low-grade magical artifact, the Crimson Fire Sword. Gazing at Yang Dong with an air of arrogance, Yang Dong, clad in the sect-issued blue garb and donning cloud shoes, held a Qi Feng sword. On the surface, they appeared to be standard issue, yet in reality, they had been refined through the sacred cauldron, rendering them magical artifacts. Moreover, he carried dozens of talismans with him. Beneath the duel platform, the crowd buzzed with chatter, reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. Whispers circulated that Shen Yunqing was the foremost expert among the outer disciples of Mysterious Peak, while Yang Dong was merely a menial servant who had recently ascended to this status. The disparity in their cultivation levels was thought to be considerable. The duel appeared to hold no suspense, with many predicting that Shen Yunqing would dispatch Yang Dong with a single strike. There were murmurs of Shen Yunqing as shamelessness, having cultivated in the Qingyun sect for decades, yet stooping to duel a mere novice. Was this not sheer bullying? Curiosity lingered regarding the animosity that prompted them to settle their differences on the duel platform. It was said to revolve around a woman named Qin Machio. Shen Yunqing harbored feelings for her, yet she favored the newly arrived junior disciple, inciting Shen Yunqing's jealousy and leading him to challenge Yang Dong. Qin Machio, renowned as the most beautiful outer disciple of the Qingyun sect, had unexpectedly taken an interest in a mere menial servant. If I were Qin Machio, I would undoubtedly choose Shen Yunqing, for his second master is an elder of the Foreign Affairs Hall. This Shen Yunqing relies on his elder's influence to bully his fellow disciples. How contemptible! The majority of people sympathize with Yang Dong and hold a deep disdain for Shen Yunqing. Particularly, the miscellaneous disciples of Qingyun sect are filled with indignation on behalf of Yang Dong, vehemently cursing Shen Yunqing for his tyrannical behavior. Among the crowd stands Qin Machio, Her gaze fixed upon Yang Dong on the duel stage, her eyes brimming with concern. She genuinely admires this new junior disciple, who is not only handsome and radiant but also possesses integrity and talent. Whether this admiration stems from romantic affection or the camaraderie of fellow disciples remains an enigma even to Qin Machio herself. Chapter 27. This young man is concealing his true strength. Almost everyone believed that Yang Dong was no match for Shen Yuqing, and it was highly likely that Shen would eliminate him without hesitation. Yang Dong, if you kneel and kowtow to me now, I might consider sparing your insignificant life, Shen Yuqing declared, his red fire sword pointed menacingly at Yang Dong, a proud smile gracing his lips. In response, Yang Dong retorted, Shen Yuqing, if you crawl beneath me, I might spare your pitiful existence. Such audacity! Shen Yuqing, infuriated, shouted and unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy towards Yang Dong. He exerted a full 10% of his strength, confident that he could obliterate Yang Dong with a single strike. Yet, Yang Dong stood his ground, channeling 80% of his own spiritual energy to counter. Having reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of Qi refinement, he held a distinct advantage over Shen Yuqing. Moreover, he possessed the formidable Santian body. Boom! The two forces collided, sending Shen Yuqing staggering backward for over 10 steps until he finally steadied himself at the edge of the dueling platform. His face turned pale, his blood surging, nearly causing him to cough up a mouthful of old blood. In stark contrast, Yang Dong remained rooted in place, his azure robe billowing in the wind, exuding an air of a true master. Shen Yuqing was struck with disbelief. How could this be? He was at the peak of the 9th level of Qi refinement, yet he found himself thoroughly outmatched by a mere outer disciple. The onlookers erupted in astonishment. None could have anticipated that Shen Yuqing would be driven back to the brink of falling off the dueling stage by Yang Dong. What was happening? How could Shen Yuqing fail to overpower a newcomer? Shen, a master of the 9th level, should not have been bested by Yang Dong. Could it be that Yang Dong had somehow attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement? That was simply impossible. Just a month ago, he had been a mere errand boy, barely qualifying to enter the outer sect. Surely, he could not have reached such heights. At most, he could have managed the 5th level. Yet, the evidence was undeniable. Shen Yuqing had been forced back by Yang Dong's strike. How could this be explained? Was it conceivable that Shen had only utilized 30% of his strength while Yang Dong had given his all? Ah, remarkable. I had anticipated a one-sided duel today, but it seems there has been an unexpected twist. This duel promises to be truly thrilling. Yang Dong, give it your all. Stand up for us, errand boys. Supervisor Jiang observed Yang Dong on the dueling platform, stroking his beard with a hint of a smile. This young man certainly possessed some unusual qualities. As the head of the errand boys, Jiang admired Yang Dong as the most promising young talent he had encountered. Indeed, this young brother had the makings of someone destined for greatness. Elder Wang watched Yang Dong with a sigh of admiration, while Elder Qin, witnessing the scene, displayed a look of disbelief. What was happening? How could Shen Yuqing fail to match Yang Dong? This was inconceivable. While others may not grasp Yang Dong's true capabilities, Elder Qin was acutely aware of them. Just over a month ago, Yang Dong had participated in the outer sect assessment. His cultivation level recorded at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Even if he possesses extraordinary talent, achieving a breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi refinement in just over a month is already remarkable. How could a practitioner at the 5th layer possibly gain the upper hand against one at the 9th layer? Elder Chun was baffled by this conundrum. At that moment, the most astonished person in the audience was Qin Machio. She had initially believed that Yang Dong would be struck down by Shen Yuqing's palm, and had prepared herself for the grim task of retrieving Yang Dong's remains. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. Shen Yuqing was sent reeling backward while Yang Dong remained unscathed. What level of cultivation does Yang Shidi possess? Qin Machio gazed at Yang Dong on the stage, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. This new junior brother had an utterly astonishing presence. On his first day, he was no match for her, yet merely days later, she found herself outclassed by him. Now, to her amazement, Yang Dong was holding his ground against Shen Yuqing. At that moment, Shen Yuqing was filled with both fury and astonishment. He leapt into the air, wielding his scarlet fire sword to strike down at Yang Dong. A blazing sword beam descended rapidly. Yang Dong deftly evaded, his Xianbing sword rising to meet the challenge, unleashing a frigid sword beam toward the airborne Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing hastily raised his sword to defend, and the two engaged in a fierce duel atop the platform. In terms of cultivation, Yang Dong held a slight advantage, and with the aid of his swift wind boots, his speed and agility increased by 30%, far surpassing Shen Yuqing. Within moments of combat, Shen Yuqing found himself without any means to retaliate, sustaining several sword wounds. Had it not been for his protective robe, he might have already succumbed to defeat. Yet, even so, the robe was in tatters. This garment could withstand attacks from practitioners below the Golden Core stage, but Yang Dong wielded a mid-grade artifact, the Xianbing sword, which the protective robe could not entirely defend against. The onlookers below were thoroughly captivated. The life and death struggle between two ninth-layer Qi refinement practitioners was undeniably thrilling for the outer disciples and the miscellaneous workers present. What surprised everyone the most was the unexpected turn of events. While they had anticipated Shen Yuqing to dominate Yang Dong, the reality was that Yang Dong was overpowering Shen Yuqing instead. Shen Yuqing was utterly horrified. He could never have imagined that this seemingly useless individual, elevated from the ranks of menial workers, possessed strength that surpassed his own. Why, if you wield such formidable power, would you still choose to be a menial worker? Was it a ruse to feign weakness? Shen Yuqing was on the verge of madness. In desperation, he pulled a mid-level 5 Thunder Talisman from his pocket and hurled it toward the advancing Yang Dong. Die, he shouted, with a resounding boom. The 5 Thunder Talisman unleashed a massive 5-colored electric beam aimed at Yang Dong. The swift wind robe on Yang Dong glimmered, and simultaneously, a mid-level Tiangang protective talisman activated, enveloping him in a radiant white shield. With the dual protection of the swift wind robe and the protective talisman, the 5-colored lightning struck the shield with a thunderous roar, causing it to tremble violently. Although it cracked, it did not shatter, and the lightning unleashed by the 5 Thunder Talisman dissipated. You actually possess a mid-level Tiangang protective talisman. Shen Yuqing's face turned pale with disbelief. He had never anticipated that Yang Dong could afford such a powerful protective talisman. It is essential to recognize that the price of a mid-tier celestial shielding talisman amounts to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. How could Yang Dong possibly afford such an expense? Outer sect disciples receive merely 20 low-grade spirit stones per month, and considering Yang Dong's previous status as a mere servant, devoid of any connections or support within the sect, where would he procure a celestial shielding talisman? Could it be that the vile Qin Machio lent him the spirit stones? Yet, even she would struggle to produce 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. The sect's monthly allocation is scarcely sufficient for the outer sect disciples, leaving no surplus to draw upon. Even among the inner sect disciples, very few could muster such an amount. This thought crossed Shen Yuqing's mind, and she realized she had underestimated Yang Dong significantly. Now, it is my turn. Yang Dong let out a cold laugh, retrieving a high-tier 5 Thunder Talisman from his robe and hurling it towards Shen Yuqing. Chapter 28. The high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman, a thick, multicolored lightning bolt as thick as a man's thigh struck towards Shen Yuqing. His robe emitted a faint glow as the intermediate 5 elements protection talisman on his body activated, forming a shield before him. Boom. The 5-colored lightning shattered the protective shield effortlessly, its residual force striking Shen Yuqing directly. In an instant, his body was reduced to a charred corpse, wisps of black smoke curling upward. Yang Dong had used the 5 Thunder Talisman against Shen Yuqing. The scene was so shocking that everyone was stunned into silence. Yang Dong had actually killed Shen Yuqing. Shen Yuqing, who ranked among the top 10 outer disciples of the entire Qingyan sect, had been defeated in mere moments. And the one who had accomplished this was a newly promoted outer disciple who had only just risen from the ranks of the servants. This was undoubtedly the greatest reversal in the history of the Qingyan sect. The entire arena fell deathly silent. A few seconds later, an uproar of gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. Damn, Shen Yuqing was just killed by Yang Dong. Yang Dong, well done. You truly represent us servants. This is exhilarating. For once, we servants can hold our heads high. What are you all so excited about? Yang Dong is an outer disciple now. What does he have to do with you servants? What kind of talisman did Yang Dong just use? Its power was terrifying. That was the 5 Thunder Talisman. Judging by its force, it must have been a high-grade one. Even Shen Yuqing's protective talisman couldn't withstand it. How many spirit stones does a high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman cost? I should buy a few for self-defense. One high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman costs 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. And you want to buy a few? 10,000 low-grade spirit stones? Heavens! But Yang Dong is just a newly promoted outer disciple. Where would he get a high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman? I suspect a sect elder must have given it to him. Otherwise, he couldn't even afford a low-grade one. Shen Yuqing's granduncle is a sect elder. Now that Yang Dong has killed him, Elder Shen won't let this go easily. Below the stage, Qin Machio was both shocked and delighted, yet also deeply worried for Yang Dong. Though she despised Shen Yuqing, she feared the consequences of his death. After all, Shen Yunqing's granduncle was the elder of the External Affairs Hall. Yang Dong's life might now be in grave danger. Yet Qin Machio also understood, on the dueling stage, it was kill or be killed. Had Yang Dong shown mercy, he might have been the one lying dead. Elder Qin's face darkened with displeasure. He had come expecting to watch Yang Dong fall to Shen Yunqing's hands, yet the opposite had happened. With a cold glance at Yang Dong on the stage, he soared into the air on his sword, heading straight for the External Affairs Hall. Yang Dong, having slain Shen Yuqing, spared no glance for the charred corpse. He cupped his hands toward the crowd in a brief salute before mounting his sword and departing. The spectators quickly dispersed in a flurry of murmurs. In the Elder's chamber of the External Affairs Hall, Shen Mingyuan sat behind his desk, reviewing a sect record. A disciple entered and bowed. Elder Qin from the Ethereal Peak requests an audience. Let him in, Shen Mingyuan replied indifferently. The disciple exited, and shortly thereafter, Steward Qin entered. Collapsing to his knees before Elder Qin with a thud. Steward Qin, what is the meaning of this? Elder Qin inquired. His expression one of bewilderment as he gazed at the prostrate figure of Steward Qin. Elder Qin, I have wronged you. Steward Qin sobbed, his head repeatedly striking the ground in anguish. What has transpired? Speak plainly, Elder Qin commanded, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. Steward Qin raised his head, wiping away tears. Just now, Yunqing and Yang Dong dueled, and Yunqing was killed by Yang Dong on the dueling platform. Elder Qin, I failed to protect Yunqing. I have let you down. I am truly sorry. With that, he resumed his fervent bowing. What did you say? Yunqing was slain by that Yang Dong? Elder Qin sprang to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. His nephew, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement. How could he be killed by a mere outer sect disciple? Elder Qin rushed towards Steward Qin, seizing him by the collar and demanding. Isn't this Yang Dong just a newly initiated outer sect disciple? How could he possibly kill Yunqing? Steward Qin gritted his teeth and replied, in terms of true ability. Yang Dong is certainly no match for Yunqing, but he somehow acquired a high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman and used it to obliterate Yunqing. A high-grade 5 Thunder Talisman? How could a mere outer sect disciple possess such a treasure? Elder Qin, both astonished and enraged, vanished from the elder's quarters in a flash. A cold smile crept upon Steward Qin's lips as he turned to exit the elder's quarters as well. Elder Qin arrived at the dueling platform, his gaze falling upon the charred remains that were once distinguishable as a person, and he could not help but twitch his lips. Though Shen Yunqing was merely his grandnephew, he was his only kin within the Qing sect. Regardless of his shortcomings, blood is indeed thicker than water. Yunqing, your death shall not go unavenged, Elder Qin vowed, his expression darkening. Meanwhile, Yang Dong soared down on his sword to his residence, when he was called by Qin Machio from behind. Sister Qin, what is the matter? Yang Dong asked, smiling as he turned to the approaching Qin Machio. She sheathed her sword and, with a slight sigh, approached him, saying, Brother Yang, Shen Yuqing has an elder uncle in the Outer Affairs Hall. You have killed Shen Yuqing. I fear Elder Qin will not let this slide. Oh? So he has an elder uncle. No wonder Steward Qin sided with Shen Yuqing, Yang Dong mused, recalling the events of that day with a glint of coldness in his eyes. Brother Yang, you must be cautious moving forward. It would be wise not to venture out alone, Qin Machio advised him. As long as he remained within the sect, Elder Qin would likely not dare to act against Yang Dong. An outer sect disciple had been killed within the sect. The sect master would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. Moreover, having just slain Shen Yuqing, and with Elder Qin being Shen Yuqing's uncle, if Yang Dong were to be assassinated, suspicion would easily fall upon Elder Qin. What is Elder Qin's level of cultivation? Yang Dong inquired. After a moment's thought, Qin Machio replied, he seems to be at the peak of the Golden Core stage. Most outer sect elders are at that level. The peak of the Golden Core, and yet so what? Yang Dong silently scoffed. He possesses 2 Pinnacle Thunder Talisman, 1 Pinnacle Celestial Armor Talisman, and an assortment of over a dozen high-tier talismans, sufficient to contend with Elder Qin. A high-tier Thunder Talisman alone is capable of obliterating a mid-stage Golden Core cultivator, not to mention he has 2 Pinnacle Thunder Talismans at his disposal. The Pinnacle Thunder Talismans can vanquish those at the nascent soul stage. Should Elder Qin dare to provoke him, he will unhesitatingly send Elder Qin straight to the depths of hell. Chapter 29. This child will surely become powerful. Yang Dong now possesses an unwavering confidence. His demeanor remains calm as he expresses gratitude. Thank you for your reminder, senior sister Qin. I will take heed. Qin Miaoqiu glanced at the stone dwelling where Yang Dong resided and inquired, Junior brother Yang, do you find this place to your liking? It's quite satisfactory. It is peaceful here, devoid of disturbances, allowing for focused cultivation, Yang Dong replied. Indeed, that is true. Qin Miaoqiu endeavored to find a topic of conversation and asked, "What family do you have, junior brother Yang?" "I am an orphan. I have no family," Yang Dong stated. "Oh, that does relieve you of any burdens, permitting you to cultivate with peace of mind," Qin Miaoqiu remarked, nervously fiddling with the hem of her garment, unsure of what else to discuss. A moment of silence enveloped them as they stood awkwardly. In truth, she harbored numerous questions, such as the nature of Yang Dong's spiritual root, the source of his exceptional talent, and the rapid advancement of his cultivation. Given his remarkable aptitude, it would stand to reason that the sect would have directly accepted him as an outer or even an inner disciple. Yet, why did he initially serve as a menial worker within the sect? Furthermore, where did he acquire the advanced 5 Thunder Talismans? Such talismans are unattainable even for inner disciples, let alone outer disciples. However, these inquiries encroach upon Yang Dong's privacy, prompting Qin Miaoqiu to refrain from asking unless he chose to divulge the information himself. After a period of uncomfortable silence, Qin Miaoqiu noticed that Yang Dong had no intention of inviting her inside and thus took her leave. Once she departed, Yang Dong entered the stone dwelling. He had perceived her desire to be invited in. Recognizing that this senior sister genuinely cared for him, a concern that transcended the ordinary camaraderie among fellow disciples, Yang Dong, not being oblivious, was well aware of this. However, he currently lacked the inclination for romantic entanglements. In this harsh world of cultivation, his sole focus was to immerse himself entirely in his practice, dismissing all other considerations. Without formidable cultivation, everything else would merely become a burden. Seated on a wooden chair, Yang Dong contemplated his next steps. His cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, and the next frontier was foundation establishment. Yet, he remained uncertain about the path to achieving this. Perhaps I should consult Elder Lu, he mused. Elder Lu, who oversees the outer disciples of the mysterious peak, is typically approached for matters among the disciples. However, significant cultivation issues can also be directly addressed with the elders. Foundation establishment is undeniably a critical aspect of cultivation. Exiting the stone dwelling, Yang Dong took to his sword and soared towards the outer hall of Mysterious Peak. Upon arrival, after a brief announcement, Yang Dong entered the grand hall. Elder Lu emerged from the rear chamber and took his seat at the head of the hall. Yang Dong clasped his hands in respect and bowed. Disciple Yang Dong pays homage to Elder Lu. Elder Lu's gaze pierced through to Yang Dong as he spoke in a grave tone. I have heard that you killed Xin Yuqing on the duel platform. Although Elder Lu had not attended the duel personally, he had undoubtedly received reports about the incident. For it was a duel among the outer disciples of Mysterious Peak, and it had resulted in a fatality. Regarding the events leading up to this matter, Elder Lu had inquired about it from several stewards a fortnight ago. The other stewards were largely uninformed about the cause of the incident, while only Steward Chen deliberately distorted the truth, claiming it was due to Yang Dong's harassment of Qin Miaoqiu. Subsequently, Qin Miaoqiu sought an audience with Elder Lu to reveal the true circumstances of the affair. Although Elder Lu was inclined to believe Qin Miaoqiu, he found himself hesitant to admonish Sun Yunqing, who was the nephew of Elder Shen from the External Affairs Hall. Consequently, Elder Lu chose to turn a blind eye to the situation. However, to his astonishment, during their duel today, Yang Dong actually killed Xin Yuqing. Indeed, Yang Dong lifted his head, his tone remarkably nonchalant. This young man possessed quite the audacity. Under normal circumstances, disciples would never dare to meet the piercing gaze of an elder. They would typically tremble and offer explanations. Yet Yang Dong displayed no fear whatsoever. Nor did he attempt any justification. He believed he had committed no wrongdoing. Explanations would only betray a sense of guilt. Elder Lu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he inquired, I have heard that you dispatched Xin Yuqing using a high-level 5 Thunder Talisman. I wish to know from whence you procured such a talisman. Though the sect did offer high-level 5 Thunder Talismans for exchange, they required a staggering 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. It was unlikely that even inner disciples could amass such wealth, let alone an outer disciple. And most stewards would also lack sufficient spirit stones. Elder Lu was baffled. How could a mere novice, recently promoted from the ranks of menial labor, acquire a high-level 5 Thunder Talisman? Yang Dong clasped his hands and replied, Respected Elder, I recently ventured out to gather resources and encountered a cultivator engaged in battle with 2 third-tier beasts. Ultimately, the cultivator perished alongside the beasts, and I obtained some talismans from him. He specifically mentioned Steward Wang from the Outer Sex Exchange Office to lend credence to his account. Should Elder Lu choose to consult Steward Wang, the latter would undoubtedly corroborate his story. Elder Lu, upon hearing this, nodded slightly and refrained from further inquiries. While such opportunities were indeed rare, they were not impossible. Moreover, aside from this explanation, Elder Lu could not fathom how Yang Dong might have acquired a high-level 5 Thunder Talisman. Regarding the matter of Yang Dong slaying Xin Yuqing, Elder Lu had no desire to pursue the issue further. Firstly, Xin Yuqing had initially abused his power. Secondly, as long as personal grievances between disciples did not infringe upon the sect's interests, the sect would not impose penalties for duels between them. Yang Dong, what brings you to me? Elder Lu inquired, his demeanor considerably softened. Yang Dong stepped forward and, with a respectful gesture, replied, "My cultivation has reached the peak of qi refinement, and I have come to seek your guidance on how to establish a foundation. I kindly request your instruction, Elder Lu." With the duel having revealed his cultivation level, Yang Dong found no reason to conceal it any longer. He had many hidden cards, his cultivation was merely the most apparent. Moreover, to seek Elder Lu's counsel on foundational establishment, one naturally needed to attain the pinnacle of qi refinement. Elder Lu responded, "There are generally 3 methods for establishing a foundation. The first is the consumption of a foundation establishment pill and then engaging in closed-door cultivation to break through to the foundation establishment realm. This is the most orthodox method of foundation building. The second approach involves sudden enlightenment, typically achieved during life and death crises, which catalyzes the body's foundation establishment. The third method involves obtaining some form of inheritance for foundation building, usually encountered by demon clans, beast tribes, or even humans who can acquire legacies within the mystical realms. For the vast majority of cultivators, the first method is the most common, while sudden enlightenment and inherited foundation building depend on serendipity." At this juncture, Elder Lu produced a time-worn booklet and a small porcelain vial from his storage pouch. He poured 3 brown pills from the vial and stated, "Here are the foundation building heart method and 3 mid-grade foundation pills. Take them. If you encounter any abnormalities during your foundation building, you must cease immediately and seek my assistance." Yang Dong was taken aback by Elder Lu's generosity, as he not only bestowed upon him the foundation building heart method, but also mid-grade foundation pills, all while offering such earnest advice to assist him in his breakthrough. It is worth noting that once Yang Dong successfully establishes his foundation and becomes a foundation cultivator, he will be eligible for promotion to an inner sect disciple. This is precisely why Elder Lu has shown him such care. A sect, in essence, is akin to a martial world or a miniature court. Elder Lu perceives that Yang Dong is destined to become a rising star within the sect, with an immeasurable future ahead. Thus, providing him with additional support at this moment is the wisest investment. "Thank you, Elder Lu." Yang Dong bowed deeply, stepping forward to accept the book and foundation pills from Elder Lu's hands. "I shall take my leave." He bowed once more before departing. As he watched Yang Dong's figure recede from the hall, a faint smile graced Elder Lu's lips. This young man is destined to achieve greatness. Chapter 30, Preparation for Foundation Establishment. Yang Dong returned to his residence and took out the Foundation Establishment Heart Method to study. This method is essential for cultivators during their secluded practice of foundation establishment, where they consume foundation establishment pills to ultimately achieve success in their endeavor. According to the text, the innate quality of one's spiritual roots determines the time required and the effectiveness of the foundation establishment. Those with ordinary spiritual roots typically require a minimum of 3 months in seclusion, while some may take several years, yielding average results. In contrast, those endowed with superior or exceptional spiritual roots may succeed in a month to a year, achieving remarkable outcomes. As for individuals with unique constitutions, they might accomplish foundation establishment in as little as 10 to 15 days, with exceptional results. The consumption of foundation establishment pills is contingent upon one's absorption capacity. First, the pills must be refined. Yang Dong summoned a treasured cauldron and placed 3 foundation establishment pills within it. A flash of white light occurred, and 2 pills transformed into superior foundation establishment pills, while one became an exceptional foundation establishment pill. To his astonishment, he had refined an exceptional foundation establishment pill. Yang Dong displayed a look of satisfaction. According to the foundation establishment heart method, it is advisable to find a secluded cave for the foundation establishment process, sealing it off with barriers to prevent any external disturbances. Alternatively, one could set up formations around their dwelling to focus on cultivation. Otherwise, If one were to be interrupted during the critical moment of foundation establishment, it could lead to disastrous consequences, ranging from severe injuries to life-threatening situations. This is why cultivators often set barriers and enter seclusion during significant breakthroughs in their cultivation. It appears that once I break through to the foundation establishment realm, I must learn about formations. After securing the treasured cauldron and foundation establishment pills, Yang Dong pondered thoughtfully. It seemed rather hasty to learn formations at this moment. Formations are far more intricate and complex than talisman crafting and cannot be mastered in just a few days. Furthermore, setting up a formation typically requires numerous materials, including magical tools, talismans, and rare treasures. The higher the formation S grade, the more refined the materials needed. In summary, Yang Dong realized that attempting to create a formation at this juncture would be quite a formidable task. Thus, he decided to first achieve foundation establishment before gradually learning about formations. However, a pressing question remained. Where could he retreat to for this critical process? Within this stone abode. Without any protective formations outside, it was evidently unsafe, unless someone could act as a guardian. But who would take on such a role for him? He was neither a steward nor an elder. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could have the golden-winged tiger bee guard him. Yang Dong remembered that he possessed a second-tier extraordinary bee, which was more than capable of fending off foundation establishment cultivators. It would suffice to keep watch outside for him. "Tiger bee, come forth," Yang Dong called out. The golden-winged tiger bee flew in through the window, hovering before Yang Dong, its wings fluttering and producing a buzzing sound. It was exhilarated to receive its master's summons. "From now on, I shall cultivate in seclusion within this room. You will guard the rooftop. And should anyone approach within 10 zhang of this dwelling, you must immediately fly in to report to me." After all, this was within the sect. Anyone who could come near his residence would undoubtedly be a member of the sect, if not properly clarified. Yang Dong feared the golden-winged tiger bee might recklessly attack anyone who came too close. The golden-winged hornet, having absorbed Yang Dong's blood, exhibited remarkable intelligence. It nodded at him and joyfully soared outside, perching atop the roof to survey the surroundings, assuming the role of a guardian bee. After the hornet's departure, Yang Dong retrieved the foundation establishment heart method and began his meticulous study. An hour later, he had thoroughly comprehended the text. After consuming several spiritual fruits, he seated himself cross-legged on the ground and endeavored to practice the foundation establishment heart method. Half an hour later, he was adeptly executing the technique. Gradually, he concluded his practice and ingested a superior-grade foundation establishment pill, officially initiating his endeavor to establish a foundation. As the energy from the pill surged, Yang Dong channeled the foundation establishment heart method, merging the spiritual energy within him with the pill's potency, cleansing his limbs and bones. He entered a state of self-forgetfulness, and before he realized it, dawn had arrived the following day. After the hour of the dragon had passed, Yang Dong was deeply immersed in his practice. Suddenly, the golden-winged hornet buzzed into the room through the window. Was someone approaching? Yang Dong slowly withdrew from his practice, brow slightly furrowed. This location was quite secluded, and it was rare for visitors to come. Who could it be at this moment? "Junior brother Yang, are you home?" A woman's voice called from outside. It was Qin Machio. "What brought Sister Qin here?" Yang Dong opened the door, stepping outside to find Qin Machio, clad in a muted-colored outfit, standing 3 paces away. A hint of concern gracing her beautiful visage. "Sister Qin, what brings you here?" Yang Dong approached with a smile. Upon seeing Yang Dong safe and sound, Qin Machio felt a wave of relief wash over her, a soft smile gracing her lips. "I didn't see you at the morning assembly and feared something might have happened, so I came to check on you." She had not seen Yang Dong at the Miao Peak that morning, which left her feeling uneasy. After Yang Dong had defeated Shin Yuqing on the duel stage the previous day, his absence only heightened her foreboding. Could it be that Elder Shin had harmed him during the night? Yang Dong replied with a light smile. "Thank you for your concern, Sister Qin. Why would anything happen to me?" Qin Machio's gaze drifted inside the open door, curiosity piqued. "Junior brother Yang, why didn't you come to the Miao Peak assembly this morning?" Although occasional absences were inconsequential, Yang Dong had always reported to the Miao Peak assembly daily, making his sudden absence rather peculiar. "Oh, I was in seclusion at home practicing foundation establishment," Yang Dong explained candidly. He had nothing to conceal from Qin Machio, and the matter of foundation establishment would inevitably become known to others in the sect. "You were in seclusion practicing foundation establishment?" Qin Machio's eyes widened in astonishment. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Yang Dong had dominated the contest of palm strength against Shin Yunqing on the duel stage yesterday, indicating that his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement. Yang Dong nodded slightly. Yesterday, I sought Elder Lu's guidance on foundation establishment. He gifted me the foundation establishment, heart method, and 3 foundation establishment pills. I began my seclusion practice at home yesterday. Apologies, junior brother Yang. I was unaware that you were in seclusion, diligently cultivating your foundation. I hope my loud entrance did not disturb you, Qin Machio said with a humble expression directed at Yang Dong. Yang Dong smiled and shook his head. It is of no consequence. Qin Machio continued, junior brother Yang. I have heard that when one is in seclusion to cultivate their foundation, it is essential to have a guardian. Should someone intrude rashly, it could lead to a disastrous result, potentially causing one to go astray. Yang Dong chuckled self-deprecatingly as a mere outer sect disciple. I hardly have the standing to warrant a guardian. That simply will not do. It is far too perilous. Qin Machio hesitated for a moment, as if making a resolute decision. Junior brother Yang, allow me to be your guardian. This way, you can devote yourself fully to your seclusion without fear of unforeseen incidents. Senior sister Qin, I already have a guardian, Yang Dong thought to himself. Nevertheless, he felt a deep sense of gratitude. For a young lady to voluntarily offer to act as his guardian, standing watch outside, what profound significance did that hold? Chapter 31. Successful Foundation Establishment. Thank you for your kindness, senior sister. However, entering closed-door cultivation for foundation establishment is not a matter of a day or two. It could take at least 10 days to half a month, or even several months. How could I ask you to remain outside guarding me the entire time? Yang Dong politely declined. It is precisely because the process of closed-door cultivation is lengthy and fraught with unforeseen events that one requires a guardian. Qin Machio gazed at Yang Dong with sincerity. No matter how long you are in seclusion, I will stand guard outside for you. Senior sister Qin, you truly need not be so considerate. I have the protection of the Bee Guardian. I will be fine. Yang Dong felt deeply moved at that moment. Yet he could not divulge the existence of the Bee Guardian. He smiled gently and said, having you guard me here would not reflect well on your reputation. What would others think if they learned that a senior sister was protecting her junior brother for days on end? Qin Machio smiled knowingly. We are not alone in a room. What reputation is at stake? Besides, I am indifferent to how others perceive me. As practitioners, we should not concern ourselves with such trivialities. When a woman is unfazed by the rumors of intimacy with a man, it indicates her genuine affection for him. Seeing her unwavering stance, Yang Dong found himself at a loss for words. All right, junior brother Yang, you should quickly enter and commence your foundation establishment. I will guard you from outside, Qin Machio said with a smile, gently pushing Yang Dong into the room. He had no choice but to let her guide him inside before closing the door. In high spirits, Qin Machio leaped onto the roof, sitting cross-legged on the ridge. Her senses alert as she safeguarded Yang Dong. Not far away, the golden-winged hornet observed the woman occupying its position on the rooftop, perplexed. The hornet had witnessed the closeness between its master and the woman, thus it knew better than to intrude. After a moment's hesitation, the golden-winged hornet flew through the window and approached Yang Dong, seeking his permission. Yang Dong understood its intent and waved his hand, signaling it to keep its distance. The hornet quickly grasped its master's meaning. It seemed he had found a woman and no longer needed its presence. Disheartened, the hornet flew out to frolic among the nearby flowers with other bees. Yang Dong settled comfortably, channeling his foundation establishment techniques in meditation. Unbeknownst to him, a day slipped by, and he ingested the second foundation establishment pill, this time the extraordinary variety. On the rooftop, Qin Machio remained vigilant, unwavering in her duty to guard him, not leaving for a moment. As night fell, she focused intently on the surroundings, maintaining her vigilance until dawn. With the arrival of morning, Yang Dong consumed the third foundation establishment pill, immersing himself once more in the cultivation process, reaching a state of oblivion. As night descended again, Yang Dong's foundation establishment reached a critical juncture, the surging spiritual energy within him crashing against the gateway of foundation establishment with relentless force. Boom! At last, the gateway shattered. Yang Dong's body radiated a soft golden light. Foundation established. He had successfully transcended into the realm of foundation establishment. As the golden light faded, Yang Dong gradually withdrew his energy, feeling not only a significant increase in spiritual power, but also an unparalleled sense of ease and vitality coursing through his entire being. At that moment, he discovered a layer of gray impurities on the surface of his body. These impurities were the byproducts refined from his physical foundation, allowing his internal organs, muscles, and bones to be tempered, resulting in a complete transformation and an extended lifespan of up to 300 years. Yang Dong cast a cleansing spell upon himself. A radiant light enveloped him, erasing all traces of dirt, leaving him feeling invigorated and revitalized. By the way, I wonder if senior sister Qin is still outside. Yang Dong glanced at the pitch-black sky, opened the door, and stepped out. Junior brother Yang, why are you out here? Qin Machio, perched on the rooftop, leapt down gracefully to stand before him. Senior sister Qin, have you been guarding me this whole time? Yang Dong asked, astonished. With a smile, Qin Machio replied, I promised to protect you during your seclusion, so how could I leave? Surely, you don't think I am the sort to be unreliable? Senior sister, I truly appreciate your efforts. Yang Dong felt a surge of gratitude. Unsure of how to express his feelings, he could only utter the simplest words. Efforts? It's merely been 2 days and a night. Qin Machio dismissed his gratitude lightly, gently nudging him. Junior brother, you should return inside and continue refining your foundation. Strive to break through soon. Yang Dong remained still, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Senior sister, I've already succeeded in establishing my foundation and reached the foundation establishment stage. What? So soon? Qin Machio gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief. ISNT usually at least a month or a half. You've achieved this in just 2 days? Yang Dong shrugged. Is it really that difficult? I found it quite straightforward. Qin Machio chuckled softly. Do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary talent? By the way, junior brother Yang, what kind of spiritual root do you have? I possess a low-grade mixed spiritual root, Yang Dong replied. You're lying. Qin Machio pouted, a hint of skepticism in her voice. No one would believe that. Yang Dong laughed. When I first entered the sect, my spiritual root was tested as a low-grade mixed root. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been assigned to the mundane tasks. Qin Machio pondered this. If his spiritual root were of at least medium grade, he would not be relegated to menial duties. However, she questioned, if you truly have a low-grade mixed root, how could your cultivation speed be so rapid? She looked at him, bewildered. I find it quite incredible too. Perhaps my spiritual root has undergone a mutation. Yang Dong pretended to contemplate. While spiritual root mutations do exist, the probability is exceedingly low. It seems plausible, Qin Machio conceded. With your current cultivation talent, you must possess a top-tier spiritual root. Perhaps, Yang Dong replied ambiguously. The two fell into a moment of silence. Junior brother, since you've successfully established your foundation, I suppose I can return now. Qin Machio broke the silence. Senior sister, would you like to come in and rest for a while? Yang Dong smiled. He felt a pang of guilt for her guarding him for 2 days and nights without even entering the room. It was only polite to extend an invitation. Very well. Qin Machio beamed. No, senior sister, I was merely being courteous. Yang Dong couldn't help but feel bemused. After all, it is indeed late at night. And the presence of a solitary man and woman in a single room could lead to a certain degree of awkwardness, one would think. I had anticipated that Qin Machio would politely decline, yet to my surprise, she seemed to flow with the current, welcoming her into the dwelling. Yang Dong conjured a flame to ignite the oil lamp. Senior sister Qin, please have a seat. He gestured towards a chair beside the table before fetching a porcelain bowl of water from the water tank and presenting it to her. Thank you. Qin Machio replied as she settled onto the chair and accepted the bowl of water from Yang Dong, having stood guard outside for 2 days and nights without a sip. She was indeed quite parched, and she lifted the porcelain bowl to her lips, drinking heartily. Once she had finished, her eyes sparkled with delight. Junior brother Yang, what kind of water is this? It tastes even better than spiritual water. Chapter 32, Abundant Spiritual Water. Yang Dong momentarily overlooked the fact that this precious spiritual water was derived from his treasured cauldron. It was not that he was unwilling to share it with Qin Machio, but rather he found it challenging to explain the source of this extraordinary liquid. Spiritual water is not as easily found as mere spring water. Within the entire sect, there existed only a single low-grade spiritual spring, insufficient even for the elders to share among themselves. Ah, indeed. I too find this water delightful, Yang Dong replied vaguely. Yang Shidi, this seems to be spiritual water, exclaimed Qin Machio in astonishment. I collected it from a small cave on the back mountain. I'm unsure if it truly is spiritual water, Yang Dong confessed, contemplating a fib to obscure the origins of the spiritual springs. He certainly could not divulge to Qin Machio that he possessed a treasured cauldron. Who would suspect him of such a possession? This must be spring water, Qin Machio said, both astonished and elated. Yang Shidi, should anyone visit you in the future, be sure to conceal the presence of the spiritual water within your abode. If word reaches the elders, Monopolizing the sect's spiritual spring could lead to severe repercussions. Yangdong nodded slightly. I understand. Had it not been for your visit today, senior sister, I would not have dared to present this spiritual water. Thank you, Shidi, Qin Macho said, her heart warmed, her face adorned with a sweet smile. The act of sharing spiritual water signified Yangdong's unwavering trust in her. Yangdong smiled gently. What is there to thank? Senior sister, you have protected me for 2 days and nights. This little bit of spiritual water is insignificant. In the future, feel free to come by whenever you wish. I could never consume it all alone. Now that Qin Machio was aware of the spiritual water's existence, it seemed more fitting to invite her to partake freely. After all, he could procure as much spiritual water as he desired, merely by transferring it from the cauldron to a container. Thank you, Qin Machio said, biting her lip with a smile, feeling genuinely touched. Consuming spiritual water not only enhances one's cultivation, but also offers myriad benefits to one's health, such as beauty and longevity. The spiritual water here surpassed that of the sect S spring, both in quality and quantity, a privilege even the sect leader did not enjoy, leaving Qin Macho deeply moved. Qin Shiji, there is no need for such formality between us, Yangdong said, rising to fetch a porcelain bowl, filling it with more spiritual water before presenting it to her. Drink up. There is plenty here for you. Qin Machio accepted the bowl and gulped it down in one go. After 2 days and nights without water, coupled with the delightful taste of the spiritual liquid, she could hardly concern herself with appearances. Yangdong took the bowl back and filled it again, handing it to her once more. She repeated the process, draining the bowl entirely. As Yangdong offered yet another bowl of spiritual water, Qin Machio, gently cradling her slightly rounded belly, shook her head with a laugh. I cannot drink anymore. I feel quite full. Yangdong, recognizing her limit, drank the remaining bowl himself. The two engaged in conversation for a while, and before they knew it, the night had deepened. Qin Machio gazed affectionately at Yangdong and said, It's quite late. I should head back. However, despite her words, she made no move to rise, clearly hoping for Yangdong to persuade her to stay. With a smile, Yangdong replied, If you wish to linger, senior sister, you may spend the night here. Qin Machio's lovely face flushed with a rosy hue as she nodded slightly. Yangdong then lifted her in his arms and carried her towards the bedroom. The following dawn, the two engaged in mutual cultivation for an hour before dressing. Junior brother, I must take my leave, Qin Machio said, planting a gentle kiss on Yangdong's lips before departing. Yangdong subsequently made his way to the outer hall of the mysterious peak. Soon, the outer disciples gathered outside the hall. Elder Lu, accompanied by several stewards, approached and surveyed the assembly before speaking. On the 15th of this month, the sect will organize a trip to Shouyuan City. However, not everyone qualifies to attend. You must each have a contribution of over 100 points to be eligible. For those wishing to go, make haste to prepare in the coming days. The disciples murmured among themselves at this announcement. This is wonderful. At last, we can visit Shouyuan City. One exclaimed. Alas, my contribution points are insufficient, making me ineligible. Lamented another. With only 10 days remaining, I must gather some spirit herbs and fruits to accumulate 100 contribution points. Shouyuan City is abundant with rare treasures. Too bad my storage pouch holds few low-grade spirit stones. If I go, I won't be able to purchase anything, merely a spectator to the festivities. After a few more words from the stewards, they dispersed for free cultivation. The disciples continued their discussions about the upcoming trip to Shouyuan City. Yangdong, having previously been a servant, knew little about the city, but he gleaned from the conversations that it was a hub for cultivators. He intended to inquire further about Shouyuan City when Qin Machio approached him. Junior brother, are you going to Shouyuan City? She asked. I would love to, but I lack contribution points, Yangdong replied with a shrug, a look of helplessness on his face. His contribution points stood at 0. Yet he could venture out in the coming days to gather spirit herbs, fruits, or beast cores to exchange for contribution points. However, he wondered how many he would need to gather to reach 100 points. Qin Machio realized this as well. Yangdong had been a servant with virtually no contribution points, and he had only been an inner disciple for a little over a month, which made his lack of points unsurprising. She, on the other hand, possessed over 300 points, but regrettably she could not transfer them to Yangdong. Why don't we go gather together during this time and see if we can help you accumulate 100 contribution points? Qin Machio suggested. Yangdong smiled slightly and replied, No need. I will find a way to acquire the 100 points myself. He indeed planned to leave the sect to gather resources but preferred not to bring Qin Machio along, as that would distract him from his task of caring for her. Very well, Qin Macho said, slightly disappointed, yet she understood that as a foundation establishment cultivator, she would indeed lag behind him as a Qi refinement 7th layer practitioner. Junior sister Qin, Elder Lu requests your presence in the main hall. A male disciple approached and informed her. What could Elder Lu want with me? Qin Macho inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The male disciple shook his head, expressing uncertainty. However, Elder Shin from the Outer Affairs Hall is also present in the main hall. Elder Shin has arrived as well. Qin Macho and Yang Dong exchanged glances, their understanding deepening. Elder Shun is Shun Yunqing's paternal uncle. His presence at this moment at Paomiao Peak to summon Qin Macho undoubtedly pertains to the grievances between Yang Dong and Shin Yuqing. Chapter 33. Elder Shin seeks justice. Qin Macho entered the Grand Hall, where Elders Lu and Shin were seated at the head of the table. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu and Elder Shin, he said, bowing his hands in greeting. Elder Shin wishes to inquire about certain matters, and you must respond truthfully. Elder Lu spoke slowly. Qin Macho replied, Disciple understands. Elder Shin fixed his gaze upon Qin Macho and said solemnly, Qin Macho, recount in detail the incident between Yang Dong and Shin Yunqing on that day, leaving no room for falsehood. I would not dare. Qin Macho bowed respectfully, then recounted the events of that day from beginning to end. Upon hearing this, Elder Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. Yang Dong did not harass you, rather. You sought him out for a spar? Qin Macho was equally astonished. Junior brother Yang is a man of integrity. How could he possibly harass me? This is inconceivable. Whom have you heard this from, Elder Shin? Elder Shin's expression darkened. What is going on here? The steward Shin and his nephew had both claimed that Yang Dong harassed Qin Macho and violently attacked Ma Biao, prompting Shin Yuqing to confront Yang Dong. Yet now, Qin Macho asserted that Shin Yuqing had intentionally stirred trouble for Yang Dong. Whom should he believe? Although Elder Shin did not fully trust his nephew's words, he found it hard to dismiss the steward Shin's claims. Surely, Shin would not falsely accuse Yang Dong? But if Yang Dong had indeed harassed Qin Macho, why would she defend him? You allege that Shin Yunqing deliberately provoked Yang Dong. Do you have any evidence? Elder Shin inquired sternly. Qin Macho responded. Shin Yuqing frequently bothers me, and I always avoid him. When junior brother Yang arrived, Shin Yuqing harbored resentment upon seeing me with him. Ma Biao approached Yang Dong for a spar, with lethal intent, and I was merely a spectator, observing everything clearly. If Elder Shin does not believe me, I cannot help it. At this moment, she had decided to take a risk, hoping to persuade Elder Shin and dispel any animosity towards Yang Dong. Elder Shin snorted coldly. Your solitary testimony is insufficient for belief. I shall personally inquire with Ma Biao. He then addressed Elder Lu. I kindly request that Elder Lu summon Ma Biao. Elder Lu nodded and instructed a disciple to fetch Ma Biao. Moments later, Ma Biao entered the grand hall and bowed. Disciple pays respects to Elder Lu and Elder Shun. Elder Lu said, Ma Biao, Elder Shin wishes to understand the circumstances of your spar with Yang Dong that day. You must speak truthfully, for this matter concerns the integrity of our disciples. Should you dare to utter a single falsehood, I will ensure that you face disciplinary action according to our sect's laws. Elder Lu's final words were stern, laden with a grave warning. Yang Dong was a disciple of the Misty Peak, and one whom Elder Lu held in high regard, naturally. He did not wish for Yang Dong to be unjustly accused and oppressed by Elder Shin. Ma Biao felt a pang of trepidation. He could discern the underlying warning in Elder Lu's words. However, the dilemma remained. Elder Shin was undoubtedly seeking vengeance for his nephew. If Ma Biao were to speak the truth, it would surely incur Elder Shin's wrath. Speaking the truth could offend Elder Shin, while falsely accusing Yang Dong might provoke Elder Lu. How could these two elders be offended by a mere outer sect disciple like him? Ma Biao couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, his gaze darting toward Elder Shun. Elder Shin barked, What are you staring at? Did you not comprehend Elder Lu's words? Today, I demand the truth. If you dare utter a single deceitful word, I shall strike you down. Ma Biao took a deep breath. With Shin Yuqing already dead, he decided to reveal the entire truth as Elder Shin desired. On that day, Shin Yuqing had seen Yang Dong and Qin Macho practicing swordsmanship together, and feeling quite displeased, he sent an apprentice to teach Yang Dong a lesson. Ma Biao recounted the events of that day in meticulous detail, aligning closely with what Qin Macho had stated. Elder Shin's complexion darkened as he listened. He had intended to seek justice for his nephew today. Little did he expect that his own nephew was the one who had been harassing female disciples and abusing his power. That wretch. His death was well deserved. Elder Shin slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, erupting in fury. Elder Shun was inherently a man of integrity, and Shen Yunqing's actions were undoubtedly tarnishing his reputation. How could he not be incensed? Shen Yunqing had instigated a duel with Yang Dong, aiming to bring about Yang Dong's demise, only to be killed in return. After all, Shen Yunqing was neither his beloved grandson nor the grandson of a close brother, merely the grandson of a distant cousin. Such a cousin who brought disgrace upon him deserved his fate. Of course, Elder Shen's public outburst was also a performance, designed to inform the sect that he, Shen Mingyuan, was unaware of Shen Yunqing's previous misdeeds. It simultaneously showcased his impartiality. Fortunately, Elder Shen was a man of reason, and Yang Shidi was finally safe. Qin Macho let out a sigh of relief, his anxious heart finally at ease. The following day, Yang Dong ventured out of the sect alone, heading into the wilderness to gather resources. Now that he had reached the foundation establishment stage, equipped with several mid-tier talismans, he felt confident enough to protect himself even against fourth-tier exotic beasts. Thus, he ventured further from the sect than before, collecting an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits, and slaying 7 or 8 second-tier beasts. After a fierce battle with the flame giant rat, Yang Dong returned to his quarters in the sect, placing all the gathered spiritual herbs, fruits, and beast cores into his cauldron for refinement. After several rounds of refinement, he stored the results back into his storage bag and began his cultivation. The next day, Yang Dong arrived at the outer sect's main hall. Young brother Yang, back to exchange for spirit stones? Elder Wang, upon seeing Yang Dong, rose to greet him warmly. The display of strength Yang Dong had showcased on the duel platform had truly astonished Elder Wang. A disciple of no more than 20 years of age had already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Such talent was exceedingly rare within the Qingyan sect. Undoubtedly, this young man would ascend to the status of an elder in the future. Thus, Elder Wang treated Yang Dong with even greater courtesy. Please, young brother Yang, allow me to assess how many spirit stones you can exchange here. Yang Dong poured out all the spiritual herbs, fruits, and beast cores from his storage bag onto the counter. Yang, my dear brother, has gathered an impressive array of spiritual herbs and fruits this time. Astonishingly, there are 7 or 8 third-tier beast cores. Elder Wang was truly astounded. It is worth noting that to slay 7 or 8 third-tier beasts would require at least the prowess of a peak golden core cultivator. Elder Wang could scarcely believe how Yang Dong managed to vanquish so many third-tier creatures. Yang Dong merely smiled in silence. As Yang Dong chose not to elaborate, Elder Wang felt it inappropriate to pry further. After a thorough inventory, Elder Wang announced, in total, you may exchange for 263 mid-grade spiritual stones. Are you certain you wish to convert all into spiritual stones? Elder Wang inquired. Yang Dong responded, Elder Wang, how many spiritual stones are required to exchange for 100 contribution points to the sect? Elder Wang explained, contribution points can be obtained by completing sect tasks, vanquishing external enemies, safeguarding the sect, or gathering resources. If one wishes to purchase contribution points with spiritual stones, the exchange rate is 1 mid-grade spiritual stone for 1 contribution point. That is quite reasonable. Yang Dong thought to himself, feeling relieved. 100 mid-grade spiritual stones were not a burden for him. Do you wish to exchange for contribution points, dear brother? Elder Wat asked. Yang Dong replied, let us discuss this tomorrow. He certainly intended to exchange for contribution points, but not at this moment. He needed to take these spiritual stones back for refinement. By returning tomorrow to exchange for contribution points, he would profit from the endeavor. Elder Wang retrieved 263 mid-grade spiritual stones from the storage cabinet and placed them on the counter. Yang Dong gathered all the stones into his storage bag and then departed from the exchange area, heading to the scripture pavilion to borrow a book titled Elementary Array Formation. Chapter 34. Journey to Shuyuan City. Returning to his dwelling, Yang Dong summoned the treasured cauldron from within his body and poured all 263 mid-grade spirit stones into it. A flash of white light ensued, transforming 4 of them into supreme-grade spirit stones while the rest became high-grade ones. Yang Dong then proceeded to refine the remaining 200-plus high-grade spirit stones once more. This time, 32 were elevated to supreme grade, while the others reverted to mid-grade. Storing all the spirit stones back into his storage pouch, he retrieved the book Elementary Array Formations and began studying it. The tome detailed over a dozen formations, including the Spirit Gathering Array, Barrier Array, 5 Elements Array, Soul Confusion Array, 9 Palaces, and 8 Trigrams Array, and the 2 Forms and 4 Symbols Array. The Spirit Gathering Array, an auxiliary formation, concentrated spiritual energy to enhance absorption during cultivation. The barrier array served defensive purposes, ranging from grand mountain protecting formations of sects to personal shields. Others like the Five Elements and Soul Confusion arrays were offensive-defensive formations, requiring more intricate setups. First, master the spirit gathering and barrier arrays, then move on to the others, Yang Dong murmured to himself. Turning to the spirit gathering array section, he immersed himself in its intricacies. Soon, he grasped the incantations and principles behind its deployment. Setting up the spirit gathering array required more than just incantations. Specific materials were essential. Spirit stones acted as the array's core, with their quality directly influencing the formation's efficacy. Additionally, 5 colored spirit-attracting banners representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth needed to be placed around the perimeter. While Yang Dong had no shortage of spirit stones, even possessing numerous supreme-grade ones, they were too small. Array formations typically demanded large, uncut stones rather than these fragmented pieces. As for the 5 colored banners, they were crafted by specialized array masters, as ordinary cultivators lacked the expertise. Next, he studied the barrier array. Barriers came in 2 forms, those conjured purely through spiritual power, requiring immense cultivation strength, at least the divine transformation realm, and those sustained by rare materials and spirit crystals to power grant, long-term formations like sect-protecting barriers. The former drained energy rapidly, making them suitable only for temporary, small-scale shields. In 15 days, the sect will organize a trip to Shoyuan City. There, I can purchase the 5 colored banners and other rare materials, Yang Dong mused, stroking his chin. I should gather more resources beforehand to ensure I have enough spirit stones for the journey. Just then, Qin Machio's voice drifted from outside. Junior brother, are you home? Rising. Yang Dong pushed open the door to find Qin Machio approaching with a smile. Senior sister Qin, please come in. He greeted, stepping aside. After entering, they engaged in cultivation. Once finished, they dressed and settled down. Yang Dong poured a bowl of spiritual water and handed it to her, accepting the porcelain bowl with a smile. Qin Machio drained it in one go. Setting it down, she said, actually, I came to share good news with you. Oh, what good news? Yang Dong inquired with curiosity. Qin Machio then recounted her recent conversation with Elder Shen, concluding with, after hearing the matter, Elder Shen vehemently condemned Shen Yunqing as deserving of death. Brother Yang, you can finally rest assured. You need not worry about Elder Shen seeking retribution against you. Yang Dong smiled faintly upon hearing this. I killed his nephew. Yet he still curses Shen Yuqing as deserving of death. Either Elder Shen is indeed a man of integrity, or he is merely pretending. Pretending? Qin Machio exclaimed in astonishment. Brother Yang, do you mean? Yang Dong poured himself a bowl of spiritual water and took a sip. If he is pretending, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that he is showcasing his righteous indignation in front of Elder Lu and you all, establishing a facade of impartiality within the sect. The second possibility is that he is exceedingly cunning, feigning hatred towards Shen Yuqing while secretly plotting against me. In such a scenario, even if I were to be killed, no one would suspect Elder Shen. Qin Machio was taken aback by his analysis. Your reasoning does hold some merit. I hope Elder Shen is not that kind of person. Nonetheless, you must remain vigilant. Yang Dong dismissed her concerns with a smirk. Rest assured, I will be fine. I carry several high-grade protective talismans and thunder talismans. Let alone Elder Shen, even a nascent soul cultivator would not intimidate me. Brother, I shall not disturb your cultivation any longer. After sitting idly for a while, Qin Machio rose to take her leave. Once she departed, Yang Dong exited the stone chamber and made his way to the outer sect's main hall, where he exchanged 100 mid-grade spirit stones for 100 points of sect contribution. Upon returning to his dwelling, he commenced his cultivation. In the following 10 days, Yang Dong ventured out 5 times to hunt beasts. During the remaining time, he practiced the Qing and Qi refining technique, absorbing the energy from spirit stones. Before long, the 15th day arrived. In the square of Qingyan sect, a massive flying vessel was docked. Over 800 outer sect disciples, set to journey to Shoyuan City, boarded the vessel under the guidance of the outer sect's hall master and several elders. The majority of outer sect disciples lacked the requisite 100 contribution points, rendering them ineligible for the trip to Shoyuan City. Although they could not go themselves, they were permitted to commission fellow disciples to procure items for them. As for inner sect disciples, they visited Shoyuan City multiple times each month under the supervision of the elders. Yang Dong and Qin Machio lined up with the other outer sect disciples to board the vessel. The flying vessel measured approximately 30 to 40 meters in length and 7 to 8 meters in width, sufficient to accommodate 1,000 or 2,000 individuals. Constructed from spiritual wood, the central cabin housed a spirit stone the size of a grinding disc. Once all the disciples had boarded, Hall Master Lu formed a hand seal and cast a spell upon the massive spirit stone, which emitted a radiant glow, activating the vessel. The flying craft ascended slowly, enveloped by an invisible barrier, and departed the sect, heading towards Shouyuan City. The disciples of Qingyun's sect embarked on their journey to Shouyuan City. Chapter 35. Shouyuan City. The flying vessel soared rapidly at an altitude of several hundred zhang, occasionally piercing through the misty clouds. Below, the undulating mountains stretched endlessly, and now and then, one might glimpse some majestic birds of prey soaring through the sky. The immense size of the vessel instilled a profound sense of intimidation in these avian creatures, causing them to keep their distance and refrain from approaching or attacking. Shouyuan City stands as the largest hub for cultivation transactions in the Great Zhou, situated in the central region, a staggering 10,000 li away from the Qingyun sect. The speed of the vessel increased, slicing through the clouds and mists. Without the protective barrier, the Qi refinement cultivators aboard would find it nearly impossible to maintain their footing, and they might very well be swept off the vessel. After an hour, a colossal city emerged in the distance below. The city rose over 10 zhang high, constructed of blue stones, exuding an ancient and imposing grandeur. One could see numerous flying vessels traversing the air above the city, alongside cultivators riding spirit beasts or flying on swords. This was indeed Shouyuan City, the largest gathering place for cultivators in the Great Zhou, where all 10 major sects had established their branches. Qin Machio stood beside Yang Dong, pointing towards the city below as she introduced it to him, knowing that it was his first visit to Shouyuan City. How does our Qingyun sect rank among the 10 major sects? Yang Dong inquired curiously. He was aware that Qingyun sect was one of the 10 major sects of the Great Zhou, but was uncertain about its actual standing. Qin Machio replied, I once heard Elder Lu mention that a millennium ago, our Qingyun sect was the foremost sect in the Great Zhou. Unfortunately, over the past few centuries, we have significantly declined and can now barely hold the last position among the 10 major sections. Is that so? Yang Dong shook his head with a wry smile, realizing he had joined the National Army just 49 years prior. At this moment, the vessel began to gradually decelerate. Shortly thereafter, it hovered above Shouyuan City, heading towards a large estate in the southwest. The estate spanned hundreds of acres, comprising numerous buildings. A faintly glowing barrier enveloped the estate for protection. As the vessel approached the estate, upon contact with the barrier, Master Lu stood at the bow, raising a command token that emitted a beam of light onto the barrier, which instantly opened a large aperture. The vessel glided through the opening and gently descended onto the square in front of the estate. Master Lu and a dozen elders, accompanied by hundreds of outer disciples, disembarked from the vessel. Master Lu, you have arrived. A middle-aged man in a blue robe, flanked by several disciples, stepped forward to greet Master Lu and the elders with a bow. This blue-robed man was the branch leader of the Qingyun sect stationed here. Master Lu nodded slightly and instructed, Master Lu, please arrange accommodations for these disciples. We shall return to the sect tomorrow afternoon. Master Lu assured him, rest assured, Master Lu. The accommodations have already been prepared. Master Lu addressed the hundreds of disciples. You may now explore Shouyuan City. Remember to return to the estate before the hour of the dog this evening. It is advisable to travel in groups and avoid causing any trouble. Should you encounter any danger, send a message using the communication talisman. Yes. The disciples responded in unison before dispersing. Each group of outer disciples ventured forth in clusters of 3 to 5, while Yang Dong chose to walk alone. Young Shidi, aren't you coming with us? Qin Machio called out as she hurried to catch up with him. I dislike crowds. They stifle my freedom, Yang Dong remarked, shaking his head. In truth, the genuine reason for his reluctance to venture out with others was the desire to conceal the vast quantity of goods he had amassed. Presently, he possessed over 100 exquisite spirit stones, several hundred superior spirit stones, and over 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones. His wealth rivaled that of an elder. I share your sentiments regarding crowds. Let us walk together, Qin Machio said, hastening to walk alongside Yang Dong, a smile gracing her face. Senior sister, I truly prefer to wander alone, Yang Dong silently lamented. Yet, with Qin Machio insisting on accompanying him, he felt it unseemly to outright refuse. After all, they shared a deep bond as companions on this journey. As they exited the courtyard of the division, they strolled onto the bustling street. The thoroughfare, paved with blue stone slabs, was spacious, flanked by an array of shops, most of which dealt in items pertinent to cultivation. The pedestrians were predominantly cultivators, clad in various robes, including both disciples of sects and independent practitioners. Yangdong and Qin Macho meandered through the streets of Shouyuan City. The 10 great sects each operated their own shops there. Some specialized in magical artifacts, others in medicinal pills, and still others in array-related items. The Qingyun sect primarily focused on talismans. Qin Macho walked alongside Yangdong, elaborating on the nuances of Shouyuan City. After listening to her explanations, Yangdong grasped that each sect possessed its own areas of expertise, with the Qingyun sect excelling in talisman crafting, which was potent yet fairly priced. "Where can I procure the 5-color spirit-attracting banner?" Yangdong inquired. The 5-color spirit-attracting banner falls under the category of array items. We can acquire it at the Xuanji Pavilion, which specializes in such wares, Qin Macho replied, as she was somewhat familiar with Shouyuan City from her previous visits. They turned onto another street and arrived at the Xuanji Pavilion. Upon entering, a disciple of the pavilion greeted them with a smile and a respectful bow. "Esteemed friends, what may I assist you in acquiring today?" Yangdong surveyed the spacious shop, which spanned several hundred square meters, filled with various items. A few cultivators were selecting goods, while several disciples of the Xuanji Pavilion were elucidating the items to them. "How much for the 5-color spirit-attracting banner?" Yangdong inquired. The disciple replied, "The 5-color spirit-attracting banner is available in inferior, medium, and superior grades. May I ask which quality you wish to purchase?" "The higher the quality of the banner, the more effective the spirit-attracting array." Yangdong responded, "Please detail the spirit stones required for each grade of the banner." The disciple explained. A set of inferior 5-color spirit-attracting banners is priced at 100 inferior spirit stones, while a set of medium-grade banners costs 100 medium spirit stones, and so forth. After some deliberation, Yangdong attempted to negotiate. "If I receive a discount of 30%, I shall purchase a set." While the pricing seemed reasonable, he still sought to haggle. The disciple smiled and replied, "Perhaps this is your first visit to Shouyuan City? The prices set by the 10 great sects are fixed and non-negotiable." Glancing at Qin Macho, he noticed her subtle nod of agreement. This arrangement suited him well, as he was not particularly adept at bargaining while purchasing goods. Yangdong Dao requested a set of medium-grade 5-colored spirit-attracting flags. After making his request, he retrieved 10 high-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the disciple of his Xuanji. Possessing a precious cauldron, he deemed it unnecessary to purchase items of excessively high rank. A complete set of high-grade spirit-attracting flags would cost 100 high-grade spirit stones, which caused Yangdong to feel a slight pinch in his finances. Having made the effort to visit Shouyuan City, he intended to acquire numerous items and thus needed to budget his expenditures carefully. The disciple of Xuanji accepted the 10 high-grade spirit stones and secured them, then retrieved a set of 5-colored spirit-attracting flags from the storage cabinet and presented them to Yangdong. He placed the flags into his large storage bag, followed by the purchase of 10 medium-grade fire spirit bombs and several rare materials for setting up barriers. Finally, he acquired a hefty medium-grade spirit stone weighing over 10 pounds. The total expenditure amounted to several hundred high-grade spirit stones and a few premium spirit stones, leaving Qin Macho beside him utterly astounded. Chapter 36. My dear. You have lost your soul. As they emerged from the Xuanji Pavilion, Qin Macho glanced at Yangdong with a peculiar expression, her lips parting several times as if to speak yet hesitating. "Senior sister, are you curious about how I acquired so many spirit stones?" Yangdong inquired with a smile. Indeed, she was quite intrigued by where junior brother Yang had procured such a vast number of spirit stones, particularly those of superior and extraordinary quality. Qin Macho nodded in agreement. Such a collection of superior and extraordinary spirit stones could scarcely be amassed even by an elder. Although she and Yangdong had already shared intimate moments, she felt it inappropriate to pry into his affairs. Now that Yangdong had broached the topic, her curiosity was piqued. "I obtained them from the storage bags of several deceased cultivators while gathering outside the sect," Yangdong fabricated a tale. "In addition to these, I acquired some magical artifacts and high-grade talismans, while the rest were exchanged for spirit herbs and fruits at the sect." "Oh, I see." Qin Macho's expression shifted to one of realization. No wonder Yangdong had casually tossed a high-grade talisman during his duel with Xinyu Qing. Yangdong's lips curled into a subtle smile. Sister Qin was not easily deceived. Rather, she placed her trust in his character. As they strolled along the street, they unknowingly arrived at a spirit pet shop. "Is it possible they have spirit beasts for sale?" Yangdong felt a surge of interest. If given the opportunity, he would indeed wish to purchase a spirit beast to take home. Perhaps with some refinement in the treasure cauldron, it could transform into a third-tier extraordinary beast. Qin Macho gazed at the signboard and remarked, "This is the shop of the Spirit Beast sect, one of the top 3 immortal sects in the Great Zhou, renowned for its mastery over spirit beasts. Let's go inside and take a look." With that, Yang Dong stepped into the Spirit Beast shop. Inside, they were greeted by a row of iron cages containing various spirit birds and extraordinary beasts, most of which were adorable younglings. "Dear friends, are you in search of spirit pets?" A middle-aged man in a gray robe approached with a broad smile. "How do you price the spirit beasts here?" Yang Dong asked, perusing the array of cages. "That depends on the species and tier," the gray-robed man explained, gesturing to the spirit beasts within the cages. First-tier spirit pets are priced at a few superior spirit stones, second-tier ones at several dozen, while third-tier spirit pets cost several hundred superior spirit stones. As for fourth-tier spirit pets, that will suffice. No need for further details, Yang Dong interjected, waving his hand to halt the man's explanation. He could hardly afford a third-tier spirit pet, let alone contemplate a fourth tier. "What of the spirit fox?" Yang Dong pointed to a 3-tailed white fox within a cage. The gray-robed man replied, "This is a second-tier extraordinary beast, the 3-tailed spirit fox. You can take it home for just 5 superior spirit stones." "Only 5? That amounts to 5,000 inferior spirit stones." Yang Dong shook his head. While he found the white fox quite charming, he had no intention of purchasing it. "And this little fire tiger, how much is it?" Yang Dong inquired, pointing at a cage containing a small, fiery red tiger. "This is a third-tier extraordinary beast. The crimson flame tiger, priced at 300 superior spirit stones," the gray-robed man responded lazily, fully aware that this young man could scarcely afford the fiery cub. Qin Macho could only shake her head in disbelief. 300 exquisite spirit stones, a sum that even the elders of the sect seldom possess. In an instant, Yang Dong found the once adorable crimson flame cub utterly unappealing, turning away to leave. "Hello, buy me, buy me." A shrill voice pierced the air. Both Yang Dong and Qin Imochio turned with curiosity to see a birdcage perched in the corner of the wall, housing a parrot with feathers of vibrant green, leaping about and incessantly calling out to Yang Dong, "Hello, come by me. Hello, special price." Qin Imochio couldn't help but chuckle. This bird is rather amusing. "Yang, why not purchase this parrot?" The middle-aged man in a gray robe laughed. "This feathery creature screams every time someone enters to buy a spirit pet, hoping to sell itself." Yang Dong grew intrigued, approaching the birdcage and whistling at the parrot. "Hey, how much do you wish to sell yourself for?" The parrot tilted its head and squawked, "No money, no money. All food and lodging, don't cage me." Qin Imochio burst into laughter. Yang Dong playfully flicked the parrot's head with his finger, chiding, "What good is saying you don't want money? It seems you simply wish to escape this cage." He turned to the middle-aged man. "What breed is this parrot?" The man replied, "This is a second-tier exotic bird, the emerald feather parrot. If you desire it, 3 exquisite spirit stones will suffice." The price was reasonable. Yet Yang Dong shook his head, pondering the futility of keeping a bird that would only consume resources. The parrot bounced around, calling out, "Useful, useful." Yang Dong teased it. "Pray tell, what usefulness do you possess?" The parrot pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Fine spirit fruits, fine spirit herbs." Qin Imochio was in fits of laughter, turning to Yang Dong. "Yang, this bird is quite entertaining. Why not buy it?" "Thank you, sister. Thank you, beautiful lady." The parrot flapped its wings in a mock bow towards Qin Imochio, prompting her to laugh even more. "You cheeky bird, quite the flatterer. Very well. I shall purchase you." With that, Yang Dong produced 3 exquisite spirit stones and handed them to the gray-robed man. The man accepted the stones, retrieved the birdcage, and handed it to Yang Dong. With the parrot in tow, Yang Dong and Qin Imochio exited the spirit pet shop, meandering through the streets while playfully engaging with the parrot. They strolled around Xiaoyuan City for the afternoon, acquiring a few low-grade magical artifacts, only making their way back to the Qingyan sect estate as dusk approached. The shops lining the streets began to illuminate with candlelight, while the number of leisurely pedestrians dwindled. As they continued forward, they encountered 2 men, one old and one young, approaching them. The foremost was a cold, young man clad in embroidered garments, followed closely by an elder in a red robe. The young man's gaze bore down on Qin Imochio, appraising her with a sinister smirk. Feeling as though a venomous serpent had fixated upon her, Qin Imochio dared not meet his gaze, lowering her head instead. A flicker of murderous intent flashed through Yang Dong's mind, yet he wished to avoid unnecessary conflicts. In Xiaoyuan City, where dragons hide and tigers lie in wait, the young man in brocade attire appeared to possess an extraordinary status, while the elderly figure in red beside him emanated a formidable aura, indicating a cultivation level of at least the golden elixir realm. Yang Dong chose not to scrutinize these individuals further and shifted his gaze elsewhere. After the group passed each other, Qin Machio let out a subtle sigh of relief. At that moment, the voice of the brocade-clad youth echoed from behind. "My lady, you have dropped something." Surprised, Qin Machio turned to see the young man holding a small copper mirror, which reflected her enchanting visage. "My lady, your soul has fallen," the brocade youth remarked, a chilling smile playing at the corners of his lips. "My soul has fallen." Qin Machio's expression grew vacant as she murmured, her steps stiffening as she approached the brocade youth. Chapter 37. Vanquishing the young master and acquiring the spatial ring. Yang Dong cast aside the birdcage and grasped Qin Machio's hand with urgency. "Qin Shiji, what troubles you?" Yet, Qin Machio appeared as if she were a mere shell of her former self, entirely disregarding Yang Dong's concern, struggling to advance. "What have you done to my Shiji?" Yang Dong fixed his gaze upon the young man clad in resplendent attire, his voice cold and commanding. "How dare you speak to me in such a manner?" The young man snorted disdainfully, casually raising his hand to unleash a powerful surge of spiritual energy directed at Yang Dong. In that instant, the mystical patterns adorning Yang Dong's robe flared brilliantly, and a mid-tier 5 elements protective talisman erupted to form a shield before him. Boom! The 5 elements shield trembled violently before shattering, dissipating 80% of the incoming spiritual force, while the remaining 20% was absorbed by the mystical robe. The shattering of the mid-tier shield revealed the remarkable prowess of the resplendent young man, who had evidently reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. At that moment, Yang Dong produced a top-tier 5 thunder talisman from within his robes and hurled it towards the old man in the black robe. He had no desire to engage in conflict with the young man, but evasion was no longer an option. Yang Dong understood that the young man was not truly formidable. The true threat lay in the black-robed elder. Thus, without hesitation, he unleashed the top-tier 5 thunder talisman towards the elder. The power of the top-tier 5 thunder talisman was immense, capable of obliterating even a peak nascent soul cultivator. The talisman crafting techniques of the Qingyan sect were unparalleled throughout the Great Zhou, with only the 3 venerable elders and the sect leader able to produce such talismans, each requiring a significant expenditure of spiritual energy and days to recover. The talismans Yang Dong wielded had been refined through the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, their potency far exceeding those crafted by the venerable elders of the Qingyan sect. Upon witnessing Yang Dong draw the talisman, the black-robed elder assumed the target was the young man and cast a protective spell around him, forming a shimmering barrier. However, boom, a bolt of multicolored lightning, as thick as a barrel, descended from above, striking directly at the black-robed elder's head. The elder's protective robe erupted in dazzling light, while 2 additional magical artifacts and 2 high-tier protective talismans activated their shields simultaneously. Yet, it was futile. This formidable bolt of multicolored lightning was sufficient to annihilate a peak nascent soul cultivator. The black-robed elder, being merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul, found his defenses, even when combined, utterly incapable of withstanding the force of this top-tier lightning strike. Bang, bang, bang. The multicolored lightning tore through all of the elder's protective barriers, leaving nearly half of its force to strike directly upon him. The black-robed elder was reduced to charred remains, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Yang Dong had unleashed the top-tier 5 thunder talisman upon the black-robed elder. Witnessing this, the resplendent young man was filled with terror and leaped to flee. Attempting to escape, Yang Dong shouted coldly, hurling another top-tier 5 thunder talisman in pursuit. Boom! A 5-colored lightning bolt, as thick as a bucket, struck the young man in splendid attire. Despite several high-quality magical artifacts on his person bursting forth with protective radiance, how could they withstand the force of the supreme 5 thunder technique? The artifacts were utterly obliterated, and the young man plummeted from the sky, reduced to a charred corpse. The entirety of this confrontation, from the moment the young man attacked Yang Dong to the conclusion of the battle, transpired in mere seconds. At this moment, the shops lining the street hastily shut their doors, and nearby cultivators fled in haste, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Although the magical assault lasted only a few fleeting seconds, its terrifying might was sufficient to instill dread even in golden core cultivators. Qin Machio, with a vacant expression, advanced toward the charred remains of the young man. Yang Dong understood that Qin Machio had been affected by the copper mirror wielded by the young man, which had led to her current state. He rushed to the lifeless body, searching for the mirror, but found nothing. Where could that mirror be? Could it have been destroyed by the 5 thunder technique? Yet, even if it were shattered, there should be at least some remnants visible. Not a single fragment of the copper mirror was to be found on the ground. At that moment, Yang Dong noticed an ancient ring adorning the young man's finger. Could this be a storage ring? Was the copper mirror contained within it? Without hesitation, Yang Dong removed the ring from the young man's finger, pondering how to retrieve the mirror from this spatial artifact. Typically, spatial rings require a drop of blood to acknowledge their new master. Now that the young man was deceased, the ring was unclaimed, and if he were to drop his blood upon it, it should recognize him as its new master, he reasoned. With this thought, Yang Dong bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring. A faint glow flickered, and the ring absorbed all the blood he had dripped upon it. In an instant, Yang Dong sensed a connection forming with the ring, and the interior space of the ring unfolded in his mind. Within the spacious confines, which measured at least 100 square meters, lay a vast collection of high-quality and top-quality spirit stones, numerous spiritual fruits and herbs, various rare materials, and a dozen magical artifacts. And there, within the confines of the spatial ring, was the copper mirror. With a mere thought, the mirror materialized in his hand. It was a palm-sized, circular copper mirror, one side gleaming with a brass hue, while the other shone with a silvery reflection. Yang Dong recalled how the young man had used the brass side to shine upon Qin Machio, causing her to become ensnared in this state. The young man had told her, "Your soul has fallen." Qin Machio echoed, "My soul has fallen." Could it be that this was a soul-capturing mirror, having ensnared a part of Qin Machio's spirit? But how could he restore her soul to her body? Perhaps he could try shining the mirror upon her once more. With that, Yang Dong raised the silver side of the copper mirror toward the dazed Qin Machio. A faint white light illuminated her face, and she suddenly jolted awake. "What just happened to me?" she murmured, rubbing her head in a state of bewilderment. She was startled to see two charred corpses on the ground. "Brother Yang, these two charred bodies. Senior sister Qin, we must depart," Yang Dong stated decisively. With a mere thought, he summoned the treasured mirror into his spatial ring and unleashed flames to engulf the two corpses. Seizing Qin Machio's hand, he hastened towards the location of the Qin Yun sect's branch. The identity of this young man in brocade was undoubtedly significant. He had just proclaimed himself the young master, and the elder in black robes beside him could either be a golden core or a nascent soul cultivator. It was entirely possible that this brocade-clad youth was the heir of a major sect. They needed to leave this place swiftly, lest they attract unwanted attention. "Don't forget the bird. Bring the bird." The parrot in the cage on the ground squawked anxiously at Yang Dong. He had indeed neglected this feathered creature. It was not that he was particularly attached to the bird, but rather that anyone pursuing them might glean information from it. Yang Dong turned back, extending his hand to grasp the cage, and with Qin Machio's hand still in his, he channeled his spiritual energy and rushed towards the Qin Yun sect's branch. Qin Machio sensed Yang Dong's gravity. His grip on her wrist propelled her forward. The two utilized their magical powers to traverse swiftly, and moments later, they arrived at the Qin Yun sect's branch. Upon entering the estate's barrier, Yang Dong finally exhaled a long breath of relief and released his hold on Qin Machio's hand. Chapter 38. The Blood Fiend Sect. Junior Brother Yang. What exactly happened earlier? Were those two charred corpses the young nobleman and the black-robed elder? Upon returning to the manor, Qin Machio asked Yang Dong with a face full of shock and confusion. She only remembered encountering the young nobleman and the black-robed elder. The nobleman had given her a sinister, lecherous smirk, while the elder exuded an overwhelming oppressive aura. After passing them, the nobleman suddenly called out to her. When she turned to look, she lost consciousness instantly. "That young nobleman cast a dark spell on you. I used a 5-thunder talisman to obliterate them both, which broke the curse on you," Yang Dong summarized briefly, omitting any mention of the soul-snatching mirror or the spatial ring, secrets he would reveal to no one. Not even Qin Machio. To think those two were so vile. Qin Machio shuddered at the memory. Without Yang Dong's intervention, she dared not imagine the horrors that might have befallen her, perhaps unspeakable torment, or worse, being turned into a puppet by that depraved youth. "Senior sister, you must never speak of this to anyone. Understood?" Yang Dong whispered gravely. "I understand." Qin Machio, sharp-witted, grasped his meaning at once. The nobleman and the elder must have held significant status. Their deaths would undoubtedly draw investigation. "We should part ways here. It's best not to venture out tomorrow." With that, Yang Dong strode off alone into the night. Qin Machio watched his retreating figure, murmuring to herself, how did Junior Brother Yang manage to kill that black-robed elder? Returning to the quarters arranged by the manor, Yang Dong found himself sharing a room with 3 other disciples, a modest accommodation befitting outer sect members for a single night. The Blood Fiend sect seated cross-legged atop the Grand Hall's dais, Long Xiao, the sect master, was enveloped in a crimson glow, deep in meditation. Sect master! A calamity has struck. A disciple stumbled into the hall, collapsing to his knees in panic. What is it that has you so distraught? Long Xiao slowly opened his eyes, the red light dissipating as he spoke calmly. Your Excellency, the young master's soul lamp has extinguished, the disciple sobbed, prostrating himself. What? Long Xiao's face twisted in fury. With a flick of his hand, he yanked the disciple forward by an invisible force, snarling, when did it happen? Just moments ago. The trembling attendant stammered. Aya! A guttural roar of anguish tore from Long Xiao's throat as he hurled the disciple across the hall. Who? Who dared murder my son? His voice shook the very foundations of the sect. Summon all elders to the hall at once. Show Yuan City. Blood Fiend Sect Branch Altar Master, he paced frantically across the chamber. The young master had vanished without a trace, and despite dispatching every disciple to search, not a single clue had surfaced. Just then, a disciple rushed in, bowing hastily. Altar Master, the young master, and Elder Qing have been found. The esteemed master, he was filled with joy. Where? The disciple lowered his head and replied, outside. Without delving further into the disciple's demeanor, master, he hastily exited the hall. Upon stepping outside, he beheld two charred corpses lying on wooden planks, nearly consumed by flames. A group of disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect stood dejectedly nearby, resembling wilted plants after a frost. Master, his eyes widened in horror as he gazed upon the two remains, trembling as he asked, where is the young master? One disciple pointed to one of the tall, slender corpses, stating, the young master is here. Master, his legs weakened, nearly causing him to collapse. The young master was dead, slain in Xiao Yuan City, his own territory. What would the sect leader do upon learning of this? Cold sweat dripped from Master his forehead as he struggled to comprehend that the young master had been reduced to ashes by lightning magic in Xiao Yuan City. Who possessed such audacity to brazenly murder the Bloodslaughter sect's young master within its domain? Who could wield such power? It was known that Elder Qing, who was tasked with the young master's protection, was a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. While not the pinnacle of strength in the Great Zhou, he was certainly a formidable force, rarely bested. Yet, he had been effortlessly struck down. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Master Yi turned to the gathered disciples and inquired solemnly, where did you find the bodies of the young master and Elder Qing? A steward replied, on Xinfeng Street in the northern market. We happened upon the burning corpses, and after dousing the flames with water magic, we discovered they were the young master and Elder Qing. Xinfeng Street Master, he gritted his teeth, realizing that the street was lined with shops. Surely, witnesses would have seen who had slain the young master. Have you questioned the shopkeepers? The steward responded. I sent men to inquire among the shopkeepers and assistants. They reported a confrontation between the young master and a pair of young men and women, with the young men being the one who killed them. Do you have any description of these young men and women? What were they wearing? Master, he pressed. According to the shopkeepers' accounts, the couple appeared to be disciples of the Qingyan sect, though the steward hesitated to confirm. The Qingyan sect. A cold glint flashed in Master his eyes. Regardless of their affiliation, we must investigate the Qingyan sect's branch. The following day, as Yangdong awoke and stepped outside, he was met with a commotion. Following the crowd, he emerged to find an elder clad in green robes, flanked by hundreds of disciples, fiercely blocking the entrance to the estate. Call forth your sect leader. The elder bellowed. Yangdong's heart sank. Could this be in response to the murder of the young man in splendid attire? Aside from this incident, he could not fathom any other reason for a sect to arrive at the Qingyan sect's branch so early, brimming with hostility. Who exactly was this young man? And why had they come to the Qingyan sect? Did they suspect him of being the perpetrator of their young master's demise? A flurry of questions raced through Yang Dong's mind. Qin Machio approached Yang Dong, exchanging a glance that revealed a hint of concern on her delicate face. Who dares to wreak havoc in the territory of my Qingyan sect? A voice, laced with cold authority, echoed as Master Lu, accompanied by Master Lu and a dozen elders, stormed forth in a fit of rage. It turned out to be the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. Master Lu cast a disdainful glance at the hundreds of disciples led by Master He, letting out a contemptuous snort. The Bloodslaughter sect is one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, albeit a nefarious one. Among these 10 sects, 3 are deemed malevolent: the Bloodslaughter sect, the Pleasure sect, and the Sky-Burning sect. Master He, what brings you and your men, brimming with murderous intent, to the Qingyan sect's branch at such an early hour? Master Lu stepped forward, fixing a stern gaze upon Master He as he questioned him gravely. Although the Qingyan sect and the Blood Slaughter sect are fundamentally opposed, the two sects are separated by thousands of miles and seldom engage in conflict. The Qingyan sect has no desire to provoke the Blood Slaughter sect. After all, the Qingyan sect has greatly declined, its strength now pale in comparison to that of the Blood Slaughter sect. Stop feigning ignorance, Master, he retorted, his voice rife with anger. Your people from the Qingyan sect killed our young master last night. How do you intend to provide the Blood Slaughter sect with an explanation for this matter? Chapter 39. The mysterious feathered parrot. Upon hearing Elder He's words, the crowd was struck with astonishment. The young master of the Blood Fiend sect had been slain the previous night? Who would dare commit such an audacious act, provoking the inevitable wrath of the Blood Fiend sect? Apart from Yang Dong, everyone gasped in shock. So, the lavishly dressed youth from last night was the young master of the Blood Fiend sect. Yang Dong himself felt a flicker of surprise. The Blood Fiend sect ranked among the 10 great immortal sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, its power surpassing even that of the Azure Cloud sect. He had truly stirred a hornet's nest. Elder Lu sneered coldly. The death of your Blood Fiend sect's young master has nothing to do with our Azure Cloud sect. Where is your proof that our disciples were responsible? Elder, he bellowed. Our young master and Elder Qing were slain last night on Qingfeng Street. According to the shopkeepers and workers nearby, a young man and woman dressed in Azure Cloud sect disciple robes clashed with our young master. The young man then used lightning-based spells to kill both our young master and Elder Qing before fleeing. The Azure Cloud sect disciples exchanged bewildered glances, murmuring among themselves. Could it truly be one of our own who killed the Blood Fiend sect's young master? A young man and woman? Who could it be? Impossible. We're all outer disciples. Who among us has the strength to kill their young master? Not even our inner disciples could accomplish such a feat, let alone with an elder present. This must be a deliberate provocation by the Blood Fiend sect. As if our Azure Cloud sect fears them. Qin Macho pretended to join the murmurs, though inwardly his heart pounded with tension. Yang Dong remained composed. Without eyewitnesses, the Blood Fiend sect had no concrete evidence, only vague descriptions from bystanders. Elder Lu retorted. How can you conclude it was our disciples based solely on descriptions of their attire? Many cultivators in Shuyuan City wear robes resembling ours. And who's to say someone didn't disguise themselves as Azure Cloud sect disciples? Elder, he faltered, momentarily speechless. In truth, he wasn't entirely certain either. With a cold snort, he declared, regardless, since the murderer wore your sect's robes, the Blood Fiend sect has every right to demand answers. Elder Lu burst into laughter. To think the Blood Fiend sect's young master and an elder were slain by a mere outer disciple of ours. What a grand joke for the cultivation world. Elder Lu added mockingly. Could it be that your elders are weaker than our outer disciples? The biting sarcasm left Elder He red-faced and fuming, yet utterly unable to refute. Elder Lu's voice turned icy, his killing intent surging. We may overlook your accusations today, but if you insist on slander and provocation, do not blame us for responding harshly. The aura radiating from him suggested a cultivation level that had likely reached the nascent soul stage. He, the esteemed forum master, felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from Master Lu, instinctively taking a step back. As merely a forum master with cultivation at the Golden Core stage, how could he contend with a hall master of the Qingyan sect and over a dozen elders? It seemed prudent to report this matter to the sect leader before making any decisions. We, at the Blood Fiend sect, shall undoubtedly investigate this matter thoroughly. With a cold snort, the forum master departed, accompanied by several hundred disciples of the Blood Fiend sect. Watching he leave, a look of concern spread across Lu's face. The death of the Blood Fiend sect's young master demanded retribution, regardless of whether the culprit was a disciple of the Qingyan sect. The Blood Fiend sect would not let this matter rest. The crux of the issue lay in the fact that the current strength of the Qingyan sect was no match for that of the Blood Fiend sect. In the afternoon, Master Lu, along with several elders and hundreds of outer disciples, boarded a flying vessel to return to the Qingyan sect. Yang Dong returned to his stone abode, closing the doors and windows, and summoned a treasured cauldron from within. The first order of business was to refine the emerald-feathered parrot. Only by infusing it with his blood could it be bound to him as a loyal servant, akin to the golden-winged hornet. One of the primary reasons Yang Dong had purchased the parrot was its ability to speak, enabling communication, which was invaluable. He promptly extracted the parrot from its cage, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon its head before placing it into the cauldron. A flash of white light illuminated the space, transforming the parrot's feathers into a deep obsidian hue, its eyes glowing a vibrant red-yellow, exuding remarkable vitality. The cauldron displayed the following information. Mysterious feather parrot, 4th grade exotic bird. This bird possesses exceptional flight speed and intelligence. When under attack, its feathers become as hard as iron. To his astonishment, he had refined a fourth-grade exotic bird. Yang Dong was both surprised and delighted as the parrot emerged from the cauldron, hovering before him. Wings folded in a respectful gesture, proclaiming, "Thank you, Master, for bestowing your divine power upon me, allowing my evolution into a fourth-grade exotic bird." The parrot's voice now bore a closer resemblance to that of a human, and its speech flowed effortlessly, clearly indicative of a significant boost in intelligence. Impressively, it could hover without flapping its wings. Yang Dong couldn't help but marvel. "This is merely the basics. My abilities have significantly expanded," the mysterious feather parrot declared. Its head held high, radiating pride. "Oh, pray tell, what abilities do you possess?" Yang Dong inquired, playfully tapping its head with his finger. The parrot replied, "My current vision and hearing have improved by several hundred times, and my flight speed and agility have increased 100-fold. I can assist you in locating spiritual fruits and herbs, as well as provide vigilance over our surroundings." With such remarkable enhancements, Yang Dong nodded in satisfaction. "Indeed. That sounds quite impressive. By the way, I should introduce the parrot to the golden-winged hornet. Otherwise, a clash between them would be troublesome." With that thought, Yang Dong whistled, summoning the golden-winged hornet, which flew in through the window. Upon witnessing the golden-winged hornet entering the room and approaching Yang Dong, the feathers of the Xianyu parrot bristled in alarm, positioning itself in front of Yang Dong, ready to fan its wings at the hornet. The golden-winged hornet, taken aback, swiftly maneuvered to the side to evade. "Hold your positions," Yang Dong exclaimed urgently. The Xianyu parrot seemed to comprehend, exclaiming, "Is it also a spirit pet of the master?" The golden-winged hornet glanced at the parrot, its expression tinged with confusion. Although the golden-winged hornet possessed a relatively high level of intelligence among bees, it paled in comparison to the Xianyu parrot. "Listen closely," Yang Dong instructed, pointing at the two. "You are both my spirit pets, and you must coexist harmoniously from now on. Do you understand?" The Xianyu parrot and the golden-winged hornet exchanged glances and vigorously nodded in agreement. "Ah, we must bestow names upon you both," Yang Dong mused before declaring. "You shall be called a Feng, and he shall be known as Xiaoyu." "Greetings, a Feng." The Xianyu parrot glided towards the golden-winged hornet, extending a wing in greeting. The hornet responded with a series of buzzes, nodding repeatedly as if to acknowledge the gesture. The Xianyu parrot, feeling somewhat embarrassed, retracted its wing. "Very well, both of you, go outside and remain vigilant." Yang Dong waved his hand, and the golden-winged hornet and the Xianyu parrot joyfully flew out the window. Chapter 40. The Celestial Damaging Mirror. After sending forth his two spirit pets, Yang Dong retrieved the soul-capturing mirror from his spatial ring. This mirror possessed remarkable powers, qualifying it as an exceptional magical artifact. Should it undergo refinement in the treasure cauldron, its potential would be unimaginable. Yang Dong contemplated the transformation of the mirror through this process. He placed the soul-capturing mirror into the cauldron, and with a flash of white light, it metamorphosed into an octagonal bronze mirror. The front of the mirror shimmered with faint golden runes, while the reverse side displayed white symbols pulsating with energy. The cauldron revealed two lines of information: Celestial Damaging Mirror, Supreme Artifact. Function: when the front is directed at any living being, that being will randomly lose one ability, such as mana, movement, spiritual energy, attack, defense, intelligence, etc. The higher the being's rank, the shorter the recovery time. The reverse side of the mirror, when directed at a being, can immediately restore the lost ability. Note: the Celestial Damaging Mirror cannot cause a being to lose two abilities simultaneously. Additionally, the mirror does not affect its master. The Celestial Damaging Mirror, a supreme artifact. Yang Dong was both astonished and elated. Items were classified into mundane tools, magical artifacts, spiritual artifacts, divine artifacts, and immortal artifacts. In the vast expanse of the ancient wilderness continent, divine artifacts were scarce, while immortal artifacts were virtually non-existent in the lower realms. For an ordinary cultivator, possessing a low-grade magical artifact was already commendable. Most elders of the Qingyun sect possessed only medium or high-grade magical artifacts. As for supreme magical artifacts, they were exceedingly rare. The entire Qingyun sect had merely a handful of low-grade spiritual artifacts. Yet now, Yang Dong found himself in possession of a supreme divine artifact. What kind of treasure was this black cauldron, capable of refining a supreme divine artifact? Yang Dong could not help but marvel to himself. This miraculous cauldron that had descended from the heavens was at least an immortal artifact, perhaps even a supreme immortal artifact. or perhaps it belonged to a higher echelon entirely. After extracting the celestial damaging mirror from the cauldron, Yang Dong contemplated its abilities for a moment, eager to conduct an experiment. He could perform a test on the Xianyu parrot. With this thought, Yang Dong called out, "Little parrot, come in." His voice was not loud. Yet the Xianyu parrot had exceptional hearing. It could detect him even from 100 paces away. The parrot flapped its wings and flew in through the window. Hovering before Yang Dong and bowed with its wings, "Master, how may I serve you?" Yang Dong raised the celestial damaging mirror and directed its front toward the Xianyu parrot. A beam of golden light, approximately 3 inches in diameter, enveloped the parrot. In the back of the mirror displayed a message, "Movement lost." Thud. The Xianyu parrot plummeted to the ground, utterly immobilized. Terrified, it squawked, "Master, I can't move." Goodness, this celestial damaging mirror is truly astonishing, Yang Dong exclaimed in surprise. He then directed the reverse side of the mirror at the parrot, and a beam of white light surged forth, causing the parrot to instantly take flight once more. "Goodness, you nearly frightened me to death." The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings against its chest, its round, glistening eyes fixed on the mirror in Yang Dong's hand. "Master, were you just playing tricks on me?" This clever creature's what was indeed impressive. Yang Dong chuckled. "I wish to test the efficacy of this precious mirror. Rest assured, it will not cause you harm." The Xianyu parrot cackled with laughter. "Master, you could send me into the depths of peril, and I would never flinch." Yang Dong retorted, "Do you even possess a brow?" The parrot replied with a hearty laugh. "That's beside the point. Very well, you may leave now." With a wave of his hand, Yang Dong dismissed it. The parrot fluttered its wings and soared out of the window to frolic with the golden-winged tiger bee. Yang Dong gazed at the celestial mirror in his hand, a smile creeping across his lips. With this mirror at his disposal, he could momentarily incapacitate formidable foes. Just imagine. The adversary suddenly rendered immobile, unable to cast spells or wield spiritual power, stripped of both offense and defense. How exhilarating that would be. Although the mirror's effects on living beings are random, if it fails to subdue the enemy, he can reverse the effect before reapplying it. Of course, Yang Dong was well aware that if he encountered an opponent of significantly greater strength, the opportunity to utilize the mirror would be scarce, and he would have to flee instead. Thus, his immediate priority was to swiftly elevate his cultivation. Having slain the Blood Fiend sect's young master and seized a plethora of magical artifacts, it was only a matter of time before the sect traced the incident back to him. He resolved to reach the nascent soul stage within a year. After secretly setting this modest goal, Yang Dong stored the celestial mirror in his spatial ring. He then began to extract items from the ring, one by one, to refine in the cauldron. As the young master of the Blood Fiend sect, the contents of this 100 cubic meter spatial ring were abundant. It contained over a dozen magical artifacts, all of superior and exceptional quality, alongside various spirit herbs and fruits, predominantly of high and exceptional grade. The number of spirit stones was staggering, with over 10,000 medium-grade stones, several thousand high-grade stones, and more than 1,000 exceptional-grade stones. After refining in the cauldron, thousands of high-grade spirit stones transformed into exceptional-grade stones, while the 1,000 exceptional-grade stones converged to form a colossal low-grade spirit crystal. The energy contained within this massive crystal surpassed that of over 1,000 smaller spirit stones by more than tenfold. Additionally, the over 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones were refined into high-grade stones. From the dozen magical artifacts, 3 low-grade spirit tools emerged, while the remainder were exceptional artifacts. The spirit herbs and fruits also yielded exceptional quality, with a few being low-grade. This haul was nothing short of remarkable. Yang Dong meticulously stored all these treasures back into his spatial ring. Now, it was time to set up the spirit gathering array. He retrieved a set of medium-grade 5-color spirit gathering flags and a spirit stone the size of a grinding disc from his storage pouch, placing them into the cauldron. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, revealing 2 lines of information on the cauldron: exceptional 5-color spirit gathering flag, high-grade spirit stone. To his delight, he had refined an exceptional spirit gathering flag. Truly splendid. Yang Dong chuckled, his spirits lifted. The quality of the gathering flags directly influenced the efficacy of spirit energy accumulation. Today has truly been a day of extraordinary revelations. Without delay, Yang Dong began to arrange the spirit gathering array. He placed the large, exquisite spirit stone, resembling a grinding disc, at the center of his bedroom, serving as both the focal point and the source of energy for the array. Subsequently, Yang Dong exited the stone chamber, positioning 5 spirit-gathering flags at the 4 cardinal directions surrounding the stone house, with 1 flag affixed to the rooftop. Upon returning to the bedroom, Yongdong settled cross-legged at the center of the focal point, intertwining his fingers to perform the array's secret technique. Suddenly, he pointed his index finger towards the massive spirit stone. The stone emitted a radiant light, and streams of energy began to diffuse outward. The 5 spirit-gathering flags outside the stone house absorbed the energy emanating from the spirit stone, with faint glimmers of runes appearing on the flags, intertwining with one another. The spirit-gathering array commenced its activation, with the focal point resembling a vortex, drawing in the surrounding spiritual energy from all directions. Yongdong sat in meditation, practicing the Azure Cloud Qi refinement technique, as all 360 acupoints throughout his body opened up, rapidly absorbing the pure spiritual energy flowing in from every direction. Chapter 41. Sister Qin's eager pursuit of progress. After establishing the spirit-gathering array, Yongdong's absorption of spiritual energy accelerated by at least 5 or 6 times. After a brief period of cultivation, he heard the familiar call of the Xianyu parrot from outside. "Hello, beautiful sister. Welcome." On the rooftop, the Xianyu parrot spotted Qin Machio approaching from a distance and flew over to greet her, calling out to Yongdong. It was clear that Qin Machio had arrived. Hearing the parrot's voice, Yongdong ceased his practice, deactivated the spirit-gathering array, and stepped out of the stone house. Outside, Qin Machio curiously observed the parrot. "Is this the parrot that junior brother Yang brought back?" The Xianyu parrot nodded vigorously. Yes. Sister, do you not recognize Little You?" "Little You?" Qin Machio was somewhat puzzled. She recalled that the bird did not appear quite like this. "I named it Little You," Yongdong explained as he approached Qin Machio. "I remember the bird's feathers were emerald green. How has it turned black?" Qin Machio inquired with curiosity. "Oh, I fed it a few medicinal pills when I returned, and somehow it changed color. However, it has indeed become much more formidable." Yongdong fabricated a story. The Xianyu parrot rolled its eyes at its master's inventive storytelling, astonished at how effortlessly he spun such tall tales. "Is that so?" Qin Machio appeared enlightened, completely believing Yongdong's words. She glanced around the stone house, taking note of the spirit-gathering flags on the roof, and asked, "Junior brother Yang, have you already set up the spirit-gathering array?" Yongdong nodded slightly. "Yes, I just finished. Have I disturbed your cultivation, then?" Qin Machio smiled. "What are you saying about disturbance?" "Sister, please come in and sit." Yongdong took Qin Machio's hand and led her into the house, where the two embraced and shared a passionate kiss. After an intense hour of dual cultivation, Qin Machio was flushed and perspiring. Yongdong poured her a bowl of spiritual water. With a gentle smile, Qin Machio lifted the porcelain bowl and drank it down in several gulps. Yongdong poured her another bowl, chuckling. "Sister, I may not have much here, but you are free to drink as much spiritual water as you wish." After consuming 3 bowls of spiritual water, Qin Machio sighed softly. "Next month, the sect will conduct assessments for inner disciples. Junior brother Yang, soon you will be an inner disciple, and I fear I may not be able to visit you as freely." Becoming an inner disciple meant residing atop the mountain, where outer disciples were not permitted to enter at will. What truly saddened Qin Machio was not the impending separation, but the growing disparity between them. She feared she could no longer be Yongdong's partner. Unaware of Qin Machio's true feelings at that moment, Yongdong cheerfully remarked, "Then you can also qualify as an inner disciple, can't you?" Qin Machio shook her head gently. "To qualify as an inner disciple, one must reach the 8th level of Qi refinement and be no older than 30. I am currently at the mid-stage of the 7th level, and with only a few weeks until the assessment, how could I possibly break through to the 8th level?" Yongdong inquired with a smile. "Sister Qin, how old are you?" The two individuals were already well acquainted. Otherwise, Yongdong would not have had the audacity to inquire about a woman's age. Qin Machio blushed and smiled shyly, admitting, "I fear you may find it amusing, but I am already 29 years old. It seems unlikely that I will break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement before I turn 30. As one progresses, the path to advancement becomes increasingly arduous. An ordinary outer sect disciple may only reach the 6th or 7th level throughout their lifetime. Should one surpass 30 without becoming an inner sect disciple, it signifies a permanent disqualification from such status. After several decades of cultivation, should I manage to break through to the foundation establishment stage, perhaps I could attain a modest position within the sect." At the age of 29, Qin Machio certainly did not appear aged. She looked merely in her early 20s. Yongdong replied, "Sister, you should cultivate here with me. I will activate the Spirit Gathering Array, which will at least multiply your cultivation speed several times. Moreover, if you drink the spiritual water here daily, it will greatly enhance your progress. Since Qin Machio was already his partner, Yang Dong was eager to assist her in becoming an inner sect disciple this year. But how can I accept such generosity? She pondered. The Spirit Gathering Array had been meticulously arranged by Yang Dong using a substantial number of spirit stones, and although she was indeed his partner, she felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of accepting his aid. Yang Dong chuckled. Sister Qin, there is no need for such formality between us. I cannot possibly absorb all the spiritual energy here by myself. Your presence would merely prevent it from going to waste. This was indeed the truth. The array, crafted with exquisite 5-colored spirit gathering flags, absorbed spiritual energy at an impressive rate. Even though Yang Dong utilized his entire body's acupoints to draw in the energy, there was still an abundance remaining. Furthermore, the amount of spiritual energy Qin Machio could absorb was insignificant in comparison. Seeing Yang Dong's sincere desire to help her, Qin Machio was deeply touched. Thank you, Yang Shidi. I've already mentioned, there is no need for gratitude between us. Yang Dong smiled gently, rising to his feet. All right, I will now activate the Spirit Gathering Array. You may cultivate in the hall, while I do so in the bedroom. Understood. Qin Machio gazed affectionately at Yang Dong as he entered the bedroom, taking a deep breath to calm her excited heart. She then sat cross-legged and began to practice the Qing and Qi refinement technique. Yang Dong activated the Spirit Gathering Array in the bedroom and also commenced his own meditation. Outside the stone house, the golden-winged tiger and the Xian Yu parrot stood guard on the roof, occasionally frolicking together. Unbeknownst to them, night fell. Yet both remained deeply engrossed in their cultivation. Within this high-tier Spirit Gathering Array, her cultivation speed was at least 5 times faster than usual. If she consumed more spiritual water, it was indeed possible for her to reach the 8th level of Qi refinement by next month's Inner Sect Disciple Assessment. Therefore, she needed to seize every moment and devote herself to her practice. This upcoming assessment was crucial. Should she fail to qualify, her chance of becoming an Inner Sect disciple would vanish forever. Qin Machio was fervently eager to progress. Yang Dong, with a mere thought, retrieved several top-tier spirit stones from his spatial ring, holding them in his hand as he circulated his energy to absorb them. Although the spiritual energy drawn by the Spirit Gathering Array had increased his cultivation speed 5 to 6-fold, he would still require the energy from the spirit stones to aid his quest for the Yuanying realm within the year. He now possesses several thousand exquisite spirit stones. What purpose would there be in hoarding them? In less than a quarter of an hour, Yang Dong absorbed dozens of these premium spirit stones. The energy contained within these numerous spirit stones equates to a decade of cultivation for an ordinary practitioner. However, for Yang Dong, who has reached the foundation establishment stage, it merely resulted in a slight enhancement of his cultivation. After consuming the exquisite spirit stones, Yang Dong resumed his training. Chapter 42. Reaching the pinnacle of foundation establishment as the sun gradually ascended from the eastern horizon, it dispelled the faint morning mist. Yang Dong slowly withdrew his energy, dismantling the Spirit Gathering Array before rising from his chamber and making his way to the outer hall. Upon seeing Yang Dong's arrival, Qin Machio also ceased her practice and stood up, smiling at him. Good morning, junior brother. Yang Dong retrieved several spirit fruits from his storage pouch and offered them to Qin Machio. Sister, please have some spirit fruits. Thank you, Qin Machio exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise as she examined the fruits. Dragon Scale Fruit. This is a superior grade mystic spirit fruit. How could I possibly indulge in such exquisite fruit? In their sect, it was a rare treat to even taste a mystic grade fruit, and she had never before had the opportunity to savor a superior grade spirit fruit, which was typically reserved for inner disciples. Sister, we have shared so much already. Why be so polite? Yang Dong cast a cleansing spell and took a generous bite of the dragon scale fruit. His spatial ring contained at least several hundred spirit fruits, all of which were at least of superior grade quality, so sharing a few with Qin Machio was of no consequence. Sensing the implication in Yang Dong's words, Qin Machio's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she began to enjoy the dragon scale fruit eagerly. The two of them consumed several fruits before departing the stone house, taking to their swords to head towards the outer hall of Miaofeng Peak for the morning assembly. At that moment, over 100 outer disciples had gathered on the training grounds of the outer hall, nearly all present. Upon witnessing Qin Machio and Yang Dong arriving on their swords, whispers erupted among the crowd, buzzing with curiosity. What is going on? Why is Qin Machio arriving with Yang Dong so early in the morning? Perhaps they crossed paths on the way. But Qin Machio lives to the west. How could their paths align? Is it possible that she stayed at Yang Dong's place last night? Could it be? Have they really become a couple so soon? Yang Dong had only just arrived at Miaofeng Peak, and Qin Machio had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with him. Was it so surprising that they might develop a connection? Previously, Qin Machio had always appeared aloof towards men. Who would have thought she harbored such a flirtatious spirit? Yang Dong was handsome and possessed formidable cultivation. Which woman wouldn't be drawn to him? Their simultaneous arrival on swords seemed to be a public display of affection, a subtle proclamation of their bond. Naturally, both Yang Dong and Qin Machio overheard the murmurs of the crowd. Qin Machio's face clouded with both embarrassment and anger. Yet she chose not to engage in any arguments or justifications. After all, the truth was evident. Yang Dong, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, believing that the opinions of others were their own affair. Before long, Elder Lu emerged with several deacons to commence the meeting. Deacon Shin stood beside Elder Lu, casting a scrutinizing glance over the disciples, his gaze lingering momentarily on Yang Dong, harboring a hint of malice. Following Elder Shin's visit to Miaofeng Peak to uncover the truth, he had summoned Deacon Shin for a reprimand, chastising him for instigating conflict between Shin Yunqing and Yang Dong, which ultimately led to Shin Yunqing's demise. Deacon Shin had merely knelt in explanation, fearing to express any discontent towards Elder Shin, instead allowing his resentment to fester against Yang Dong. This young man had become a source of calamity for him, ever since the day of the assessment for outer disciples, when Shin had lost face. Now, Shin Yunqing has been slain by Yang Dong, and Elder Shin has shifted the blame onto him. Furthermore, with Qin Machio associating with Yang Dong, it has only fueled Deacon Shin's jealousy and resentment towards Yang Dong. Deacon Shin gritted his teeth in secret. Should Yang Dong venture out of the sect alone, he would undoubtedly pursue him and eliminate him. Deacon Shin's venomous gaze could hardly escape Yang Dong's keen perception. Yang Dong secretly smirked. It seems that the time has come to find an opportunity to deal with Deacon Shin. After the morning meeting, Yang Dong and Qin Machio returned directly to his residence, activating the spirit gathering array, and the two immersed themselves in their cultivation. In the ensuing days, Yang Dong and Qin Machio devoted themselves to relentless practice, almost day and night. In addition to his cultivation, Yang Dong consumed dozens of top-grade spirit stones daily and indulged in several spirit fruits. Naturally, the two engaged in dual cultivation for an hour each night. After 5 days, Yang Dong's cultivation reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. 12 days later, he advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment. In 20 days, he attained the peak of foundation establishment. Remarkably, Yang Dong accomplished this transformation from the initiation of foundation establishment to its pinnacle in just a little over 20 days. Such astonishing speed of cultivation, if revealed, would astound the entire cultivation realm. It is crucial to note that the vast majority of cultivators spend their entire lives striving to reach the foundation establishment stage, let alone the peak. Even those with superior spiritual roots would find it challenging to reach the peak of foundation establishment after a century of relentless effort. Yang Dong, possessing the celestial titan physique, simultaneously draws upon the natural spiritual energy from over 300 meridians, enabling him to cultivate at a rate hundreds of times faster than those with superior spiritual roots. Coupled with the spirit gathering array, he absorbed several hundred top-grade spirit stones over these 20 days, propelling him swiftly from the initiation of foundation establishment to its zenith. The entire cultivation realm is essentially structured like a pyramid. The qi condensation stage constitutes the lowest tier, comprising over 80% of cultivators. Foundation establishment practitioners account for roughly 10%. Golden core practitioners represent less than 1%. Nascent soul cultivators are exceptionally rare. Out-of-body practitioners are 1 in 100,000. Transformation stage cultivators are 1 in 1,000,000. Combined body cultivators are 1 in 100 million. Great ascension cultivators are 1 in 1,000,000,000. Tribulation crossing cultivators are 1 in 10 billion. Across the vast expanse of the primordial continent, the number of cultivators exceeds trillions. During this period, Qin Machio has been tirelessly cultivating, effectively doubling her training duration, and with the potent spiritual energy of the spirit gathering array, her cultivation speed has accelerated 5-fold. This means that her 20 days of relentless effort equate to the results of 200 days of traditional training. Additionally, her daily consumption of 7 to 8 bowls of spirit water and 2 to 3 superior grade spirit fruits has significantly enhanced her spiritual power. Finally, on the 21st day, Qin Machio's cultivation broke through to the 8th layer of qi condensation. Junior brother Yang, I have successfully advanced to the 8th layer of qi condensation. The next morning, as Yang Dong emerged from his chamber, Qin Macho excitedly shared this delightful news. Congratulations, senior sister. Yang Dong smiled and offered his heartfelt congratulations. However, inwardly, he shook his head at the pace of Qin Macho's cultivation. With the spirit gathering array, an abundance of spirit water, and daily consumption of 2 superior-grade spirit fruits, it took her 21 days of relentless training to progress from the mid-stage of qi condensation to the 8th layer. It seems that senior sister Qin's superior spiritual root is not particularly impressive. I wonder what kind of constitution she would possess if she were to be refined in the precious cauldron. This thought flitted through Yang Dong's mind, though he had no intention of acting on it. The cauldron was his most closely guarded secret, one he would never divulge to anyone. Even if Qin Macho became his companion on the path, he would never reveal the cauldron to her, unless he were to render her unconscious and then place her within it for refinement. I have been able to break through to the 8th level of qi refinement in just 20 short days, all thanks to the assistance of my junior brother. Macho is eternally grateful. Qin Macho gazed affectionately at Yang Dong, her beautiful eyes sparkling with excitement and joy. Yang Dong embraced her, planting a kiss on her lips. I have told you, there is no need for such formality between us. After an impassioned exchange, Qin Macho lay in his arms and said, in just a few days, the sect will hold the assessment for inner disciples. I would like to remain here with you for a few more days to solidify my cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement. Yang Dong nodded. Indeed. However, I must step out today. Qin Macho inquired. Where are you headed? Yang Dong replied. I am going outside the sect to gather some spiritual herbs and fruits, and to exchange for some spirit stones. He certainly did not lack spirit stones. His true purpose for venturing out today was to lure out Elder Chun and deal with him. Chapter 43. The assessment of inner sect disciples. The 2 individuals arrived at the ethereal peak. Once all the disciples were assembled, Elder Lu emerged from the grand hall accompanied by several stewards. The disciples lined up neatly and bowed in unison to greet Elder Lu. He nodded slightly and began. In 5 days, we shall hold the annual assessment for the inner sect disciples. I hope that our ethereal peak can elevate 2 or 3 of you to inner sect disciples. Elder Lu's gaze swept over the disciples, lingering briefly on Yang Dong and Qin Macho. Yang Dong's promotion to inner sect disciple was a foregone conclusion. As for Qin Macho, it remained uncertain whether she had broken through to the 8th level of qi refinement. If it weren't for her overly mixed spiritual roots, her innate talent would have surely allowed her to surpass the 8th level of qi refinement long ago, perhaps even reaching the foundation establishment stage. After the morning assembly, the disciples engaged in fervent discussions regarding the upcoming assessment. The difficulty of passing the inner sect disciple evaluation was immense. Achieving the 8th level of qi refinement was a pinnacle that most cultivators could not reach in their lifetimes. Currently, I am at the 5th level of qi refinement. If I diligently practice for another 40 to 50 years, I might attain the 8th level. Do you think the sect would accept an octogenarian as an inner sect disciple? The requirements for promotion to inner sect disciple not only demanded reaching the 8th level of qi refinement, but also stipulated that one's bone age must not exceed 30 years. Thus, it appeared that only senior brother Ming and senior sister Qin from our ethereal peak had the chance to advance to inner sect disciples. Let us not forget, Yang Dong is the greatest dark horse of the ethereal peak. Steward Qin approached with his hands clasped behind his back, admonishing, if you wish to become inner sect disciples, you must focus on your cultivation instead of standing idle. The disciples dared not speak, dispersing in haste. Steward Qin's gaze fell upon Yang Dong, who was joking and laughing with Qin Macho not far away. Senior sister Qin, I am heading out of the sect to gather spiritual fruits and herbs, Yang Dong declared, leaping onto his sword sheath and soaring away from the sect. A barely perceptible cold smirk crept upon Steward Chun's lips. This lad was finally venturing out alone. It was a rare opportunity. Once he was outside the sect, who would know if he were to eliminate Yang Dong amidst the wild mountains and forests? Stealthily, Steward Qin departed, avoiding the gazes of others, and then followed Yang Dong at a distance on his sword. Yang Dong flew beyond the sect's barrier, heading towards the distant mountains. Steward Qin trailed him from several miles away. Moments later, Yang Dong soared 100 miles beyond the sect, pausing above a mountain ridge to glance back. He saw Steward Qin approaching on his sword from not far away. Steward Qin, what do you intend by following me here from the sect? Yang Dong inquired, standing on the mountaintop with a half smile. Oh, so you've known all along that I was tailing you. I underestimated you. Steward Chun's eyes glinted with undisguised malice as he coldly replied, "Allow me to enlighten you. Today, I shall send you on your way." With his cultivation at the initial stage of the Golden Core, eliminating a mere chi refinement practitioner was as effortless as crushing an ant. With that, he summoned his internal spiritual energy, preparing to strike down upon Yangdong. With a mere thought, Yangdong summoned the celestial mirror of destruction, directing a beam of light towards Elder Chen. As the mirror illuminated him, a line of information appeared on its reverse side: loss of spiritual power. Elder Chen felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy suddenly dissipate into thin air. When he attempted to strike with his palm, not even a gust of wind accompanied the blow. What is happening? Why has my spiritual power vanished? Elder Chen was engulfed in terror. Such a bizarre occurrence was unprecedented for him. A cultivator stripped of their spiritual energy is no different from an ordinary person. As he gazed at the octagonal copper mirror in Yangdong's hand, comprehension dawned upon him. Where did you acquire that cursed mirror? Quickly restore my cultivation. Restore it? Yangdong, with a mere thought, retracted the celestial mirror into his spatial ring, erupting into laughter. Elder Chen, at over a century old, how naive you remain. You sought to kill me. How could I possibly spare you? Elder Chen's countenance shifted dramatically. He realized that, devoid of cultivation, he was merely a lamb awaiting slaughter before Yangdong. With a thud, he sank to his knees, bowing his head in supplication. Yangdong, I was momentarily foolish. I beseech you, show mercy and grant me my life. It is too late to plead for mercy now. Yangdong scoffed, unleashing a palm strike infused with lightning, reducing Elder Chen to a charred corpse. Approaching the remains, Yangdong searched the elder's waist and retrieved a storage bag. Such bags are typically secured with restrictions, requiring one to possess greater power than the owner to forcibly open them. However, upon the owner's death, these restrictions are automatically nullified. With Elder Chen now deceased, the bag's restraints dissipated. Yangdong examined the contents of the bag, which held only a few dozen high-grade spirit stones and several hundred mid-grade ones, alongside a handful of talismans, spirit fruits, and pills. Such trifles. Truly a miser. He stored Elder Chen's bag within his spatial ring before conjuring flames to incinerate the corpse completely. Having dealt with Elder Chen, Yangdong roamed the mountain range, slaying several second-tier beasts and gathering some spirit fruits and herbs. By midday, he returned to the sect on his sword. Master has returned. The Xinyu parrot exclaimed upon seeing Yangdong approach on his sword, fluttering its wings to greet him. Yangdong casually tossed a small spirit fruit, which the parrot caught in its beak, flying to the rooftop to indulge. Once inside, Yangdong activated the spirit-gathering array, sitting cross-legged to commence his cultivation. 5 days swiftly passed, leading to the day of the inner disciple assessment at the sect. As for Elder Chen's disappearance, the sect had dispatched individuals to search, but to no avail, leaving them with no choice but to abandon the endeavor. The inner disciple assessment was a significant event for the sect. The sect leader, He Wu Huan, sat upon the high platform, flanked by dozens of peak masters and elders. On the platform lay a spirit testing stone and a bone testing stone. Beneath the elevated platform stood thousands of outer disciples from the Qingyan sect, most of whom had come merely to witness the event, with only a select few possessing the qualifications to ascend the stage for the assessment. Additionally, the sect's miscellaneous workers gathered to join in the spectacle, resulting in a cacophony of chatter and excitement. It remained uncertain how many would pass this year's inner disciple evaluations. Historically, the numbers rarely exceeded a few dozen. The requirements stipulated that candidates must be under 30 years of age and possess a cultivation level of at least the 8th stage of Qi refinement, making those who met both criteria exceedingly rare. Once elevated to inner discipleship, they would gain access to the sect's finest resources for cultivation, ensuring at least a position as a steward within the sect. Disciples from various peaks lined up beneath the high platform to register for the assessment. The Pamiao peak was represented by 3 individuals, Yang Dong, Qin Machio, and Ming Chanfeng. The esteemed head of the inner sect, Chu Yun, approached the stage and, with a light cough, commanded the attention of the crowd, which fell into silence. Today marks the annual assessment day for the inner disciples of the Qingyan sect. The evaluations will consist of 2 parts, a cultivation test and an age test. Let the assessment commence. I invite the disciples from each peak to take turns ascending the stage. With that proclamation, Chu stepped aside, and the first participants, 2 disciples from the Baiwu peak, took the stage. Both had achieved the 8th stage of Qi refinement, yet during the age assessment, one male disciple was found to be 31 years old. resulting in immediate disqualification. Soon after, it was the turn of the disciples from Piao Peak to step forward for their evaluations. Chapter 44. Becoming an Inner Sect Disciple Next. The disciple of Piao Peak, Meng Chanfeng. As Master Chu announced the name, Meng Chanfeng ascended the stage to commence the assessment. His cultivation level was at the 8th layer of Qi refinement, with a bone age of 29. 8 years. He successfully passed the examination, and Master Chu proclaimed the results with a flourish. Meng Chanfeng, brimming with excitement, stood aside on the stage, relieved that his bone age was still within the acceptable range. Otherwise, he would have been forever barred from becoming an inner sect disciple. In truth, according to his actual age, Meng Chanfeng was already 31 years old. The onlookers below could not help but exclaim about his remarkable fortune. Next, the disciple of Piao Peak, Qin Machio. Master Chu called out loudly while holding the list. Clad in a striking orange outfit, Qin Machio stepped onto the stage. With bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin was as white as snow, and her figure was graceful and alluring, captivating the male disciples below, who gazed in awe. Wow, who would have thought our Qingyan sect boasts such a stunning female disciple? Qin Machio, are you unaware? She is the most beautiful woman in the Qingyan sect, and countless male disciples aspired to be her partner. It was rumored that last time, Shen Yunqing had dueled with a male disciple precisely to win Qin Machio's favor, resulting in Shen Yunqing's untimely demise. No wonder the ancients spoke of the beauty as a source of calamity. A heart devoid of women is naturally free to cultivate. Qin Machio approached the spirit testing stone and extended her hand to test her spirit. The stone illuminated with 8 radiant lines. Yang Dong also tested his cultivation level on the stone, revealing the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Subsequently, she stepped forward to the bone testing stone and placed her hand upon it. To her astonishment, her bone age registered at 24.1 years, granting her passage through the inner sect disciple assessment. Master Chu announced with enthusiasm. Qin Machio felt a mix of shock and joy. What was happening? She was clearly 29 years old. How could her bone age be only 24? Though there may occasionally be a slight discrepancy between bone age and actual age, it rarely exceeds 2 years. Yet her bone age was 5 years younger than her actual age, which was rather absurd. Unbeknownst to Qin Machio, her daily consumption of exquisite spirit water over the past month had rejuvenated her physique, naturally reducing her bone age. The spectators below began to murmur in admiration. Achieving the 8th layer of Qi refinement at merely 24 years of age is truly extraordinary. With such youth, beauty, and high cultivation, having successfully passed the inner sect disciple examination, Qin Machio's future in the Qingyan sect appears boundless. Little did they expect that the illustrious Qin was just 24, being 30 years her senior, have barely reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement. It seems no matter how hard I strive, becoming her partner is a distant dream. Friend, I have a warm urine here. Would you like a wake-up call? Qin Machio stood on the stage, her heart racing with excitement. She had finally become an inner sect disciple, and soon she would have the chance to meet young Shidi every day. Typically, when outer sect disciples from any peak pass the assessment to ascend to inner sect status, they are assigned to their respective peaks. Both Shi and Yang Dong were outer sect disciples of Piao Peak, and now their elevation to inner sect disciples would undoubtedly place them among Piao Peak's inner sect members. Next, the disciple of Piao Peak, Yang Dong. Master Chu, standing on the high platform, called out the name with great clarity. Yang Dong ascended the stage and approached the spirit testing stone, placing his palm upon it. The intricate light patterns on the stone surged rapidly, and upon reaching 9 distinct lines, Yang Dong ceased channeling his spiritual energy. Initially, he merely intended to reveal that he was at the 8th level of Qi refinement. Yet following his previous battle with Shen Yunqing, many were aware of his attainment at the 9th level, making a facade of the 8th level seem suspicious. In truth, he had already reached the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Yang Dong, 9th level of Qi refinement. Master Chu proclaimed loudly. The surrounding disciples erupted in astonishment. Goodness! 9th level of Qi refinement. To think he appears no older than 20, yet possesses such remarkable cultivation. Truly a genius. One exclaimed. I recall now. He is the one who defeated Shin Yuqi at the duel platform. No wonder he is so formidable. It turns out it was him. I heard that Yang Dong was previously elevated from a servant to an outer disciple, and now, in just 2 short months, he is on the verge of becoming an inner disciple. What a miraculous feat. On the stage, Yang Dong approached the bone testing stone and placed his palm upon it. A number appeared, 18. Yang Dong, bone age 18 years. Assessment passed. The crowd below erupted once more into a clamor. Good heavens. He is merely 18 years old and has already reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Here I am, 81 years old and still only at the 1st level. How embarrassing. Lamented an elder. Oldly, why are you still here making a fuss at your age? Shouldn't you be tending to your herb fields? Young and handsome, with profound cultivation, no wonder Qin Machio is so fond of him. How delightful it would be if I could form a partnership with Yang Dong. With such extraordinary talent, it is likely that Yang Dong will ascend to the status of an elder within the sect in the future. The crowd buzzed with discussions filled with admiration and envy. The male disciples expressed their jealousy, while most of the female disciples gazed at Yang Dong with adoration, perceiving him as the epitome of an ideal companion. Even the sect leader, Hin Wu Huan, along with the elders, displayed expressions of approval. At just 18 years of age, to have achieved the 9th level of Qi refinement, truly a prodigy in the realm of cultivation. Hin Wu Huan mused, stroking his beard as he scrutinized the dashing young disciple. What is your constitution, Yang Dong? He inquired. Hin Wu Huan felt perplexed. A disciple who reached the 9th level at such a young age must possess exceptional innate qualities. Otherwise, without specialized training, such a level of cultivation would be unattainable. Yet, if he truly had extraordinary roots, why had the sect not directly accepted him as an inner disciple at the outset, allowing him to remain merely an outer disciple? Yang Dong stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Greetings, sect leader. When I was tested for my spiritual roots, I was found to possess inferior mixed roots. Although he now bore the celestial tyrant body, he could not reveal this truth outright. His earlier assessment, when he joined the sect, indicated inferior mixed roots, a fact that could be verified. You possess inferior mixed roots? Hin Wu Huan was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in disbelief. Impossible. If you truly had inferior mixed roots, you would not only be incapable of achieving the 9th level, but perhaps even the 2nd level would be beyond your reach. The expressions of the other dozens of peak masters mirrored his astonishment. Could a low-grade mixed spiritual root truly reach the 9th level of Qi refinement by the age of 18? Was this brat here to mock these seasoned elders? Yang Dong replied truthfully, reporting to the sect, when I first entered, my spiritual root was indeed tested as a low-grade mixed type. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been assigned to menial tasks like guarding the orchards. If the sect master doubts this, you may summon Supervisor Jiang from the labor division for verification. Hin Wu Huan gave a slight nod. He believed Yang Dong wouldn't dare lie, nor was there any reason to. After all, who wouldn't wish for a superior spiritual root? It seems your spiritual root must have undergone a mutation, Hin Wu Huan mused. This sovereign shall personally reassess it. With a mere thought, 5 crystalline orbs materialized upon the table, each representing the elemental spiritual roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The brilliance of these orbs would reflect the quality of one's spiritual affinity. Yang Dong grasped each of these orbs in turn for a renewed evaluation. Yang Dong hesitated. He had no desire for further testing, nor was he certain whether these orbs could unveil his true nature as the heaven-defying tyrant body. The last thing he wanted was for others to uncover this secret. Yet, how could he refuse when the sect master himself demanded the test? Chapter 45. Becoming the direct disciple of the sect master, Yang Dong extended his palm to press against the first water element testing orb, which emitted a dazzling brilliance. Witnessing such radiant light from the orb, both Hin Wu Huan and the gathered elders displayed expressions of astonishment. This was, without a doubt, the brightest spiritual root they had ever encountered, an unparalleled gem among the finest. Yang Dong then grasped the second earth element testing orb, which also radiated a striking glow. In quick succession, he held all 5 elemental testing orbs, each one shining brilliantly. A look of delight appeared on Hin Wu Huan's face. 5 supreme spiritual roots. Perhaps he possesses a unique constitution. Such a special constitution cannot be measured. Only those at the God transformation realm and above can discern it through spiritual power. The various peak masters regarded Yang Dong with mixed emotions, regardless of the quality of his spiritual roots. He was not a disciple of their peaks. What use was he to them? Only Huaxiangrong, the master of the mysterious peak, looked at Yang Dong with a beaming smile, as if beholding a rare treasure. However, in the next moment, her smile faltered. Hin Wu Huan gazed at Yang Dong with a grin, declaring, "You are the most gifted disciple in spiritual root aptitude our Qingyun sect has seen in nearly a century. I, the sect master, have decided to accept you as my direct disciple, and you shall cultivate alongside me at the main peak of Qingyun sect." Yang Dong performed a respectful bow, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, sect master, for your guidance. As the direct disciple of the sect master, he would undoubtedly have ample resources for cultivation with the aid of the precious cauldron. His progress would accelerate significantly. Huaxiangrong's smile froze in place. She had never anticipated that Yang Dong, originally her disciple, would be snatched away by the sect master. Sect master? Can Yang Dong remain with me? Huaxiangrong's face was a portrait of disbelief. Hinwuan chuckled lightly. Doesn't Mysterious Peak still have 2 disciples on the verge of promotion? Why do you need so many disciples? Yang Dong is a prodigy among the disciples of Qinyan sect, deserving of focused cultivation. However, Huaxiangrong was still eager to contest for him. But Hinwuan waved his hand, interrupting her. Enough. This matter is settled. Huaxiangrong had no choice but to silence herself. Though she gazed at Yang Dong with a sense of loss, akin to a treasured possession snatched away, the other peak masters and elders felt a sense of relief. They did not wish for Yang Dong, whom they could not have, to be claimed by another peak master. The sect master accepting Yang Dong as his direct disciple brought them a sense of balance. At this moment, it was not only Huaxiangrong who felt disheartened. Qin Machio was equally stunned. She had believed that both she and Yang Dong would become inner disciples of Mysterious Peak, spending their days in close proximity. Yet, unexpectedly, Yang Dong had become the sect master's direct disciple, and the opportunities for her to see him would be scarce. Nonetheless, regardless of her own feelings, Qin Machio felt genuinely happy for Yang Dong. To become a direct disciple of the sect promised him a boundless future. Soon, the examination for inner disciples concluded. The peak masters led their disciples back to their respective peaks. Hinwuan summoned a divine crane, and together with Yang Dong, they leaped onto its back, soaring toward the summit of the main peak. Seated cross-legged on the crane's back, Hinwuan donned a robe adorned with cloud patterns, his hair white yet youthful, exuding an air of ethereal elegance. Yang Dong stood behind Hinwuan, gazing longingly toward the direction of the main peak. Wu Qin and Yang Dong soared towards the main peak of the Qinyan sect on a celestial crane. The peak, situated among dozens of towering mountains, reached heights of several hundred zhang, shrouded in ethereal mists. A few spiritual birds flitted gracefully around the summit, while exotic beasts occasionally darted through the lush forest below. At the pinnacle stood an imposing and majestic hall, where a dozen inner disciples were diligently practicing on the cultivation platform. A moment later, the celestial crane arrived at the summit, letting out a resounding call as it landed gracefully on the training ground. Wu Qin and Yang Dong dismounted, and the inner disciples bowed in unison, respectfully addressing him. Greetings, sect master. Their curious gazes shifted to Yang Dong, clad in the attire of an outer disciple, wondering why he accompanied the sect master to the peak. With a slight nod, Wu Qin introduced, "This is my personally accepted disciple, Yang Dong. From now on, should he have any directives, you are to assist him wholeheartedly, provided he does not contravene the sect's regulations." A personally accepted disciple holds a higher status than an inner disciple, positioned between the elders and the deacons. It appears he is the sect master's newly accepted disciple. They responded with bows. Wu Qin then led Yang Dong into the grand hall, retrieving 2 items from his spatial ring, a sword and a storage bag. This is the Qishu's sword, a mid-grade magical artifact with additional fire damage. This is a large storage bag containing several cultivation manuals, various elixirs, spirit fruits, spirit stones, talismans, a token for personally accepted disciples, and several sets of clothing. The sect master is indeed quite generous, Yang Dong mused silently. He accepted the sword and storage bag, expressing gratitude. Thank you, master. Wu Qin took his seat at the head of the hall and, after a moment's contemplation, said, "There's a bamboo grove on the southern slope with a small courtyard. You may reside there for the time being." Yang Dong bowed respectfully. Understood. Very well. You may go. Come to the hall tomorrow at the hour of Qin, Wu Qin instructed. Disciple takes his leave. Yang Dong bowed once more before exiting the main hall. After determining his direction, Yang Dong headed south. After walking about 2 to 3 li, he indeed discovered a quaint bamboo grove. Behind the grove stood a small courtyard adorned with green bricks and red tiles, surrounded by a fence that housed a variety of colorful flowers and a spirit fruit tree. The environment was quite pleasant, far more upscale than the accommodations for outer disciples. Satisfied, Yang Dong nodded and pushed open the courtyard gate, stepping inside. The residence, spanning over 100 square meters, was laid with smooth green bricks and featured a hall, bedroom, meditation room, alchemy room, storage room, and even a kitchen. The furnishings were adequately equipped, though a thick layer of dust coated every surface. indicating a long period of abandonment. Yang Dong cast a cleaning spell within the abode, instantly revitalizing the space, rendering it immaculate and dust-free. Oh, it was time to fetch Xiaowu and a phone. Within the sect, Yang Dong preferred not to have them accompany him, nor allow them to roam freely, to avoid any potential troubles. Now that the new abode has been settled, it is only natural to summon these two spirit companions. Yang Dong exited his dwelling and soared towards his residence on mysterious feather peak on his sword. The master has returned. Upon seeing Yang Dong approach on his sword, the Xianyu parrot soared from a branch, joyfully greeting him. The golden-winged tiger bee also emerged from the flower thicket, swirling around Yang Dong in excitement. I have moved to a new home, and you shall accompany me, Yang Dong addressed his two spirit companions. There was little to tidy up indoors. All personal belongings were stored within his spatial ring, and the new residence lacked for nothing. Are we moving to a new house? The Xianyu parrot's tiny, bean-sized eyes sparkled with delight. Enough chatter, let us be off. With that, he took flight on his sword, returning to the bamboo grove at the main peak, accompanied by his two spirit companions. Chapter 46. The Purple Spirit Sword and the Universe Bag. Upon arriving at the Bamboo Grove residence, the Xianyu parrot could not contain its excitement, flitting about the courtyard and chirping incessantly. The golden-winged tiger-headed bee, meanwhile, busied itself chasing after the queen bee among the blossoms. Little parrot, you two keep watch outside. Sound an alert if anyone approaches. Yang Dong instructed his two spirit pets before stepping inside and closing the door behind him. He settled into a chair by the table, retrieving the storage bag gifted to him by Hen Wuhan. Upon opening it, he discovered dozens of top-grade spirit stones, hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones, and a considerable quantity of spirit pills and fruits. Let us refine these items. With a mere thought, Yang Dong summoned the treasure cauldron from within him. Initially, he contemplated emptying the contents of the storage bag into the cauldron one by one for refinement. However, he soon reconsidered, finding such a method cumbersome. Instead, he decided to toss the entire storage bag into the cauldron for simultaneous refinement. He had previously experimented with throwing various items into the cauldron without issue, but he had never attempted to include a storage bag. Let us give it a try. If it fails, it fails. With that, Yang Dong hurled the storage bag into the cauldron. A brilliant white light erupted from the bag, its radiance enduring for a considerable time. Lines of information began to scroll across the cauldron's surface. Purple Spirit Sword, top-grade spirit weapon, exceptionally sharp, possessing intelligence, upon blood oath. It can accept the owner's commands and autonomously engage in battle. A top-grade spirit weapon. Yang Dong was both astonished and elated. The Crimson Blood Sword, originally a mid-grade magical artifact given to him by Hen Wuhan, had now been refined into a top-grade spirit weapon. Spirit weapons are a significant tier above magical artifacts, endowed with a degree of sentience, thus earning their designation. The higher the tier of a spirit weapon, the greater its intelligence, and this Purple Spirit Sword, being a top-grade spirit weapon, naturally possessed considerable intelligence. With this sword capable of autonomous combat, he essentially gained an additional ally in battle, even allowing for stealthy ambushes. The cauldron continued to display scrolling lines of information: 56 exceptional spirit stones, 683 top-grade spirit stones, 9 superior Xian tier pills, 54 mid-grade Xian tier pills, 38 superior Xian tier spirit fruits, 74 mid-grade Xian tier spirit fruits, 2 top-tier talismans, 21 high-tier talismans, 2 sets of mid-grade robes, 2 pairs of mid-grade boots. Universe Bag, exceptional spirit artifact, possessing 1,000 cubic meters of extra-dimensional space, capable of containing any object, including living beings, without entropy alteration. Method of use: Blood Oath for mastery, command via thought. The Universe Bag, what a treasure! Yang Dong's grin nearly reached his ears. He had not anticipated the storage bag would transform into a universe bag. With 1,000 cubic meters of extra-dimensional space, it was sufficient to accommodate the contents of a large warehouse. The universe bag was not merely a storage bag with a vastly greater capacity. Its true value lay in its ability to contain living beings, allowing him to store individuals or even hundreds of spirit pets, releasing them during encounters with formidable foes. The thought alone filled him with delight. Yang Dong retrieved the universe bag from the cauldron, pricked his finger, and let a drop of blood fall upon it, which was immediately absorbed by the bag. With a mere thought, Yang Dong summoned the Purple Spirit Sword from the universe bag, letting it gracefully land in his hand. After a drop of blood was dripped onto the blade, it emitted a soft hum, seemingly acknowledging its master. Another thought from Yang Dong sent the sword soaring through the room with remarkable agility, demonstrating its autonomous movement. He pondered its lethality. Perhaps he could test the sword's might on that troublesome parrot, the little parrot. A smirk of amusement graced Yang Dong's lips as he mentally commanded the sword. There is a mysterious feathered parrot outside. Pursue it, but be mindful not to harm it. The sword responded with a resonant hum and swiftly darted through the window, its speed akin to a flash of lightning. Almost immediately, the outside air was filled with the parrot's frantic cries. "Master, help! A sword is after me!" Yang Dong stepped outside to witness the feathered creature frantically flapping about, closely pursued by the sword. Despite the parrot's remarkable speed and agility, it struggled to evade the relentless chase of the purple spirit sword. The two became mere blurs, their speeds escalating until they transformed into ethereal shadows. As the parrot shrieked for help, "Save me! Save me! The AI is foolish. It has drawn the sword to chase the bird instead." Upon seeing Yang Dong, the parrot seized the opportunity as if it had found a lifeline, exclaiming, "Master, please save me. What kind of cursed sword is this, pursuing me to kill?" Yang Dong stifled a laugh, replying, "Weren't you boasting about your speed? How is it that you cannot evade even a sword?" The parrot, still in flight, pleaded, "Master, is this sword truly meant to kill birds? Quickly call it back." Yang Dong crossed his arms, assuring, "Fear not. As long as you fly faster than the sword, it cannot harm you." The parrot nearly plummeted in disbelief. Exasperated by its master's antics, Yang Dong erupted in laughter, issuing a command for the purple spirit sword to cease its pursuit. It obediently returned, shrinking in size before re-entering the universe bag. After testing the sword, Yang Dong felt immense satisfaction. Even cultivators at the nascent soul stage would find it challenging to escape its wrath. He was equally impressed by the parrot's speed. Not only was it swift, but its agility made it a formidable challenge for the sword to catch. Now, he possessed a variety of combat aids: the purple spirit sword, the celestial damaging treasure mirror, and top-tier talismans, along with the feathered parrot and the golden-winged hornet. However, the hornet proved nearly ineffective against cultivators above the golden core stage. Although the parrot was a fourth-tier extraordinary bird, its combat prowess was minimal, with speed comparable to that of a fifth tier. It seemed prudent to capture a few third-tier or higher beasts for refinement. Yang Dong stroked his chin, deep in thought. Third-tier beasts could yield fourth-tier or even fifth-tier creatures upon refinement. If he could manage to capture a dozen fourth or fifth-tier beasts to store in the universe bag, encountering a powerful being at the out-of-body stage would pose little concern. Yet, to capture third-tier or higher beasts, his cultivation would need to reach the golden core stage. Thus, the pressing priority remains to diligently cultivate, first striving to transcend to the golden core realm. Yang Dong returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged, and retrieved several exquisite spirit stones from his spatial ring, commencing their absorption. After a brief interval, he had assimilated all the spirit stones. Yang Dong felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy within him, tumultuously coursing about. He hastily initiated the Qingyun Qi refining technique, and after a short while, the spiritual energy within him finally settled. It appears I have attained the consummate stage of foundation establishment, and I am now poised to challenge the golden core realm. However, Yang Dong was not entirely certain how to break through to the golden core realm. He extracted the Qingyun Qi refining technique from his storage pouch and began to peruse it, discovering instructions on how to form the core and become a practitioner of the golden core realm. After reviewing it several times, Yang Dong commenced the practice, guiding the spiritual energy within him to converge towards the Tao Palace. Chapter 47. Senior Sister Ruhua. The so-called golden core is formed by condensing spiritual energy into a sphere, which is then compressed into a core within the Tao Palace. The more radiant the golden core's brilliance, the greater its energy and the more solid the cultivator's foundation. Apart from cultivation, practitioners often consume golden yuan pills to aid in the process. Yang Dong sat cross-legged in the quiet chamber, immersed in the selfless practice of core formation, unaware that night had already fallen. At this moment, his Tao Palace brimmed with spiritual energy, swirling into a dense sphere. This was the initial stage of core formation. Compressing the spiritual sphere into a golden core would still require considerable time. For ordinary cultivators, this could take years. For the exceptionally gifted, with the aid of true yuan pills, it might be achieved within a month or two. Yang Dong concluded his meditation and rose, summoning the treasured cauldron from within his body. He refined the spring water in the vat twice, transforming it into premium spiritual water. Retrieving the cauldron, he consumed 2 high-grade profound-tier spiritual fruits before returning to his cultivation. Only at midnight did he finally rest. As a cultivator, there was no need for mundane cleansing. A simple purification spell left him immaculate inside and out. The next day, Yangdong awoke, ate 2 spiritual fruits, and made his way to the main peak's grand hall. Before long, he saw Chu Yun, the master of the inner sect hall, descending upon the peak astride a flying tiger. Yangdong stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Disciple greets Hall Master Chu. Having presided over the previous day's inner disciple examination, Chu Yun was familiar to him. With a wave of his hand and a gentle smile, Chu Yun replied, "No need for formalities, junior brother. From now on, simply address me as senior brother." Hall Master Chu is also the sect master's disciple? Yangdong was somewhat surprised. Chu Yun nodded. "I am the sect master's eldest disciple. You have 2 other senior brothers. They should be arriving shortly." As if on cue, 2 figures arrived one after another, riding their swords. One was a refined and elegant middle-aged cultivator in moon-white robes, appearing to be in his 30s, though appearances could be deceiving, as cultivators naturally aged slower and retained their youth. The other was a handsome young man clad in light blue cultivator robes. Both first clasped their hands toward Chu Yun, eldest senior brother. Then their gazes settled on Yangdong. Having missed the inner disciple examination, they did not recognize him. Yangdong immediately understood. These were the other 2 senior brothers Chu Yun had mentioned. He promptly bowed. "Greetings, senior brothers. You are..." The middle-aged cultivator in moon-white robes looked puzzled. Chu Yun introduced, "This is the sect master's newly accepted personal disciple, Yangdong. So this is our new junior brother." The middle-aged cultivator smiled warmly and cupped his hands. "I am Jiang Zhufeng, your second senior brother." The young man in light blue robes also clasped his hands. "I am Luo Xingchen. You may call me third senior brother or simply Xingchen." These 3 senior brothers seemed rather amiable. Not only were they dignified in appearance, but they also carried themselves with humility and courtesy. Yangdong bowed once more. "I shall rely on your guidance in the days to come, senior brothers." Jiang Zhufeng chuckled lightly, saying, "Junior brother, there is no need for such formality. We are all disciples of our esteemed master, and from now on, we shall be like family, so there is no need for excessive etiquette." Jian interjected, "All right. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. We should proceed to the grand hall to pay our respects to our venerable master." With that, Master Chu led his 3 junior brothers into the hall. At the head of the hall, Hen Wuhan sat cross-legged in meditation, and upon the arrival of the 4 disciples, he slowly opened his eyes and withdrew from his practice. "Greetings, master." Chu Yun and his 3 junior brothers bowed respectfully to Hen Wuhan. Hen Wuhan nodded slightly. "It appears that you brothers have already acquainted yourselves. Yangdong has just become my disciple. His cultivation is still in its infancy, so I trust that the 3 of you will provide him with guidance." Chu Yun replied respectfully, "Rest assured, master. We shall take good care of our junior brother. However, given his innate talent and spiritual roots, he may not require our assistance." Just then, a woman's voice echoed from the side hall, "Father, have you taken in a new disciple?" As the words fell, a woman, appearing to be in her 20s, entered through the side hall. She wore a loose, water-green dress that still clung tightly to her figure. With a round face, double chin, and a physique resembling that of a barrel, she was nonetheless blessed with fair, supple skin. In her hand, she held a fried spiritual fowl leg, stuffing it into her mouth, leaving her lips greasy. "Sister Ruwa, could you possibly eat a little less? Just look at how plump you have become," Hen Wuhan remarked, shaking his head at his daughter. "Father, I've only eaten 8 spiritual fowl legs today. Are you trying to starve me?" Hen Ruwa huffed, quickly devouring the hefty leg, then retrieving a bright red spiritual fruit from her storage bag to gnaw on. Yangdong watched in astonishment. Good heavens! This rotund girl is the daughter of the Qingyun sect's master. How utterly down to earth. One would expect women in the realm of cultivation to be ethereal, yet here is the master's chubby daughter. 8 legs together weigh over 10 pounds. And it's only morning. How much more will she consume at this rate? No wonder she is larger than a pig. Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen exchanged smiles upon seeing the plump girl and greeted her as junior sister, eldest brother, second brother, third brother. Hen Ruhua joyfully rushed towards her 3 senior brothers, her greasy hands reaching out to embrace them, causing them to step back in alarm. "Are you the new junior brother my father took in yesterday?" Hen Ruhua approached Yangdong, her curious eyes scrutinizing him, sending shivers down his spine. "I am Yangdong. Pleased to meet you, senior sister. He took a step back, cupping his hands in greeting. You are Yangdong. How young and handsome. You are even more attractive than my 3 senior brothers. Hen Ruhua gazed at Yangdong, her eyes fixed upon him, unwilling to look away. Chu Yun, Jiang Shifeng, and Luo Xingchen not only felt no jealousy but rather sighed in relief. They cast sympathetic glances towards Yangdong. It seemed that Ruhua would no longer entangle them. Yet the little junior brother was likely to face a tumultuous time ahead. Yangdong, under Ruhua's gaze, felt an overwhelming embarrassment and his heart raced with anxiety. He sought help through his eyes from the 3 senior brothers, but they all averted their sympathetic gazes, focusing elsewhere. Wait. Just a moment ago you said you would take care of me, your little junior brother. Yangdong was utterly speechless. His senior brothers were being exceedingly unkind. Clearing his throat, Hen Wuhan, who sat at the head of the hall, coughed twice and spoke in a somber tone. Ruhua, it is quite improper to stare at Yangdong in such a manner. Come here. Only then did Ruhua reluctantly divert her gaze and return to her father's side, reaching into her storage pouch to retrieve a spirit fruit to munch on. Chapter 48. Breaking through to the Golden Core realm after expressing their gratitude, Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen each departed. Yangdong, do you have any matters regarding your cultivation that require my guidance? Asked Hen Wuhan. The disciple has not yet encountered any bottlenecks in his practice, Yangdong replied, pausing momentarily before cautiously inquiring. Master, might you bestow upon me a few true essence pills? It is customary for cultivators at the Golden Core stage to consume true essence pills to expedite their progress in forming their course. Superior grade true essence pills, in particular, can greatly enhance the potency of the Golden Core. Among cultivators of the same stage, the quality of the Golden Core dictates the strength of their spiritual power. Hen Wuhan responded, I do possess a few superior grade true essence pills, yet since you have not yet established your foundation, I shall first provide you with some foundation establishment pills. Once you reach the pinnacle of foundation establishment, I will then grant you the true essence pills. Hen Wuhan had not personally assessed Yangdong's cultivation level and mistakenly assumed he was at the 9th level of qi refinement. After all, achieving the 9th level at the tender age of 18 would indeed be considered prodigious. Little did he know that Yangdong had already attained the consummate stage of foundation establishment. With a wave of his hand, 3 superior foundation establishment pills flew before Yangdong. I have already reached the consummate stage of foundation establishment. What use do I have for these foundation establishment pills? Yangdong silently scoffed, yet he accepted the 3 superior foundation establishment pills and stored them in his storage pouch. He then respectfully said, Master, might you provide me with the true essence pills as well? It would save me the trouble of seeking you out later. Hen Wuhan nodded slightly. Very well, take them. He then retrieved 3 superior true essence pills from his spatial ring and sent them flying towards Yangdong. It was not that Hen Wuhan was unwilling to part with exceptional pills. Rather, the Qingyan sect was incapable of refining such superior elixirs. Exceptional pills require the finest primary and secondary ingredients and the quality of the alchemical furnace, as well as precise control of the flames and timing. Must all meet perfection to create such elixirs. Throughout the entire Great Zhou, only the Danding sect was capable of producing exceptional pills. The Qingyan sect excelled in talisman crafting and was the only sect in the Great Zhou capable of producing top-tier talismans. Yangdong was overjoyed to receive the true essence pills, expressing his gratitude to Hen Wuhan. Thank you, master. I shall take my leave now. With that, he exited the main hall and flew towards his bamboo grove courtyard on his sword. Upon his return, the Xianyu parrot and the golden-winged tiger bee both flitted over. I shall enter closed-door cultivation. You two must remain vigilant outside and sound the alarm should anyone approach, Yangdong instructed before stepping into his room and closing the door. Summoning the treasure cauldron from within, he placed the 3 superior foundation establishment pills and 3 superior true essence pills inside to refine them. A flicker of light passed, and both the foundation establishment and true essence pills transformed into exceptional ones. Exceptional pills, splendid. Yangdong consumed one of the exceptional true essence pills, storing the remainder in his spatial ring. He then retracted the cauldron into his body and settled into a meditative posture at the center of the quiet room, beginning to circulate the golden core cultivation method. With the catalyst of the exceptional true essence pills, the spiritual energy within Yangdong's Tao Palace thickened remarkably. As torrents of spiritual energy surged in, swirling and coalescing into a sphere, compressing continuously. Father, where does the junior apprentice live? After Yangdong departed, Hen Ruhua while savoring a spirit fruit, inquired of her father seated at the head of the table. Hen Wuhan replied, "You must not disturb Yang Dong's cultivation if you have no urgent matters to attend to." "Understood, father." Hen Ruhua cheerfully dashed out of the grand hall and swiftly employed her wind technique to fly towards the small bamboo grove in the southern hills. Hen Wuhan shook his head in resignation. Soon, Hen Ruhua arrived at the small bamboo grove at the foot of the southern hillside, her heart brimming with joy as she approached the quaint courtyard. Suddenly, a parrot swooped down, squawking loudly, "Fatty! Fatty! What a big fatty!" Infuriated, Hen Ruhua's ample figure trembled with rage, and she hurled the half-eaten spirit fruit at the insolent bird. However, the parrot nimbly dodged, snatching the fruit midair, and exclaimed, "Thank you." But as it spoke, the half-fruit slipped from its beak. "You wretched bird, courting death." Enraged, Hen Ruhua summoned her sword, channeling her spiritual energy to strike at the parrot. Yet, the agile creature evaded her blade effortlessly, flitting about in the air, taunting, "Can't catch me. Can't catch me." Even Yang Dong's purple spirit sword would struggle to strike the parrot, let alone Hen Ruhua's summoned sword. Inside, Yang Dong, who was meditating, had already heard the commotion outside. He emerged from his abode. "Junior sister, quickly, help me deal with this foul bird." Hen Ruhua shouted furiously upon seeing him. She had poured all her spiritual power into pursuing the parrot, yet had failed to graze a single feather. Infuriated further by the creature's antics. "Calm down, sister. The little parrot doesn't recognize you." Yang Dong extended his hand, and the parrot alighted on his palm. "So this bird belongs to my junior brother." Hen Ruhua, still fuming, retorted, "That wretched bird just called me a fatty. Sister, you are indeed a bit plump." Yang Dong chuckled inwardly, adopting a stern expression as he admonished the parrot, "This is Sister Ruhua. How dare you call her a fatty? Apologize at once." The parrot flapped its wings and bowed to Hen Ruhua. "I'm sorry, Sister Ruhua. I didn't know you were the master's sister. I promise never to call you fatty again." Upon hearing the term fatty, Hen Ruhua's cheeks flushed anew. Observing her reaction, the parrot quickly added, "In truth, Sister Ruhua is not fat at all. She resembles a fairy. From now on, I shall call you fairy sister." Never before had Hen Ruhua received such compliments from a bird. In fact, she had seldom heard such praise from anyone. Embarrassed, she twisted her ample waist and shyly replied, "Actually, I'm not as beautiful as you say." The parrot retorted, "Who says so? Sister Ruhua is the most beautiful fairy in the world. Who dares to contradict this bird?" Yang Dong chuckled silently to himself and inquired of Hen Ruhua, "Sister, do you need something from me?" "Oh, it's nothing really. I just wanted to come chat with my junior brother." Blushing like a delicate flower, Ruhua gazed at Yang Dong with eyes shimmering like a maiden beholding her beloved for the first time. Yang Dong shuddered under the weight of Ruhua's tender, amorous gaze. "Senior sister, I must enter seclusion for cultivation during this period. Let us converse another time when we're both free." "Very well then." Ruhua's face fell with visible disappointment. "I shall return to seek your company once you emerge from seclusion." With reluctant steps, she departed, her heart heavy with longing. "Senior sister Ruhua, please don't come back." Watching her plump figure recede into the distance, Yang Dong could only offer a bitter smile. Returning to his chamber, he resumed his meditation, focusing on condensing his inner core. Unbeknownst to him, a full day and night slipped by. The spiritual energy within his Tao Palace had grown denser, no longer a mere gaseous sphere, but now resembling a compact earthen clod, swallowing a supreme-grade true essence pill. Yang Dong pressed onward, striving to break through to the golden core realm. 3 days later, with a resounding explosion within his body, the spiritual sphere in his Tao Palace shattered, giving way to a radiant golden core, now suspended in its place. The golden core realm achieved. Within Yang Dong's being, the golden core had taken form. Chapter 49. Setting up the barrier. The following day, Yang Dong arrived at the sect's grand hall, where he fortuitously encountered Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen. "Good morning, esteemed senior brothers." Yang Dong greeted them with a respectful bow. "Good morning, junior brother." They reciprocated with bows of their own. As the four made their way toward the hall, Chu Yun inquired, "Junior brother, why haven't we seen you these past few days?" "I was in seclusion, cultivating." Yang Dong replied, half truthfully. While it was true that he was in seclusion, it was not merely for foundational cultivation, but for the more advanced stage of golden core formation. "Does this mean you have successfully reached the foundation establishment stage?" Jiang Zhufeng asked, astonished. "Indeed," Yang Dong nodded affirmatively. "Congratulations, junior brother." The three expressed their heartfelt congratulations. genuinely impressed by his remarkable talent. At merely 18 years of age, he had achieved foundation establishment, likely the fastest in the history of the Qingyan sect. If they were to discover that Yang Dong's current cultivation had reached the golden core stage, their jaws would surely drop in disbelief. Upon entering the grand hall, the four bowed in respect to the figure seated at the head, Hen Wuhan. His gaze settled on Yang Dong, revealing a look of approval. In just 3 days, you've successfully established your foundation. Perhaps you possess a unique constitution. Chu Yun and the other two nodded in agreement. Achieving foundation establishment in merely 3 days is an accomplishment that even those with the most exceptional spiritual roots might find challenging. Perhaps I should have waited another 10 or 15 days before appearing to avoid drawing such attention, Yang Dong mused inwardly, managing a modest smile. It may simply be a stroke of good fortune, coupled with the high-grade foundation establishment pill bestowed by my master. Otherwise, success would not have come so swiftly. Hen Wuhan nodded slightly, choosing not to delve further into the matter. At the end of next month, the sect will select 500 disciples to venture into the dark forest for trials, gathering various spiritual herbs and fruits, as well as rare treasures. You should all prepare diligently during this time. Yes, master, the four replied, bowing respectfully. Very well, if there is nothing else, you may return. Hen Wuhan waved his hand dismissively. The four bowed once more and exited the grand hall. Just outside, they heard a cheerful exclamation from the exuberant Ru Hua. Junior brother, you emerged from seclusion so soon. That's wonderful. I was just thinking of finding you to play. Yang Dong turned to see the plump Ru Hua joyfully bounding toward him, her body jiggling with each step, eliciting a mix of laughter and exasperation from him. Junior brother, do spend some quality time with Sister Ru Hua. We shall take our leave now, the 3 senior brothers said, their expressions betraying a sense of mischief as they departed swiftly. Sister, I have urgent matters to attend to today. Let us play another time. Yang Dong replied hastily, taking to the skies on his sword, vanishing in a flash like a shooting star. Humph. They all scatter the moment they see someone. Ru Hua pouted, stamping her foot in frustration, her ample figure shaking like an earthquake. After a leisurely flight around the sect, Yang Dong returned quietly to his abode. The Xianyu parrot fluttered over, opening its beak to announce, Master, you have returned. Sister Ru Hua was just here looking for you. Yang Dong replied, Little parrot, from now on, if Sister Ru Hua comes by, please inform her that I have stepped out. The parrot, Xianyu, tilted its head in contemplation, pondering what to do if Sister Ru Hua insisted on entering to wait for the master. Then you must devise a way to prevent her from entering and take her out for a stroll, came the cheerful reply. All right, master. Xianyu flapped its wings in delight. It was not merely the company of Ru Hua that excited it, but rather the prospect of being allowed to explore the world outside. The parrot had longed to wander through the sect, but had previously been restrained by the master's prohibitions. Yang Dong stepped into the room, reflecting that this situation could not persist. He needed a strategy to keep Ru Hua at bay. For how could he cultivate in peace otherwise? He could set up a barrier now. He slapped his forehead, having momentarily forgotten this solution. During his last visit to Xiaoyuan City, he had procured all the necessary items for establishing a barrier and had mastered the corresponding techniques. Now, everything was prepared, and he lacked only the right moment. Yang Dong retrieved a large high-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring, one he had purchased in Xiaoyuan City and refined with the cauldron. He also possessed a superior-grade spirit stone, the size of a grinding disc, which he had seized from the Bloodslaughter sect's young master and subsequently refined. To operate any formation, a substantial energy source was required, necessitating large spirit stones rather than smaller, cut fragments. He placed the large spirit stone in the center of the room, which would serve as the focal point of the barrier. Next, Yang Dong extracted various rare materials and treasures from his spatial ring to aid in the formation, including spirit wood, profound iron, and several magical artifacts, which he arranged at the 8 cardinal directions of the room. Once everything was set, Yang Dong sat cross-legged at the focal point, forming hand seals and channeling his energy towards the spirit stone, declaring with fervor, "Activate." A surge of spiritual power shot forth, illuminating the stone, which erupted in radiance that spread to all the arranged items. The light converged into a beam that shot upward, piercing through the roof and casting a luminous net that enveloped the courtyard within a radius of 5 paces. Even a mosquito attempting to intrude would find itself vanquished by the barrier's energy. Yang Dong stepped outside the courtyard, surveying the barrier with a satisfied smile. Now he could cultivate in peace, free from the worry of Sister Ru Hua's interruptions. The solidity of the barrier was contingent upon the cultivator's prowess. With Yangdong's current golden core cultivation level, one would need to possess at least a late golden core stage to forcibly breach it. Within the confines of the sect, it was unlikely anyone would dare to attempt such a breach. Now, he could refine some of the cultivation texts, summoning the cauldron from within. Yangdong cast the Qingyun Ju, Qingyun Sword Ju, and several mid to high-level spellbooks gifted by Hen Wuhan into the cauldron. A beam of light flashed, revealing several lines of information atop the precious cauldron. Hongmeng Qi Refinement Technique, Top-Tier Earth-Level Cultivation Method, Xinjian True Technique, Top-Tier Earth-Level Swordsmanship, Comprehensive High-Level Fire Techniques, Comprehensive High-Level Earth Techniques, Water Techniques, Wood Techniques, Air Techniques, Comprehensive High-Level Thunder Techniques. Indeed, these are all superior tier techniques. Yangdong displayed a look of satisfaction as he extracted all the tomes from the cauldron, perusing them one by one. The cultivation method of the Hongmeng Qi Refinement Technique is significantly more profound and obscure than the Qingyun Qi Refinement Technique, yet it cultivates a purer form of spiritual energy. For now, Yangdong set this book aside, intending to delve into it more thoroughly during his cultivation later. He then picked up the Xinjian True Technique to examine it. The Xinjian True Technique is divided into 3 volumes: the Sword Control Technique, the Sword Separation Technique, and the Thunder Sword Technique. The Sword Control Technique manipulates the flying sword with spiritual energy, capable of slaying foes and enabling flight. The Sword Separation Technique transforms the sword into clones, splitting once into 2, then into 4, and manifesting myriad swords. The higher one's cultivation, the more sword clones can be created, thus amplifying their might. The Thunder Sword Technique summons the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth with the sword's radiance, wielding terrifying power capable of vanquishing formidable beings. Mastery requires one to attain the divine transformation realm or above. Chapter 50. Reaching the pinnacle of the golden core. The sword technique of the sword control surpassed the Azure Cloud sword control by an entire realm. The split sword technique could contend with multiple foes, while the thunder sword technique was effective against formidable adversaries. Truly, it was a supreme swordsmanship of the earth grade. Subsequently, Yangdong perused several other tomes of magical arts. Comprehensive Guide to High-Level Fire Techniques, Pearl Fireball, Fire Control Technique, Fire Escape Technique, Flame Armor, Hellfire, Fiery Missile, Summon Fire Element, Meteor Fire Rain. Comprehensive Guide to High-Level Earth Techniques, Sandstorm, Stone Wall Technique, Quicksand Trap, Rock Barrier, Body Stone Shield, Boulder Strike, Earth Escape Technique, Compression Technique. Body Divine Shield, Summon Earth Element, Earthquake. Comprehensive Guide to Water Techniques, Water Control Technique, Ripple Healing, Ice Shield, Ice Blade, Gliding Steps, Ice Ceiling, Summon Vessels. Summon Water Element, Tsunami, Roaring Waves, Frozen World, Sea Demon Eslameth. Comprehensive Guide to Wood Techniques, Vine Entanglement, Forest Array, Soaring Leaf Technique, Song of the Forest. Giant Tree Formation, Tree Demon, Wood Escape, Leaf Plucking and Flower Flying, Intertwined Roots, Ghost Dance of Withered Vines, Wild Dance of the Forest. Comprehensive Guide to High-Level Wind Techniques, Flight Technique, Hurricane, Telekinesis, Cloud Motion Fist, Black Cloud Blade, Flowing Cloud Shield, Wind Binding, Wind Sweeping Clouds, Summon Air Element, Teleportation Technique. Comprehensive Guide to High-Level Thunder Techniques, 5 Thunder Strike, Lightning Chain Whip, Heavenly Thunder Law, Wrath of the Thunder God, Thunderous Explosion, Thunder Movement Across the Heavens. Upon completion of his reading, Yangdong exclaimed in awe. These several tomes of magical arts encompassed nearly all high-level techniques. Mastering them would lead to an exponential increase in his combat prowess. However, the higher the level of the technique, the more arduous the path to cultivation. This not only demanded exceptional talent, but also required significant cultivation levels. While Yangdong found it relatively easy to comprehend these advanced techniques with his current aptitude, his cultivation was insufficient for their execution. Practitioners at the Golden Core stage could only manage to learn a fraction of the high-level techniques. With the Dark Forest expedition approaching at the end of next month, he had just over a month to prepare. The Dark Forest was the largest primordial jungle within the Great Zhou realm, rich in spiritual energy and abundant with spiritual herbs, fruits, and treasures of extraordinary quality. However, the depths of the Dark Forest were fraught with peril, harboring countless savage beasts in their own cultivation. Even those at the transformation stage dared not tread lightly into the heart of the forest. This journey to the Dark Forest presented both dangers and opportunities for Yangdong. While others could merely gather spiritual herbs and fruits, Yang Dong possessed a treasured cauldron capable of refining all substances, including spiritual beasts. Furthermore, with his spatial ring and Qiankuan bag, he could carry an abundance of items, even capturing extraordinary beasts to refine into his spiritual companions through blood. He resolved to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the golden core within this month. Yang Dong took a deep breath, setting a modest goal for himself. For the vast majority of cultivators, advancing from the early stage to the pinnacle of the golden core might take a lifetime. As one progresses through the realms, the spiritual energy required for breakthroughs increases exponentially. After attaining the golden core realm, breaking through each minor stage proves exceedingly arduous for ordinary cultivators. Yet Yang Dong remains brimming with confidence. His heaven-defying physique absorbs spiritual energy hundreds of times more efficiently than others. By deploying a supreme-grade spirit-gathering formation, his cultivation speed would multiply severalfold. Moreover, he possesses thousands of top-tier spirit stones to fuel his progress. Returning to his chamber, Yang Dong began arranging the spirit-gathering formation, positioning its core within his meditation room. Soon, the formation was complete. As he activated it, spiritual energy surged ceaselessly into the chamber. Seated cross-legged, he retrieved the primordial qi refining scripture and commenced his cultivation. Within 2 hours, Yang Dong had fully mastered the scripture, with over 300 acupoints across his body rapidly absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. From then on, he immersed himself in secluded cultivation day and night. His sustenance consisted solely of a few high-grade spirit fruits and bowls of spiritual water, nourishments that enhanced his cultivation, though he could have foregone them entirely. Additionally, he absorbed dozens of top-tier spirit stones daily, significantly accelerating his progress. During this period, Ru Hua visited almost daily, but Yang Dong's barrier formation barred her entry. Fortunately, the silver-tongued Xianyu parrot charmed her with sweet greetings of fairy sister, delighting her so much that the two formed a harmonious companionship. Within the grand hall of the Blood Fiend sect, the elder of external affairs bowed before the sect master, Lung Xiao, who sat upon a high platform. Master, the investigation into the young master's murder is complete. Speak, Lung Xiao commanded coldly. After investigating Shou Yuan City, we confirmed the youth who clashed with the young master carried a birdcage. The spirit beast shopkeeper verified that a male and female disciple of the Azure Cloud sect purchased a parrot that day. Thus, the murderer is undoubtedly an Azure Cloud sect disciple. Lung Xiao's eyes blazed with crimson fury. The Azure Cloud sect dares provoke the Blood Fiend sect? If they slay my heir, then the entire sect shall pay with their lives. Summon all elders for council. After over a month of secluded cultivation and absorbing more than 1,000 top-tier spirit stones, Yang Dong's cultivation soared to the peak of the Golden Core realm. Slowly concluding his session, he felt deeply satisfied. His minor cultivation goal had been achieved. Now, preparations for the Dark Moon Forest awaited. With 3 days remaining before the expedition, I must make thorough preparations, he mused, stroking his chin. I need multiple life-saving contingencies. The Dark Moon Forest held not only demonic beasts, but also formidable experts and malevolent cultivators from various sections. While a peak Golden Core cultivator might seem mighty to ordinary practitioners, before nascent soul and soul projection experts, he would be insignificant. Yet, within the Great Zhou territory, soul projection masters were few and far between. The Qingyun sect boasts only its sect master and 3 supreme elders who have attained the out-of-body realm, making it one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou. Thus, it is evident that practitioners at the out-of-body realm represent the pinnacle of the cultivation world in Great Zhou. Currently, Yang Dong possesses 3 trump cards. First, the Purple Spirit Sword, which, although it may not be capable of slaying those in the nascent soul realm, is sufficient to distract them. Second, the top-tier talismans, which can withstand assaults from nascent soul practitioners and even obliterate peak nascent soul cultivators, unless the opponent possesses an extraordinary protective artifact. As for the top-tier talismans, apart from the Qingyun sect, no other sect can produce them, and the Qingyun sect does not sell its top-tier talismans. Third, the Heavenly Damage Treasure Mirror, which serves as Yang Dong's greatest asset. This item is akin to a treasure of rules. Even a tribulation veteran caught in its gaze would be swiftly vanquished by Yang Dong upon losing their spiritual power. Chapter 51. The Spirit Beast Valley. After reflecting on the cards he held, Yang Dong felt a surge of confidence. However, he mused, it would be even better to possess a few high-level exotic beasts as spirit pets. The sect had a Spirit Beast Valley, which housed numerous spirit birds and beasts. Yet these were reserved for elders and above. It was not that disciples lacked the qualifications to own spirit pets, but rather they lacked the ability to tame these beasts. The Qingyun sect was not adept at beast taming. Even the spirit pets ridden by the elders were at most third-tier spirit birds, with only the sect leader and 3 grand elders possessing a few fourth-tier exotic beasts. Apart from the beast taming sect, which had its unique taming techniques, other sects could only rely on their strength to subdue exotic beasts and take them as spirit pets. However, Yang Dong possessed the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, and as long as he placed an exotic beast within it and dripped his blood, he could refine the beast, turning it into his most loyal spirit pet. He decided to seek out his master and discuss this matter. With determination, Yang Dong exited his dwelling and cast a spell, causing a large door to open in the barrier. Stepping through the door, it closed behind him. Arriving at the sect's grand hall, he found Hin Wuhan meditating on the high platform. "Greetings, master." Yang Dong bowed respectfully. Hin Wuhan slowly concluded his meditation and inquired, "Yang Dong, have you made any progress in your cultivation during this period of seclusion?" Yang Dong replied, reporting to master, "I have made significant advancements in my cultivation." Hin Wuhan nodded in satisfaction. 3 days hence, we shall venture into the dark forest for training. Your cultivation is still shallow. I shall bestow upon you a few talismans for unforeseen circumstances." With that, he waved his hand, and 6 talismans flew towards Yang Dong. Upon receiving them, Yang Dong observed that among them were 2 high-level thunder talismans, 2 high-level golden light protection talismans, 1 top-tier 5 elements protection talismans, and 1 top-tier thunder talismans. The old man was quite generous. Yang Dong felt a surge of delight as he accepted the talismans, bowing once more, "Thank you, master." Though he already possessed 2 top-tier talismans, more was always welcome. If he refined these 6 talismans in the cauldron, the 4 high-level ones would surely transform into top-tier ones. As for the other 2 top-tier talismans, would they also increase in rank if placed in the cauldron? Yang Dong felt a sense of anticipation. "Is there anything else you wish to seek my assistance with?" Hin Wuhan inquired with a smile. This newly accepted direct disciple had yet to consult him on any aspects of cultivation techniques, making Hin Wuhan feel somewhat superfluous as a master. Yang Dong clasped his hands and said, "Master, I wish to visit the Spirit Beast Valley to select an exotic beast as a spirit pet. I hope for your permission." Hin Wuhan chuckled. Taming beasts is no simple task. To thoroughly subdue an exotic beast is to ensure its willingness to serve as your spirit pet. The vast majority of exotic beasts, even when subjected to relentless torment, will never yield to become a human spirit pet. You possess no understanding of beast taming techniques. How can you hope to acquire a spirit pet? Yang Dong responded. If master could grant me a tome on beast taming, I would study it diligently and then attempt to tame an exotic beast. Borrowing the book was merely a pretext, providing him with an excuse to eventually control spirit beasts. Very well, since you wish to learn beast taming, I shall gift you this tome on the subject. With a flick of his hand, the master summoned a tome on beast taming, which gracefully flew before Yang Dong. He accepted the book with gratitude, bowing deeply as he said, "Thank you, master. I shall take my leave." Exiting the grand hall, Yang Dong took to the skies on his sword, heading toward the Spirit Beast Valley. In the distance, a luminous barrier enveloped several mountain peaks. Within this mystical enclosure, ethereal birds frolicked and soared amidst the heights, while the shadows of exotic beasts darted through the secluded valleys and dense forests. This was the Spirit Beast Valley of the Qingyun sect, specifically designated for the nurturing of spiritual creatures, while a select few spiritual beasts were chosen by the elders for domestication as companions. The majority ultimately served to enhance the sect's provisions, with certain parts reserved for alchemical purposes. Upon reaching the barrier, Yang Dong raised his token to the shimmering surface, causing an entrance to manifest. As he entered on his sword, the spiritual creatures scattered at the sight of him. This was a common reaction, as every time someone ventured into the valley, they would invariably capture and slay several spirit creatures, instilling fear in the remaining ones at the sight of an approaching swordsman. Yang Dong pursued the ethereal birds, but their swiftness and agility made it challenging for him to catch those of the second rank or higher. This was not surprising. Despite his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, flying on a sword could hardly rival the innate speed of the flying creatures. Capturing these birds, however, posed no difficulty for him. With a single spell, he could easily dispatch any creature below the third rank. Moreover, he possessed the automatic killing purple spirit sword at his disposal. Yet, his intention was to capture these creatures alive, so he could return them to his cauldron for refinement. The first-rank birds were indeed within his grasp, but they were hardly worthwhile. Transforming a first-rank bird in the cauldron would yield nothing more than a second-rank creature, far inferior to even the Xianyu parrot. An idea struck him. He could utilize the celestial damage mirror to ascertain the effective range of its illumination. With a thought, he summoned the mirror from his spatial ring. He pursued a second-rank bird, but upon noticing Yang Dong approaching on his sword, it took flight in haste. Raising the celestial damage mirror, he directed its beam toward the creature, which revealed a line of text on the mirror's reverse: loss of defense. However, this loss of defense had no impact on the bird's flight speed, and it continued to flee rapidly. Never mind, he mused. Perhaps I should capture a beast for refinement instead. While it might be feasible to forcibly capture a second-rank bird, it would yield minimal benefit. Generally, a second-rank bird could only be refined into a third-rank creature, equivalent to a human at the Golden Core stage, which offered Yang Dong little advantage. Thus, he resolved that only a third-rank creature would suffice. Yet, capturing a third-rank bird alive proved to be an impossible task. Consequently, he abandoned the pursuit of avian creatures and opted to hunt for third-rank beasts instead. Compared to the swift-flying birds, capturing these beasts presented a far lesser challenge. This was not solely due to the bird's speed. Their aerial vantage point afforded them a clear view, making it difficult for Yang Dong to approach. In contrast, the terrestrial beasts traversed the mountainous terrain, where their vision and mobility were constrained, allowing Yang Dong the opportunity to ambush. With determination, Yang Dong descended on his sword, searching the valley for his quarry. After an arduous search lasting nearly an hour, he finally stumbled upon a target, a fourth-tier extraordinary beast, the Wind Demon Tiger. With a thunderous roar, the Wind Demon Tiger recognized Yang Dong, yet instead of fleeing, it issued a warning growl, as if to caution Yang Dong against any foolish actions. For it was not a creature to be trifled with. The combat prowess of the Wind Demon Tiger ranked among the elite of fourth-tier beasts, making it a formidable opponent even for the most adept pinnacle of the nascent soul realm. Thus, it paid little heed to this human. Its unwillingness to flee was fortuitous. Yang Dong's heart soared with joy as he raised the celestial lost treasure mirror, a beam of light illuminating the Wind Demon Tiger. The back of the mirror displayed a line of information: loss of rationality. Suddenly, the Wind Demon Tiger lunged at Yang Dong in a frenzy. Chapter 52. Refining a divine beast. With a startled exclamation, Yang Dong soared into the air, narrowly evading the pounce of the Wind Demon Tiger. Utilizing the reverse side of the celestial mirror, he directed its light upon the beast. In an instant, the Wind Demon Tiger regained its senses, ceasing its assault and instead letting out another roar directed at Yang Dong. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed the front of the celestial mirror at the creature once more. The reverse side of the mirror displayed a line of information: loss of mobility. Suddenly, the Wind Demon Tiger stood motionless, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Its mouth emitting frantic roars, now filled with fear and astonishment. Success! Yang Dong snapped his fingers, leaping gracefully to the ground before the Wind Demon Tiger. He retrieved the Qiankuan bag, positioning its opening towards the beast, and commanded, "Be collected." In an instant, the Wind Demon Tiger was swiftly drawn into the bag. The Qiankuan bag can contain living beings, provided they offer no resistance and are within a distance of 10 feet, with a space of 10,000 cubic meters. Time does not flow within the bag. Thus, the Wind Demon Tiger remained in a suspended state of life. Having secured the Qiankuan bag, Yang Dong felt elated, astonished to have captured a Wind Demon Tiger. This beast was a fourth-tier extraordinary creature, which could be refined into a fifth-tier beast using the treasure cauldron. A fifth-tier beast possesses strength equivalent to a human practitioner in the out-of-body realm. Therefore, when faced with formidable opponents of that caliber, he would possess a formidable trump card. Upon returning to his dwelling, Yang Dong secured the doors and windows, summoning the chaos treasure cauldron from within his being. Gazing at the cauldron, which stood over a meter tall, he realized that the Wind Demon Tiger weighed several thousand pounds and could not possibly fit inside. Enlarge. Yang Dong commanded the cauldron. Its diameter expanded beyond 2 meters, rising over 2 meters in height. Yet, this space still proved inadequate for the Wind Demon Tiger. Should he further enlarge the cauldron, it would be impossible to accommodate within the confines of his room. Initially, refining it directly in the Spirit Beast Valley would have been the most convenient option. Yet Yang Dong refrained from taking that risk, fearing detection by others. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with an experiment. With a thought, he summoned the Qiankuan bag. Floating upwards and positioning its opening towards the cauldron, emerge. The Wind Demon Tiger soared forth from the bag, landing inside the cauldron, instantly returning to its original size. The enormous creature, comparable to a rhinoceros, sprawled across the cauldron, nearly brushing against the ceiling. Yang Dong sliced his fingertip, allowing his blood to drip onto the wind demon tiger. A flash of white light enveloped the beast, transforming the previously dark-furred creature into a small tiger with fur as pure and brilliant as jade, radiating a gentle luminescence. The cauldron displayed a line of information: Holy Light Tiger, divine beast, capable of riding the winds and possessing mastery over wind and light. Second only to dragons among divine beings. To his astonishment and delight, Yang Dong had refined a divine beast. Numerous types of divine beasts exist, yet even the weakest among them boast a strength of at least a fifth-tier extraordinary creature. The Holy Light Tiger, being second only to dragons, possesses strength exceeding that of an eighth-tier extraordinary creature. However, it appeared to be a juvenile, not much larger than a wolf. The Holy Light Tiger stood within the treasure cauldron, its tiger head adorably bobbing as it gazed at Yang Dong with its big, innocent eyes. Emitting a sound reminiscent of a spoiled child, Yang Dong lifted it from the cauldron with ease, channeling a thought to retract the cauldron into his body. The Holy Light Tiger nestled its front paws on Yang Dong's shoulder, exuding a gentle and endearing demeanor akin to that of a large cat. However, Yang Dong found himself pondering its combat capabilities with uncertainty. While an adult Holy Light Tiger possessed formidable strength comparable to a ninth-tier beast, this little creature resembled a 3-year-old child, leaving Yang Dong unsure if it could prevail against a 5th-tier beast. After all, it was still a divine beast. It couldn't be too weak, could it? With a self-amused smile, he set the Holy Light Tiger down and retrieved a spirit fruit from his spatial ring, offering it to the creature. The little one opened its mouth wide, biting into the spirit fruit with a satisfying crunch. Once finished, its large tiger eyes turned to Yang Dong, clearly still hungry. Yang Dong presented a few more spirit fruits, watching as the little creature devoured them with the voracity of Zhu Beiji, consuming over 10 fruits and still yearning for more. That's enough, Yang Dong exclaimed, waving his hands. At this rate, it would be impossible to sustain such an appetite. He decided it would be best to store it in the Qianquan bag for now. After placing the Holy Light Tiger inside the bag, Yang Dong finally felt a sense of relief. With the addition of this divine beast, he had gained another card to play for survival. The talismans bestowed by my master can now be refined. Yang Dong summoned the treasure cauldron and tossed all 6 talismans provided by Hen Wuan into it. Among these, 4 were high tier, and 2 were pinnacle tier. The 4 high tier talismans would undoubtedly refine into pinnacle tier ones, but could the 2 pinnacle tier talismans enhance in quality? A flash of white light illuminated the cauldron, revealing several lines of information. Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman. Casting this talisman can summon the Purple Sky Divine Thunder. While its power cannot be compared to genuine Purple Sky Divine Thunder, it is sufficient to strike down a Transformation Realm cultivator. Holy Light Shield Talisman. Capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a Transformation Realm cultivator. Additionally, there were 2 Pinnacle Tier Thunder Talisman and 2 Pinnacle Tier Shield Talisman. To his astonishment and delight, he had refined a Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman. Indeed, these 2 Pinnacle Tier Talismans could enhance in quality. With the Purple Sky Divine Thunder Talisman and the Holy Light Shield Talisman in his possession, he felt unperturbed even when facing formidable Transformation Realm experts. Now, it was time to learn some advanced spells. Yang Dong stored the talismans in his spatial ring and retrieved several advanced technique books. With only 3 days remaining before venturing into the dark forest, he resolved to master several advanced spells within this time frame. Although he now possessed many trump cards, his own strength remained paramount. After perusing the advanced technique books, he decided to first practice the Chain Fireball technique. The Chain Fireball was essentially an upgraded version of the Fireball spell, simple to cultivate and highly practical in combat. Within less than an hour, Yang Dong unleashed a powerful strike, sending forth 7 fireballs. For the next 3 days, he immersed himself in the cultivation of spells, mastering over a dozen advanced techniques. As for the pinnacle techniques, his current cultivation level was insufficient to practice them. 3 days later, a colossal flying vessel emerged from the protective barrier of the Qing sect, racing towards the ominous depths of the dark forest. Over 30 esteemed elders, accompanied by more than 800 inner disciples, embarked on this journey. The sect master, He Wuhen, chose to remain behind to guard the sect, alongside 3 other supreme elders who were in seclusion. Junior brother, once we reach the dark forest, we shall proceed together. I will ensure your safety, proclaimed Ru Hua, standing beside Yang Dong, devouring a spirit fruit with an air of confidence. Though plump in form, her innate talent was exceptional. At merely 27 years of age, she had already attained the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Yang Dong found himself in a mixture of amusement and exasperation, as this sister Ru Hua had latched onto him with an unyielding tenacity, akin to an adhesive plaster that one simply could not shake off. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchun exchanged knowing glances and chuckles. Before Yang Dong's arrival, Ru Hua had incessantly clung to the three of them, particularly tormenting Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchun. Now, with the dashing and youthful Yang Dong capturing Ru Hua's attention, the three elder brothers finally found themselves in a state of tranquility. Chapter 53. Journey to the Dark Forest. Qin Machio stood not far from the flying vessel, her gaze fixed upon Yang Dong. It had been nearly 2 months since she last saw him following the inner sect disciple assessment, and at this moment, a tide of longing surged within her, leaving her somewhat agitated. She yearned to approach Yang Dong and offer a greeting, yet she was at a loss for words. Yang Dong, now a direct disciple of the sect master, held a status far superior to hers, and she feared that he might disdain her. Yang Dong, noticing Qin Machio quietly observing him from a distance, saw her delicate demeanor, as if she were on the verge of speaking but hesitated. With a warm smile, he approached her. Sister Qin, it has been a long time. Qin Machio's large, expressive eyes gazed at Yang Dong. You are now the direct disciple of the sect master. How could I still dare to call you my senior? Yang Dong chuckled softly. Whether I am a disciple of the sect master or eventually become an elder, you will always be my senior sister. Qin Machio felt a wave of warmth wash over her heart, causing her nose to tingle slightly, leaving her momentarily speechless. Observing her reaction, Yang Dong quickly shifted the topic. The dark forest is exceedingly perilous. Allow me to give you some talismans for your protection. As he spoke, he retrieved a dozen mid-tier talismans and several high-tier talismans from his storage pouch and handed them to Qin Machio. The mid-tier talismans possessed power equivalent to that of foundation establishment practitioners. Crafted by Yang Dong during his time in the Qi refinement stage and refined into mid-tier talismans using the treasured cauldron. For Yang Dong, these mid-tier talismans had become of little use, yet for Qin Machio, they would grant her the ability to confront second-tier beasts. The additional high-tier thunder talismans and protective talismans could contend with practitioners at the golden core stage or third-tier beasts. With Yang Dong's current cultivation, he was capable of crafting mid-tier talismans, and after refining them, he could produce high-tier talismans. This meant he could now generate high-tier talismans independently. In truth, high-tier talismans had little practical value for him at this stage. As a peak golden core practitioner, he had no need for talismans when facing third-tier beasts or golden core practitioners. He was endowed with the celestial body, far surpassing others at both the foundation and golden core stages, rendering him nearly invincible among equals, unless his opponent was a sacred body. Moreover, it would not be long before his cultivation would advance to the nascent soul stage. Qin Machio accepted the talismans Yang Dong offered, and upon seeing such a collection of mid-tier and even high-tier talismans, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. High-tier thunder talismans, high-tier golden light protective talismans. Are these truly for me? She was acutely aware of the immense power these talismans held, particularly the high-tier ones, which could only be crafted by elders who had reached the nascent soul stage, and the creation of each was an arduous drain on spiritual energy. This was why a single high-tier talisman held an internal exchange value of 10 top-quality spirit stones. Externally, it would fetch at least 20. After all, the power of a high-tier thunder talisman was akin to a lethal strike from a peak golden core practitioner. For Qin Machio, a Qi refinement practitioner, possessing mid-tier talismans was akin to discovering a treasure, let alone the fact that Yang Dong had gifted her several high-tier talismans. This left Qin Machio feeling both deeply moved and somewhat overwhelmed by his generosity. Please, take them, Sister Qin. Seeing her hesitance, Yang Dong directly placed the talisman into Qin Machio's hands. Thank you. Qin Machio softly expressed her gratitude, carefully stowing the talisman away. Junior sister, who is she? Upon observing the warm exchange between the two, Ru Hua approached, scrutinizing Qin Machio with a tinge of envy for her striking beauty. If only she possessed such allure. Perhaps her 3 senior brothers and the little junior would no longer shy away from her. She is a disciple of the mysterious peak and was once my senior sister. Yang Dong introduced to Ru Hua. He then turned to Qin Machio, saying, This is Miss Ru Hua, the esteemed daughter of the sect leader. So she is the sect leader's daughter. Qin Machio promptly bowed her hands in greeting. Disciple Qin Machio pays her respects to Miss Ru Hua. Ru Hua waved her hand dismissively. There is no need for such formality, Miss Qin. As a friend of Yang Dong, you are also my friend. Come. Allow me to treat you to a spirit fruit. With that, she retrieved a large spirit fruit from her storage pouch and offered it to Qin Machio. Qin Machio had anticipated that the esteemed daughter of the sect leader would be aloof, yet she was surprisingly down to earth, even gifting her a spirit fruit. Thank you, miss. Qin Machio said, feeling a bit shy and hesitant to accept the fruit. Take it, why the politeness? Ru Hua insisted, directly placing the spirit fruit into Qin Machio's hands. From now on, we shall be good sisters. You needn't call me miss, simply address me as Ru Hua. Yes, miss. Qin Machio replied, taking a bite of the spirit fruit. The sweet and rich flavor revealed it to be a top-grade spirit fruit of the mysterious tier. Miss Qin, what is your cultivation level? Ru Hua inquired, nibbling on her fruit. 8 layers of qi refinement, Qin Machio responded. 8 layers of qi refinement is commendable, Ru Hua nodded. Adding, I am currently at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Though her appearance could not rival that of Miss Qin, at least she had gained some ground in cultivation. Qin Machio marveled, Miss possesses extraordinary talent. I can hardly compare. Ru Hua gazed enviously at Qin Machio's ethereal beauty, exclaiming, though my spiritual root talent surpasses yours. I cannot claim to be as lovely. If only I could trade my talent for your beauty. With a smile, Qin Machio replied, you jest, Mississippi. You are also quite beautiful. Perhaps a bit slimmer would enhance your charm further. Really? Ru Hua mused, touching her round face. Xiao Wu says the same. Xiao Wu. Qin Machio paused, curious. Who is that? Xiao Wu is a parrot raised by Yang Dong, and it has quite a sweet tongue. Ru Hua glanced at the spirit fruit in her hand. Xiao Wu advised me to eat less to slim down, but I simply cannot resist the urge to eat. With that, she took a hefty bite of the spirit fruit. Qin Machio couldn't help but smile. Miss Ru Hua was indeed innocent and charming, devoid of any ulterior motives. Seeing the two women engrossed in cheerful conversation, Yang Dong felt a sense of relief. The enormous flying vessel hovered hundreds of feet in the air, swiftly heading towards the dark forest. Meanwhile, far away at the Blood Fiend sect, 3 colossal flying vessels soared from the Blood Slaughter Gate's barrier, hurtling towards the direction of the Qingyun sect. At the helm of the primary vessel stood the master of the Blood Slaughter Gate, Lung Xiao, draped in a crimson robe, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Today, he vowed to cleanse the Qingyun sect in blood, avenging his son. However, Lang Xiao was acutely aware that the Qingyun sect, despite being the least esteemed among the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, was no trivial adversary. Thus, this time, the Blood Slaughter Gate had mobilized nearly its entire forces. 4 elders at the out-of-body stage, 50 elders at the nascent soul stage, over 300 deacons at the Golden Core stage, and more than 2,000 inner disciples at the Foundation Establishment stage, accompanied by over 500 exotic beasts. With Long Xiao, a peak out-of-body master, leading the charge, he was confident in his ability to obliterate the Qingyun sect. Chapter 54. The Blood Fiend sect attacks the Qingyun sect and the Qingyun sect. An outer gate steward named Zhang, accompanied by 4 outer disciples, was patrolling outside the sect. Suddenly, one disciple exclaimed, pointing towards the distant west. Zhang and the others turned their gazes to the sky, where 3 colossal ships were swiftly approaching the Qingyun sect. Each vessel bore the emblem of a blood-red skull. It was the Blood Fiend sect. What brought the Blood Fiend sect's ships to our territory? What are their intentions? Previously, in Shuyuan City, members of the Blood Fiend sect had come to our branch seeking trouble, accusing us of killing their young master. Surely, they do not intend to seek vengeance upon us again. The expressions of the disciples changed drastically. Quick, return to report to the sect leader. Zhang's countenance grew serious. She was acutely aware of the Blood Fiend sect's formidable strength. With 3 massive ships arriving, it was evident that their intentions were nefarious. In an instant, the 3 ships reached the vicinity, and before Zhang and her disciples could reach the protective barrier, a terrifying spell struck, resulting in their instantaneous demise, leaving a gruesome spectacle of blood and flesh. Within the Qingyun sect, 9 urgent bells sounded, signaling the alarm of an impending attack from a formidable enemy. All disciples of the Qingyun sect, upon hearing the frantic tolling, turned pale and took to the skies on their swords. Elders and stewards were equally alarmed, some summoning their beasts while others took flight on their swords. What is happening? Who dares to invade our Qingyun sect? We are one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou. Who possesses such audacity? Look, 3 massive ships are approaching. The Blood Red Skull. This is bad. It is the Blood Fiend sect. Upon recognizing the emblem of the Blood Red Skull etched on the colossal vessels beyond the barrier, the hearts of all Qingyun sect disciples sank. The Blood Fiend sect ranked 7th among the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, its power vastly eclipsing that of the Qingyun sect. Now, with 3 ships carrying thousands of Blood Fiend sect disciples descending upon them, their intentions were unmistakably to annihilate the Qingyun sect. A piercing cry echoed as Hin Wuhan soared on the back of a golden flame divine eagle, racing towards the protective barrier. Upon arriving, he stood resolutely on the eagle's back, casting a sharp gaze at the blood-robed elder upon the ship, demanding, "Cold sect leader, our Qingyun sect has always maintained a policy of non-interference with your Blood Fiend sect. What brings you and your thousands of disciples to our doorstep today?" Cold Xiao, a tall figure at the bow of the ship, donned a flowing red robe that billowed like a blood flag. He laughed maniacally, pointing at Hen Wuhan with fury. "Hen Wuhan, cease your pretense before me. 2 months ago, my son was brutally killed in Shuyuan City by your Qingyun sect disciples using thunder talismans in broad daylight. The enmity of a slain son is an unforgivable sin. Today, I shall eradicate the Qingyun sect to avenge my child." With that declaration, Cold Xiao waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying crimson spell that struck the protective barrier of the Qingyun sect. The barrier shook violently, emitting a radiant glow, although it did not shatter. The sheer force of a single spell could be felt in the trembling protective formation, a testament to Cold Xiao's formidable power. Heaven's wrath was taken aback. This barrier had been established through the combined efforts of the 3 esteemed elders. The elder with the highest cultivation had reached the late stage of the out-of-body realm, while the other 2 were at the mid-stage. Even a peak expert in the out-of-body realm would find it arduous to breach a barrier crafted by these 3 venerable figures. Yet, when Lung Xiao made his move, the barrier trembled violently, indicating that his cultivation had likely ascended to the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Additionally, 4 enigmatic elders stood upon the other 2 flying vessels, presumably all esteemed elders of the Blood Slaughter sect. "Master Lang, there must be some misunderstanding. Our disciples of the Qingyun sect would never resort to harming the young master of the Ling family." Heaven's wrath suppressed his ire and bowed respectfully to Lung Xiao. Had the Blood Slaughter sect been inferior to the Qingyun sect, Heaven's wrath would have foregone explanation and directly led his men into battle. However, given the current scenario, he recognized that the Qingyun sect was no match for the Blood Slaughter sect, even with the 3 esteemed elders emerging from their seclusion. Furthermore, it was critical to note that today, 32 peak masters, accompanied by several hundred inner disciples, had ventured into the dark forest. These peak masters, all of whom were at the nascent soul realm, constituted the backbone of the Qingyun sect. This severely diminished the combat prowess of the Qingyun sect, rendering them incapable of withstanding an assault from the Blood Slaughter sect. Thus, Heaven's wrath was compelled to adopt a conciliatory stance to avert a catastrophic conflict. Moreover, he genuinely doubted that the disciples of the Qingyun sect would unprovokedly slay the young master of the Blood Slaughter sect. Surely, the young master was protected by formidable elders, and it was unlikely that even a disciple, let alone an elder of the Qingyun sect, could bring him down. Lung Xiao scoffed coldly. "I have already thoroughly investigated this matter. Spare me your further attempts at evasion." With that, he unleashed another spell against the barrier. Simultaneously, the 4 esteemed elders of the Blood Slaughter sect struck, their combined might unleashing a cataclysmic force upon the barrier. Boom! The barrier shuddered violently, revealing spiderweb-like fissures. Heaven's wrath's expression shifted dramatically. The prowess of the 4 esteemed elders of the Blood Slaughter sect likely surpassed that of the 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect. The faces of the other elders from the Qingyun sect paled in unison. It appeared that a bloodbath was imminent, and the Qingyun sect might face utter annihilation. The thousands of disciples of the Qingyun sect were equally stricken with fear and trepidation. "This is bad. The barrier is on the verge of collapse. Once it shatters, the Qingyun sect will be doomed." The Blood Slaughter sect ranks 7th among the 10 great sects, while the Qingyun sect lingers at the 10th. "We are no match for them." Wailing, one disciple lamented, "I do not wish to die. I joined the Qingyun sect merely to pursue a tranquil path of cultivation and to live a few more decades, only to face the specter of death now. Our mountain-protecting formation was established by the combined efforts of the 3 esteemed elders. I never imagined it would falter against the onslaught of the Blood Slaughter sect. Where are the esteemed elders? Why have our 3 ancestors not emerged from seclusion?" Boom, boom, boom. Lung Xiao and the four esteemed elders unleashed a simultaneous barrage upon the barrier, the radiance blinding. The combined force of 5 out-of-body realm cultivators was staggering. The barrier convulsed violently, emitting cracking sounds akin to a shell on the brink of shattering. In the rear mountain, the 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyan sect were each immersed in their secluded cultivation within their respective chambers. At this moment, they simultaneously opened their eyes, radiating an intense brilliance. The instant the boundary was struck by the initial assault of the cold cultivator, these 3 venerable elders had already sensed the disturbance. However, they remained unperturbed, confident that the barrier they had meticulously established would not be easily breached. For these elders, the only circumstance that would compel them to emerge from their meditation would be the shattering of the sect's protective barrier, signifying an imminent catastrophe for their order. Yet now, they had perceived that the barrier was on the verge of collapse. Almost in unison, the 3 elders burst forth from their seclusion, transforming into 3 streaks of golden light that surged forth. Who dares to unleash chaos upon our Qingyan sect? Chapter 55, The Death of the Sovereign Bang. The barrier shattered with a tremendous force, dispersing into countless fragments of light. Lung Xiao swiftly entered, raising his hand to unleash a strike of heavenly thunder towards Hen Wuhan. A luminous shield erupted around Hen Wuhan, enveloping him within its protective embrace. Boom! The shield was instantly obliterated, yet at that moment, Hen Wuhan's top-tier protective barrier glimmered once more, mitigating the residual impact of the thunderous assault. Simultaneously, the 4 esteemed elders of the Bloodslaughter sect clashed with the 3 venerable elders of the Qingyan sect, both sides unleashing terrifying spells that illuminated the sky with their brilliance. Following closely were dozens of elders and over 300 deacons from the Bloodslaughter sect, invading the Qingyan sect with fierce intent. More than 2,000 disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect soared from their flying vessels, attacking the disciples of the Qingyan sect like a swarm of locusts. On the flying vessels, hundreds of exotic beasts plunged into the Qingyan sect, the majority being 2nd and 3rd-tier creatures, with a few 4th-tier beasts among them. Meanwhile, several hundred inner disciples and over 3,000 outer disciples remained at the Qingyan sect. Although their numbers appeared to surpass those of the Bloodslaughter sect, their actual combat prowess was significantly inferior to that of the 2,000 inner disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect, most of whom had reached the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, the majority of the outer disciples from the Qingyan sect were at the 5th or 6th layer of qi refinement, with 10 of them unable to match even a single disciple from the Bloodslaughter sect. As for the few hundred inner disciples of the Qingyan sect, their cultivation levels were also lower than those of their counterparts in the Bloodslaughter sect. Additionally, the Bloodslaughter sect had brought with them over 500 ferocious exotic birds. The nearly 4,000 disciples of the Qingyan sect were utterly overwhelmed by the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect, suffering devastating casualties in an instant. At this moment, a tremendous force propelled Hen Wuhan hundreds of feet away. Lung Xiao, at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, faced Hen Wuhan, who was at the mid-level of the same stage, an undeniable gap of 2 minor realms. Were it not for the dozens of top-tier talismans and 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts he possessed, Hen Wuhan would have long since been vanquished by Lung Xiao. However, even the top-tier 5 Thunder Talisman was only effective against nascent soul cultivators and held little power against a formidable figure like Lang Xiao at the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. After the explosion of several top-tier protective talismans and 2 low-grade spiritual artifacts, Hen Wuhan could no longer withstand Lang Xiao's relentless onslaught. Lung Xiao transformed into a beam of golden light, pursuing Hen Wuhan without granting him a moment's respite, launching another ferocious spell at him. Realizing his imminent demise, Hen Wuhan chose to advance rather than retreat, casting the disintegration technique. Boom! Hen Wuhan's body erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy towards Lung Xiao. A red energy shield materialized before Lung Xiao. Bang! The power of an out-of-body cultivator's disintegration was immense. The red shield shattered under the onslaught of the overwhelming energy, and the residual force surged toward Lung Xiao. Lung Xiao's robe radiated a protective glow, absorbing over 80% of the residual impact. The remaining 20% struck Lung Xiao, but he withstood it with his protective spiritual energy. A luminous orb shot off into the distance. It was the primordial spirit of Hen Wuhan. In the out-of-body stage, the primordial spirit can indeed leave the body. Thus, even if the physical form is destroyed, the primordial spirit can escape and seek a new vessel, albeit at the cost of a significant drop in cultivation level. Before this throne, can one truly escape? Lang Shou let out a cold laugh as a thunderous palm strike unleashed upon the sphere of light, obliterating the incorporeal essence of hate without trace into nothingness. Meanwhile, the three esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect fell one by one at the hands of the four esteemed elders from the Bloodslaughter sect. Among the latter, two had reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, while the other two were in the late stages of the same realm. In terms of cultivation, the elders of the Bloodslaughter sect surpassed those of the Qingyun sect, not to mention their numerical advantage. On the other side, the elders and stewards of the Qingyun sect had been nearly decimated by the Bloodslaughter sect. The remaining elders were merely outer sect elders, their cultivation in the mid to late stages of the Golden Core realm, while all Bloodslaughter sect elders were at the nascent soul level, a significant elevation in prowess. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burn, the Qingyun sect, from its sect leader and esteemed elders down to the thousands of outer disciples, had all been annihilated. In contrast, the Bloodslaughter sect suffered only a little over 100 casualties. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. With such strength, how could the Qingyun sect dare to claim a place among the 10 great sects? Lang Shou hovered above the Qingyun sect, his hands clasped behind him. Casting a disdainful glance at the countless corpses of Qingyun sect disciples below, a smirk of contempt gracing his lips. He had anticipated that the Qingyun sect, with its millennium-long legacy, would possess some measure of strength, expecting a fierce battle. Yet, he was taken aback by the utter fragility of this ancient sect. Master, what shall we do with the remaining few hundred Qingyun sect servants? At that moment, an elder from the Bloodslaughter sect flew before Lang Shou, respectfully inquiring. As the Bloodslaughter sect invaded, the hundreds of Qingyun sect servants had been so frightened that they hid away, trembling in fear. Now, with the Qingyun sect destroyed, these servants were all captured by the disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. Lang Shou surveyed the entirety of the Qingyun sect. Its spiritual veins were quite decent. This place would henceforth serve as a branch of the Bloodslaughter sect, and with such ample spiritual fields, mines, medicinal gardens, and orchards, they would require caretakers. Let them remain, he decreed. Yes, master. The elder bowed and departed to carry out the order. Subsequently, Lang Shou left behind one esteemed elder, a dozen elders, 100 stewards, and 500 disciples to guard the site. He then took the remainder aboard 2 flying vessels to return to the Bloodslaughter sect. With only one esteemed elder and a few thousand outer disciples stationed at Bloodslaughter sect, any untoward event from other major sects could prove troublesome. The dark forest lay in the heart of the Great Zhou, sprawling over 1 million square kilometers, situated over 30,000 miles from the Qingyun sect. After more than 4 hours of flight, just before sunset, the vessels of the Qingyun sect finally reached the fringes of the dark forest. Yang Dong stood upon the vessel, gazing down at the vast, unending expanse of primordial woodlands, with undulating mountains and towering ancient trees. Various fierce birds of prey and beasts soared above the ridges, while the depths of the jungle echoed with the thunderous roars of colossal creatures, shaking the very earth. This was the dark forest, the most perilous location in the Great Zhou, home to countless ancient magical beasts lurking in its depths. The vessel descended slowly to the ground. Chu Yun issued a command to temporarily rest near the vessel tonight, planning to enter the dark forest at dawn. Venturing into the dark forest at night not only made locating spiritual fruits and herbs exceedingly difficult, but also posed a greater danger. As the direct disciple of the sect leader and the esteemed head of the inner door, with a cultivation level at the peak of the nascent soul stage, Chu Yun's status within the sect ranks just below that of the sect leader and the 3 revered elders. If no unforeseen circumstances arise, it is inevitable that Chu Yun will succeed Hen Wuhan and ascend as the next leader of the Qingyun sect. However, Chu Yun never anticipated that such an unexpected turn of events would occur so swiftly. Little did they know, just 2 hours prior, the Qingyun sect had suffered a catastrophic disaster, leaving only a few hundred embers of hope in their wake. Chapter 56. Entering the dark forest as dawn broke the following day, Chu Yun gathered all his disciples and made brief arrangements. Disciples from each peak were instructed to enter the dark forest in pairs of 3 or 5, ensuring they did not stray too far apart. The peak leaders and stewards were to keep a watchful eye on their respective disciples. Each disciple carried a rescue talisman. Should they encounter danger, they were to activate it, prompting the peak leaders and stewards to come to their aid. They were required to exit the dark forest before nightfall and return to the flying vessel for the night. The duration of the training was set for 7 days, after which they would return to Qingyun sect. Once the arrangements were concluded, The elders and stewards of each peak formed small teams with their disciples and dispersed into the dark forest. Where have the senior brother and junior brother gone? After Chu Yun finished making the arrangements, Hua Hua rushed over to inquire. Chu Yun glanced around, and indeed, he did not see Yang Dong's figure. How strange. Where could the junior brother have gone? Chu Yun furrowed his brow and called over Jiang Shufeng and Luo Xingqian to ask, "Have you two seen where junior brother Yang has gone?" Jiang Shufeng and Luo Xingqian looked around but shook their heads in confusion. "I haven't seen him since early this morning. How peculiar. Junior brother Yang was meditating not far from me last night, yet he has vanished this morning. This is dire. Could he have ventured into the dark forest alone?" The three senior brothers frowned deeply, their hearts filled with concern. The junior brother had never been to the dark forest and was unaware of its perils. His youthful bravado might lead him to recklessly delve into the depths of the forest, which could spell disaster. If anything were to happen to him, how would they explain it to their master upon returning to the sect? It is entirely my fault for being careless. I should have told him to accompany you two last night. Chu Yun's expression was one of regret. Initially, he had planned for Jiang Shufeng, Luo Xingqian, Yang Dong, and Hua Hua to form a group to enter the dark forest, with Jiang Shufeng at the peak of the Golden Core stage and Luo Xingqian, who was at the initial stage of the Golden Core, taking care of Yang Dong and Hua Hua would have posed little issue. However, he never anticipated that Yang Dong would disappear early in the morning, most likely having entered the dark forest alone. I will seek out Miss Qin and see if she knows where Yang Dong might be. As Hua Hua spoke, she summoned the wind to fly towards Qin Machio and her group, who were about to enter the dark forest. Miss Qin, wait. Upon hearing the call from behind, Qin Machio turned to see Hua Hua soaring towards her. Greetings, Miss Hua. Qin Machio quickly bowed in respect. Accompanying Qin Machio were Ming Chanfeng and another male disciple from the mysterious peak, who were unaware of Hua Hua's identity until now. Realizing that this plump young lady was actually the sect master's daughter, there is no need for such formalities. Hua Hua waved her hand and asked Qin Machio, "Miss Qin, have you seen Yang Dong this morning?" "No, I haven't." Qin Machio replied, astonished. "Wasn't he with Chu Hall Master and the others? Haven't you seen him?" Hua Hua stamped her foot in frustration. "This is bad. He must have entered the dark forest alone. Junior brother Yang has ventured into the dark forest alone." Upon hearing this, Qin Machio was immediately filled with urgency. Having just recently entered the Foundation establishment stage, venturing alone into the dark forest would undoubtedly lead to peril. "Miss, you must quickly send Chief Chu to find him." Before Qin Machio could finish his sentence, Hua Hua had already taken flight towards the direction of Chu Yun. The morning light filtered through the ancient trees of the dark forest, casting a mosaic of shadows upon the ground. Yang Dong traversed this realm atop his holy light tiger, the golden patterns on the tiger's fur shimmering against the surrounding ethereal green mist, stirring wisps of spiritual fog in the air. The Xianyu parrot flapped its wings, the violet halo of its tail feathers sweeping across the vines, causing the seemingly ordinary plants to curl up in an instant. "Little parrot, I leave the task of finding spiritual fruits and herbs to you." In a valley deep within the dark forest, Yang Dong sat atop the holy light tiger, addressing the Xianyu parrot that flew ahead. With dawn barely breaking, he had stealthily entered the dark forest alone. Stealth was essential. Sister Hua Hua would undoubtedly cling to him otherwise. If Hua Hua followed him, the senior brothers would surely be concerned. And perhaps the second and third senior brothers would accompany them as well. How could Yang Dong possibly journey alongside them? He harbored too many secrets. Solitary exploration was far more convenient. As for danger, he possessed the holy light tiger, various top-tier talismans, the purple spirit sword, and the celestial mirror of destruction, rendering his overall strength superior to that of his master, He Wu Hen. Thus, early in the morning, he ventured hundreds of miles into the depths of the dark forest. Although fraught with peril, the depths of the dark forest also promised high-grade spiritual herbs and fruits. Moreover, Yang Dong sought to capture several fourth or even fifth-tier exotic beasts to store in his Qinkuan bag, with plans to refine them into spiritual pets using his treasure cauldron. The spiritual energy here was far denser than that of Qin Yun's sect, which explained why these spiritual birds and exotic beasts dwelled within. "Rest assured, master. Finding spiritual fruits is my forte." The Xianyu parrot chirped excitedly, darting through the air in search of spiritual fruits and herbs of the and above. Its keen eyesight and innate ability to discern spiritual herbs made it the perfect companion for such a task. As for the golden-winged tiger-headed bee, Yang Dong had chosen not to bring it along, as it would serve little purpose outside. A sudden wolf howl pierced the air, and a massive wolf with fiery red fur burst from the woods, lunging towards Yangdong. A third-tier beast, the bloodthirsty demon wolf. Just as Yangdong prepared to strike, the holy light tiger unleashed a beam of white light from its mouth, slicing through the bloodthirsty demon wolf's head. The creature's body was cleaved in two, falling from the air like a severed branch. Wow, truly impressive for a divine beast, Yangdong marveled. For the third-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf was equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator, yet the holy light tiger had effortlessly dispatched it with a mere breath. It was still just a young tiger. As the bloodthirsty demon wolf lay severed, a fist-sized beast core fell to the ground. Just as Yangdong reached out to claim it, the holy light tiger inhaled, swallowing the beast core whole. Without hesitation, it then lunged at the carcass of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, devouring its flesh. Wait, I needed that beast core to exchange for spirit stones, Yangdong thought, feeling utterly exasperated. This little creature is truly a glutton. However, allowing it to consume a greater quantity of spirit beast meat may indeed promote its growth. Before long, the holy light tiger devoured dozens of pounds of wolf meat, its belly round and full, only pausing when it still craved more. Yangdong was equally impressed. This little one weighed only a little over 100 pounds, yet managed to consume such a staggering amount of spirit beast meat in one sitting. How would he ever provide so much spirit meat upon returning to the sect? He could store this spirit beast meat in his chinkoan pouch, saving it for the little one to savor at leisure. With this thought, Yangdong summoned his chinkoan pouch and effortlessly absorbed the massive bloodthirsty demon wolf into it with a single thought. The chinkoan pouch boasted a volume of 10,000 cubic meters, ample enough to contain thousands of extraordinary beasts. Hold off on the beast cores for now. I will bring them back for you later. Yangdong gently patted the holy light tiger's head. He didn't mind the tiger consuming the beast cores, rather. It was the fact that they were devoured before he could refine them in his treasured cauldron that felt truly unwise. The holy light tiger affectionately nuzzled Yangdong, indicating its understanding. As a divine beast, its intelligence was remarkably high, though it had yet to acquire the ability to speak. It exhibited absolute obedience to its master's commands. At that moment, the Xianyu parrot appeared, clutching a branch bearing a vibrant green spirit fruit. What element green fruit? A top-tier item of the Xian rank. Splendid, Yangdong exclaimed, as he stored the wood element green fruit brought by the parrot into his spatial ring. The Xianyu parrot then took flight once more in search of additional spirit fruits. Chapter 57, The Fifth Order Magical Beast. The phantom shadow leopard Yangdong rode the holy light tiger deep into the dark forest. Along the way, the Xianyu parrot took charge of scouting and searching for spiritual herbs and fruits. The small parrot soared high, its keen sight well suited for such tasks. Master, there is a large black leopard approaching. The Xianyu parrot cried out urgently. A black leopard? Is it the one ridden by Shingongbao? Yangdong pondered, when suddenly a fierce roar erupted from the left side of the forest. With a thunderous roar, a beast as large as a rhinoceros, covered in black fur, burst forth from the woods. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a plume of black mist that surged toward Yangdong like a gale. A fourth-order beast. The black-winged demon leopard. Yangdong realized. The toxic black mist it emitted was lethal. Any cultivator below the nascent soul realm who inhaled it would surely perish. Their skin corroded upon contact. Yangdong conjured a protective light barrier around himself. However, the holy light tiger was even swifter. It exhaled a powerful stream of white vapor. The speed of the white mist surpassed that of the black mist, and as the two forces collided, a resounding boom echoed through the forest. The white vapor swept away the black mist effortlessly, sending the several thousand-pound black-winged demon leopard hurtling back dozens of yards, crashing into and breaking several towering trees before landing heavily on the ground. Goodness, Yangdong exclaimed, astonished that the fourth-order beast was so easily blown away by the holy light tiger. In that moment, the holy light tiger, carrying Yangdong, leaped forward with incredible speed, reaching the black-winged demon leopard just as it attempted to rise. The tiger pounced, aiming to seize the leopard by its throat. Don't bite it, Yangdong cried out in alarm. This is a fourth-order beast. If we refine it in the treasure cauldron, it will become a fifth-order spirit pet. The holy light tiger paused its jaws just above the leopard's throat, its powerful front paws pinning the beast down. The massive form of the black-winged demon leopard trembled uncontrollably, its eyes wide with terror, unable to meet the gaze of the holy light tiger. overwhelmed by the immense pressure radiating from the divine creature. Though still a cub, the holy light tiger exuded enough authority to intimidate both fourth and even fifth-order beasts. Yang Dong then retrieved the celestial damage mirror and directed it at the black wind demon leopard. Loss of spiritual power, he then employed the reverse side of the mirror to negate the effect, before once again using the front side to shine upon the leopard. It was not until the third attempt that the black wind demon leopard finally lost its ability to move. To refine the leopard in the treasure cauldron, it was imperative to first immobilize it, otherwise, the process would be cumbersome. After stowing away the celestial damage mirror, Yang Dong took out the Chinquan bag and carefully placed the black wind demon leopard inside. He then resumed his journey, flying low on the holy light tiger deeper into the dark forest. Upon reaching a mountain peak, the Xian Yu parrot suddenly squawked with excitement, "Master, there is a top-tier spiritual fruit of the Xian rank over there." Yang Dong urged the holy light tiger to fly toward the source of the parrot's excitement and discovered an ancient cypress tree on the cliffside. Beneath its sprawling branches stood a luminous spiritual fruit tree, radiating a soft halo. Each leaf of the spiritual fruit tree shimmered like intricately carved jade, adorned with fist-sized spiritual fruits. The surface of the fruits glimmered with 7 radiant hues, revealing them to be the exquisite 7 planetary ling-long fruit of the Xian rank. Yang Dong's pupils constricted as he urged the sacred light tiger to dive down swiftly. Suddenly, a piercing shriek tore through the air. A massive black-scaled red serpent, as thick as a water barrel, emerged halfway from its cavernous lair, its crimson tongue flickering and forming tiny venomous mist bombs. The serpent's scales glimmered with a metallic sheen. This was a 4th-tier extraordinary beast, the black-scaled red serpent. It surged forth from its den like a dark dragon, launching itself at Yang Dong, who hovered in midair. Renowned for its venom and speed, the black-scaled red serpent possessed an extraordinarily tough hide, a creature that even a late-stage nascent soul cultivator would dread encountering. Yet, Yang Dong remained undaunted. Indeed, precious spirit fruits were always guarded by extraordinary beasts. A confident smile graced Yang Dong's lips as he commanded, "Purple spirit sword, sever." The purple spirit sword soared from his bag, transforming into a violet streak of light that slashed down at the black-scaled red serpent. The serpent, true to its reputation for agility, twisted in midair, its tail sweeping against the purple spirit sword. Clang! The massive, scaly tail struck the sword, producing a metallic clash that sparked with brilliance. The purple spirit sword, imbued with its own spirit, spun gracefully, striking once more at the serpent's vital point. The sacred light tiger unleashed a radiant beam, distorting the space it traversed. The black-scaled red serpent sensed the imminent danger, but the speed of the beam was overwhelming. It could not evade. The serpent's body contracted tightly, its dark scales glimmering ominously, elevating its defenses to the utmost. However, it proved utterly futile. The beam sliced through the black-scaled red serpent's body as though it were mere tofu, cleaving it in two. The serpent let out a heart-wrenching wail as its tail flailed, only to be crushed by the sacred light tiger's paw, its massive form plummeting to the ground, leaving scorched marks in its wake. Yang Dong, atop the sacred light tiger, flew towards the spirit fruit tree at the cliff's edge, reaching out to grasp the 7 luminary ling-long fruit, its surface radiating a vibrant glow, indicative of its ripeness. Truly a treasure of the highest order. A satisfied smile appeared on Yang Dong's face as he stored it in his spatial ring. "Purple spirit sword, retrieve the serpent's gallbladder," he commanded. The sword darted downwards, expertly extracting a fist-sized gallbladder from the serpent's abdomen, presenting it before Yang Dong. With a mere thought, he stored the 4th-tier beast's gallbladder in his spatial ring. Continuing his journey mounted on the sacred light tiger, he flew low into a valley. Suddenly, the ground trembled with the approach of heavy footsteps. A giant red-haired ape, towering over 5 meters, glared at the unexpected visitor and emitted a series of warning roars. This was a 4th-tier extraordinary beast, the red-haired iron ape. However, upon realizing that this human was riding a sacred light tiger, the red-haired iron ape was instantly struck with terror, turning tail and fleeing in panic. "Attempting to escape upon encountering me?" Yang Dong chuckled, directing the celestial mirror of destruction towards the fleeing red-haired iron ape. Loss of spiritual power. The once swift ape, stripped of its spiritual energy, abruptly faltered, its massive frame unable to move. "Run! Why have you stopped?" Yang Dong rode the radiant tiger to the front of the red-haired iron ape, crossing his arms and gazing at it with a mocking grin. The radiant tiger emitted a low growl towards the red-haired iron ape. Had it not been for its master's prohibition against killing, the creature would have unleashed a beam of white light to vanquish the ape. The sight of the radiant tiger, with its massive form akin to a small mountain, terrified the red-haired iron ape, causing it to tremble and collapse to the ground, rendered motionless. Yang Dong then retrieved a Qianquan pouch, inhaling deeply to ensnare the red-haired iron ape within. Unbeknownst to them, an entire day had elapsed. As the sun dipped below the horizon, disciples of the Qingyun sect gradually emerged from the dark forest, returning to their flying vessel for the night. Qin Machio scanned the flying vessel, searching for Yang Dong's figure, yet he was nowhere to be found, igniting a sense of urgency within her. While she continued her search, she fortuitously encountered Rawawa, who was also seeking Yang Dong amidst the crowd. "Miss, has Yang Dong returned?" Qin Machio inquired. "No, I have no idea where our junior brother could be," Rawawa replied, her anxiety almost bringing her to tears, her appetite for spiritual fruits and grilled spirit meat entirely extinguished. Qin Machio's heart sank. As darkness enveloped the sky and Yang Dong remained absent from the dark forest, she feared the worst. What of Master Chu? Has he not found Yang Dong either? She asked, clinging to a glimmer of hope. With a sorrowful expression, Rawawa responded. The three senior brothers have searched the dark forest all day and found no trace of junior brother Yang. They returned just now and, upon realizing he still hadn't come back, ventured into the dark forest once more. "Yang Dong, where on earth are you?" Qin Machio murmured, staring into the vast, inky expanse of the dark forest. Meanwhile, Chu Yun, Jiang Shufeng, and Luo Xingxian had scoured the dark forest for over an hour, ultimately returning to the flying vessel empty-handed. The vastness of the dark forest made the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was even possible that Yang Dong had already met a grim fate at the hands of a ferocious beast, leaving them with no leads. The three senior brothers could only resign themselves to fate, hoping their junior brother would return alive. Little did they know, Yang Dong had ventured hundreds of miles deep into the dark forest. He arrived at a small valley, selecting a flat area to sit down. He resolved not to return to the flying vessel that night. He intended to refine the beasts he had encountered. His spoils from the day were considerable. Having gathered several hundred spiritual fruits and herbs, most of which were of high-grade quality, with a handful being top-tier. Furthermore, he had felled a low-grade spiritual tree. Throughout the day, he and the Radiant Tiger had slain dozens of third-tier beasts and 5 fourth-tier beasts. All the carcasses were stored within his Qianquan pouch, reserved for the Radiant Tiger to consume at leisure. Additionally, he had captured 2 fourth-tier beasts alive. Now, he aimed to refine both of these fourth-tier beasts into spiritual companions. Being hundreds of miles deep within the dark forest at night, the area was likely devoid of human presence. Nonetheless, Yang Dong remained vigilant. "Little parrot, ascend to the skies and keep watch. Should anyone enter this valley, sound the alarm. Little light, guard this area for me. Rest assured, my master." The small parrot soared to a height of 100 meters, gracefully circling above Yang Dong. Within a radius of 100 zhang, no movement escaped its vigilant observation. The holy light tiger affectionately brushed against Yang Dong, settling a few zhang behind him, utilizing its divine consciousness to survey the surrounding scene. Though merely a young tiger, the divine beast possessed an extraordinary awareness, enabling it to perceive everything within 100 zhang. With these two guardians, one could say success was assured. Yang Dong promptly summoned the chaotic treasure cauldron from within his being, a towering, 3-legged black cauldron standing before him. He enlarged the cauldron to a diameter exceeding 1 zhang. Rising into the air, he hovered above the cauldron, retrieving the Qianquan bag, directing its opening toward the cauldron's mouth, and mentally commanded, "Black Wind Demon Leopard, emerge." With a whoosh, a beam of light shot forth from the Qianquan bag, and the Black Wind Demon Leopard landed within the cauldron. This time, the cauldron was sufficiently large to accommodate the several thousand pounds of the Black Wind Demon Leopard effortlessly. Still incapacitated, the leopard gazed at Yang Dong in terror, uncertain of the intentions of this formidable human who had cast it into the vast cauldron. Were they to be cooked and consumed? Could he even finish it? Yang Dong pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Black Wind Demon Leopard. In the next moment, the leopard emitted a radiant glow, its form slightly diminishing, revealing a sleek, jet-black skin devoid of fur, while its eyes shone with a haunting blue light. An inscription materialized above the cauldron. Phantom Shadow Leopard, 5th-tier magical beast, possessing extraordinary speed akin to a wraith, wielding mastery over air and metal elemental magic. A 5th-tier magical beast, the Phantom Shadow Leopard, was indeed impressive. A faint smile graced Yang Dong's face. A 5th-tier magical beast equated to the combat prowess of a human practitioner at the out-of-body realm, proving to be exceedingly beneficial for him at this juncture. Chapter 58. The The primordial sacred body with a swift command, Yangdong instructed the phantom shadow leopard to circle the valley at full speed, eager to gauge the creature's velocity. No sooner had he spoken than the leopard vanished in an instant, a black shadow darting through the valley like a bolt of lightning. In the next moment, the phantom shadow leopard reappeared before Yangdong, poised for further instructions. Astonished, Yangdong could hardly believe his eyes. The valley, spanning several miles, had been traversed in less than 3 seconds, a speed that could only be likened to teleportation. Observing this spectacle, the holy light tiger approached out of curiosity. Though it possessed considerable intelligence, it struggled to comprehend the sudden transformation of the once feared black wind demon leopard. Upon seeing the holy light tiger, the phantom shadow leopard instinctively tensed and took a step back, still wary despite its evolution into a 5th-tier magical beast. Yangdong, noticing the tension, chuckled heartily. "Do not fear. You are both my spirit companions and must coexist harmoniously." The holy light tiger affectionately nodded its small head and extended a friendly paw. With newfound courage, the phantom shadow leopard cautiously approached and met the tiger's paw in a gentle touch. Yangdong smiled at this display and gestured for them to take their places as guardians while he continued to refine his spirit companions. The holy light tiger and the phantom shadow leopard moved aside to protect Yangdong. He proceeded to extract a 4th-tier beast, the red-haired iron ape, from his Qiankuan bag and placed it into the cauldron. After a drop of blood was added, a flash of white light enveloped the creature as it evolved into a 5th-tier magical beast, the diamond magic ape, towering at 5 to 6 meters. Its dark red fur gleamed with strength, resembling a small mountain. The diamond magic ape leaped from the cauldron and knelt before Yangdong with a series of respectful cries. Truly, it was a creature that understood etiquette. Yangdong was immensely pleased and introduced it to the holy light tiger and the phantom shadow leopard. However, the imposing diamond magic ape shrank back in fear upon seeing the diminutive holy light tiger, trembling as the phantom shadow leopard had moments before. Yangdong could not help but burst into laughter. As the days swiftly passed, 7 days had gone by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Yangdong had refrained from returning to the flying vessel, aware that his seniors and Ruhua would undoubtedly worry for his safety. Yet, he was compelled to seize this opportunity to refine magical beasts within the dark forest. He knew that upon his return, Ruhua would cling to him incessantly. Hence, Yangdong resolved to remain until the end of the 7-day trial. Throughout these days, he diligently harvested spirit herbs and fruits during the day and hunted magical beasts at night. The holy light tiger consumed hundreds of pounds of spirit beast meat daily, astonishingly managing to digest it all. Over the course of these 7 days, the little creature had visibly grown, nearing 200 pounds. He had gathered over 1,000 spirit fruits, slain more than 200 3rd and 4th-tier magical beasts, and refined numerous 5th-tier spirit avian beasts. One evening, after completing the refinement of the last 5th-tier magical beast, a surge of inspiration coursed through Yangdong's heart. Indeed, the moment has arrived for me to attempt the refinement of my very essence once more, in hopes of transforming into a sacred body. This notion has lingered in his mind for quite some time. However, within the sect, he refrained from such endeavors, fearing that any unusual occurrences might draw attention to himself and reveal the secret of his treasured cauldron. Now, deep within the dark forest, where no human foot is trod for hundreds of miles, even the grandest of phenomena would go unnoticed. Nevertheless, a tinge of apprehension still gripped Yangdong. Worried that should the refinement fail, he might revert to his original inferior mixed spiritual root, which would spell disaster. Surely, that cannot be the case? He stroked his chin, contemplating with utmost care. During his previous immersion in the cauldron, his physique had soared rapidly, without pause. This was an entirely different experience from refining other beings with the cauldron. Yangdong firmly believed that as the master of the cauldron, it would not regress his physique to that of an inferior mixed spiritual root. Thus, he decided to take the plunge. With resolute determination, Yangdong leapt into the cauldron. Instantly, the chaotic cauldron emitted a brilliant radiance, enveloping his form. A thunderous roar echoed through the heavens, followed by a radiant column of purple-gold light cascading from the sky, shrouding Yangdong within its embrace. He felt his body rapidly absorbing the energy of the purple-gold light, undergoing a swift transformation. Lines of information began to materialize upon the cauldron. Innate Tao embryo, ancient sacred body, innate sacred body, chaotic sacred body, primordial sacred body, with each elevation in his physique. Celestial phenomena erupted in the sky. The entire firmament was illuminated with golden light, as ethereal ancient divine beasts manifested above, roaring with thunderous might. Outside the dark forest, Chiyun stood at the bow of the flying vessel, a frown etched upon his brow. The 7 days of training had concluded, and tomorrow he was to return to the sect with everyone, yet Yang Dong remained mysteriously absent. It was evident that the junior disciple had met his demise within the dark forest. How would he report this to the master upon their return? At that moment, a beam of golden light pierced the heavens, illuminating the depths of the dark forest. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with golden brilliance, revealing a colossal ethereal divine dragon soaring above, accompanied by the sound of its majestic roar. Soon, a phoenix, a qilin, and a baizhe appeared. Chu Yun's eyes widened as he gazed upon the celestial phenomenon, rendered speechless with astonishment. At this moment, the other elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect aboard the vessel also beheld the spectacle, erupting into exclamations of wonder. Look, there is a golden light descending from the heavens. I see a divine dragon soaring through the sky, a phoenix in flight, and countless sacred beasts. Goodness! What has transpired in the depths of the dark forest? Could it be that divine beasts have emerged? The advent of divine beasts should not trigger such a celestial phenomenon. Could it be that a rare treasure has manifested in the dark forest? Do you suppose a mighty being has ascended to immortality within the dark forest? Ascension to immortality necessitates the passage through a heavenly tribulation. Where are the signs of a descending thunderstorm? The crowd gazed at the celestial phenomena, all abuzz with excitement and speculation, yet none could fathom what truly transpired deep within the dark forest. Meanwhile, on this remarkable day, countless cultivators throughout the Great Zhou witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. The leaders and elders of the 9 great sects emerged, gazing in awe at the brilliant golden light piercing down from the heavens, located thousands of miles away, seemingly emanating from the direction of the dark forest. Your Majesty, a divine omen has descended from the heavens, exclaimed the officials of the Great Zhou Palace, as the director of the Astral Monitoring Bureau rushed into the Grand Hall to report to the Zhou King. The Zhou King, accompanied by numerous civil and military officials, ascended the star observation platform, yet at that moment, the celestial spectacle began to fade, and the sky returned to a shroud of darkness. In an instant, the entire cultivation community of Great Zhou was abuzz with speculation about the origin and significance of the golden light. Meanwhile, Yang Dong sat within the chaos cauldron. As the final message displayed upon the cauldron read, "Primordial sacred body," the golden light from the heavens vanished, and all extraordinary phenomena dissipated. Incredible! Such a tremendous upheaval in the natural order, Yang Dong exclaimed as he leaped from the cauldron, a thought summoning it back into his body. He felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as every pore in his body absorbed the spiritual essence around him. Can it be that I can now autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth? Yang Dong could hardly believe it. A mix of astonishment and joy flooding over him. His body not only attracted the spiritual energy, but did so through his pores. An astonishing enhancement compared to the much slower method of absorption he had employed during his cultivation of the celestial Titan body. Chapter 59. Ascending to the nascent soul realm, the primordial sacred body. Is this the ultimate sacred physique? Yang Dong marveled at the extraordinary transformations occurring within his body, his heart brimming with joy. The azure sky dominance body was already formidable, yet within the treasure cauldron, his physique had successively ascended through 5 sacred bodies, culminating in the primordial sacred body, at which point the cauldron ceased its refining process and the celestial phenomena subsided. The primordial essence signifies the source of the universe, indicating that his current physique embodies the most potent essence of the heavenly Tao, even without engaging in cultivation. The pores of his body instinctively attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Eager to test the efficacy of the primordial qi refining technique, Yang Dong promptly assumed a cross-legged position and commenced his practice. Instantaneously, the pores across his body accelerated the absorption of the surrounding spiritual energy. This energy flowed into him, gathering in his dantian to refine into a purer form of spiritual essence. This essence surged into his Tao palace, nurturing the golden pill within. At this moment, the golden pill had transcended its initial form. It had grown as large as a sphere, with the faint silhouette of an embryo discernible within. This signified the attainment of the golden pill's great perfection, poised on the verge of giving birth to the nascent soul. Yang Dong entered a state of profound meditation, exerting all his effort to break through to the nascent soul realm. No one could fathom the audacity of attempting such a perilous and critical seclusion deep within the dark forest, especially under the cover of night. Yet, Yang Dong felt no apprehension. Surrounding him, the sacred light tiger, accompanied by over a dozen fifth-tier exotic beasts, stood vigil, ensuring that not even a mosquito could approach him. 2 hours elapsed. The embryo within Yangdong's Dao Palace had begun to take on a more defined humanoid shape, appearing to wriggle its limbs. Another 2 hours passed. The golden pill had thinned and turned translucent, akin to an eggshell. The features of the nascent soul embryo became increasingly distinct, as its limbs forcefully struck against the shell of the golden pill, seemingly yearning to break free. A continuous influx of spiritual essence flowed into the Dao Palace, absorbed by the spiritual infant, augmenting its power as it persistently battered against the shell of the golden pill. Yet another hour went by, and fissures began to appear on the shell, threatening to shatter at any moment. Boom! At last, the golden pill burst apart, and the nascent soul was born. The nascent soul realm achieved. Yangdong gradually withdrew his energy and turned his gaze inward to the Dao Palace. There, the body of the nascent soul radiated with a resplendent purple-gold glow, emblematic of the primordial essence. Its facial features bore an astonishing resemblance to Yangdong himself, resembling a miniature version of him. After emerging from its shell, the little creature eagerly began to munch on the remnants of the shattered golden pill. Such a gluttonous little one, Yangdong couldn't help but smile. Upon finishing the golden pill fragments, the nascent soul settled into a meditative posture within the Dao Palace, absorbing the spiritual essence. At this moment, the sun rose in the east, accompanied by auspicious purple clouds. Each day at this hour marked the peak of the purity of heaven and earth's spiritual energy, making it an optimal time for cultivation. The concentration of spiritual energy here was exceedingly rich. A bit more practice would surely solidify his nascent soul realm. Yangdong once again activated the primordial qi refining technique, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow towards him, swiftly absorbed through the pores of his body and refined into spiritual essence to nourish the spiritual infant. Outside the dark forest, disciples of the Qingyun sect boarded their flying vessels, preparing to return to their sect. Master brother, let us search for junior brother once more. We cannot abandon him. Whoa. Ru Hua clutched Chu Yun's arm, her chubby face streaming with tears, adamantly refusing to leave. Chu Yun sighed. It has been 7 days and nights. If junior brother had not encountered an unfortunate event, he would have returned by now, dressed in a flowing azure robe. Jiang Zhifeng approached, placing his hands gently on Ru Hua's shoulders. Ru Hua, I understand your desire to find junior brother, but we, too, yearn for his return. We have sought him for 7 days. Continuing this pursuit seems futile. It is best we return to the sect. The dark forest is fraught with peril. And given that junior brother has been missing for 7 days, he has likely fallen prey to a ferocious beast, perhaps leaving no trace behind. Luo Xingchen spoke bluntly, his straightforward nature lacking in emotional nuance. Ru Hua let out a cry, collapsing onto the flying vessel, her sobs growing louder. Set sail, back to the sect. Chu Yun cast a spell, and the vessel ascended slowly, accelerating towards Qingyun's sect. After half an hour of flight, Lu Foming, a disciple of Miao Peak, suddenly exclaimed, Where's junior sister Qin? It seems she is not on the vessel. At that moment, Qin Machio was deep within the dark forest, searching for Yangdong. Yangdong, where are you? She murmured, directing her sword deeper into the forest. She surmised that Yangdong had ventured into the forest's depths. Qin Machio was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the forest's heart, with only 2 high-level talismans remaining. She knew they would be inadequate against 4th-tier beasts. Even encountering several 3rd-tier beasts could prove fatal once her talismans were exhausted. A faint gray mist enveloped the dark forest, interspersed with the haunting roars of savage creatures. Clad in a simple white outfit, her hair disheveled, Qin Machio resembled her own tumultuous emotions. Tear stains marred her pale face, and her once bright apricot eyes were now bloodshot, filled with despair and sorrow. Yangdong. She hovered in the air on her sword. Gazing down into the thicket, her voice choked with grief and hoarseness. Her cries echoed through the dark forest, met only with the hollow return of silence, amplifying her isolation and desolation. Qin Machio's heart ached. Memories of her time with Yangdong replayed relentlessly in her mind. She knew the sect's vessel had long departed, yet she harbored no intention of returning. If Yangdong truly lay perished in this dark forest, what meaning did her survival hold? It would be more fitting to share his fate, for perhaps in another realm, their souls might reunite. Descending on her sword, Qin Machio wandered aimlessly through the woods. Suddenly, a rustling noise emanated from the depths of the forest, jolting her from her reverie. Gripping her sword, she turned to investigate. To her astonishment, a second-tier beast. The purple lightning mouse emerged from the underbrush, its body covered in violet fur. As large as a gray rabbit, it darted out with a sharp squeak, charging directly at Chinmachyo. The purple lightning mouse possesses a lithe form, its fur shimmering with an eerie violet glow. Its bloodthirsty gaze emanates from its purple eyes, while sharp claws carve deep marks into the ground, and the air crackles with the faint sound of electricity. Chinmachyo felt a tightening in her chest. With her cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, she stood no chance against this second-tier beast. Fortunately, Yangdong had bestowed upon her numerous talismans. She retrieved a mid-level 5 thunder talisman from her bosom. The purple lightning mouse let out a low growl, launching itself towards Chinmachyo like a bolt of violet lightning. In that instant, she hurled the 5 thunder talisman with great force. Boom! The talisman instantly transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning that struck towards the purple lightning mouse. The thick, multicolored lightning crashed into the creature, producing a resounding explosion. The electric light flickered, and the purple lightning mouse emitted smoke before collapsing to the ground. At that moment, Chinmachyo had no inclination to collect the beast's core. She continued deeper into the dark forest. Time passed, and she encountered several other second-tier beasts as well as a third-tier beast, all of which she narrowly defeated using the 5 thunder talismans. Meanwhile, Yangdong had practiced for an hour and gradually concluded his session. The week of training had come to an end. He wondered if his senior brothers had returned to the sect. Xiao Wu, let us return. Xiao Guang, come and carry me. He called out to the Xianyu parrot. The parrot, engaged in playful antics with the holy light tiger, immediately flitted over excitedly. Master, I will scout ahead. The Xianyu parrot soared into the sky, heading in the direction they had come from. Yangdong gathered the other dozen spirit pets into his Qinkuan bag and mounted the holy light tiger, following the parrot as they rode the winds toward the location where their flying vessel had been docked. As the parrot flew above, its agile eyes scanned the lush forests below. Suddenly, it exclaimed with excitement, Master, I see a beautiful sister. Oh, which beautiful sister? Yangdong urged the holy light tiger to accelerate, glancing toward the mountain range indicated by the parrot's wings. There, amidst the trees, he spotted Chinmachyo in a white garment, appearing lost and aimless as she wandered. Why has Sister Qin come alone to the depths of the dark forest? Yangdong furrowed his brow, guiding the holy light tiger downward towards Chinmachyo. Suddenly, a ferocious roar echoed from the mountain range, as a massive male lion with fiery red fur leaped forth from the thicket, unleashing a torrent of red flames directed at Chinmachyo, a 4th-tier magical beast. The Crimson Flame Lion. Chapter 60. Return to Qinyun's sect faced with the onslaught of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion. Chinmachyo found herself utterly defenseless. In truth, she had relinquished any futile attempts at resistance, murmuring, Yangdong, I have come for you. Suddenly, a radiant shield materialized before her, blocking the fiery breath of the beast. As she stood in astonishment, a voice resonated from above. Sister, fear not, I have arrived. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Yangdong unleashed a strike of heavenly thunder. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, thick as a thigh, descended with precision upon the Crimson Flame Demon Lion. The creature roared in defiance, summoning a fiery shield to protect itself. However, the might of the heavenly thunder was overwhelming, shattering the shield and leaving the lion grievously wounded, crashing to the ground, its flesh torn and battered. Remarkably, it still clung to life. Truly, it was a formidable 4th-tier beast. In reality, the combat prowess of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion equated to that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, while Yangdong had only just ascended to the nascent soul realm. Ordinarily, a cultivator in the early nascent soul stage would stand no chance against such a beast. Yet, Yangdong was a being of the primordial saint body, and the power of his spells transcended that of his peers, even surpassing an entire realm. At that moment, Yangdong conjured another bolt of palm thunder, obliterating the Crimson Flame Demon Lion into charred remains. He leaped from the back of the sacred light tiger, gazing at the still-dazed Chinmachyo, and inquired, Sister, are you unhurt? Yangdong was alive. Yangdong. Chinmachyo could scarcely believe her eyes, overwhelmed with joy. She threw herself into his embrace, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that instant, all her sorrow, anguish, and despair were swept away, replaced by elation. Yangdong gently wrapped his arms around her slim waist, smiling as he asked, What troubles you, dear sister? Why do you weep so? Who has wronged you? I shall avenge you. Chinmachyo laughed through her tears, playfully punching his chest, and chided, "Isn't it because of you? You vanished into the dark forest for 7 days and nights, leaving me in a state of worry. So, you ventured into the depths of the dark forest alone to find me?" Yang Dong tenderly wiped away the remnants of her tears with his sleeve. "If you had perished in the dark forest, I would not wish to live either." Qin Macho murmured softly, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Yang Dong felt a surge of emotion. Qin Macho loved him to the extent of considering such a tragic fate. He cradled her delicate, slightly rosy face in his hands and leaned down to kiss her. Qin Macho shivered, holding Yang Dong tightly. They were kissing. They were kissing. "Go, master!" exclaimed the Xianyu parrot, flapping its wings excitedly and squawking as if it were the one sharing the kiss. As Yang Dong and Qin Macho shared their tender moment, the sacred light tiger observed curiously, tilting its head in wonder at the spectacle, perplexed by the sounds of their affection. In a swift motion, Yang Dong swatted the Xianyu parrot away, sending it flying several hundred feet. After some time, the two finally adjusted their attire. "Have the others from the sect departed?" Yang Dong inquired while playfully twirling her hair. Qin Macho nodded in response. "The sect leader Chu and the others searched for you for several days, but ultimately had to abandon their quest to return to the sect. I secretly came to find you just as the flying vessel was about to depart. Then let us return to the sect," Yang Dong exclaimed, grasping her hand. Qin Macho slightly nodded. Yang Dong stored the corpse of the scarlet flame demon lion into her spatial ring before seating herself upon the back of the holy light tiger. Beckoning Qin Macho, "Come, sit with me." Qin Macho settled in Yang Dong's embrace, a hint of worry in her eyes as she gazed at the diminutive creature. Can it really carry both of us? The holy light tiger was no larger than a calf, and the two had to cling closely together atop its back. Yang Dong laughed, wrapping her arms around her. "This is the divine beast, the holy light tiger. Not only can it carry us both, but it could also bear the weight of a small mountain." "A divine beast? How did you come by it?" Qin Macho asked, astounded. "I shall tell you in due course," Yang Dong replied, guiding the holy light tiger into the air, soaring toward the outskirts of the dark forest. "Master, wait for me," came the loud call of Xianyu parrot from behind. After 4 hours of flight, the vessel finally reached the mountain range where Qingyun's sect was situated. Qingyun stood at the bow of the ship, gazing intently in the direction of Qingyun's sect, when suddenly his expression shifted dramatically. "What is happening? Why has the sect's barrier formation vanished?" The barrier formation is the most crucial protective shield of a sect. Its destruction signifies imminent peril for the sect's survival. Upon hearing Qingyun's alarm, the elders also noticed the absence of the mountain-guarding barrier, their faces turning pale in shock and uproar. How could this be? What has transpired? Could there have been a significant upheaval in the sect over these past few days? Is it possible that external enemies have invaded Qingyun's sect? The destruction of the sect's formation could only mean that if foreign invaders were responsible, then the sect leader and the others might have already impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our Qingyun sect has a legacy of thousands of years and is one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou. Which evil faction would dare to invade us so brazenly? The atmosphere aboard the vessel grew tense, with everyone feeling anxious and uncertain about the grave situation facing their sect. At that moment, several disciples from the Bloodslaughter sect, patrolling outside Qingyun's sect, spotted a massive ship approaching in the sky, adorned with 2 clouds. "It's the flying vessel of Qingyun's sect. There are hundreds aboard. Damn it, weren't the people of Qingyun's sect all slaughtered? Where did these individuals come from?" No time for chatter. Ignite the distress signal and hurry to inform the Grand Elder. The patrolling disciples mounted their swords and flew toward the main peak of Qingyun's sect. One of them produced a distress signal and ignited it with their qi. The signal soared into the sky, exploding at a height of 100 feet and emanating a blood-red glow, within which a skull silhouette emerged. This was the unique distress signal of the Bloodslaughter sect. Any member who saw it would instantly recognize it as a call for help or a sign of significant events. Indeed, each sect possesses its own distinctive distress signal, enabling the identification of whether the call for help originates from their own faction. Aboard the flying vessel of the Qingyun sect, Qingyun gazed at the crimson radiance erupting from the front of the sect, and his heart plummeted to the depths of despair. A skull. This is the distress signal of the Blood Fiend sect. Damn it. Our Qingyun sect has been overrun by the Blood Fiend sect. Chu Yun's eyes blazed with fury as he clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth in anger. The other elders and the hundreds of disciples of the Qingyun sect also underwent a dramatic change in expression, their hearts a tumult of shock and rage. The protective barrier of the sect had vanished, and their arrival had triggered the alarm signal from the Blood Fiend sect. This was sufficient evidence that the Qingyun sect had indeed fallen into the hands of the Blood Fiend sect. Chapter 61. The arrival of the man riding the divine beast on the flying vessel. Everyone was engulfed in contemplation. The occupation of Qingyun's sect by Bloodslaughter sect signified the demise of all disciples left within the sect, including the sect master and the 3 esteemed elders. Otherwise, it would have been inconceivable for Bloodslaughter sect to seize control over Qingyun's sect. Given Bloodslaughter sect's ranking among the top 10 sects, Qingyun's sect was inherently at a disadvantage. Furthermore, with Chu Yun leading 32 peak masters and several hundred inner disciples on an expedition, Qingyun's sect was utterly incapable of resisting the onslaught of Bloodslaughter sect. Master Chu, what shall we do now? Elder He, the peak master of White Mist Peak, approached Chu Yun, his face ashen with despair. Bloodslaughter sect has annihilated our Qingyun sect. We must retaliate and reclaim our domain. Chu Yun's eyes blazed with vengeful fire, his tone resolute. Elder He, with a hint of hesitation, softly advised, however, with the sect master and the 3 esteemed elders already perished, our venture may only lead to our own demise. In my humble opinion, it would be wiser to depart swiftly, seek out another spiritual vein, and rebuild our sect. Once we regain strength, we can return to Bloodslaughter sect and avenge our fallen brethren. Elder He's words resonated with agreement among several peak masters. Some recognized the validity of his reasoning. Confronting Bloodslaughter sect now would undoubtedly be akin to courting death. Thus, it was more prudent to preserve the ember of Qingyun's sect, waiting for a future opportunity to exact revenge. For mortals, vengeance may wait a decade. For sects in the cultivation world, a millennium is but a fleeting moment. Yet, others were solely driven by the instinct to survive. They had joined Qingyun's sect to pursue cultivation and wished to extend their lives by several centuries. While the loss of the sect was indeed heartbreaking, their own lives held greater significance. There was no need to sacrifice their existence for vengeance. Most crucially, faced with Bloodslaughter sect, they were engulfed in profound dread, devoid of any fighting spirit. The remaining peak masters remained silent, although they acknowledged some merit in Elder He's perspective. The thought of fleeing in disgrace after their sect's destruction was a bitter pill to swallow. These masters were not without their own sense of honor. If they were to cower under the yoke of oppression, what value was there in a long life of cultivation? Chu Yun cast a cold gaze over the peak masters who had sided with Elder He and spoke impassively. If you wish to flee, I shall not impede you. I, Chu Yun, vow to confront Bloodslaughter sect today. Even if I face death, I shall not retreat. The peak masters were momentarily rendered speechless. Brother is right. Master, we must avenge our teacher. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen stepped forward, their faces etched with determination and righteous indignation. No, my father will not meet with misfortune. Ruohua shook her head vigorously, murmuring to herself. Her eyes reddened as tears streamed down her cheeks. Deep down, she understood that with the occupation of Qingyun's sect, her father had likely perished in battle. Yet, she could not bear to accept that her father had fallen to Bloodslaughter sect. First, her beloved senior brother Yang had vanished in the dark forest, and now the sect had been overtaken by Bloodslaughter sect, leaving her father's fate uncertain. This relentless barrage of calamities plunged her into profound sorrow. Zhufeng, Xingchen, you two take the junior sister and leave. Chu Yun gazed at his 2 junior brothers, and then at the sorrowful and tearful Ru Hua, letting out a deep sigh. He understood all too well that this expedition to confront the Blood Fiend sect would likely end in death. He could not allow his 2 junior brothers and junior sister to accompany him to their doom. It was imperative to preserve the legacy of the Qingyun sect. Furthermore, given their current cultivation levels, their presence would serve no purpose. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen were acutely aware of their senior brother's good intentions. Jiang Zhufeng turned to Luo Xingchen and said, "Third junior brother, you should take our junior sister and ensure her safety." Luo Xingchen shook his head, replying, "Second senior brother, your intelligence and meticulous nature, along with your superior cultivation, make it far safer for you to escort our junior sister." "Enough. Both of you cease your arguments. We shall all escort our junior sister together," Chu Yun commanded sternly. At that moment, the flying vessel had traversed less than 3 miles from the Qingyun sect when they beheld a figure clad in purple robes, seated upon the back of a flying lion, followed by hundreds of disciples from the Blood Fiend sect, soaring towards them on swords. The purple-robed elder let out a booming laugh. Who would have thought there were still remnants of the Qingyun sect lurking about? This time, you have walked into your own trap, saving me the trouble. This elder was none other than the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect stationed here, a formidable figure at the late stage of the out-of-body realm. Standing atop the flying vessel, Chu Yun pointed at the elder and shouted furiously, "The Qingyun sect has never interfered with your blood fiend sect. Why have you come to invade our territory and seize our lands?" The purple-robed elder snorted disdainfully, "Your Qingyun sect's disciples dared to slay our young master, and thus, this blood debt must be repaid by your sect." "Nonsense. How could a disciple of the Qingyun sect possibly kill your young master? You are merely fabricating excuses." Chu Yun had long heard about this incident, but he could never accept the notion that a disciple of the Qingyun sect had slain the young master of the blood fiend sect. Not only did Chu Yun disbelieve it, but no one in the entire Qingyun sect, save for Yang Dong and Qin Machio, would entertain such a thought. The young master of the blood fiend sect was not some insignificant character who could easily be slain by a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Little did Chu Yun realize that the one responsible for the young master's death was indeed a disciple of the Qingyun sect, and his very own junior brother. The purple-robed elder sneered, "Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence. All of you from the Qingyun sect shall accompany our young master to the grave." With that, he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying spell. A crimson light surged forth, hurtling towards the people aboard the flying vessel. When a powerful adept at the out-of-body realm unleashed their full might, the resultant force was truly astonishing. Altogether, Chu Yun bellowed, striking forth with both palms. At the same time, over 20 intersect elders unleashed their full spiritual power in unison. Boom. The collision of spiritual forces between the out-of-body adept and the 20-plus nascent soul cultivators produced a thunderous roar, illuminating the surroundings with dazzling brilliance. The crimson light shattered the collective spiritual energies, and the shockwave struck Chu Yun, who was in the line of fire. The top-tier golden light protective talisman on Chu Yun flared with brilliance, yet it still failed to fully dissipate the elder's residual force. Although the residual energy had diminished to less than 10%, it was still beyond the capacity of Chu Yun, a peak nascent soul cultivator, to endure. Bang! Chu Yun was sent hurtling backward, soaring 1,000 feet away. Senior brother, Jiang Zhufeng, Luo Xingchen, and Ru Hua simultaneously uttered a gasp of astonishment. Master Chu. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically, filled with sheer terror. Master Chu possessed peak nascent soul cultivation, and alongside him stood over 20 intersect elders, all at the nascent soul stage. Together, they launched an assault, yet they were still unable to withstand the full force of the purple-robed elder's strike. The power of the purple-robed elder was truly terrifying. How could this battle possibly continue? At this moment, everyone from the Qingyun sect found themselves enveloped in profound despair. A swarm of ants. The purple-robed elder cackled maniacally, raising his hand once more to unleash a formidable spell. A crimson radiance hurtling towards the elders of the Qingyun sect aboard their flying vessel. "Old thief, do not be so arrogant." A clear voice resonated through the sky as an individual riding a young tiger, radiating a sacred luminescence, soared through the air like a meteor from the distance. In an instant, he arrived, and the holy light emanating from the tiger erupted, colliding violently with the crimson beam unleashed by the purple-robed elder. Chapter 62. Confrontation with the transcendent beings. Two beams of light collided, producing a thunderous roar and erupting into a dazzling brilliance. The blood-red light was shattered with a resounding force, dissipating into nothingness. The white light's momentum slightly diminished as it surged towards the elder in the purple robe. The elder was struck with terror. He waved his hand, and a colossal steel shield materialized before him. Bang! The steel shield shattered like fragile porcelain under the onslaught of the white light, crashing into the elder's form. Simultaneously, several protective artifacts adorning the elder emanated radiant auras to fend off the holy light's assault. Boom! The intertwining beams obliterated the elder's exquisite protective artifacts, shattering his protective spirit energy in the process. Puff! The elder in the purple robe spewed a mouthful of fresh blood, his skin fracturing with several deep cracks, as if he might explode into pieces at any moment. Everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded. The rapid turn of events had taken them all by surprise. At that moment, they finally discerned the identity of the newcomer, a handsome young man riding a white, radiant cub. "Junior brother Yang. It's junior brother Yang," Hua Hua exclaimed in delight, her voice filled with joy. It was truly wonderful that junior brother had survived. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen's eyes widened in astonishment and joy. They had long believed Yang Dong perished in the dark forest. A mere foundational cultivator could hardly survive 7 days and nights in such a perilous place. Yet, at this critical juncture for the Qingyun sect, their junior brother had appeared. Not only had he returned, but he was also mounted upon a mystical beast, having directly incapacitated the esteemed elder of the Blood Fiend sect. What extraordinary experiences must Junior Brother have undergone in the dark forest to attain such fortune? Jiang Shufeng and Luo Xingxian were at a loss, unable to fathom the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, the members of the Qingyun sect aboard the flying vessel recognized the young man upon the White Tiger as Yang Dong. His name was well known throughout the sect. From a mere servant to an outer disciple, he had gained notoriety for defeating Xin Yunqing on the dueling platform, and subsequently, he was taken in as a direct disciple of the sect leader. His ascent had been meteoric. Even those who did not know him personally realized who he was upon hearing Jiang Shufeng and Luo Xingxian refer to him as Junior Brother. The elders of the Qingyun sect were filled with astonishment. How had Yang Dong, with a single spell, managed to severely wound the esteemed elder of the Blood Fiend sect? They had just witnessed the elder's formidable prowess. Even more than 20 inner elders of the Qingyun sect had been unable to contend with him. What cultivation level did Yang Dong possess? Not only the elders, but also the deacons and disciples of the Qingyun sect were equally bewildered. As they reveled in the excitement of the Blood Fiend sect's elder being incapacitated, their curiosity about Yang Dong's strength surged. Unbeknownst to them, the white light that had struck was not a spell cast by Yang Dong, but rather a magical attack unleashed by the Holy Light Tiger. However, as Yang Dong had approached from behind them, they mistakenly attributed the spell to him. On the other side, the members of the Blood Fiend sect were equally stupefied. A disciple of the Qingyun sect had defeated the venerable elder of the Burning Spirit. How could this be possible? The esteemed elder of the Burning Spirit, a master of the late stage of the out-of-body realm, seemed an unlikely candidate to be defeated by a mere novice from the Qingyun sect. Yet, the undeniable truth lay before them. The elder was struck by a beam of white light, causing his body to fracture, teetering on the brink of annihilation. At that moment, two silhouettes surged forth. One was none other than Chu Yun, who had just been sent flying by the elder's might. The other, gliding gracefully on a sword, was the ethereal Qin Machio, adorned in flowing white garments, her beauty breathtaking. Earlier, as Chu Yun was hurled away by the elder's spell, Yang Dong and Qin Machio had been racing towards the scene atop their radiant Holy Light Tiger. Although they had departed the dark forest 2 hours later than the flying vessel, the speed of the Holy Light Tiger far surpassed that of any craft. Observing his senior brother Chu Yun hurtling back, Yang Dong raised his hand, channeling spiritual energy to cushion him, urging Qin Machio to assess Chu Yun's injuries as he swiftly descended upon the scene to assist. Despite his grievous wounds, Chu Yun was fortunate to be alive. For a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, even shattered organs could be mended. Who are you? The elder of the Burning Spirit glared at Yang Dong, fury mingling with astonishment as he sensed the aura of the nascent soul emanating from him. His gaze then fell upon the pristine, snow-white Holy Light Tiger beneath Yang Dong, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "The Holy Light Tiger! You possess a divine beast as your companion." Upon hearing the elder's words, the collective gaze of the onlookers fixated on Yang Dong's mount, shock rippling through the crowd. This majestic creature was none other than the legendary ancient divine beast, the Holy Light Tiger. Such creatures were notoriously proud, and even seasoned practitioners faced immense challenges in taming one as a steed. Yet, what could have compelled this Holy Light Tiger to willingly serve Yang Dong? Chu Yun, Jiang Shufeng, and Luo Xingqian, intrigued by the miraculous survival of their junior brother and his acquisition of a divine beast, pondered the circumstances. Yang Dong, seated atop the Holy Light Tiger, fixed a piercing gaze upon the elder of the Burning Spirit and spoke deliberately, "Where is my master, the formless true man?" Uncertain of the turmoil that had befallen the Qingyun sect, he feared his master might have met a dire fate at the hands of the Blood Slaughter sect. Nevertheless, he yearned for definitive news regarding his master from the elder. The formless? He has been slain by our sect leader, his essence and spirit obliterated. Ha ha ha. The elder's maniacal laughter echoed in the air. The members of the Qingyun sect were engulfed in fury upon hearing this revelation. Master, Chu Yun, Jiang Shifeng, and Luo Xingqian fell to their knees, their hearts heavy with sorrow. Father, Ruhua cried out in anguish, her eyes rolling back as she collapsed, losing consciousness. The three hurried to support her. Yang Dong's aura surged with murderous intent, his eyes ablaze as if ignited by fire. Dare to slay my master? I shall ensure that the entire Blood Slaughter sect pays the price. With that declaration, he struck towards the elder of the Burning Spirit with a forceful palm. A surge of purple golden light, as formidable as a thunderclap, hurtled towards the elder, a manifestation of the primordial spiritual energy unleashed by the primordial sacred body. Its power utterly terrifying. The elder's countenance shifted dramatically. In that moment, he sensed the chilling breath of death approaching. "Ha!" The elder of flame spirit bellowed fiercely, channeling all his spiritual power into a single strike. With a resounding crash, a blood-red beam collided with a radiant purple-gold light, producing a deafening roar and illuminating the surroundings. The elder of flame spirit was violently shaken, spitting forth a copious amount of blood, and the fissures in his body widened, as if it might shatter into fragments at any moment. In stark contrast, Yang Dong remained unscathed, shielded by the primordial aura of the primordial holy body. Not even in his prime could the elder of flame spirit inflict harm upon Yang Dong, let alone in his current weakened state. The sacred light tiger emitted a series of low growls, seemingly unable to contain its desire to assist its master in vanquishing this decrepit old man. "Little light, allow me to personally deal with this old fool," Yang Dong remarked, patting the sacred light tiger's head. With that, he unleashed a powerful strike towards the elder of flame spirit. The purple-gold light struck the elder directly, aware that he was on the brink of collapse. He could not withstand this lethal blow. He activated the self-detonation technique, shouting, "Explode." Chapter 63. The demise of the elder of the flame spirit with a thunderous roar. The body of the elder of the flame spirit erupted violently, unleashing a dreadful wave of energy that surged outward. Yang Dong's expression shifted slightly. Though his primordial sacred body rendered him impervious to the elder's explosive demise, the other members of the Qingyun sect, situated less than 10 paces away, were in imminent danger of being caught in the blast. While the elder might withstand the explosion, the disciples of Qingyun sect would likely suffer catastrophic casualties. This thought flickered momentarily in his mind. The sacred light tiger opened its maw and unleashed a radiant barrier, akin to a protective shield, before Yang Dong. Although Yang Dong had refrained from commanding it to slay the elder, the sacred light tiger was nonetheless concerned for its master's safety. Boom! The explosive energy collided with the barrier, producing a thunderous sound. The barrier trembled but remained intact. The disciples of the Qingyun sect were drenched in cold sweat. Having just sensed the lethal aura of the terrifying shockwave, they had anticipated their doom but were astonished that this small divine beast had effortlessly shielded them. Bang! 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 Dozens of disciples from the blood slaughter sect perished in a series of explosive bursts. The technique of self-detonation indiscriminately assaulted all in its vicinity. The barrier conjured by the sacred light tiger successfully mitigated the initial shockwave, yet the subsequent waves proved insurmountable for the blood slaughter sect. In that moment, the elders of the blood slaughter sect were indifferent to the fates of their disciples. Their priority was to protect themselves. As the saying goes, one may slay 1,000 foes while wounding 800 of oneself. However, the elder of the flame spirit's explosive maneuver had not claimed even a single enemy life, instead resulting in the loss of dozens of his own disciples. The elder's spirit, filled with frustration, transformed into a wisp of light and fled. "Do not escape," Yang Dong bellowed, raising his palm as a bolt of lightning erupted from his hand, aimed at the elder's fleeing spirit. Yet, the elder's spirit moved with remarkable speed, and Yang Dong's lightning barely missed. The sacred light tiger expelled a beam of white light, swift as lightning, striking the elder's retreating spirit with precision. A piercing scream escaped the elder of the flame's spirit as his essence was utterly annihilated. Yang Dong couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the sacred light tiger, exclaiming, "Well done." The sacred light tiger responded with an adorable flick of its tongue. With the elder of the flame spirit slain, the remaining elders and hundreds of disciples of the blood slaughter sect stood frozen in terror, exchanging glances of bewilderment, unsure of how to proceed. "Attack!" Chuyin shouted, leading the charge as he unleashed a spell against the elders of the blood slaughter sect. The other 30 elders of the Qingyun sect rose into the air, casting various spells towards the blood slaughter sect's elders and their multitude of disciples. Yang Dong also waved his hand, conjuring a torrent of furious crimson flames that surged towards the disciples of the blood slaughter sect. It was a high-level fire spell, the Hellfire. Screams echoed as dozens of blood slaughter sect disciples were engulfed by the Hellfire. Their cries of agony soon silenced as they were reduced to charred remains, turning to ash. The sacred light tiger continuously emitted beams of light. Wherever they passed, both the elders and disciples of the blood slaughter sect fell lifeless. Hundreds of inner disciples from the Qingyun sect ascended on flying vessels and swords, charging towards the disciples of the blood slaughter sect. The blood shaman sect was left with merely 12 elders and 500 inner disciples. In contrast, The Qingyun sect boasted 800 inner disciples. Yet its elders were only a third of those from the Qingyun sect. Coupled with the fierce assaults from Yangdong and the Holy Light Tiger, the situation became utterly untenable. The battlefield was overwhelmingly one-sided. In mere moments, the members of the Blood Shaman sect were annihilated, with 2 elders attempting to flee easily dispatched by Yangdong and the Holy Light Tiger. After the battlefield was cleared, Yangdong claimed the spatial ring of the Elder of Burning Spirit, while the remaining elders and disciples of the Blood Shaman sect had their storage bags collected uniformly by the sect. Subsequently, he unleashed a true fire, reducing all corpses to ashes. As the flying vessel entered the Qingyun sect, the onlookers stood aboard, gazing at the desolate sect with heavy hearts, engulfed in sorrow. 7 days prior, they had departed from the sect aboard the flying vessel to venture into the darkening forest, leaving behind thousands of disciples. However, upon their return, the place was desolate and devoid of life, with thousands of comrades having perished at the hands of the Blood Shaman sect. Even the sect leader and 3 esteemed elders had met their demise. These 3 esteemed elders were the very foundation of the Qingyun sect. Now, with their fall, it seemed the Qingyun sect would inevitably plummet to become merely a second-rate celestial sect of the Great Zhou. The hundreds of miscellaneous disciples lifted their heads to behold the approaching vessel of their sect, having witnessed the distant battle. "It is our Qingyun sect's flying vessel. The Lord Chu and his companions have returned." They rejoiced. "The Lord Chu has defeated the Blood Shaman sect. How splendid! Everyone, come forth. Our disciples have returned." Recognizing their sect's vessel, the miscellaneous disciples were filled with exuberance, rushing to share the joyous news and jubilantly welcoming back their fellow disciples. During these 7 days, they had been enslaved by the Blood Shaman sect, facing the constant threat of lashes or even death for the slightest misstep. This was the harrowing reality of being a sectless slave. However, they were also apprehensive that the Blood Shaman sect would not relent, pondering whether the Qingyun sect could withstand another onslaught. Should they be overwhelmed again, the Qingyun secretary Chu Yun stepped to the center of the grand hall, gazing at the 32 peak masters on either side, and spoke in a solemn tone. "Our Qingyun sect is currently facing a grave calamity. With the passing of our esteemed leader, the foremost task before us is to elect a new sect master. Do any of the elders have objections?" The elders all nodded in agreement. A sect cannot remain without a leader, especially in such a critical time, where it is imperative to select a new master to guide us. "Very well, since all the elders concur with my proposal, let us now deliberate on the election of the sect master." Upon saying this, Chu Yun scanned the assembly of elders and continued. "The position of sect master will be chosen from among us. Each person shall recommend one candidate, and the individual with the most endorsements will assume the role of sect master. Elder Hao, you shall begin." Chapter 64. Election of the new sect leader. Seated in the first position on the left, Elder Hao, the esteemed grand elder of the Qingyun sect, possessed peak Yuanian cultivation. He and Chu Yun were the only ones truly qualified to succeed the position of sect leader. In terms of seniority, Elder Hao was the oldest elder in the Qingyun sect. Regarding cultivation, his peak Yuanian prowess was on par with that of sect master Chu. One was the master of the inner gate, while the other held the title of grand elder. Chu Yun's most distinguished identity was that of the sect master's most cherished disciple, consistently receiving the recognition and support of the 3 esteemed elders. Had it not been for the recent upheaval within the sect, it was highly likely that after a century, the formidable Hen Wuxin would have bequeathed the position of sect leader to Chu Yun, retreating to become an esteemed elder himself. However, with the sect master and the 3 esteemed elders having perished, the significance of Chu Yun's status as the sect master's direct disciple had greatly diminished, allowing Elder Hao to rightfully contend for the position of sect leader. Elder Hao rose from his seat and respectfully clasped his hands towards Chu Yun, declaring, "I." The old man proposed that Master Chu be appointed as the new sect leader of Qingyun sect. Upon hearing this, all present were filled with a profound sense of respect. Although Elder Hao could not recommend himself for the position, he could have easily suggested another elder, who in turn would have reciprocated by endorsing Hao for the role. By doing so, Elder Hao would have effectively garnered a vote for himself. Yet, in a display of selflessness, he cast his vote for Chu Yun, unequivocally renouncing his own ambition for the position and willingly acknowledging Chu Yun as the sect leader. What a noble man Elder Hao is. He truly lives up to his name. Yang Dong, seated at the upper end, silently admired him. Jiang Shufeng and Luo Xingchen also regarded Elder Hao with deep respect. Initially, They had feared that Elder Hao might conspire with his allies to compete for the position, which would inevitably create rifts within the sect regardless of who ultimately triumphed, leading to factional divisions at a time when the Qingyun sect faced peril. Qiyun bowed deeply in gratitude towards Elder Hao, saying, "Thank you for your trust, Grand Elder." Subsequently, the alluring and charismatic Hua Xiangrong, the master of the Miao Peak, rose and offered her recommendation. "I, Hua Xiangrong, am willing to acknowledge Master Chu as the sect leader." Qiyun reciprocated with a bow, expressing, "Thank you, Elder Hua, for your trust." The following 30 peak masters took turns to make their recommendations. Aside from 5 who endorsed Elder Hao for the position, the remainder unanimously supported Chu Yun. In truth, from the moment Elder Hao proposed Chu Yun as the sect leader, it was apparent to all that the role was destined for him. Under such circumstances, it was expected that no one would dare to vote for Elder Hao or any other candidate, fearing repercussions from Chu Yun. However, among the 5 who nominated Elder Hao, 3 were motivated by admiration for his character and believed that Chu Yun was not the type to bear grudges. The other 2, however, were driven by personal ambition, desiring the position for themselves but unable to vote for their own candidacy, thus intentionally muddling the waters. Once the nominations concluded, Chu Yun was unanimously confirmed as the current sect leader of Qingyun sect. He clasped his hands together and addressed the assembly of elders, saying, "Esteemed elders, I am deeply grateful for your support in recommending me as the successor to the Qingyun sect." Chu felt a twinge of shame, pondering his worthiness. The elders believed that Chu Yun was merely indulging in superficial niceties, yet he swiftly shifted the discourse, surprising everyone present in the grand hall. "Now, at a critical juncture of survival for the Qingyun sect, we require a leader of formidable strength. I, Chu, find myself ill-equipped for such a monumental task. However, I do have a most suitable candidate for the position of sect master." The elders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions rife with confusion. Who could Chu Yun possibly recommend as the new sect master? Could it be Elder Hao? Yet, Elder Hao had already endorsed Master Chu, evidently not seeking the position for himself. Moreover, Elder Hao and Master Chu were of comparable cultivation levels, hardly making him the prime candidate for leadership. Yang Dong, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen were equally astounded. What was going on with the senior brother? Everyone was suggesting he become sect master. He ought to accept it. A few polite words would suffice. He mustn't genuinely relinquish the position to another. They could reluctantly accept Elder Hao as the sect master. But if any other elder were to assume the role, they would be truly dissatisfied. "Master Chu, who do you wish to nominate for sect master?" Elder Hao inquired, fully prepared to decline should Chu Yun propose him. At over 400 years of age, Elder Hao had but a few decades left unless he could break through to the out-of-body realm, limited by his innate constitution. He had been stuck at the peak of the nascent soul stage for decades, well aware that he would not attain the out-of-body realm in his lifetime. The Qingyun sect required a leader of profound cultivation and youthful vigor, and without a doubt, Chu Yun was the most appropriate choice. At just over 100 years old, he had already reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage, with potential achievements that might surpass the previous sect master, He Wuhan. The Qingyun sect needed someone like him to lead. The remaining 31 elders also gazed at Chu Yun, eager to discern whom he would recommend. Chu Yun smiled slightly and beckoned Yang Dong. "Yang, come here." "Huh?" Yang Dong, utterly bewildered, approached Chu Yun and asked, "Senior brother, what is it?" Chu Yun addressed the assembly. "The individual I wish to recommend is my junior brother, Yang Dong. He is indeed the most suitable candidate for the position of sect master of our Qingyun sect." Upon hearing this, the assembly was struck by astonishment. Master Chu intended to nominate a mere youth as sect master? Was this not sheer folly? Yet, Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingchen simultaneously sighed in relief. So, the master brother was nominating the junior disciple. That was a relief. Given the current strength of the junior disciple, he indeed possessed the qualifications to assume the role of sect master. Whether it was the master brother or the junior disciple in the position mattered little to them. They were all comrades in the same sect. Yang Dong was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated that master brother would propose him as the sect master of Qingyun sect. He chuckled in disbelief, saying, "Senior brother, I am merely a novice who has recently joined the sect. How could I possibly qualify to be the sect master of Qingyun sect?" "No, you are qualified." Qian interjected before Yang Dong could finish. He turned to the assembly of elders seated along both sides of the hall and declared, "Though my junior brother Yang Dong is still a fledgling in terms of tenure within the sect, The role of sect master is not determined by seniority, but by strength. Today, esteemed elders, you have all witnessed the formidable prowess of my junior brother Yang. Had he not arrived in time to vanquish the grand elder of the blood demon sect, I and the other elders present would likely have perished at his hands. I pose the question, is there anyone within the Qingyun sect whose strength surpasses that of Yang Dong? In slaying the grand elder of the blood demon sect, and thereby saving the Qingyun sect, who can claim a greater merit than he? Yang Dong is the direct disciple of my revered master. In terms of status, does he not qualify to succeed the position of sect master? In every regard, be it status, strength, or contributions, Yang Dong stands unparalleled within our Qingyun sect. Is it truly the case that he lacks the qualifications to become the sect master? Chapter 65. Becoming the elder of virtue. The words of Chu Yun reverberated throughout the grand hall, leaving the elders momentarily speechless, ensnared in profound silence. Indeed, had it not been for Yang Dong's intervention today, the entire Qingyun sect would have faced annihilation. Such a remarkable feat is unparalleled, not only in the present, but also throughout the sect's storied history. Although Yang Dong had the assistance of the sacred light tiger in vanquishing the supreme elder of the blood fiend sect, his prowess was evident, standing equal to or surpassing both Chu Yun and Elder Hao. In truth, Yang Dong appeared to be the most fitting candidate for the position of sect master. However, he was merely a youth of 18 or 19 years, and the prospect of such a young imp assuming command over these venerable elders, with centuries of experience, was somewhat difficult to accept. At this moment, Hua Xiangrong was the first to rise, addressing the assembly. What Master Chu has stated is indeed correct. Our Qingyun sect requires a formidable individual to assume the role of sect master, and Yang Dong is the most suitable choice. I, Hua Xiangrong, expressed no objections. Elder Hao also stood, offering a respectful gesture toward Chu Yun. I have no dissent regarding Master Chu's proposal. Seeing both Elder Hao and Hua Xiangrong express their support, the other elders followed suit, unanimously agreeing to Yang Dong's ascension to the position of sect master. Chu Yun smiled at Yang Dong. Junior brother Yang, you are now the choice of the masses. The role of sect master is yours and yours alone. Do not defer any longer. Yang Dong clasped his hands in respect. Master brother, it would be better for you to take the seat of sect master. I will devote my utmost efforts to assist you. Chu Yun insisted. Junior brother Yang, do not refuse. Swiftly take your seat. Master brother, I am rather indolent and truly do not wish to be the sect master. I lack the qualifications for such a role. I implore you to take the seat. Yang Dong staunchly opposed the idea. His refusal was not feigned. He genuinely held no interest in the position of sect master. The world is vast, and he yearned to explore it. The Qingyun sect is merely one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, and it no longer even ranks among the top 10. Furthermore, the Great Zhou is merely a small nation within the expansive Tianluo domain, which comprises hundreds of nations. The Tianluo domain itself is but one of the many territories within the eastern continent. The entire ancient continent is divided into 5 major lands: southeast, southwest, northeast, northwest, and central. Among them, central is the most vast, surpassing the combined area of the other 4 continents, and is also the region with the most abundant spiritual energy. Thus, central is the destination of countless cultivators. However, it is also the most perilous region, populated by the Dragon Clan, Demon Clan, Angel Clan, Witch Clan, and Beast Clan. A saying in the realm of cultivation goes, in Central, tribulations abound. A great ascension is worth less than a dog. Yet it is precisely this danger that ignited Yang Dong's desire to venture into Central. Of course, he had no immediate plans to depart from the Qingyun sect. He first intended to eradicate the Blood Fiend sect and leave behind a dozen 5th-tier exotic beasts to protect the sect before embarking on his travels across the world. He aspired to explore the other territories of the eastern continent, to witness the undead clan in the southern continent, to meet mages and paladins in the western continent, and to behold the titans in the frigid expanse of the northern continent. Until his cultivation reached the stage of integration, he would not dare to set foot in the formidable realm of Central, where numerous powerful beings congregate. After much persuasion, Chu Yun found that Yang Dong steadfastly refused to assume the position of sect leader. With no other recourse, Chu Yun took his place at the esteemed seat of the sect leader. Greetings, sect leader. The 32 inner sect elders rose in unison to pay their respects to the high seat occupied by Chu Yun. Esteemed elders, please be seated. Chu Yun raised his hand slightly, urging them to take their seats once more. As the elders settled down, Chu Yun glanced at Yang Dong, who stood at the lower end, and addressed the gathering, although Yang Dong is unwilling to be the sect leader. His profound cultivation and his significant achievement in vanquishing the Grand Elder of the Blood Slaughter sect warrant recognition. I propose that we appoint Yang Dong as the merit elder of our sect, with authority equal to that of the sect leader. Do any of the elders have objections? The title of merit elder, with authority on par with the sect leader, represented the highest honor Chu Yun could bestow upon Yang Dong. While his words seemed to solicit the elders' opinions, none could dare to openly refute such a proposal at this moment. To outright oppose the new sect leader's initial suggestion would be tantamount to challenging his authority in public, especially with Yang Dong, the very person in question, standing before them. Moreover, Yang Dong had indeed saved them, rendering Chu Yun's proposal entirely reasonable. Elder Hao was the first to rise and clasp his hands in respect, declaring, "The sect leader's proposal is excellent. I wholeheartedly agree." Following suit, Hua Xiangrong stood and affirmed, "The sect leader's suggestion is entirely justified. Elder Yang should undoubtedly be appointed as the merit elder." With that, she deeply bowed to Yang Dong, with Elder Hao and Hua Xiangrong leading the affirmation. The other elders began to rise in agreement, bowing respectfully to Yang Dong. Although a few dissenters remained, they too refrained from voicing their grievances, opting instead to follow suit and pay their respects. As the merit elder held authority equivalent to that of the sect leader, the other elders naturally acknowledged Yang Dong. Yang Dong himself was taken aback, realizing that his senior brother was determined to appoint him as the merit elder. To decline further would seem somewhat pretentious. Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian, though remaining in the background, felt buoyed by the events unfolding. The elder brother had been elected as the sect leader, and the junior brother was appointed as the merit elder, thus ensuring that the power within Qingyun sect was firmly in the grasp of their brotherhood, alleviating concerns of factional strife. Once the elders had paid their respects to Yang Dong, Chu Yun stated, "With my ascension to sect leader, the position of inner sect hall master is now vacant. I propose that Elder Hao assume this role, and I hope he will not decline." Elder Hao stood again, clasping his hands in gratitude. "I am honored by the sect leader's trust, and I shall diligently manage all affairs of the inner sect." Chu Yun nodded in acknowledgement. "I entrust all matters to you, Elder Hao. The role of managing the inner sect is of paramount importance, and Elder Hao, with his experience and gravitas, was the ideal candidate." Chu Yun felt assured in delegating this responsibility to him. "Now, let us deliberate on how to respond to the Blood Slaughter sect," Chu Yun said, his expression grave as he surveyed the solemn faces of the elders. Each elder understood that this matter pertained to the very survival of Qingyun sect. Although today they had achieved a resounding victory, slaying a grand elder of the Blood Slaughter sect, along with several inner sect elders and hundreds of disciples, this did not imply that Qingyun sect could contend with the entirety of the Blood Slaughter sect. The Blood Slaughter sect is comprised of at least 5 esteemed elders. In addition to the sect master, Lung Xiao, these formidable individuals are beyond the capacity of the Qingyun sect to contend with. Should the Blood Slaughter sect mobilize their forces once more to assault the Qingyun sect, the latter could very well face annihilation. Although Yang Dong possesses remarkable prowess and is accompanied by a small holy light tiger, it remains implausible for him to confront 3 elders of the Blood Slaughter sect simultaneously. Furthermore, the Blood Slaughter sect boasts dozens of inner sect elders, hundreds of outer sect elders, and a staggering 7,000 to 8,000 disciples from both the inner and outer sections. The entire hall was suddenly enveloped in an oppressive silence. At this moment, Yang Dong spoke. "Esteemed elders, there is no need for concern. I shall single-handedly eradicate the Blood Slaughter sect." Chapter 66, 10,000 cubic meters of space. Upon uttering these words, all 32 elders directed their gazes towards Yang Dong, their expressions a blend of incredulity and skepticism. Could a single individual truly annihilate the Blood Slaughter sect? The tone of this merit elder was undeniably audacious. Although Yang Dong was indeed formidable and possessed a saint-like tiger, it was merely a young cub. The Blood Slaughter sect had at least 4 supreme elders, not to mention their leader, Lang Xiao, culminating in 5 peak experts in the out-of-body realm. This was a reasonable deduction, otherwise the 3 supreme elders and the sect leader of the Qingyun sect would not have been utterly vanquished. Furthermore, the Blood Slaughter sect boasted dozens of nascent soul inner sect elders, over 100 outer sect elders, hundreds of stewards, and thousands of disciples from both inner and outer sections. Did they truly believe that riding a mere young saint-like tiger could lead to the obliteration of the Blood Slaughter sect? This merit elder was, after all, too young and naive. Not only did the elders perceive Yang Dong's confidence as somewhat reckless, but even Chu Yun harbored concerns about his junior's overconfidence. Chu Yun turned to Yang Dong, offering a wry smile. "Junior brother, I recognize that you have encountered fortuitous events in the dark forest and possess considerable strength now. However, extinguishing the Bloodslaughter sect will not be a trivial endeavor. Please refrain from acting impulsively. Let us first secure our sect and observe the movements of the Bloodslaughter sect." Chu Yun was genuinely worried that this young disciple might recklessly venture into the Bloodslaughter sect, only to be besieged and perish, which would be an immense loss for the Qingyun sect. Elder Hao chimed in. "Elder Yang, the sect leader's words ring true. Given our current strength, it is prudent to safeguard our sect before taking further action." Hua Xiangrong, with her enchanting gaze fixed on Yang Dong, added with a light laugh, "Elder Yang, you are now the cornerstone of our Qingyun sect. Please do not act recklessly. If anything were to happen, it would render our sect even more vulnerable against the Bloodslaughter sect." The other elders echoed their sentiments, not solely out of concern for Yang Dong's safety, but rather for the well-being of the Qingyun sect and their own interests. As Hua Xiangrong aptly stated, Yang Dong was indeed the bulwark of the Qingyun sect, the only one capable of contending with the supreme elders of the Bloodslaughter sect. Should he recklessly charge into their domain, he would undoubtedly face overwhelming odds and meet his demise. The death of Yang Dong would spell disaster for the Qingyun sect. Understanding the elders' apprehensions, Yang Dong smiled gently. "Esteemed elders, there is no need for concern. I shall remain at the Qingyun sect for the time being, awaiting the arrival of the Bloodslaughter sect." He was resolute in his intention to extinguish the Bloodslaughter sect. However, he recognized the importance of timing. He too feared that should he venture to the Bloodslaughter sect, they might seize the opportunity to assault the Qingyun sect, leading to its downfall. Thus, it was wiser to remain vigilant within the confines of the sect for a while longer. Chu Yun's expression grew grave. "Today, we have eradicated all those stationed at the Bloodslaughter sect. They are undoubtedly aware of the situation by now. They will not relent and will likely launch another large-scale offensive against our Qingyun sect. Therefore, for the next few days, each peak should assign individuals to maintain a constant state of vigilance." The elders nodded in agreement. Chu Yun concluded, "Very well, this council is adjourned. Elders, please return to your respective peaks and organize the necessary arrangements." With that, the elders rose, bowing respectfully to Chu Yun before exiting the Grand Hall. Returning to their own mountains, the Grand Hall was left with only the four brothers. With a faint sigh, Chu Yun suggested, "Let us visit Ru Hua in the side hall." Yang Dong and the others nodded silently in agreement. After seeing Ru Hua, Yang Dong returned to his abode. The night having fully enveloped the sky, his small courtyard stood solitary behind the bamboo grove, the barrier still emitting a faint glow. Fortunately, it remained unscathed by the Bloodslaughter sect. Everything was intact. This was partly due to its secluded location and partly because the Bloodslaughter sect regarded the Qingyun sect merely as a branch, thus refraining from widespread destruction. The Xianyu parrot had long since returned, playfully frolicking with the golden-winged hornet. Upon the master's arrival, they all approached eagerly. "You all stay outside and remain vigilant." Yang Dong waved them away and entered the barrier, stepping into the courtyard. Once inside, he activated the spirit-gathering array, even without actively cultivating. His body's pores would autonomously absorb the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and with the array activated, the absorption rate would increase significantly. Seated in the hall, Yang Dong poured himself a generous bowl of spiritual water. "Let me refine the spiritual herbs and fruits collected from the dark forest," summoning the chaos treasure cauldron from within. He removed his storage ring from his finger, which contained all the spiritual herbs, fruits, and several segments of spiritual wood gathered from the dark forest. Extracting the items from the ring was cumbersome, so Yang Dong simply tossed the entire storage ring into the cauldron. After all, the ring would need to be refined as well. A flash of white light illuminated the cauldron, and lines of information began to materialize. 10,000 cubic meters of space ring, low-grade spiritual wood segment, 17 low-grade spiritual fruits, 13 types of low-grade spiritual herbs. Upon reviewing the displayed data, Yang Dong exclaimed in dismay. He had overlooked the fact that most of his items were stored within this ring, many of which had already been refined in the cauldron, some even undergoing the process twice. By tossing the storage ring into the cauldron once more, all items inside were refined again, resulting in much of what had been previously refined reverting to their original quality. However, a few items did experience a quality enhancement. Among them, 2 exceptional magical artifacts were refined, along with a dozen low-grade spirit crystals. The spirit crystals, shaped like multifaceted pebbles, contained extremely pure spiritual energy, thick and viscous as liquid. 1 low-grade spirit crystal could be exchanged for 100 top-grade spirit stones. Thus, these dozen low-grade spirit crystals amounted to over 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, which was quite advantageous. The storage ring transformed from its original 100 cubic meters to an expansive 10,000 cubic meters. Yang Dong noted to himself that he must avoid placing this space ring into the cauldron for refinement in the future. He readjusted the ring on his finger. Although the refinement yielded a 10% quality enhancement, it was unnecessary for Yang Dong at this juncture. The 10,000 cubic meters of space sufficed for his needs. Subsequently, he retrieved the storage ring belonging to the venerable elder of spirit burning. First, he performed the blood oath to acknowledge its ownership. If the original owner of the storage ring was still alive, even if it fell into another's possession, the blood oath could not be established, unless the possessor's cultivation far surpasses that of the original owner of the storage ring. One may forcibly break its restrictions through sheer magical power and re-establish ownership with a blood oath. With the demise of the burning spirit elder, this storage ring had become an unclaimed artifact. Upon absorbing Yang Dong's blood, a profound spiritual connection was forged between him and the ring. Within its depths lay 3 inferior-grade spirit crystals, over 100 supreme-grade spirit stones, and 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Additionally, there were more than a dozen magical artifacts, hundreds of mid-tier mystic-grade spirit herbs and fruits, and over 10 small vials of assorted elixirs. Beyond these treasures, the ring also contained rare natural wonders, dark steel, refined copper, jade essence, froststone, spirit wood, and talismans, among others. Truly befitting the status of a blood fiend sect's grand elder, the hoard was nothing short of extravagant. A faint smirk of satisfaction curled upon Yang Dong's lips as he casually tossed the storage ring into his treasured cauldron. Chapter 67. The 10 Great Immortal Sects of the Great Zhou. A flash of white light illuminated the space within the storage ring, expanding it to a remarkable 1,000 cubic meters. 3 inferior spiritual crystals were refined into medium-grade ones, while over 100 superior spiritual stones were transmuted into more than 30 inferior spiritual crystals. The quality of the remaining items had also increased tenfold or more. With a contemplative nod, Yang Dong decided to consolidate all these treasures into one spatial ring, reserving another for new acquisitions. He gently touched the 2 rings, and with a single thought, transferred all items into the 1,000 cubic meter storage, securing it carefully afterward. After this meticulous organization, Yang Dong recalled the many beast corpses that remained unrefined. During his 7-day sojourn in the dark forest, he had slain over 200 beasts, the majority being 3rd-tier and a few 4th-tier creatures. He had no interest in 2nd-tier beasts, considering them beneath him. The primary purpose of bringing back these corpses was to feed the holy light tiger. Otherwise, he would have merely extracted the beast cores. The voracious little creature thrived on the highly nutritious meat, which significantly aided its growth. All 200-plus beast carcasses, along with the holy light tiger and several other 5th-tier spirit pets, were stored within a cosmic bag. However, the cosmic bag could not be directly tossed into the treasure cauldron for refinement, as both the spirit pets and the bag itself had already undergone refinement, rendering a second refinement highly likely to fail. With a focused thought, Yang Dong extracted a 3rd-tier beast corpse from the cosmic bag and placed it into the cauldron. After a flash of white light, it was refined into a 4th-tier beast carcass. With another thought, he retracted the cauldron into his body, leaving the over 1,000-pound beast carcass piled in the hall. Subsequently, he released the holy light tiger from the cosmic bag. The moment the little creature emerged and caught sight of the 4th-tier beast carcass, its eyes sparkled with excitement as it pounced upon the meat voraciously. After devouring 40 to 50 pounds of flesh, the holy light tiger's belly became round and full, prompting it to finally cease its feast. Yang Dong stored the unfinished carcass in the spatial ring, preserving it for the tiger's next meal, as prolonged exposure to the outside would lead to spoilage. Within the spatial ring, however, time was non-existent, and items would remain unspoiled regardless of duration. Once satisfied, the holy light tiger approached the water basin, drinking nearly half of the spiritual water in one go. Yang Dong couldn't help but smile wryly. This water was originally meant for his consumption, but now it seemed it would serve exclusively for the tiger. After satisfying its hunger and thirst, The Holy Light Tiger affectionately nudged Yangdong's feet and then laid down contentedly. Yangdong chose not to return it to the cosmic bag. After all, the entire sect was aware of his Holy Light Tiger, and there was no need for concealment. He allowed the little creature to remain by his side. Rising, he made his way to the meditation chamber, sitting cross-legged to begin practicing the primordial qi refinement technique. Although his body would automatically absorb spiritual energy even without active cultivation, deliberate practice would significantly amplify the absorption rate. Seeing its master in meditation, the Holy Light Tiger exited the room and settled upon a large azure stone. Tilting its head slightly towards the luminous moon, it opened its mouth to release a snow-white inner core, the size of a goose egg, which floated in midair, shimmering brightly as it absorbed the moonlight. The Holy Light Tiger's pristine exterior glimmered as it absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Yangdong continued his cultivation in the quiet chamber until the midnight hour before returning to his bedroom to rest. Although he could endure a year without sleep without feeling the slightest hint of fatigue, the comfort of slumber undoubtedly surpassed that of cultivation. Within moments of lying down, he fell into a deep sleep, every pore of his body still absorbing the abundant aura of heaven and earth. In the blood slaughter sect, within the imposing and ancient hall, Cold Shio sat cross-legged at the head of the chamber, his expression chillingly severe. On either side, dozens of elders of the blood slaughter sect were seated. Just moments ago, the soul lamp of the esteemed Elder Feng Ling had extinguished. Cold Shio's voice was hoarse, and his countenance was dark with dread. The elders exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at the news. The extinguishing of Elder Feng Ling's soul lamp signified his demise. How could this be possible? A powerful figure in the out-of-body realm could live for 700 to 800 years. Elder Feng Ling was barely over 500 years old. How could he have suddenly perished? One elder voiced his confusion, and the others echoed his sentiments. None of them entertained the notion that Elder Feng Ling had been slain by another. After all, he was a formidable practitioner at the late stage of the out-of-body realm, a top-tier existence in the entire great Zhou cultivation world. Moreover, with the Qingyun sect having been annihilated, how could Elder Feng Ling, stationed there, have fallen to an assailant? Cold Shio continued. Not only has Elder Feng Ling's soul lamp extinguished, but all the soul lamps of the elders stationed at the Qingyun sect have also gone dark. Upon hearing this, the faces of all the elders changed drastically. If it were merely the extinguishing of Elder Feng Ling's lamp, it could be attributed to an accident. However, the simultaneous extinguishment of all the soul lamps of the elders at the Qingyun sect presented only one possibility. Elder Feng Ling and the dozen or so inner sect elders had been murdered. Furthermore, it was highly likely that all the disciples of the blood slaughter sect left behind at Qingyun sect had been slaughtered as well. There was no conceivable reason for both the esteemed elder and the elders to perish while the stewards and disciples remained unharmed. What could have transpired? Who would dare lay a hand on our blood slaughter sect? Could it be that remnants of the Qingyun sect had escaped and returned for revenge? Even if remnants existed, they could not have slain Elder Feng Ling. If they possessed such strength, they would not have fled on that day. But if it were not the Qingyun sect, then who could it be? Only the 10 great sects possessed the power to kill Elder Feng Ling and the inner sect elders. Could it be that one of these sects sought vengeance for the Qingyun sect? The elders murmured among themselves, each speculating on the matter. Cold Shio slowly spoke. I too suspect that one of the 10 great sects is behind this. In the Great Zhou, apart from the 6 sects that precede our blood slaughter sect, no other sect would dare to challenge us. The Grand Elder of the inner sect pondered. The sects that rank above us include the Heavenly Demon sect, the Void sect, the Harmonious Union sect, the Spirit Beast sect, the Su New Palace, and the Pill Cauldron sect. The Heavenly Demon sect and the Harmonious Union sect have long-standing ties with our blood slaughter sect. They would never act on behalf of the Qingyun sect. The Spirit Beast sect, the Su New Palace, and the Dan Ding Gate have always refrained from meddling in extraneous affairs. Thus, the most plausible culprit appears to be the Tai Su sect. The other elders nodded in agreement, endorsing the Grand Elder's conjecture. In truth, the Heavenly Demon sect reigns as the malevolent overlord of the entire Tian Luo domain, while the Blood Slaughter sect serves as one of its subordinates. The Tai Su sect, ranking second among the 10 great sects, has long embraced the mission of vanquishing evil and upholding righteousness. Hence, it is entirely feasible that they would intervene after the Blood Slaughter sect annihilated the Qingyun sect. Should the Tai Su sect indeed be responsible, we may find ourselves in a precarious situation, remarked an elder with a furrowed brow. The remaining elders fell into a contemplative silence. The Taisu sect stands as a formidable supersect within the Tian Luo domain, its might overshadowing that of the Blood Slaughter sect, which is utterly incapable of confronting it. The Heavenly Demon sect, the Taisu sect, and the Pleasure Harmony sect boast hundreds of branch sects throughout the Tian Luo domain, with the Great Zhou region merely hosting a minor branch. Thus, these three sects represent the true super sects of the Tian Luo domain, with total disciples exceeding 100,000. In contrast, the Blood Slaughter sect and the Qingyun sect are merely significant sects within the Great Zhou region. This distinction resembles that between a county-level enterprise and a provincial-level conglomerate. Cold Xiu's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as he declared, "We shall refrain from drawing any conclusions until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Elder Zhu, you shall masquerade as a rogue cultivator and proceed to the Qingyun sect to ascertain the truth before reporting back to me. If the Taisu sect is indeed behind this, I shall seek an audience with the esteemed elder of the Heavenly Demon sect." A gray-robed elder rose and bowed to Cold Xiu, stating, "Your subordinate shall obey." Chapter 68. Elder of the Taishu sect. In the back mountain of the Qingyun sect lies the grand cemetery of its past leaders, where towering pines and cypresses stand sentinel over hundreds of majestic tombs. At this moment, a new grave has been added, marked by a massive azure stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Tomb of He Wuhan, the 436th leader of the Qingyun sect." There are no remains, for this is a symbolic tomb. Before the monument, offerings of spiritual fruits and wine are laid out as 4 men and 1 woman kneel, burning incense in reverence. "Master, the elders of the sect have recommended me as the new leader. I vow not to betray your teachings, to restore the glory of our sect, and to avenge your grievances," Chuyan proclaims, placing incense before the tombstone. "Rest assured, Master, we will take good care of our junior sister," Jiang Shufeng adds, bowing deeply. With the eldest brother and brother Yang leading the sect, the Qingyun sect shall surely thrive, Luo Xingqian asserts, bowing his head. Yang Dong, holding incense, kneels and states, "Master, may you rest in peace. I shall eradicate the Blood Fiend sect, avenging you, the 3 esteemed elders, and the thousands of disciples of the Qingyun sect." After placing the incense, he bows 3 more times with fervor. "Dad!" Ru Hua cries, her face streaked with tears, her sorrow palpable. For the past few days, her tears have not ceased, and she has scarcely eaten, her frame growing frail. "Junior sister, once a life is lost, it cannot return. Your master, in the afterlife, would not wish to see you in such despair," Chu Yun gently advises. "Please, do take care of yourself," Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian softly encourage her. "Senior sister, look at me." Yang Dong places his hands on Ru Hua's shoulders, gazing intently into her eyes. The world of cultivation does not heed tears, but values strength. If you truly desire to bring peace to Master in the afterlife, you must gather your spirit, diligently cultivate, and strive to become a supreme being. Junior brother. Ru Hua suddenly collapses into Yang Dong's arms, weeping heartily. Her tears now reflect a release of pent-up emotion rather than mere sorrow. Yang Dong embraces her, gently patting her back. There, do not cry. Everything will be all right," as her sobs gradually diminish into quiet whimpers. To the east of the Qingyun sect, Elder He, accompanied by 4 disciples, glides through the air on their swords, surveying the eastern perimeter of the sect. In the distance, a white crane approaches, upon which sits an elderly figure clad in a cloud-patterned robe, his hair and beard as white as snow. "Who is that?" Elder He inquires, his gaze sharpening as he leads his disciples to intercept the old man. As they draw within 5 paces, Elder He halts, suspending in midair, and addresses the old man with solemnity. "This is the domain of the Qingyun sect. Who are you, and what brings you here?" The old man, seated gracefully atop the crane, strokes his white beard and replies with a gentle smile, "I am Qi Yangzi, an elder of the Taishu sect. I was an old acquaintance of your sect's leader, Wuhan Daoren. I am merely passing through, and thought to pay a visit to an old friend." Upon hearing the old man's identity as an elder of the Taishu sect, Elder He hastily offers a respectful bow. "It is an honor to meet you, elder of the Taishu sect. Please forgive my rudeness." Qi Yangzi gazed towards the direction of Qingyun sect, his brow furrowed in concern. Why has the protective mountain array of Qingyun sect been dismantled? He Ji, the steward, let out a heavy sigh. "Elder, you are unaware of recent events. Days ago, the Blood Slaughter sect launched an assault on our Qingyun sect, breaching our defenses. The sect master and 3 esteemed elders perished, and thousands of disciples fell victim to the onslaught of the Blood Slaughter sect." Qi Yangzi's expression darkened in shock. "What? The Blood Slaughter sect has launched a full-scale attack on Qingyun's sect? The Wuhan Daoist and the 3 esteemed elders are deceased? How did you manage to repel the Blood Slaughter sect? He Ji gritted his teeth. When the Blood Slaughter sect invaded, Hall Master Chu and several Inner Door elders took a number of our inner disciples to the Dark Forest for training. Upon their return, they found the entire Qingyun sect under the control of the Blood Slaughter sect. Only one esteemed elder remained with a handful of disciples, and it was Elder Yang who vanquished him, allowing us to reclaim our sect. I see. Qi Yangzi nodded slightly, then inquired. It appears that Elder Yang's martial prowess is superior to that of your sect master? With Wuhan Daoist gone, has Elder Yang assumed the role of sect master? He Ji shook his head. Our new sect master is the former Hall Master Chu. Elder Yang was previously a disciple of the late sect master. It is said that he encountered fortuitous circumstances in the Dark Forest, resulting in a remarkable advancement in his cultivation, yet he surely cannot surpass the former sect master. Curiosity piqued, Qi Yangzi asked, if Elder Yang's cultivation is inferior to your former sect master, how did he manage to slay the esteemed elder of the Blood Slaughter sect? As far as I know, the esteemed elder's cultivation exceeds that of Wuhan Daoist. He Ji explained, Elder Yang possesses a formidable spirit beast, and it was with its assistance that he was able to slay the esteemed elder of the Blood Slaughter sect. Thus it is. Qi Yangzi's eyes glinted momentarily with an imperceptible chill, and then his expression turned solemn. I shared a long-standing friendship with Daoist Wuhan. Since I have arrived, I must pay my respects to him. I would appreciate it if you could escort me to meet your new sect master. The visit of an elder from the Tai Su sect to pay respects is indeed a matter of great significance for Qingyun's sect. He Ji, not daring to be negligent, gestured for him to follow. Elder, please accompany me. After instructing the 4 disciples to continue patrolling the mountain, He Ji guided Qi Yangzi as they soared on their swords towards the main peak of Qingyun's sect. He Ji harbored some doubts regarding Qi Yangzi's true intentions, pondering what ulterior motive the old Daoist might possess. If he were indeed an impostor posing as an elder of the Tai Su sect, what could he gain from visiting to pay respects to the sect master? Conversely, if he truly was an elder of the Tai Su sect, neglecting him could provoke the ire of that esteemed sect. It is worth noting that the Tai Su sect is a superlative sect within the Tianluo domain, with the branch located within the Dazhou territory being but a minor offshoot. He Ji landed with Qi Yangzi at the main peak, bowing respectfully. Elder, please wait here while I go in to inform our sect master. Qi Yangzi nodded slightly. No trouble at all. He Ji entered the grand hall, where Chu Yun, Yang Dong, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen had just finished paying their respects to their master and were engaged in conversation. He Ji approached them and bowed. Greetings, sect master, Elder Yang, and esteemed brothers. Chu Yun turned to Steward He and inquired, what is the matter? Steward He replied, respected sect leader, I recently encountered a Taoist priest while patrolling the mountains, who claims to be an elder of the Tai Su sect. He briefly recounted the events. Upon hearing Steward He's report, Chu Yun was slightly taken aback and looked towards Yang Dong, asking, what are your thoughts, junior brother? Yang Dong responded, since he claims to be an elder of the Tai Su sect, we should invite this elder in. Chu Yun shared this sentiment, regardless of the truth. It was prudent to assess the situation first. If he indeed were an elder of the Tai Su sect, it would be remiss not to extend proper hospitality. Let us go forth to welcome this elder of the Tai Su sect, he proclaimed, rising and departing the grand hall alongside Yang Dong and the other 2. Chapter 69. Show respect to my master. As the crowd exited the grand hall, they beheld an elderly Taoist with white hair and beard, seated upon the back of a celestial crane, his eyes gently closed, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Chu Yun approached the venerable figure, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect. Esteemed elder of the Tai Su sect, I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome from our Qingyun sect. I hope you will not take offense. Yang Dong and the other 2 also saluted the old Taoist with respectful bows. The old man, known as Qi Yangzi, opened his eyes and leaped down from the crane, surveying the group before returning the gesture of respect. The sect master is being overly courteous. I am an old acquaintance of the Wuhan Jinren. Passing by your esteemed sect, I came to reminisce with my old friend, but alas, I had not anticipated that Wuhan Jinren had already passed away. Such is truly tragic. Chu Yun, maintaining his composure, inquired, may I ask for your esteemed title, elder? Qi Yangzi flicked his dust whisk and replied nonchalantly, I am known as Qi Yangzi. Qi Yangzi. Chu Yun mused, noting that he had never heard his master mention this elder's name before. as Wuhan Jinren's foremost disciple, having accompanied him for over a century. Chu Yun had heard many names of his master's old friends, yet Qi Yongzi was not among them. Though suspicion arose within him, he refrained from voicing it outright. Qi Yongzi chuckled lightly. It has been 200 years since I last saw Wuhan Jinren. After he became the sect master, he has likely forgotten me. Yang Dong, harboring his own doubts, considered that if Qi Yongzi were indeed the elder of Tai Su's sect, it was implausible for his master to never mention him, especially given that he would have likely visited the Tai Su sect frequently, despite Qing Yun's sect being led by Wuhan Jinren. While Tai Su sect stood as a formidable power within the Tianluo domain, Qing Yun was merely a waning sect of the Great Zhou. This situation resembled that of a small business owner seeking favor with a high-ranking executive of a large corporation. The owner would certainly not forget or neglect to mention such an elder. Yang Dong secretly scoffed, concluding that Qi Yongzi was likely an impostor. He pondered the elder's motives for masquerading as his master's old friend. Perhaps it was time to further test his reactions. With this thought in mind, Yang Dong deliberately stated, I have indeed heard my master mention the name Qi Yongzi. He spoke of an old friend who became an elder of Tai Su's sect. Expressing a desire to visit, but feeling too proud to do so, a flicker of astonishment crossed Qi Yongzi's face. His very identity as an elder of Tai Su was a fabrication, and the name Qi Yongzi had been conjured from thin air. Yet, he was taken aback to hear Yang Dong claim that Wuhan had indeed mentioned an old friend named Qi Yongzi, who was an elder of Tai Su's sect. Was this merely coincidence? Or was this young man speaking falsely, attempting to ingratiate himself? Or perhaps, was he testing him? A flurry of questions raced through Qi Yongzi's mind, causing a subtle and unnatural shift in his expression. Such nuances could not escape Yang Dong's keen observation. It was confirmed, this old fellow was indeed a fraud. Chu Yun, too, was momentarily stunned, for he had never heard his master mention Qi Yongzi. How long had his junior been around? It was inconceivable that their master would have brought up this individual. Could it be that the junior disciple fabricated these ghostly tales to curry favor with Jiangzi? Jiangzi turned his gaze toward Yang Dong and, with a forced smile, inquired, So this young friend is also a disciple of the Wuhan Taoist? May I ask how to address you? Elder He, eager to interject, quickly introduced. This is the Elder Yang I mentioned earlier, our esteemed merit elder of the Qingyan sect, who was responsible for slaying the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect. Yang Dong waved dismissively at Elder He, saying, Enough, this is no longer your concern. Go on and patrol the mountains. Elder He, initially intending to flatter the merit elder, now realized he had inadvertently stepped on the wrong toes. Yes, I shall take my leave to patrol the mountains, he replied, aware of his misstep as he took to the skies on his sword. Jiangzi's eyes gleamed with surprise as he regarded Yang Dong, who he had assumed to be at least 100 years old, only to discover he was but a young lad. Although he could not discern Yang Dong's precise cultivation level, it was evident from his aura that he was at most at the nascent soul stage. A mere youth in his 20s, no matter how gifted or fortunate, could not possibly reach the transcendent stage. Jiangzi clasped his hands and said, So you are Elder Yang. I did not expect such profound cultivation from a young friend capable of slaying the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect. Truly, I am in admiration. Yang Dong waved his hand dismissively, replying, You flatter me, Elder. In truth, I was aided by a 5th-tier spirit beast. It was only by luck that I managed to slay the supreme elder of the Blood Fiend sect. Otherwise, I would stand no chance against him. So the lad possesses a 5th-tier spirit beast? No wonder. With 2 supreme elders present, it would be sufficient to vanquish this youth. Jiangzi smirked inwardly, having gleaned the Qingyun sect's secrets and preparing to report back to the Blood Fiend sect's leader. Indeed, this old Taoist was none other than Elder Zhu of the Blood Fiend sect, disguised by the order of Long Xiu to investigate the circumstances surrounding the death of the supreme elder of the Burning Spirit, while also probing the current strength of the Qingyun sect. Elder Zhu feigned a sigh and clasped his hands, stating, with an old friend having passed, I shan't impose any longer. I shall take my leave. Chu Yun responded, Elder, since you have arrived, why not take a seat in the main hall and enjoy a cup of spirit tea before departing? Elder Zhu waved his hand dismissively. No need. With an old friend gone, remaining here would only deepen the sorrow. It is best I return to the Taishu sect sooner. Chu Yun had merely intended to be polite and was about to see him off when Yang Dong interjected, Elder, since you are here, why not pay your respects at my master's grave? After all, you are old acquaintances, and it seems rather inappropriate to leave without doing so. These words carried weight. Chu Yun, along with his brothers Jiang Shufeng and Luo Xingchen, exchanged glances, bewildered by the sudden utterance of such a statement by the junior disciple. It bore a distinctly threatening tone. If Qiangzi were indeed an elder of the Taishu sect, this would surely offend even them. However, the old Taoist's arrival was suspicious, and his hasty departure was indeed questionable. Normally, if he were truly an old friend of their master, how could he leave without paying his respects? Elder Zhu's countenance shifted. A sense of unease gripped his heart. Could it be that this young man had discerned something? Otherwise, how could he dare to speak such words to an elder of the Taishu sect? Should he discern that I am merely masquerading as an elder of the bloodslaughter sect, I fear that escape from this predicament shall prove impossible. I must remain composed. I cannot afford to reveal any flaws. At that moment, Elder Zhu smacked his forehead, exclaiming, "How foolish I have become. Fortunately, my young friend has reminded me. I had indeed intended to pay my respects to Brother Wuhan, but in my moment of melancholia, I completely forgot. I beseech the sect master and Elder Yang to lead the way." Chu Yun, Yang Dong, and the others escorted Elder Zhu to the ancestral cemetery on the back mountain. "This is the grave of my master. Elder, do pay your respects properly," Yang Dong remarked, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he observed Elder Zhu. Chapter 70. Gluttons, all gluttons. Elder Zhu was poised to stand and offer incense to the indomitable Hen Wuhan, but unexpectedly, Yang Dong commanded him to kneel and bow. The expressions of Chu Yunjian, Jiang Shufeng, and Luo Xingchen turned peculiar, as it seemed that the junior disciple was deliberately toying with the fiery Qiangzi. Evidently, the junior disciple had discerned that Qiangzi was not, in fact, an elder of the Taishu sect. Elder Zhu's lips twitched. How dare this young man demand that he bow before Hen Wuhan? Despite the raging fury within him, he dared not unleash it. After all, this was the territory of the Qingyun sect. Should he reveal any weakness and allow them to discover that he was, in truth, an elder of the Blood Fiend sect, it would spell his doom. Even the venerable Elder Wenling had fallen victim to this young man, let alone himself. Elder Zhu took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and spoke calmly. "I am a friend of the real Hen Wuhan and not his junior. There is no need for such bowing. A simple offering of incense will suffice." "Yet," Yang Dong retorted, "Elder, you err. It is said that the deceased deserve utmost respect. Since you wish to pay homage to my master, it is only fitting that you bow and offer incense. Otherwise, your sincerity is in question." Elder Zhu gritted his teeth in fury, coldly stating, "I am, after all, an elder of the Taishu sect. To compel me to kneel before your master is an affront to the Taishu sect." Yang Dong scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Is that so? Then let us see if the Taishu sect can afford to have someone of your caliber." Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen regarded Elder Zhu with icy glares, their 6 eyes glinting like daggers, as though they were staring at a corpse. Elder Zhu's heart sank. This young man had long harbored suspicions about him. He had to regain control swiftly. With a hearty laugh, he declared, "My young friend, I was merely jesting. Since I have come to pay respects to the esteemed Hen Wuhan, I shall indeed bow." Without hesitation, he fell to his knees before the grave, knocking his head 3 times against the earth with a resounding thud. Just as he prepared to rise, Yang Dong placed a hand upon Elder Zhu's head, pressing him down once more. "Elder, your bows lack any sincerity. There is not even a drop of blood." Elder Zhu was both alarmed and enraged, fully convinced that this young man was mocking him. Yet what could he do? Should he dare to resist, it would surely lead to his demise. For now, he could only endure and hope they would eventually release him. As long as they remained unaware of his identity as an elder of the Blood Fiend sect, he still had a chance at survival. With this thought, Elder Zhu knocked his head against the stone once more, drawing blood, and then looked at Yang Dong with a smile that was more akin to a grimace. "My young friend, I trust this shows my sincerity?" Chu Yun and the others marveled at the scene. The junior disciple commanded the elder to bow and even to draw blood. It was clear that this old man was indeed suspicious. Just as Chu Yun contemplated how to capture this elder for interrogation, Yang Dong nodded in satisfaction. "Well done, elder. My master should be pleased." Elder Zhu, with a darkened expression, inquired, "May I now take my leave?" Yang Dong chuckled heartily. "Elder, you jest. Your feet are your own. If you wish to depart, you are free to do so. Do you think we of the Qingyun sect would force you to stay?" Elder Zhu, as if granted a reprieve, leaped onto the celestial crane and soared away. "Master, are we truly allowing him to escape?" Chu Yun inquired. gazing at Elder Zhu's departing figure with a hint of bewilderment. Indeed, junior brother, you clearly discern the old rascal's dubious nature. Why did you still permit his departure? Jiang Zhufeng echoed, equally perplexed. Brother Yang must have had his reasons for this course of action, Luo Xingchen remarked. This old Taoist is certainly not an elder of the Taisu sect. Who then is he, and what is his purpose in coming to our Qinyan sect? Yang Dong, observing the direction in which Elder Zhu had vanished, scoffed. If I am not mistaken, this old fellow is likely an elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. Elder of the Bloodslaughter sect? The three, including Chu Yun, were taken aback. Yang Dong nodded. We have slain the supreme elder of the Bloodslaughter sect. They must have already been informed. They are undoubtedly shocked, wondering who could have vanquished their supreme elder, and thus they sent an elder to ascertain the truth. Upon hearing Yang Dong's analysis, Chu Yun and his senior brothers nodded in agreement. That makes sense. But why did junior brother still let this elder of the Bloodslaughter sect go? Luo Xingchen expressed his dissatisfaction. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Yang Dong's eyes. I deliberately mentioned a fifth-tier spirit beast to mislead the Bloodslaughter sect. Let this old fellow return to report. Once the sect master of the Bloodslaughter sect learns of this, he will surely lead a team back to attack. At that time, we shall settle old and new scores and annihilate the Bloodslaughter sect entirely. He had initially intended to confront the Bloodslaughter sect alone, but feared they might retaliate against Qinyan sect. Remaining at Qinyan sect was not a viable solution. It would be wiser to lure the Bloodslaughter sect's forces here and resolve the matter before advancing to their stronghold. Chu Yun, Jiang Zhufeng, and Luo Xingchen exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with wry amusement. Junior brother's plan is indeed commendable. However, the real concern is whether Qinyan sect can withstand an assault from the Bloodslaughter sect, let alone eradicate them completely. This confidence of junior brothers seems somewhat misplaced. Yang Dong, noticing their troubled expressions, smiled faintly. There is no need for concern. My three senior brothers, when the Bloodslaughter sect arrives, you need only defend our sect. I shall confront them alone. The Holy Light Tiger was more than capable of dealing with several experts in the out-of-body realm. Not to mention he had over a dozen fifth-tier exotic beasts stored in his Chinquan bag, equivalent to possessing numerous out-of-body realm experts. Moreover, he himself was the primordial sacred body. And although he was merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm, he was fully capable of battling those in the out-of-body realm. With a faint sigh, Chu Yun conceded, very well, the Bloodslaughter sect will inevitably return to Qinyan sect, rather than fret endlessly. It may be best to confront them in a decisive battle sooner rather than later. Upon returning to his bamboo grove, Yang Dong found the Holy Light Tiger frolicking with the Xianyu parrot outside. Upon his arrival, the Holy Light Tiger affectionately rubbed against him, emitting a series of playful growls. You glutton, are you longing for some spirit meat again? Yang Dong chuckled, scratching the tiger's head. He retrieved the uneaten exotic beast from his spatial ring, slicing off 50 or 60 pounds to toss to the Holy Light Tiger, then reclaimed the remainder into the ring. This little creature required 4 to 5 meals daily, each consisting of at least 40 to 50 pounds. Yang Dong wondered how it managed to digest such quantities. Upon seeing the several dozen pounds of fourth-tier spiritual beast meat, the Holy Light Tiger's eyes instantly gleamed with excitement as it pounced forward to indulge in a feast. Master, I crave spiritual fruits, exclaimed the Xianyu parrot, its mouth watering at the sight, though it had a preference for fruits over meat. Such gluttons you all are. I shall inevitably be devoured by your appetites. Yang Dong chided with a laugh, retrieving a spiritual fruit from his spatial ring and tossing it to the Xianyu parrot, which caught it in its beak and soared to the rooftop to relish its treat. Yang Dong then entered the house, drinking a generous bowl of spiritual water, and subsequently took out a high-level spellbook from his spatial ring, preparing to learn several new advanced spells. Chapter 71. The four Grand Elders. Elder Zhu returned to the Bloodslaughter sect, finally exhaling a breath of relief. That insolent boy named Yang had humiliated him so. Tomorrow would mark his demise. Consumed by wrath, Elder Zhu made his way to the Grand Hall to report to Leng Xiu. In the Grand Hall, Leng Xiu sat cross-legged upon the elevated platform, gradually withdrawing his energy. He turned his gaze towards Elder Zhu and inquired, Elder Zhu, what have you discovered about the matter? Elder Zhu performed a respectful bow. Reporting to the sect master, I have thoroughly investigated the situation. The one who killed Elder Wenling is a youth from Qinyan sect by the name of Yang Wat, a mere boy from Qinyan sect. Leng Xiu's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light. He questioned in disbelief. Elder Wenling was at the peak of the out-of-body stage. How could a young lad from Qingyun's sect possibly slay him? Where did you hear such absurd rumors? Elder Zhu replied respectfully, this matter is absolutely true. I disguised myself as an elder from the Tai Su sect to visit Qingyun's sect and inquire about Hen Wuhan. He recounted the events to Leng Xiu, deliberately omitting the part where he had been forced to kowtow at Hen Wuhan's grave by Yang Dong. It was not only a disgrace to him, but also to the blood slaughter sect. It turned out that Qingyun's sect possessed a fifth-tier exotic beast as a spirit pet. No wonder Elder Wenling had fallen at the hands of such a young upstart. A cold smirk crept across Long Xiu's lips. He had initially feared that the Tai Su sect's interference would lead to the demise of all disciples stationed at Qingyun's sect. If indeed the Tai Su sect had been involved, the blood slaughter sect would be powerless to avenge itself. For Tai Su sect ranked among the top 3 super sects in the entire region and was far beyond the reach of blood slaughter sect. Even if Leng Xiu sought assistance from the demon sect, they would not risk their own safety for the sake of a minor faction like blood slaughter sect. Although the demon sect and Tai Su sect were eternally at odds, they had maintained a level of restraint, avoiding large-scale conflicts. Now that it was confirmed that the one responsible for slaying Elder Wenling was not from Tai Su sect, but rather from Qingyun's sect, there was nothing left to fear. No wonder the last extermination of Qingyun's sect had been so effortless. Remnants had fled to the dark forest. This time, they would be utterly eradicated. A glint of cold malice flickered in Leng Xiu's eyes as he instructed Elder Zhu, summon the 4 Grand Elders. We shall require their assistance once more to venture into Qingyun's sect. They rely solely on a 5th-tier exotic beast. Sending the 4 Grand Elders with reinforcements should suffice to eradicate these remnants of Qingyun's sect. Elder Zhu's spirit surged with determination as he bowed and accepted the command. The following noon, several disciples of Qingyun's sect were patrolling outside. In the distant sky, 2 massive flying vessels hurtled toward Qingyun's sect. The bows of the vessels bore the insignia of a blood-red skull. Look, 2 flying vessels are approaching. One disciple shouted, pointing towards the horizon. Not good, the blood-red skull. It's the blood slaughter sect's vessels. The blood slaughter sect is coming again. Hurry back and report. Activate the communication talisman. The disciples hastily mounted their swords and flew back towards the sect, while one disciple ignited the communication talisman. Whoosh bang! The message talisman soared into the sky, exploding at an altitude of 100 zhang, revealing a magnificent azure cloud amidst the dazzling brilliance. Instantly, the bell of the azure cloud sect resonated powerfully, and the elders of each peak, accompanied by their disciples, took to the skies on their swords. Upon sighting 2 blood-red skeletal flying vessels approaching from the distance, a solemn expression fell upon each face. The blood slaughter sect had finally arrived. For days, from the sect leader to the elders, and even the disciples and servants, the atmosphere had been fraught with tension, fearing an assault from the blood slaughter sect. Their might was formidable. 3 supreme elders and the former sect leader had perished in battle, rendering the Azure Cloud sect ill-equipped to contend with them now. Today might very well mark the demise of the Azure Cloud sect. Within the bamboo grove, Yang Dong was diligently cultivating when he heard the explosion of the message talisman. A cold smile curved at the corners of his lips. The blood slaughter sect had finally come to meet their end. He ceased his practice, rose, and exited the courtyard, where the sacred light tiger and the Xianyu parrot flew over to him. Master, it seems something grave has occurred. The Xianyu parrot squawked, flapping its wings in agitation. It was unaware of the specifics concerning the Azure Cloud sect, but the incessant alarm and the sight of disciples soaring into the sky on their swords indicated that a significant event was unfolding. The sacred light tiger emitted low growls, its 4 pristine white claws scraping eagerly against the ground, barely able to contain its excitement. Over the past few days, it had consumed hundreds of pounds of spiritual beast meat, growing in size and strength. Yang Dong understood its eagerness and affectionately patted its head, saying, "Do not rush. A grand battle is imminent, one that will surely satisfy your thirst for combat." He gazed upward at the 2 swiftly approaching vessels of the blood slaughter sect. It appeared they were deploying their entire force this time. Although he and the sacred light tiger were unafraid, the Azure Cloud sect would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Thus, he decided to release all his spiritual pets. Yang Dong retrieved a bag of holding, raised it toward the sky, and bellowed, "Come forth." A cascade of lights erupted from the bag, transforming into a dozen 5th-tier magical beasts. Shadowy phantom leopards, diamond demonic apes, iron-winged divine eagles, black-feathered giant eagles, crimson-scaled flying pythons, howling moon demonic wolves, and rampaging demonic bears. 17 fifth-tier magical beasts roared in unison, awaiting their master's command. All of you, defend the Azure Cloud sect and eradicate the Bloodslaughter sect, Yangdong declared, mounting the sacred light tiger and charging toward the approaching vessels. The 17 magical beasts followed closely behind him, soaring forth from the Azure Cloud sect. Consequently, the disciples of the Azure Cloud sect beheld a breathtaking spectacle. In the sky, an iron-winged divine eagle with a wingspan exceeding 3 zhang emitted a cry that could shatter stone, resembling a streak of azure lightning. Meanwhile, a black-feathered giant eagle, with a wingspan surpassing 10 zhang, drifted overhead like a colossal black cloud. A crimson giant python slithered through the air like a dragon, its scales reflecting a radiant crimson glow under the sunlight. A black flying leopard flashed across the sky like a shadow. On the ground, several magical beasts raced wildly. A demonic ape, towering at 2 zhang and as robust as a diamond, roared as it leapt, each bound reaching heights of 100 zhang and distances of several hundred zhang as it soared toward the vessels. A thunderous roar echoed through the valley, as a colossal bear, standing 3 to 4 zhang tall, charged forth, exhaling mist from its maw, causing the ground to tremble. Following closely were 17 or 18 fifth-tier beasts, accompanied by Yangdong riding a radiant tiger, heading towards the flying vessel, their presence formidable and awe-inspiring. At this moment, Chu Yun, accompanied by a multitude of inner sect elders and over 100 deacons, soared out of the Qingyun sect on their swords, encountering the Bloodslaughter sect's flying vessel at a distance of over 10 zhang. At the bow of the 2 vessels stood 4 esteemed elders of the Bloodslaughter sect, Fen Tian, Fen Di, Fen Yun, and Fen He. The expressions of Chu Yun and his companions turned grave. The mobilization of 4 esteemed elders by the Bloodslaughter sect signified that the Qingyun sect was likely facing the imminent threat of annihilation. Some elders of the Qingyun sect looked around, yet could not locate Yangdong. Wasn't he boasting that he could single-handedly eradicate the Bloodslaughter sect? Why was he now too frightened to show himself? Could it be that this fellow had fled? The elders silently cursed in their hearts. Fen Tian, garbed in a blue robe, stood with an air of arrogance upon the flying vessel, disdainfully surveying Chu Yun and the others, merely a group of Yuaning realm ants. Today, I shall ensure that the Qingyun sect is forever erased from the annals of the cultivation world. Such audacity from an old man. A cold laugh rang out from a distance, as a handsome young man clad in moon-white garments, with his hair tied back, rode swiftly on a snow-white young tiger. Behind him, a dozen fifth-tier beasts roared and charged forward with ferocity. Chapter 72, The power of the primordial source. Burning heaven was utterly astonished. Burning earth, burning cloud, and burning river all exhibited wild twitches at the corners of their mouths, rendered speechless. Had Elder Zhu not asserted that the Qingyun sect possessed merely 1 fifth-tier extraordinary beast? How on earth had 17 fifth-tier extraordinary beasts emerged? 17 fifth-tier beasts were equivalent to 17 formidable experts at the out-of-body stage. Even more outrageous was the fact that this young man was riding a holy light tiger. Though merely a cub, it was still a divine beast. How could they possibly contend with this? The elders and stewards of the Bloodslaughter Gate were equally dumbfounded. These fifth-tier beasts were far beyond the reach of their nascent soul and golden core cultivators. The several thousand disciples of the Bloodslaughter Gate turned pale, trembling in fear. The terrifying pressure exerted by the fifth-tier magical beasts rendered them weak at the knees. No, this is impossible. How could this young man possess so many fifth-tier beasts? Elder Zhu's pupils constricted sharply, disbelief etched on his face as he beheld Yangdong arriving with the throng of magical beasts. In an instant, Yangdong, astride the holy light tiger, approached within several zhang of the flying vessel, positioning himself protectively behind the disciples led by Chu Yun. The holy light tiger emitted a low growl at the figures on the vessel, its pristine white fur shimmering with radiant patterns. Roar. A whiscreech. Hiss. 17 fifth-tier ferocious avian magical beasts soared in unison, aligning behind Yangdong, unleashing deafening roars toward the 2 flying vessels of the Bloodslaughter Gate, their fierce glimmers intensifying. They awaited only a command from Yangdong to launch their assault. Chu Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the multitude of fifth-tier extraordinary beasts brought by Yangdong. His junior brother had actually arrived with 17 fifth-tier beasts. This was utterly explosive. The elders of the Qingyun sect were equally bewildered. Where had Elder Yang procured such a multitude of fifth-tier beasts? It was no wonder he had boldly proclaimed he could single-handedly annihilate the Bloodslaughter Gate. He was evidently not boasting. With a holy light tiger and 17 fifth-tier magical beasts, one could easily contend with not just 1, but 3 Bloodslaughter Gates. The disciples of the Qingyun sect following closely behind were filled with a mix of astonishment and exhilaration, their excitement palpable. At this moment, they gazed upon Elder Yang, the embodiment of virtue, with reverence akin to that of a savior. Yang Dong, perched upon the back of the holy light tiger, cast a sweeping glance at the four supreme elders of the blood slaughter gate standing aboard their vessels, a smirk gracing his lips, for supreme elders have arrived. No wonder your earlier bravado was so grand. The expressions of the four supreme elders, burning heaven, burning earth, burning cloud, and burning river, were grim. Their collective presence should have easily subdued the Qingyun sect's insignificant ants, yet none had anticipated this young man charging forth on a divine beast, commanding 17 fifth-tier extraordinary beasts. Burning heaven swallowed hard, his voice laced with suspicion. Where did you acquire so many fifth-tier beasts, boy? Yang Dong chuckled derisively. Old man, is that truly what you should be concerned about right now? You ought to be pondering how you will meet your demise next. With that, Yang Dong gestured to the throng of magical companions. Attack! The 17 ferocious avian magical beasts roared, simultaneously launching their assault on the elders and disciples aboard the flying vessels of the blood slaughter gate. The phantom leopard, the swiftest of all, transformed into a fleeting shadow and lunged towards the flying vessel, striking with its claw and instantly reducing a blood slaughter sect elder's head to a mist of crimson. With a thunderous roar, the diamond demon ape leapt into the air, its massive iron fist as large as a water vat, radiating brilliance as it descended upon the Grand Elder of the burning river. The Grand Elder retaliated with a palm strike, conjuring a blood-red giant hand of spiritual energy that collided with the ape's iron fist. The impact resonated, propelling the Grand Elder several hundred yards backward, vanishing from sight in an instant. The diamond demon ape roared again, leaping hundreds of yards to pounce upon the Grand Elder of the burning river once more. A piercing eagle's cry, sharp enough to shatter stone, resonated through the air as the iron-winged divine eagle soared, its massive wings slicing through the ranks of blood slaughter sect disciples, sending the heads of over a dozen elders soaring into the sky, their severed bodies collapsing in terror below. The black feathered giant eagle swept by like a dark cloud, its colossal wings striking down upon the disciples aboard the vessel. The resulting force obliterated over 100 disciples into a mist of blood. The crimson scale flying python, resembling a great red dragon, opened its gaping maw and inhaled, devouring a blood slaughter sect elder whole, before crunching him into pieces with a horrific scream. The howling moon demon wolf unleashed a long howl, expelling a purplish-red energy sphere that crashed into the Grand Elder of the burning cloud. The elder leapt several dozen yards into the air. The energy sphere detonated among the disciples of the blood slaughter sect, radiating a purplish-red light that extinguished the lives of over 100 disciples within a 3-yard radius. The rampaging demon bear soared to an impressive height of dozens of yards, raising a luminous giant paw to strike down upon the flying vessel. In response, a dozen blood slaughter sect elders simultaneously cast their spells, unleashing a kaleidoscope of colorful energy that surged upward to counter the bear's descending paw. The bear's massive paw shattered their combined efforts, causing the elders to cough up blood and collapse, gravely injured. Meanwhile, over 10 other fifth-tier exotic beasts charged forward. Seeing the dire situation, the Grand Elder of the burning sky attempted to transform into a flowing rainbow and escape, only to be struck down by a beam of white light emitted from the Holy Light Tiger. Yang Dong leapt from the back of the Holy Light Tiger, ascending several dozen yards high, channeling the primordial power of chaos, his fist enveloped in a resplendent purple-gold light, and struck towards the Grand Elder of the burning earth. Foolish child, seeking death, sneered the Grand Elder of the burning earth, unleashing a spell towards Yang Dong. As a peak expert of the out-of-body realm, he dismissed the young man entirely. The Grand Elder feared not Yang Dong himself, but rather his mount, the Holy Light Tiger, and the dozen fifth-tier exotic beasts. Now, Yang Dong dared to confront him alone, an act of sheer folly. With a thunderous crash, Yang Dong's purple-gold fist obliterated the Grand Elder's formidable spell, crashing down upon him with tremendous force. Impossible! The Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. The young man's cultivation is, at best, merely at the Yuaning stage, yet he astonishingly withstands a full-force strike from a pinnacle out-of-body expert. Truly astonishing. The Elder of the Burning Land, taken aback, continually unleashed terrifying spells towards Yang Dong. Nothing is impossible. Yang Dong smirked, enveloped in a radiant purple-gold light, his fists moving with the swiftness of a tempest, each punch brimming with primordial power, showcasing immense might. In the face of the Elder of the Burning Land, a formidable out-of-body expert, Yang Dong could not hope to surpass him with mere spells. He could only unleash the original power of his primordial sacred body to confront the Elder head-on. Though it may seem lengthy in narration, it transpired in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, the disciples of the Blood Fiend sect had suffered heavy casualties, with the Yuaning elders proving utterly ineffectual against the fifth-tier beasts. While fifth-tier beasts vary in strength, the dozen or so creatures present were refined through the Chaos Treasure Cauldron, each reaching the pinnacle of the fifth tier. Even the esteemed out-of-body elders of the Blood Fiend sect would find it difficult to secure victory in one-on-one encounters with these fifth-tier beasts. Chapter 73, The Radiant Tiger vs. Elder Burning Sky. In the majestic peak of Qingyun's sect, Hua, wielding her sword, rushed out of the grand hall, only to be intercepted by Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian. Senior Brother Jiang, Senior Brother Luo, the enemies of Bloodslaughter sect have invaded our Qingyun sect. Why do you impede my path instead of joining the fray? Hua exclaimed, her face etched with grief and fury. Since the solemn ritual for her father yesterday, she had shed no more tears, dedicating herself to cultivation until this moment. She yearned for vengeance. You are correct, junior sister. The realm of cultivation does not heed tears, but rather values strength. Jiang Zhufeng sighed. We too desire to confront the foes and avenge our master. However, Senior Brother has forbidden us from engaging. He instructed us to ensure your safety and to lead you to escape if Qingyun sect falters. Indeed, Chu Yun had given them such instructions. Faced with the overwhelming assault from Bloodslaughter sect, he harbored no illusions of victory. Had only one or two of their elders arrived, Qingyun sect might have prevailed, albeit at great cost. Thus, he entrusted these two junior brothers with Hua's protection, ready to flee through the back mountain should the sect face defeat. As long as the mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. Hua was the sole descendant left by their master, and they were resolute in safeguarding her. Look, Junior Brother has charged forth with a dozen magical beasts to confront the enemy. Luo Xingqian pointed in astonishment at the sight of the fierce beasts soaring into battle. My goodness, where did he procure so many fifth-tier beasts? Jiang Zhufeng, recognizing several of the formidable creatures, felt a mix of surprise and joy, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. This is wonderful. Qingyun sect is saved. As Hua beheld Yang Dong leading the pack of beasts towards the vessels of Bloodslaughter sect, her fists clenched in exhilaration. At that moment, Chu Yun, accompanied by numerous elders and hundreds of disciples from Qingyun sect, charged into the fray. However, they did not plunge into the heart of the battle. Instead, they encircled the periphery, targeting the fleeing disciples of Bloodslaughter sect. With Yang Dong commanding the formidable fifth-tier beasts, their assistance was rendered unnecessary. The might of these creatures was unparalleled. Any cultivator below the Golden Core stage who ventured too close would surely meet their demise from the residual energy waves. Thus, if the disciples of Qingyun sect attempted to engage, they risked being inadvertently harmed by the very beasts they sought to aid. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Dong's fists moved like the wind, fiercely striking at Elder Burning Earth. Each punch unleashed a radiance of purple-gold light, delivering a force of several tens of thousands of tons, potent enough to obliterate mountains. Yet, he faced an opponent at the peak of the out-of-body stage. Elder Burning Earth was enveloped in a crimson glow, his form darting gracefully through the air as he unleashed a barrage of formidable spells directed at Yang Dong. It proved exceedingly difficult for Yang Dong to land a blow on Elder Burning Earth. Instead, he found himself overwhelmed by the Elder's oppressive might. There was no way to bridge the vast chasm between the two individuals. Yang Dong was merely at the nascent soul stage, while the venerable Elder of the Burning Earth stood at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, representing a disparity of one major realm and three minor realms. In the world of cultivation, the ability to vanquish an enemy from an inferior minor realm was considered a mark of extraordinary prowess. The gap created by being a major realm higher was akin to a celestial divide, often resulting in instantaneous defeat. Yang Dong, being the embodiment of the primordial sacred body and shielded by the ethereal primordial purple chi, barely managed to withstand the encounter without sustaining injuries. Indeed, the might of a being at the out-of-body realm was terrifying beyond measure. Yang Dong inwardly marveled at his own overconfidence, unaware that the venerable Elder of the Burning Earth was equally astounded. What manner of constitution did this young man possess? How could he engage in such a fierce exchange with a being of his caliber without a scratch? He was nothing short of a prodigy. Meanwhile, the sacred light tiger transformed into a streak of luminescence, lunging toward the venerable elder of burning heaven. The elder, taken aback, swung his hand to unleash a crimson radiance against the charging tiger, only to have it effortlessly shattered by the tiger's emitted light blade. The blade sliced through the elder's form, cleaving him in twain as he plummeted from the air, a sanguine mist cascading downwards. A luminous orb shot away into the distance. However, the sacred light tiger, swifter than lightning, closed in, and with a single bite, obliterated the elder's primordial spirit, devouring it whole. The elders of the Bloodslaughter sect were aghast. The venerable elder of burning heaven was the chief elder of the Bloodslaughter sect, renowned for his cultivation at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm, often referred to as half a step to divine transformation. Yet, in less than a heartbeat, this small sacred light tiger had annihilated his physical form and consumed his primordial spirit. This little creature was truly terrifying. At that moment, the morale of the Bloodslaughter sect crumbled, fear gripping their hearts as they yearned for a means of escape. However, the prospect of breaking free was far from simple. Aside from the diamond demon ape and the red-scaled flying python, who were entangled with the two venerable elders, Burning Cloud and Burning River, the other 15 fifth-tier beasts were mercilessly slaughtering the elders and disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. In the face of these fifth-tier beasts, even the elders of the Bloodslaughter sect were no match, let alone the deacons and disciples. On the periphery, Chu Yun, accompanied by 32 inner sect elders of the Qingyan sect and hundreds of disciples, was systematically eliminating the fleeing disciples of the Bloodslaughter sect. Each escapee was swiftly cut down, leaving no room for survival. Having dispatched the venerable elder of burning heaven, the sacred light tiger turned its gaze toward Yangdong. Upon witnessing its master in a state of distress, the tiger let out a roar and darted forth like a streak of light. Before it even arrived, the sacred light tiger unleashed a small orb of light, propelling it toward the venerable elder of burning earth. The elder's face paled in alarm. If even burning heaven had fallen to this divine beast, what chance did he stand? The orb's velocity was astonishingly rapid, leaving the elder no time to evade, forcing him to conjure a fire shield for defense. Boom! The orb shattered the fire shield with ease, crashing into the body of the venerable elder of burning earth. His form erupted in a cascade of brilliance, emanating from his exquisite protective artifacts and his own protective spiritual energy. The sphere of light erupted, radiating a brilliant luminescence that obliterated the venerable elder of the burning earth, reducing him to mere fragments, with even his primordial spirit unable to escape, ultimately meeting a simultaneous demise. Yangdong reached out, drawing forth a severed finger belonging to the elder, which bore a spatial ring. He unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, propelling the severed digit away from the spatial ring, and subsequently secured the ring within his own. At that moment, only two venerable elders of the Blood Fiend sect remained, Fen Yun and Fun He, both possessing late-stage exit from the realm of the corporeal. Fen Yun was engaged in battle with the Diamond Demon Ape, while Fun He faced off against the crimson-scaled flying python. The Diamond Demon Ape bared its teeth, emitting a series of deafening roars as its colossal hands relentlessly struck towards Fen Yun, unleashing a terrifying energy that caused the surrounding space to tremble violently. Despite its towering height of over 2 zhang and a weight exceeding 100,000 jin, it moved with remarkable speed and agility. Chapter 74. The Monstrous Demon. Elder Fen Yun, wielding his sword with his left hand while casting spells with his right, launched a relentless assault on the Diamond Demon Ape. Streams of sword light pierced toward the creature. Yet the Diamond Demon Ape skillfully evaded each attack with agility. A barrage of spells bombarded the beast: steel darts, icy blades, colossal boulders, rapid-fire fireballs, and blazing projectiles, accompanied by thunderous strikes from above. However, the Diamond Demon Ape was encased in a thick, 1-foot layer of horned hide, impervious to the onslaught, bolstered further by its protective spiritual energy. As Elder Fen Yun unleashed his most potent spells, the Diamond Demon Ape swiftly dodged or conjured an energy shield to deflect the blows. Each strike from the ape bore immense weight, capable of crushing 100,000 tons, rendering Elder Fen Yun utterly incapable of withstanding the force. At this juncture, Elder Fen Yun was battered and bloodied, his body cracking under the relentless assault, his protective artifacts utterly destroyed. With a thunderous roar, the Diamond Demon Ape leaped high into the air, swinging its massive fist down with devastating might. This strike channeled all its spiritual energy, akin to a mountain crashing from above, compressing the air with a resounding boom. Elder Fen Yun, now at the brink of exhaustion, summoned all his remaining strength to thrust both palms upward in a desperate counter. The clash of their formidable energies erupted in a violent explosion, sending Elder Fen Yun plummeting into the earth, burrowing several yards deep. Utilizing his earth escape technique, he attempted to flee. But his grievous injuries hindered his mastery of the earth element. Consequently, his escape was sluggish, leaving a faint crack in the ground that stretched behind him. With a mighty roar, the diamond demon ape descended from the air, its fury manifesting as it pounded the ground with its fists, echoing with primal rage. Meanwhile, Yang Dong observed the scene keenly, diving straight down toward Elder Finyun's retreating form. With a resounding impact, Yang Dong's fist collided with Elder Finyun's head, obliterating it instantly. As Elder Finyun's spirit attempted to escape from the earth, Yang Dong seized it, crushing the essence without mercy. Emerging triumphantly from the ground, Yang Dong claimed Elder Finyun's spatial ring. In the distance, the scarlet scale flying python had already dealt with Elder Fin, and Yang Dong swiftly retrieved his spatial ring as well. The storage bags of the other elders from the Blood Fiend sect could be disregarded, but the spatial rings of these 4 supreme elders were imperative to acquire. At that moment, the remaining elders and thousands of disciples of the Blood Fiend sect were being decimated by a horde of 5th-tier monstrous beasts, dwindling in number rapidly. Under the relentless onslaught led by Chu Yun and several elders with hundreds of disciples, the Blood Fiend sect was soon eradicated entirely. In this battle, the Qingyun sect suffered only a handful of casualties, reveling in a resounding victory. The members of the Qingyun sect erupted with excitement. Their long-held frustrations dissipated in an instant. Reflecting on the recent days, they had lived in constant dread of an assault from the Blood Fiend sect, overshadowed by the specter of death. Now, the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Fiend sect have all been slain by Yang Dong and his spirit beasts, leaving the sect severely weakened and no longer a threat. Whether it was the disciples of the Qingyun sect or the elders and stewards, their gazes toward Yang Dong were filled with awe and reverence. This elder Yang could single-handedly challenge the supreme elders of the Blood Fiend sect. His strength was truly formidable. The key point was, Elder Yang wasn't even 20 years old yet. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. Chu Yun approached Yang Dong, his face alight with fervor as he regarded this monstrously talented junior brother. Junior brother, we've finally protected the Qingyun sect. Yang Dong, his expression serene, asked him, Elder brother, are you satisfied with merely protecting the Qingyun sect? Chu Yun was taken aback. Junior brother, what do you mean? A glint of killing intent flashed in Yang Dong's eyes. Now is the time for the Qingyun sect to counterattack the Blood Fiend sect, to kill Leng Xiu and avenge our master. Chu Yun nodded fiercely. You're right, junior brother. The Blood Fiend sect is our mortal enemy. Now is the time to strike while they're weak. Yang Dong said, I alone am enough to annihilate the Blood Fiend sect. Elder brother, you should remain and guard the sect. Chu Yun's voice was resolute. No, I must personally march upon the Blood Fiend sect, otherwise, I would be failing our master. Besides, once we destroy them, we should thoroughly search their sect and bring all their cultivation resources back to Qingyun. Yang Dong considered this. As one of the 10 great immortal sects of the Great Zhou, the Blood Fiend sect undoubtedly possessed vast quantities of cultivation materials. He alone couldn't possibly carry everything. They would indeed need more hands to transport it all. Very well. Then I shall leave half of my spirit beasts to guard the sect, Yang Dong declared. Subsequently, Chu Yun ordered over a dozen elders and several hundred disciples to clean up the battlefield and remain behind to defend the sect. The rest boarded one of the Blood Fiend sect's flying vessels. Yang Dong casually selected 8 of the smaller 5th-tier spirit beasts to accompany them, leaving the other 9 to stand guard at Qingyun. Chu Yun activated the flying vessel, and it soared toward the Blood Fiend sect. Yang Dong rode atop the back of the Radiant Tiger, flanked by 2 spirit birds as they followed the vessel through the skies. Blood Fiend sect. Leng Xiu sat cross-legged in meditation at the head of the Grand Hall when a disciple tasked with monitoring the soul lanterns rushed in, panic-stricken, and prostrated himself on the ground. Sect Master, a disaster has struck. The soul lanterns of the 4 supreme elders and all the inner sect elders who went to Qingyun have been extinguished. What? Leng Xiu's eyes snapped open, his face a mask of shock. The soul lanterns of all 4 supreme elders and every inner sect elder had gone out. Had they all perished at the Qingyun sect? How could this be? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Leng Xiu shot to his feet, unable to accept this reality. His hands trembled as a low growl escaped his throat. Sect Master. It's the truth. The soul lanterns of the 4 supreme elders and all the inner sect elders have been extinguished. The disciple repeated, his voice quivering with fear. Leng Xiu collapsed back into his seat, cold sweat beading on his forehead, his heart gripped by terror. The 4 supreme elders, each of them was at least at the late-stage soul projection realm. with Fan Tion and Fan D at the peak and the great perfection of soul projection, respectively. They were the very pillars of the Blood Fiend sect. However, now all 4 esteemed elders have perished in the assault on the Qingyun sect, along with dozens of inner sect elders who have also met their demise. As for the 2,000 inner sect disciples who accompanied them, they have undoubtedly been annihilated as well. How could the Qingyun sect possibly have slain 4 esteemed elders of my Blood Fiend sect? According to Elder Zhu's investigation, there is not a single transcendent being within the Qingyun sect, only a 5th-tier exotic beast. A mere 5th-tier exotic beast should be no match for Elder Wenqianchen. The other 3 esteemed elders, accompanied by dozens of inner sect elders, could easily sweep through the Qingyun sect. A fierce glint flashed in Lung Xiu's eyes. He cannot fathom who within the Qingyun sect could have been capable of vanquishing 4 esteemed elders. Could it be that the elders of the Taishu sect came to the aid of the Qingyun sect? That seems to be the only possibility. What worries Lung Xiu the most now is whether the people of the Qingyun sect will soon descend upon the Blood Fiend sect. This cannot be allowed. I must seek assistance from the revered Mind Destroyer at the Heavenly Demon sect. The extinguishing of the soul lamp must not be allowed to spread. With that, Lung Xiu transformed into a crimson beam and vanished from the Grand Hall. Chapter 75, Assault on the Blood Evil Sect. The distance between the Qingyun sect and the Blood Evil sect spanned over 10,000 miles. 2 hours later, under the glow of the setting sun, a flying vessel soared through the air, its protective shield adorned with a golden hue from the twilight. Chu Yun stood at the bow of the vessel, gazing into the distance where a faintly rose-hued barrier enveloped hundreds of peaks, amidst which the outlines of grand halls and towers could be discerned. That was the stronghold of the Blood Evil sect. Yang Dong rode on a sacred light tiger, accompanied by 2 spirit birds, trailing behind the flying vessel, significantly reducing wind resistance. Nonetheless, a conical shield was positioned in front of the sacred light tiger and the spirit birds to cleave through the air. All spirit birds and extraordinary beasts capable of riding the wind possess such an ability. Look, our vessel has arrived. Outside the barrier, several patrolling disciples of the Blood Evil sect spotted the vessel adorned with a blood-red skull from afar, pointing and exclaiming loudly. The vessel had set out in the morning and returned before sunset, indicating that the remnants of the Qingyun sect had likely been eradicated. Of course, last time, we eliminated the sect leader and 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect. They no longer possess a single expert at the out-of-body stage. How can they contend against our 4 esteemed elders? Why is there only 1 vessel returning? Did they not send 2? Perhaps 1 remained to guard the Qingyun sect while the other returned to report. That must be it. Last time we attacked the Qingyun sect, Elder Burning Spirit stayed behind, but was later killed by the remnants of the Qingyun sect. But didn't the Qingyun sect lose all its experts at the out-of-body stage? How could they have killed Elder Burning Spirit? I heard that the Qingyun sect possesses a 5th-tier extraordinary beast, which is how they managed to slay Elder Burning Spirit under siege. How infuriating. The Qingyun sect has no sense of martial ethics, causing us to lose an esteemed elder. This time, with all 4 esteemed elders present, we are truly giving the Qingyun sect face. As these disciples of the Blood Evil sect engaged in discussion, mounting their swords in preparation to welcome the triumphant return of the esteemed elders, they suddenly sensed something amiss. The attire of those aboard the vessel was not that of the Blood Evil sect at all. What is happening? Why do those on the vessel appear to be anything but our disciples? Those garments look like they belong to the Qingyun sect. Good heavens! How could this be? Have all our Blood Evil sect members been annihilated by the Qingyun sect? Are they attacking us now? Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. We dispatched 4 esteemed elders along with thousands of inner disciples to confront them. Even if the sect leader and several esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect were still alive, it would be impossible for them to defeat us. Is it possible? Could these be captives brought back from the Qingyun sect? As the disciples of the Blood Evil sect speculated in uncertainty, the flying vessel had already approached within 10 zhang of them. Qiyun waved his hand to dissipate the vessel's protective shield and struck out with a palm. Boom, boom, boom. The patrolling disciples of the Blood Evil sect perished before they could comprehend the situation, their bodies bursting into clouds of blood mist. Not good. The Qingyun sect is invading. Upon witnessing the scene from a distance, the disciples of the Blood Shaman sect were struck with terror and immediately activated a communication talisman. A crimson light soared into the sky, exploding into a blood-red skull. Instantly, alarm bells rang throughout the Blood Shaman sect, and figures began to emerge on flying swords. Most of the leaders were external elders, with only a handful of internal elders present. Who dares to invade our Blood Shaman sect? To wreak havoc here is a fool's errand. Is that not our sect's flying vessel? How could it possibly be occupied by those from the Qingyan sect? This morning, four esteemed elders, accompanied by over 2,000 internal disciples, set out to eradicate the Qingyan sect. How could the Qingyan sect retaliate and strike at us? Could it be that the four esteemed elders have all perished? Impossible. They're all pinnacle experts of the out-of-body stage. Exterminating the Qingyan sect would be akin to slaughtering dogs. How could they fall? The elders and disciples of the blood shaman sect were all astonished, their exclamations unceasing. Even if one were to beat them, they could not believe that the dozens of internal elders, led by the four esteemed elders, along with 2,000 disciples, had been annihilated by the Qingyan sect. The extinguishing of the soul lamps was strictly forbidden to be disclosed. Thus none of the blood shaman sect's elders or disciples were aware that the four esteemed elders and their thousands of disciples had been completely obliterated by the Qingyan sect. Over 100 elders from both the internal and external branches of the blood shaman sect, accompanied by thousands of external disciples, soared out of the barrier to confront the vessel that rightfully belonged to them. Yang Dong rode upon a holy light tiger, followed closely by an iron-winged divine eagle and a black-feathered eagle, soaring above the vessel and charging towards the thousands of disciples of the blood shaman sect. The disciples, having never encountered such colossal birds of prey, were struck with fear, their faces paling and bodies trembling. The overwhelming pressure exerted by fifth-tier beasts was terrifying even to golden core cultivators, let alone these mere chi-refining disciples. The other 5 magical beasts aboard the vessel also took to the air, unleashing a barrage of horrifying spells that rained down upon the elders and disciples of the blood shaman sect. Iron-winged divine eagles, black-feathered giants, diamond demonic apes. Oh heavens, all fifth-tier beasts. A despairing cry erupted from one of the blood shaman sect's elders. It is over. Our blood shaman sect is utterly doomed. In that moment, the elders finally comprehended how the Qingyan sect had managed to strike back. The 4 esteemed elders must have perished at the hands of the Qingyan sect. With such an overwhelming number of fifth-tier beasts, the esteemed elders would have been unable to withstand the onslaught. The golden-winged divine eagle unleashed a torrent of blue flames, and dozens of blood shaman sect disciples wailed as they were engulfed, soon reduced to charred remains plummeting to the ground. The golden-winged divine eagle surged forward, its iron wings slicing through the air, severing the bodies of dozens of blood shaman sect deacon disciples in half, causing them to fall from their flying swords. The black-feathered giant eagle dove from the skies, its massive wings resembling billowing dark clouds as they struck downward. Boom! A radiant, dark blue light flashed, and the terrifying energy obliterated over 100 disciples of the blood shaman sect, reducing them to a gruesome pulp, their flesh raining down. Roaring, the diamond demonic ape leapt into action, its colossal form springing forth with a forceful punch. The immense iron fist, enveloped in a radiant glow, collided with the body of the foremost internal elder of the blood shaman sect. The inner sect elder, despite being adorned with 2 protective artifacts, proved as fragile as an eggshell. With a resounding crash, the elder of the blood fiend sect was obliterated, along with over a dozen external elders who stood behind him. All shattered by the terrifying fist of the diamond demon ape, their dismembered remains scattering for thousands of feet. Yang Dong, seated atop the sacred light tiger, refrained from charging into the fray, instead continuously casting various spells. Radiant beams of light erupted among the disciples of the blood fiend sect, amidst a cacophony of flesh and blood, filled with anguished cries and desperate wails. "Master, help us! Where has the master gone?" The elders and disciples of the blood fiend sect cried out in despair, their hopes pinned on the arrival of their leader, Cold Xiu, who, in truth, did not come. They understood well that even if Cold Master had appeared, it would merely be to accompany them to their demise. Chapter 76. You are the master of Blood Slaughter sect at present. The most formidable figures within the Blood Slaughter sect are merely a handful of inner gate elders, who have already fallen in an instant. The remaining over 100 outer gate elders predominantly possess cultivation at the golden core stage, rendered as insignificant as ants before these 5th-tier beasts. Additionally, several hundred outer gate stewards and thousands of outer gate disciples have met their demise in droves. In the span of a mere moment, Blood Slaughter sect has suffered devastating casualties. This is nothing short of a merciless massacre. Chu Yun, accompanied by a dozen inner gate elders and hundreds of disciples from Qingyan sect, descended from their flying vessel, wielding swords to encircle the fleeing disciples of Blood Slaughter sect. Faced with the relentless assault of these Yuan-ing realm elders from Qingyan sect, how could the disciples of Blood Slaughter sect hope to escape? Not to mention that under the slaughter of 8 fifth-tier beasts, their numbers dwindled to almost none. In less than half an hour, every member of Blood Slaughter sect was ruthlessly exterminated. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, and rivers of blood flowed freely. Chu Yun commanded all disciples to cleanse the battlefield and gather the storage bags from the slain disciples of Blood Slaughter sect. It appeared that the master of Blood Slaughter sect was nowhere to be found. Chu Yun approached Yang Dong with a frown, stating, "It seems this old wretch has anticipated our arrival and fled in advance." Yang Dong's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. "Damn it! How could that old thief, Lung Xiao, escape?" Chu Yun struck his palm in frustration, his face contorted with vexation. The true instigator behind the death of their master was indeed Lung Xiao. Yet he was the only one to elude capture. Without vanquishing Lung Xiao, even if they annihilated the entire Blood Slaughter sect, their hatred would remain unquenched. And they could not claim vengeance for their master. "Let us not dwell on that. We must search Blood Slaughter sect," Yang Dong declared, mounting his holy light tiger and heading towards the sect's protective barrier. The 8 ferocious beasts followed closely behind, while Chu Yun and the elders soared on their swords towards the barrier. Boom! Chu Yun unleashed a spell upon the protective barrier of Blood Slaughter sect. The barrier emitted a blood-red glow, showing no signs of disturbance. The other elders also cast various spells against the barrier, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. This mountain-protecting formation had been intricately crafted by several supreme elders of Blood Slaughter sect, proving far more resilient than that of Qin Yun's sect. Chu Yun and the elders ceased their assault, directing their gazes towards Yang Dong, though his cultivation was also at the yuaning stage. The primordial power within him rivaled that of an out-of-body realm master. Yang Dong delivered a powerful punch towards the barrier. A gigantic, illusory fist of purple and gold struck the barrier, causing it to tremble violently and emit a dazzling light. However, the barrier still bore no cracks. The Holy Light Tiger unleashed a radiant orb, crashing into the barrier. Boom! The barrier shook violently, fissures appearing on its surface, and its brilliance dimmed, resembling a fragile eggshell on the verge of shattering. Roar! The diamond demon ape leaped into the air, raising its fist, which was as large as a water vat, and smashed it down upon the cracked barrier. Bang! The barrier shattered explosively. Yang Dong, riding the Holy Light Tiger, led the others through the breach. The Blood Slaughter sect encompasses a larger area than the Qingyun sect, with undulating spiritual veins and numerous remarkable peaks, spanning nearly 100 miles. Upon searching the skies above the Blood Slaughter sect, the group found only 1,000 trembling servants hiding within their abodes, with scarcely any other figures in sight. Yang Dong and Chu Yun ascended to the main peak and scoured the Grand Hall, discovering a few resources for cultivation, but not a single soul in sight. That old scoundrel must have fled long ago. Chu Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. Yang Dong let out a cold snort. This old rogue will certainly not rest. He will reappear, and next time, he shall not be so fortunate. The elders of the Qingyun sect commanded hundreds of disciples to scour every dwelling of the Blood Slaughter sect for resources, taking anything useful that could be carried away. To completely transport all the cultivation resources from the Blood Slaughter sect would require at least several hours. As darkness fell, Chu Yun ordered all disciples to gather in the Grand Hall to rest for the night, resuming the search for resources the following day. Gathering all disciples together was a precaution against a sudden night attack from cold repair. As for the safety of the Qingyun sect, Yang Dong and Chu Yun were utterly unconcerned. The Qingyun sect retained over a dozen inner sect elders, hundreds of inner sect disciples, and 9 5-tiered exotic beasts. Should cold repair dare to assault the Qingyun sect tonight, the 9 5-tiered beasts would rend him to pieces. The Great Zhou Demon sect is situated less than 3,000 miles from the western side of the Dark Forest. This place is replete with innumerable peaks and superior spiritual veins, making it the location of the densest spiritual energy within the Great Zhou realm. Cold Repair rode upon a purple-eyed demon lion to the boundary of the demon sect. A group of disciples from the demon sect flew in on their swords to intercept him. The leading steward coldly inquired, "Who are you? And what business do you have at our demon sect?" Although he could not sense the profound pressure emanating from Cold Repair, the mere fact that he rode a 4-tiered exotic beast signified that this individual possessed formidable cultivation, at least at the nascent soul stage or higher. However, the disciples of the demon sect showed no sign of fear. This was the domain of the demon sect. Who would dare to act recklessly here? Whether dragon or tiger, all must submit. The demon sect is not only the foremost sect in the Great Zhou, but also the preeminent sect in the entire Tianluo domain, boasting over 100 branches and more than 1 million disciples. Cold Repair clasped his hands in greeting. I am Cold Repair, the sect master of the Bloodslaughter sect, here to pay my respects to the soul-extinguishing venerable. He made an effort to restrain his overwhelming aura, knowing that while he could effortlessly crush this minor steward, he must maintain a courteous demeanor. After all, he had come seeking assistance from the demon sect and had to adopt a humble stance. As the saying goes, the king is easy to meet, but the little ghosts are troublesome. Is it truly you, the sect master of the Bloodslaughter sect? The steward of the demon sect scrutinized Cold Repair, his expression now imbued with greater respect. Cold Repair stroked his beard and smiled slightly. Indeed, it is I. Who would dare impersonate me to meet the soul-extinguishing venerable? The steward considered this. Anyone bold enough to impersonate the sect master of the Bloodslaughter sect to meet the venerable would certainly be seeking death. He promptly returned a respectful bow. It is an honor to have the sect master of the Bloodslaughter sect in attendance. Please forgive my lack of discernment and any offense caused. Despite being the esteemed leader of the 10 great sects of the Dajo, Cold Cultivator was not someone a mere steward could approach frivolously. Moreover, Cold Cultivator maintained a commendable relationship with the soulless sovereign. Should he incur Cold Cultivator's ire, a mere mention could lead to repercussions from the sovereign. Cold Cultivator chuckled lightly. No matter. I kindly request you to escort me to the sovereign. The steward gestured invitingly. Please, esteemed leader, follow me. With that, he took the lead on his sword, guiding Cold Cultivator to the barrier, where he used a token to unlock it, ushering Cold Cultivator inside. The steward then led Cold Cultivator on his sword to the summit of the Heavenly Demon Sect. I kindly ask you to wait here, esteemed leader, while I report to the sovereign, the steward said, bowing to Cold Cultivator before entering the Grand Hall. Chapter 77. The Soul Destroyer in a grand hall of ashen hues. A middle-aged man clad in a blue robe sat cross-legged in meditation at the head of the chamber. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his slanted brows framed eyes that glowed a fierce crimson, reminiscent of a lurking beast of prey. He was none other than the Soul Destroyer, the master of the Great Zhou Heavenly Demon Sect, a formidable figure at the early stage of divine transformation. The Heavenly Demon Sect boasted 108 branches across the Tianluo domain, each overseen by a respective master. An attendant entered the grand hall and bowed, announcing, Honorable Master, the leader of the Bloodslaughter sect requests an audience. The Soul Destroyer slightly lifted his gaze. Let him in. Yes, Master. The attendant bowed once more and exited, soon returning with the leader of the Bloodslaughter sect, Leng Xiao. Upon reaching the center of the hall, Leng Xiao clasped his hands and bowed deeply to the Soul Destroyer. I pay my respects to the Honorable Master. The Soul Destroyer raised a hand with a dismissive gesture. There is no need for such formalities, Leader Leng. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. Thank you, Master. Leng Xiao seated himself in the first chair to the right of the Soul Destroyer. A strikingly beautiful maid, clad in a midriff-bearing yellow garment and adorned with flowing purple hair, approached with a cup of spirit tea and a platter of spirit fruits, setting them on the table beside him. After serving the tea, the enchanting maid knelt at the feet of the Soul Destroyer, gently massaging his thigh. Leng Xiao averted his gaze, taking a delicate sip of the spirit tea. The Soul Destroyer's crimson eyes fixed upon him, and he spoke calmly, Leader Leng. Your visit today surely extends beyond mere pleasantries? Setting down the teacup, Leng Xiao replied, Master, you see clearly. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. At this point, he cast a glance toward the alluring maid attending the Soul Destroyer. With a subtle gesture, the Soul Destroyer beckoned the maid, who slowly collapsed into a deep slumber. Speak. What troubles you? The Soul Destroyer urged. With a heavy sigh, Leng Xiao lamented, the Bloodslaughter sect has been annihilated. The Soul Destroyer's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of disbelief crossing his visage. What? The Bloodslaughter sect has been destroyed? Who would dare to do such a thing? The Bloodslaughter sect is one of the Great Zhou's 10 great sects and a subordinate of the Heavenly Demon sect. Which sect would be bold enough to provoke them, let alone obliterate them? Qingyun's sect. Leng Xiao gritted his teeth, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. The Qingyun sect has destroyed the Bloodslaughter sect? The Soul Destroyer was taken aback, for the Qingyun sect ranked lowest among the 10 great sects and was weaker than the Bloodslaughter sect. If my memory serves me right, it was merely 10 days ago that your Bloodslaughter sect eradicated the Qingyun sect. How could they possibly retaliate against you? Leng Xiao nodded slowly. 10 days ago, I indeed led 4 esteemed elders to vanquish the Qingyun sect, yet it seems there were remnants left behind. He recounted the subsequent events, concluding, it is inconceivable that the remnants of the Qingyun sect could have slain our four esteemed elders. There must be some external force aiding them. The soul destroyer furrowed his brows, contemplating the implications. To slay four esteemed elders of the blood slaughter sect. Not even the remnants of the Qingyun sect could muster such strength. Which sect, then, has the audacity to orchestrate this? Long Shoudao remarked, if I am not mistaken. It must be the Taishu sect that is responsible for this. The soul-extinguishing elder pondered for a moment and replied, among the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, only the Taishu sect and the Hehuan sect would dare to act against the blood slaughter sect. The Hehuan sect has always maintained a harmonious relationship with our heavenly demon sect. They would never act against us. Therefore, the Taishu sect indeed bears the greatest suspicion. The soul-extinguishing elder's phrase, one must consider the owner when beating a dog, left Lang Xiu feeling quite embarrassed. Though the blood slaughter sect indeed recognized the heavenly demon sect as its leader, to liken the blood slaughter sect to a mere dog of the heavenly demon sect, especially in the presence of its leader, felt rather humiliating. However, Lang Xiu dared not reveal any dissatisfaction. Not to mention that the blood slaughter sect had just been annihilated and he was seeking assistance from the heavenly demon sect, even at the height of its power. The blood slaughter sect was insignificant before the heavenly demon sect. Respect must be earned through strength. The weak are only scorned and bullied. Lang Xiu deeply understood this principle. He, a peak transcendent being, was but a slightly larger and in front of the soul-extinguishing elder, who was at the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Behind the soul-extinguishing elder stood the formidable heavenly demon sect, with 108 elders, all at least at the initial stage of the transformation god realm. Not to mention, above the elders were the 8 great demon envoys and the 4 great demon kings, culminating in the highest sovereign, the demon emperor. Lang Xiu rose and bowed deeply to the soul-extinguishing elder, saying, Elder, you speak wisely. One must consider the owner when beating a dog. The blood slaughter sect has always been loyal to the heavenly demon sect, yet now it has been destroyed by the Taishu sect. This shows that the Taishu sect holds the heavenly demon sect in utter contempt. Otherwise, it would not be so audacious as to eliminate the most loyal dog of the heavenly demon sect. Since he had already become a stray dog, he might as well boldly acknowledge that the blood slaughter sect is indeed the most loyal dog of the heavenly demon sect. As long as the heavenly demon sect is willing to aid the blood slaughter sect in seeking vengeance, there will be a day for the blood slaughter sect to rise again. The soul-extinguishing elder nodded slightly. Whoever dares to strike at my heavenly demon sect's dog, my heavenly demon sect, shall not show mercy. However, whether this matter was truly orchestrated by the Taishu sect requires thorough investigation. Sect leader Long, you shall temporarily reside within the heavenly demon sect. I will dispatch individuals to investigate this matter discreetly. If it is indeed the work of the Taishu sect, I shall report it to the demon emperor. The grand competition of the 10 great sects is in 3 months. I will have arrangements in place by then. Lang Xiu bowed to the soul-extinguishing elder, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, elder. In the blood slaughter sect's grand hall, after a night's rest, the elders, accompanied by their disciples, resumed the task of relocating their belongings at dawn. They commanded the blood slaughter sect's servants to move all items from the spiritual fruit orchard, spiritual herb garden, spiritual rice warehouse, and spiritual stone mine onto the flying vessels. Spiritual stones, spiritual fruits, spiritual herbs, spiritual rice, and various treasures of heaven and earth. Alchemical furnaces, crafting cauldrons, weapons, magical artifacts, and instructional texts were all packed into boxes and baskets, filling 2 large flying vessels to the brim. The elders and disciples of the Qingyun sect were overjoyed. Let us be honest, the blood slaughter sect is truly wealthy. Chu Yun inquired of Yang Dong as they stood on the flying vessel, observing the blood slaughter sect's servants assisting below, seeking Yang Dong's opinion on how to handle them. Yang Dongdao remarked that these menial workers did not exhibit any malevolence. If they were inclined to join the Qingyun sect, they could be taken along. If not, they were free to do as they pleased. Chu Yun nodded slightly, recognizing that the Qingyun sect was in dire need of personnel at that moment. He promptly instructed a steward to attend to this matter. A significant number of the menial workers expressed their desire to join the Qingyun sect. After all, the Qingyun sect was a righteous cultivation sect, its reputation far superior to that of the blood slaughter sect. As for those unwilling to join, it was not due to any lingering attachment to the blood slaughter sect, but rather a fear of being entangled in the sectarian conflicts once more, uncertain of how or when death might claim them. They had witnessed the brutality of the cultivation world and preferred the stability of a mundane life at home. Having stripped the blood slaughter sect of its resources, Chu Yun, accompanied by disciples of the Qingyun sect and several hundred menial workers who had joined, boarded 2 flying vessels laden with cultivation supplies and set forth towards the Qingyun sect. Chapter 78. The plan for expanding disciples in the sect upon the return of the flying vessel to the sect. All the transported resources for cultivation were transferred to the inner sect's warehouse for future allocation. The elders of each peak would be able to collect various cultivation materials monthly, significantly enhancing the treatment of the disciples. Originally, the total number of disciples in both the inner and outer sects of Qingyun sect exceeded 4,000. However, now only over 800 inner disciples remained. Meanwhile, the resources for cultivation had nearly doubled. Furthermore, with several hundred miscellaneous disciples from the blood slaughter sect now seeking refuge, the cultivation of spiritual fields and the planting of spiritual fruits and herbs would naturally increase. In the main hall of the sect, Chu Yun convened a sect assembly. Sitting in the principal seat of the hall, Chu Yun was accompanied by a newly added chair for Elder Yang Dong, the Elder of Merits. The hall was graced by 32 inner sect elders. Chu Yun began, "I have summoned you all today to discuss the future development plans of our Qingyun sect. I encourage all elders to express their thoughts freely. With the blood slaughter sect eradicated, Qingyun sect currently faced no external threats, making it an opportune moment for vigorous development and revitalization. Elder Hao is the first to speak. Now that we have only over 800 inner disciples, our foremost task is to recruit outer disciples." Chu Yun nodded in agreement. Elder Hao speaks wisely. I intend to dispatch each of you elders to various regions of the Great Zhou to widely recruit disciples. As long as candidates possess at least mid-grade spiritual roots and are under 30 years of age, they shall be welcomed as outer disciples, regardless of their current cultivation level. The elders all nodded in unison. Typically, there are 2 methods for recruiting disciples in the sect. The first involves elders or deacons traveling to various locations to assess spiritual roots and innate talents. The second method entails a fixed recruitment period each year in cultivation cities, targeting scattered cultivators or ordinary individuals with spiritual roots, such as in Xiaoyuan City. Qingyun sect is one of the 10 great sects of the Great Zhou, with an ancient lineage and a deep-rooted popularity. However, due to the annual recruitment efforts by various sects, it has become challenging to attract a large number of disciples with excellent spiritual roots. If we were to adhere to the previous criteria for recruiting outer disciples, it could take over a decade to gather several thousand. Currently, Qingyun sect lacks personnel, but possesses an abundance of resources. Therefore, it is only natural to relax the selection criteria for outer disciples. Just as the elders were in agreement, Yang Dong interjected, "It is acceptable to recruit disciples, but we must not be overly dispersed. I believe that a maximum of 8 elders should be sent to various locations." The elders were momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Yang Dong would propose such a suggestion. To rapidly recruit disciples, it would be advantageous to spread out as much as possible. With 32 inner sect elders, it would be feasible to send out at least 20. If each elder had 4 deacons traveling to different places, they could simultaneously recruit disciples across 70 to 80 states and counties, thus quickly amassing over 1,000 outer disciples. Yet, Elder Yang insisted on limiting the number of elders to 8. Though the elders were bewildered, they refrained from voicing their doubts, knowing that Yang Dong's authority currently surpassed even that of Chu Yun, the sect leader. Chu Yun remained silent, aware that there must be a reason behind Yang Dong's caution. Elder Hao hesitated momentarily before stating, "If we only send 8 elders to recruit disciples, it is likely we will struggle to enlist 100 outer sect disciples this year. Our Qingyun sect is in dire need of personnel and cannot afford to wait." Yang Dong interjected, "There is no rush to recruit a large number of disciples at this moment. Let us not forget that the blood slaughter sect's leader, Leng Xiu, is still alive. If our elders disperse to recruit disciples across various regions and Leng Xiu suddenly strikes, we would suffer devastating losses." Upon hearing this, everyone was drenched in cold sweat. They had not considered this angle. With the annihilation of the blood slaughter sect, the formidable Leng Xiu would undoubtedly seek vengeance. While he dared not attack the Qingyun sect directly, should our elders venture out to recruit disciples and Leng Xiu learn of it, he would surely come to exact his revenge. With Leng Xiu at the peak of the out-of-body stage, which elder could possibly withstand his assault? It seemed that only Elder Yang might stand a chance against Leng Xiu. Chu Yun slowly nodded. "What you say is quite valid. Until that old rogue Leng Xiu is dealt with, it seems we cannot allow our Qingyun sect members to leave freely." Elder Hao furrowed his brow in that case. Why did Elder Yang suggest we could send out 8 elders? Wouldn't they be equally vulnerable should they encounter Lang Xiao? The others shared the same confusion. If they were concerned about a potential attack from Lang Xiao, what difference would the number of elders sent make? Yang Dong smiled slightly. Let us not forget that I possess 17 fifth-tier spirit beasts. The crowd paused for a moment before swiftly grasping his implication. Chu Yun remarked, so? You mean each elder would take a fifth-tier beast with them to recruit disciples, thus providing them with a fighting chance against Lang Xiao if he appears? Everyone had witnessed the strength of Yang Dong's fifth-tier beasts. Each one was formidable enough to rival even the peak of the out-of-body stage. If each elder accompanied by a fifth-tier beast, they would be adequately prepared to counter Lang Xiao's assault. Yang Dong affirmed, precisely. I have a total of 17 fifth-tier spirit beasts, but we must retain a few within the sect and others in Shouyuan City, leaving us with the capacity to send out a maximum of 7 or 8 elders. At the mention of Shouyuan City, the atmosphere darkened. 10 days prior, the Qingyan sect's branch in Shouyuan City had been obliterated by the Blood Slaughter sect. At that time, the sect itself was under siege, leaving little room to address the affairs of Shouyuan City. A cold glint flashed in Chu Yun's eyes. Now is the time to reclaim our branch in Shouyuan City. Elder Chen, take 2 attendants and 100 inner sect disciples to Shouyuan City and eradicate the Blood Slaughter sect's presence there. Elder Chen rose and bowed. I shall obey your command. Chu Yun turned to Yang Dong. Junior brother, please provide Elder Chen with a 5th-tier spirit beast for protection against Lang Xiao's potential attack. Yang Dong nodded. Given that Shouyuan City is a vital branch of our Qingyan sect, 1 5th-tier beast may not suffice. At least 2 should accompany him. Elder Chen was elated, bowing deeply to Yang Dong. Thank you, Elder Yang. Earlier, he had felt a twinge of anxiety. Though the Blood Slaughter sect's strength in Shouyuan City was not to be feared, the prospect of encountering the malevolent Lang Xiao lurking there was akin to courting death. Now, with the assurance of 2 5th-tier spirit beasts from Elder Yang, he felt invincible. Yang Dong and Elder Chen exited the Grand Hall and summoned 2 5th-tier beasts. You too. Accompany Elder Chen and ensure his safety along with the other disciples of the sect, understood? The 2 5th-tier beasts emitted low growls and nodded their heads in acknowledgement. Being inherently intelligent creatures, these beasts possessed even greater wisdom after being refined in the treasure cauldron and absorbing Yang Dong's blood. Thank you, Elder Yang. Upon witnessing the 2 5th-tier beasts respond to his command, Elder Chen felt a surge of excitement and bowed deeply to Yang Dong. Yang Dong replied, Elder Chen, you are to remain at the Shouyuan City branch for the time being, managing the affairs of the Qingyan sect in Shouyuan City. Should you wish to return to the sect in the future, I will make further arrangements. Your subordinate obeys. Elder Chen bowed once more before departing with the 2 5th-tier beasts. Chapter 79, Reinitiating the Protective Mountain Barrier after the conclusion of the meeting. Chu Yun summoned Yang Dong, an elder, Hao to a concealed chamber within the Grand Hall. At the center of this chamber lay an exquisite spirit stone weighing 1,000 pounds, surrounded by the 5 elements flags and various celestial treasures essential for configuring the barrier. This chamber served as the nexus for the sect's protective barrier, with the immense spirit stone acting as the source of energy for its operation. Since the barrier had been breached during the initial assault by the Blood Slaughter sect, the Qingyan sect had refrained from reactivating it. The imminent threat of further attacks rendered any attempt to establish a barrier futile and a waste of spiritual energy. Moreover, the process of erecting the protective barrier demanded an immense amount of spiritual power, requiring at least 2 to 3 days for complete restoration. Should the Blood Slaughter sect strike during this period, they would be ill-prepared for battle. Thus, the protective barrier had remained dormant until now. With the Blood Slaughter sect vanquished, it was time to reinstate the protective barrier. The 3 individuals arranged themselves in a triangular formation around the central spirit stone, assuming a meditative posture to commence the barrier's activation. Suddenly, Chu Yun exclaimed, "Activate." The 2 fingers of the trio emitted 3 streams of spiritual energy that surged toward the heart of the magnificent spirit stone. As if awakened, the spirit stone erupted in a dazzling brilliance, intertwining with the 5 elements flags and treasures surrounding the chamber. The radiant light coalesced above, piercing through the ceiling and ascending toward the heavens. Within the chamber, Yang Dong and the others exerted their utmost efforts, channeling their internal spiritual energy into the stone to sustain the luminous energy necessary for activating the barrier. The initiation of such a vast barrier required an extraordinary reservoir of spiritual strength. Previously, it had necessitated the combined might of several elder cultivators to accomplish, and now, they were merely at the nascent soul stage. Chu Yun and Elder Hao had attained the pinnacle of this stage, while Yang Dong had only just begun his journey. Despite Yang Dong's lower cultivation level, his innate physique, the primordial sacred body, allowed him to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the cosmos into primordial purple qi. Consequently, his output of spiritual energy exceeded that of Chu Yun and Elder Hao. The beam of light, as thick as a barrel, gradually ascended into the sky under their concentrated efforts. After a full half-hour, the light column soared to several hundred feet. Subsequently, it expanded outward like a blossoming fountain. After more than another hour, the protective dome had stretched over a radius of several dozen miles, enveloping the entirety of the Qingyun sect within its magnificent embrace. The protective barrier was successfully activated. At this moment, the three individuals slowly concluded their efforts. Chu Yun and Elder Hao displayed signs of exhaustion. Having sustained their spiritual energy for 2 continuous hours, they felt nearly drained. In contrast, Yang Dong appeared relatively unscathed, although he had expended a significant portion of his energy. His formidable physique afforded him remarkable resilience. The protective barrier has finally been reactivated. Let us return and consume some recovery pills. Absorbing spirit stones to swiftly replenish our spiritual energy, Chu Yun remarked with a smile as he rose to his feet. As Yang Dong and Elder Hao exited the grand hall, the sky had already darkened. Upon returning to his tranquil bamboo grove, Yang Dong preferred the serenity of his small abode over residing in the grand hall, as suggested by Chu Yun. The holy light tiger and the Xian Yu parrot frolicked nearby, and upon seeing their master return, they eagerly surrounded him, displaying their charming antics. Yang Dong retrieved 100 pounds of spiritual beast meat from his spatial ring, tossing it onto the ground, and also offered the Xian Yu parrot a spiritual fruit. As for the other 5th-tier extraordinary beasts, except for those engaged in tasks, he stored the remainder back into his Qinkuan bag, primarily to conserve resources. It is worth noting that these 5th-tier beasts have substantial appetites, and only places like the dark forest could provide sufficient spiritual sustenance for them. By placing them in the Qinkuan bag, it effectively paused their existence. However, the holy light tiger was different. As a young cub, it required a significant intake of extraordinary beast meat and cores for rapid growth. The two creatures joyfully indulged in their feast, no longer sparing Yang Dong a glance. Yang Dong, bemused, realized that in the eyes of these two, he was overshadowed even by the spiritual meat and fruits he provided. Upon entering the barrier and walking into the hall of his residence, he first drank 2 bowls of spiritual water. Subsequently, with a mere thought, he summoned the Chaos Treasure Cauldron. He had garnered considerable spoils over the past few days. The 4 esteemed elders of the Blood Fiend sect possessed storage rings filled with valuable items, spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual fruits, magical artifacts, and various rare treasures, including spirit crystals. Additionally, he had collected over a dozen storage bags from the elders of the Blood Fiend sect. Yang Dong blood-dropped these 4 storage rings to re-establish ownership, then unceremoniously tossed them into the cauldron for refinement. A flash of white light illuminated the space, transforming 3 of the storage rings into 1,000 cubic meters of spatial rings, while one became a 10,000 cubic meter ring. The quality of the items within the 4 rings had also been elevated by at least 1 tier. Yang Dong, feeling indifferent, stored everything into a single spatial ring, as retrieving items merely required a thought, alleviating concerns about the overwhelming quantity and variety. Currently, he possessed 6 spatial rings, and the exact quantity of his possessions remained unclear even to him. In any case, he had amassed at least 10,000 premium spirit stones, along with several hundred inferior spirit crystals and a dozen medium-grade crystals. The number of superior spirit stones exceeded even that. The elixirs, spiritual fruits, and various rare materials were abundant and beyond counting. It must be said that his current wealth was extraordinarily substantial. The number of refined magical artifacts exceeded several dozen, including over a dozen premium-grade artifacts and several lower to medium-grade spiritual tools. Yang Dong planned to refine these artifacts a second time in the future. For him, quantity held no significance, quality was paramount. With dozens of artifacts undergoing secondary refinement, at least 5 of them would likely succeed, potentially yielding superior spiritual tools. Although his current purple spirit sword was already a superior artifact, one can never have too much, can they? As this period promised to be relatively tranquil, Yang Dong resolved to take this opportunity to diligently enhance his cultivation. He is merely at the initial stage of the nascent soul. Were it not for his status as a primordial holy body, he would not even be able to make a name for himself within the Qingyun sect. He aims to reach the out-of-body realm within 3 months. Yang Dong quietly sets this modest goal for himself. For other cultivators, transitioning from the initial stage of the nascent soul to the out-of-body realm within 300 years would be considered a remarkable talent. Yet, Yang Dong regards a 3-month time frame to achieve the out-of-body realm as a rather conservative expectation, given his primordial holy body and the ample cultivation resources at his disposal. Without delay, Yang Dong activates the spirit gathering array, causing spiritual energy to continuously converge around him. He retrieves 100 top-tier spirit stones from his spatial ring and begins to absorb their energy. Since becoming a primordial holy body, his rate of energy absorption from the spirit stones has accelerated significantly. In a short while, he completely absorbs all 100 spirit stones. Yet this only replenishes a fraction of the spiritual power consumed when he activated the barrier earlier. Following this, Yang Dong sits cross-legged and commences his practice of the primordial refinement Qi technique. Chapter 80. The alchemist's sister of the precious cauldron. On the following morning, the 8 elders of the Qingyun sect, accompanied by a dozen disciples each, prepared to journey to various states and counties of the Great Zhou to select spiritual routes for cultivation and recruit outer disciples. Yang Dong equipped each elder with a 5th-tier exotic beast, and they set sail on 8 small flying vessels, departing the sect's protective barrier to disperse across different locales. Elder Chun relayed news from Shuyuan City, reporting that he had successfully eradicated the Bloodslaughter sect's branch there. Despite the recent annihilation of the Bloodslaughter sect, the branch in Shuyuan City, situated thousands of miles away, received no prior warning. When Elder Chun and his followers launched their nighttime assault, the members of the Bloodslaughter sect perished without ever comprehending the circumstances of their demise. Elder Chun reclaimed all resources from the Bloodslaughter sect's branch and reorganized the Qingyun sect's presence in Shuyuan City, engaging in the trade of various cultivation materials while simultaneously recruiting disciples. Shuyuan City, a confluence of numerous cultivation sects from the Great Zhou as well as elders and disciples from various factions, became abuzz with the news of Qingyun sect's triumph over the Bloodslaughter sect, akin to the impact of a nuclear explosion that reverberated throughout the entire cultivation world of the Great Zhou. For over a week, discussions abounded regarding the enmity and conflicts between Qingyun sect and the Bloodslaughter sect. Initially, the Bloodslaughter sect launched a sudden large-scale offensive against Qingyun sect, resulting in the deaths of the sect leader and 3 esteemed elders, along with thousands of disciples. This shocking news sent ripples through the entire cultivation community of the Great Zhou. Qingyun sect, an ancient righteous sect with a lineage spanning tens of thousands of years, had been abruptly extinguished by the Bloodslaughter sect. This unprecedented event in the cultivation world of the Great Zhou in centuries left many righteous sects in a state of trepidation, uncertain of which sect would be next to face annihilation. After all, the Bloodslaughter sect operated with malevolence, backed by the Heavenly Demon sect. Who could predict their ambitions to unify the entire cultivation realm? However, to the astonishment of all cultivation sects in the Great Zhou, merely 10 days later, Qingyun sect resurrected and vanquished the Bloodslaughter sect. This revelation undoubtedly brought immense joy to those righteous sects, igniting speculation throughout the entire cultivation world about who had aided Qingyun sect in their triumph over the Bloodslaughter sect. No one would believe that Qingyun sect could have achieved this solely by their own might. Had Qingyun sect truly possessed such power, they would not have been on the verge of annihilation just 10 days prior, with their leader and 3 esteemed elders slain. Most conjectured that the Tai Su sect was behind this miraculous turnaround. After all, across the Great Zhou cultivation world, and even the entire Tianluo domain, only the Tai Su sect possessed the capability and audacity to do such a thing. The Tai Su sect, however, was equally perplexed. They had not dispatched anyone to assist Qingyun sect in the eradication of the Bloodslaughter sect, yet everyone was attributing the success to them. It was indeed a case of being embroiled in matters one was not involved in. After arranging the spirit pets for the 8 elders, Yang Dong proceeded to the back mountain to pay respects to his master. Upon arriving at the sect leader's mausoleum, he spotted a figure clad in simple white garments kneeling before the grave of the revered leader. Recognizing the graceful silhouette, he realized it was none other than Qin Machio. "Senior Sister Qin, what brings you here?" Yang Dong inquired. Rising, Qin Machio turned to face Yang Dong, her expression tinged with melancholy as she replied, "I came to pay my respects to the sect leader. Had it not been for me, the sect leader and the 3 esteemed elders, along with thousands of disciples, would not have perished. I am the center of Qingyun sect." As she spoke the final words, her voice trembled, and her expression was one of guilt and anguish. Yang Dong shook his head, saying, "How can you blame yourself? You did not provoke the young master of the bloodslaughter sect. He unjustly seized your soul, intending to transform you into his puppet. Should we simply allow him to proceed with such malevolence? Emochio, the death of the sect leader is not your fault, so cease your self-reproach. All of this was instigated by the young master of the bloodslaughter sect. If we do not eliminate him, he will undoubtedly annihilate us. We have committed no wrongdoing. If this matter is not properly addressed with Qin Emochio, it may become an eternal knot in her heart, leading to inner demons that could severely hinder her cultivation or, in the worst case, plunge her into madness." Although Yang Dong felt sorrow over the death of his master, he had never harbored feelings of guilt. Even if the events of that day were to unfold again, he would act in the same manner. He could not remain indifferent while the young master of the bloodslaughter sect abducted Qin Emochio. What kind of man would he be otherwise? After hearing Yang Dong's comforting words, Qin Emochio gradually released her burdens and no longer felt the same overwhelming guilt and pain. "Sister Qin, you have yet to visit my new residence. Allow me to show you today," Yang Dong said with a smile, taking her hand. Qin Emochio nodded slightly in agreement, leading her to a quaint bamboo grove courtyard. The sharp-eyed Xianyu parrot flitted over, exclaiming, "The beautiful sister has arrived. Are you here to kiss and wrestle with the master?" Qin Emochio burst into laughter, her cheeks flushing a delicate red. "Go away." Yang Dong swatted the parrot aside and ushered Qin Emochio into the courtyard. Upon entering, Yang Dong embraced Qin Emochio tenderly. Outside the barrier, Xianyu, hearing the commotion within, could not help but call out, "They are fighting again. The master and the beautiful sister are at it once more." An hour later, Qin Emochio nestled in Yang Dong's arms, deep in slumber, her fair face still tinged with rosy hue. Yang Dong gently caressed her smooth skin. Contemplating, Emochio remains at the 8th level of Qi refining, with her top-grade 5 spirit root constitution. It may take her at least another decade to break through to foundation establishment. This won't do. I must lend her a hand. Resolutely, Yang Dong focused his spirit energy on Qin Emochio's forehead, inducing her into a deeper sleep. He then summoned a precious cauldron from within himself, lifting Qin Emochio and placing her inside. The cauldron emitted a brilliant light, enveloping her. A line of information appeared on the cauldron, superlative 5 spirit root. The radiance intensified, filling the entire room. Here in body, the brilliance surged higher, reaching the ceiling. Yang Dong was astonished. Sister Qin could actually succeed in breaking through her spirit root constitution consecutively. Could it be due to the essence of my blood within her? At that moment, another line of information appeared on the cauldron, innate spiritual body. She had actually transformed into an innate spiritual body. Yang Dong hesitated, pondering whether to remove Qin Emochio from the cauldron to prevent her constitution from advancing to the sacred body, which could invoke a phenomenon of heaven and earth. At that moment, the radiance vanished. Yang Dong let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, senior sister Qin had not been transformed into a sacred body. It was not that he did not wish for Qin Machio to become a sacred body, but rather that such a transformation would provoke a phenomenon of cosmic significance. Here, within the sect, although no one would dare to come forth to investigate given his current status, the sheer terror of such a celestial event would inevitably spread beyond these walls. As for the earlier burst of heavenly light, it was hardly remarkable. Others would merely assume Elder Yang was practicing his cultivation techniques. Gazing at the still slumbering Qin Machio in the cauldron, Yang Dong fell into deep contemplation. Senior sister Qin had already attained the innate spiritual body, and her cultivation would surely soar to unprecedented heights, even possibly allowing her to transcend and become an immortal. Would the future Qin Machio undergo a transformation? Yang Dong could not say with certainty. Although Qin Machio currently professed her love to the extent of willing to sacrifice herself for him, the long and arduous path of cultivation spanned countless years, and once separated, who could guarantee that she would remain eternally faithful? A fleeting thought crossed Yang Dong's mind. Perhaps he should draw blood and mark Qin Machio, ensuring her everlasting loyalty. Yet, he quickly shook his head, muttering to himself, "No, such an act would ultimately be selfish. Qin Machio is a person, not a pet. I cannot cross the moral threshold within my heart. If Qin Machio were to truly change her heart in the future, there would be nothing he could do. The journey of cultivation stretches across millennia. It is unlikely that he could dedicate his life to a single woman, so why impose such expectations on another?" Little did Yang Dong realize that whether he drew blood or not was inconsequential. Qin Machio already bore his essence within her. The process of refining in the cauldron had already established that bond, rendering any further act of bloodletting unnecessary. She would remain eternally devoted to him, unwavering in her loyalty, regardless of what transpired. Chapter 81. The ethereal peakmaster, Hua Xiangrong Yangdong, gently carried Qin Macho back to the bed, retracting the precious cauldron into his body. As he gazed upon Qin Macho, he noticed her skin had become even fairer and more delicate, resembling a celestial beauty untouched by the dust of the world. Remarkably, the cauldron seemed to enhance Qin Shiji's beauty. Perhaps it was also related to her innate spiritual body. With a wave of his hand, Yang Dong dispelled Qin Macho's slumber. She gradually awakened, her eyes fluttering open to meet Yang Dong's gaze. "How long have I been asleep?" she inquired. Upon seeing Yang Dong first, an overwhelming sense of reverence and admiration surged within her. Though she had always held affection for him, this feeling was entirely different. He appeared as a divine being in her eyes, and she would not hesitate to follow any command he might give. Yang Dong chuckled. "You slept for a mere moment." Such an exaggerated description. Who could possibly sleep for that long? Qin Macho smiled, tilting her head in contemplation. "I feel as though I have slept for an eternity. And I had a strange dream where my body radiated light, and I felt exceptionally comfortable." "Shiji, that was no dream." A spark of inspiration ignited within Yang Dong as he said, "I think I truly saw your body emitting a faint glow just moments ago. I believed my eyes deceived me, but perhaps you were right. Is it true? My body really emitted light?" Qin Macho's eyes widened in astonishment. Yang Dong stroked his chin, feigning deep thought. "Perhaps it is a sign of a transformation in your constitution. Why not try cultivating for a bit and see if there are any changes?" His curiosity piqued about the distinctiveness of her innate spiritual body. He pondered how it compared to his sacred body. Qin Macho promptly sat cross-legged on the bed, initiating the Qingyan refining qi technique. After a brief moment, she could no longer contain her excitement and exclaimed, "Yang Dong, my constitution has indeed changed. Every acupoint in my body can now absorb spiritual energy at an astonishing speed, as though they are mouths inhaling the essence of the world. The acupoints absorbing spiritual energy. This is quite similar to the Tsangtian dominance body. However, the Tsangtian dominance body is far more robust than the innate spiritual body." Yang Dong feigned astonishment. "Shiji, it seems your constitution now surpasses that of a top-tier spiritual root, possibly belonging to a category of special innate spiritual bodies. Truly incredible! How did I suddenly become an innate spiritual body?" Qin Macho was overwhelmed with joy, scarcely believing the sudden turn of events. The innate spiritual body, said to be close to the sacred body, could indeed be inferred from the way her acupoints absorbed spiritual energy during her cultivation. This suggested that her cultivation speed would increase exponentially henceforth. Yang Dong smiled knowingly. "Perhaps it is due to your becoming my Tao partner, which has altered your constitution." Qin Macho considered this possibility with great intrigue. Yang Dong had once possessed a lower-grade mixed spiritual root, but after a transformation, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate, possibly even approaching that of a sacred body. She engaged in a dual cultivation of the sacred body, thus acquiring a fortuitous blessing and transforming into a primordial spiritual entity. Upon encountering Yang Dong, she could not fathom how many lifetimes of merit had led her to this moment. "Emochio, try to absorb this exquisite spirit stone and see how long it takes," Yang Dong said, his palm glowing momentarily as he produced a superior spirit stone and handed it to Qin Emochio. She accepted the exquisite spirit stone, grasping it in her hand and channeling her energy to absorb it. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, the spirit stone was completely consumed, reduced to mere powder. "I absorbed a superior spirit stone so quickly." Qin Emochio marveled at her hand, astonished and elated. Previously, even absorbing a lower-grade spirit stone would have taken her much longer. Now, she had absorbed a superior one in under that time. After becoming a primordial spiritual entity, her capacity to absorb the heavenly spiritual energy had increased hundreds of times, and her speed of spirit stone absorption had surged over 1,000-fold. Yang Dong produced a spatial ring, and upon touching it with the one already adorning his finger, he transferred a thought, sending in 10,000 superior spirit stones and 100 profound-grade spirit fruits. This ring possesses a storage space of 300 zhang, containing 10,000 superior spirit stones and 100 profound-grade spirit fruits. Consider it a gift. He had an abundance of spirit stones now, rendering the gift trivial in his eyes. "You are giving me all this?" Qin Emochio gasped, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise and delight. "Now that you are my woman, it is only fitting to bestow such gifts upon you," Yang Dong remarked. placing the spatial ring into her hand. How do I use this spatial ring? Qin Mochio inquired, staring at the ring. She had only heard of storage rings but was unaware of their operation. I almost forgot to explain, Yang Dong said, brushing his hand over the spatial ring to sever their connection. You simply need to drop a drop of blood on the storage ring to establish your ownership. To store an item within the spatial ring, just touch the ring to the item and project the command in your mind. To retrieve something from the ring, merely think of it, and it will appear. After Qin Mochio recognized the ring with her blood, she practiced retrieving a spirit stone and a spirit fruit, and then tried to store them back. After an hour of cultivation, they dressed and prepared to depart. Mochio, I shall visit your residence and assist you in setting up a spirit gathering array. This will greatly enhance your cultivation speed. Although he and Qin Mochio shared a relationship akin to Dao partners, he preferred not to live with her. He cherished his solitude and found it more convenient when using the Chaos Treasure Cauldron. Qin Mochio nodded but hesitated. But I lack spirit gathering flags and other rare materials for the array. Yang Dong gently pinched her delicate cheek and reassured her, do not worry. I possess all those items. There is no need for you to provide anything. His spatial ring and storage bag were filled with countless rare materials, including several complete sets of spirit-gathering flags, all refined to the highest quality. The two exited the house, soaring on their swords toward the ethereal peak. Upon arriving at the ethereal peak, the disciples of the Misty Peak greeted Yang Dong with deep reverence and respectful bows. Elder Yang, it is an honor to have your presence at Misty Peak. My subordinates have failed to extend a proper welcome. Upon learning of Yang Dong's arrival, the peak's master, Hua Xiangrong, hurried out from the grand hall, her face adorned with a warm smile. Clad in a low-cut crimson gown, despite being over 2 centuries old, her skin remained delicate and fair, her beauty voluptuous and enchanting, reminiscent of a young woman. She gazed at Yang Dong with eyes that sparkled with affection. Yang Dong returned her smile gently, saying, Elder Hua, there is no need for such formalities. I have brought Mochio here. Hua Xiangrong looked at Qin Mochio with envy and remarked, Mochio, you are indeed fortunate to have captured Elder Yang's favor. Qin Mochio lowered her head with a smile. Hua Xiangrong then bowed to Yang Dong once more, saying, Elder Yang, please, allow me to invite you to the grand hall for some spirit tea. I wish to host you properly. Yang Dong replied with a smile, Elder Hua, there is no need for such courtesy. I shall return to share tea with you at another time. With that, he departed with Qin Mochio. Chapter 82. The appearance of Long Xiu arriving at Qin Mochio's residence. A stone house nestled halfway up the mountainside. It was both clean and spacious. Mochio, allow me to create a barrier for you, so that your cultivation will not be disturbed by others, Yang Dong remarked after surveying the interior. Qin Mochio nodded with a smile. She felt wholly devoted to Yang Dong, and expressing gratitude seemed utterly superfluous. Yang Dong produced the necessary items to establish the barrier and swiftly cast the spell. Moments later, a protective barrier was in place, and he imparted the method of activating it to Qin Mochio for her convenience in entering and exiting. Subsequently, Yang Dong arranged a premium spirit gathering array within the room. Instantly, spiritual energy began to surge into the stone house from all directions. Sensing the rich spiritual energy enveloping her, Qin Mochio was overwhelmed with joy and promptly sat cross-legged to commence her breathing techniques, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. All right. You may cultivate here in peace. Should you need anything, feel free to find me at the bamboo house, Yang Dong said before departing. Elder Jiang, accompanied by 5 disciples, set forth from the sect on a flying vessel, heading southward towards Yunzhou. It was unnecessary to bring many individuals for the recruitment of disciples. 5 disciples were sufficient to maintain order. Lying upon the vessel was a 5th-tier exotic beast, a blue-scaled rhinoceros. Unbeknownst to Elder Jiang, a black-robed elder was stealthily trailing them on the back of a purple-eyed demon lion, concealed within the mountainous terrain several miles behind. This black-robed figure was none other than Long Xiu, the master of the Blood Slaughter sect. For the past few days, he had been hiding atop a mountain peak dozens of miles from the Qingyan sect, observing their movements and probing into their strengths and weaknesses. Who could have aided the Qingyan sect in annihilating the Blood Slaughter sect? If it were indeed the Taishu sect that offered assistance, their members would eventually depart. Once the powerful figures of the Taishu sect vacated the Qingyan sect, it would be time for Lang Xiu to exact his revenge. With unwavering confidence, Lang Xiu believed that with his peak out-of-body cultivation, he could easily sweep through the current Qingyan sect. The sect leader and 3 elders had been eradicated. One could surmise that the Qingyan sect likely lacked even a single out-of-body cultivator. Who could possibly stand against Lang Xiu? However, Long Xiu was cautious not to recklessly invade the Qingyan sect for fear that the powerful figures of the Taishu sect remained. Should that be the case, he would be walking into a trap. Thus, he awaited an opportune moment. Today, he finally found that opportunity. 8 small flying vessels departed from the Qingyan sect, heading in various directions. This presented a splendid opportunity for Lang Xiu. If he could intercept one of those vessels, he could eliminate them and extract information about the current state of the Qingyan sect. Were they indeed receiving assistance from the Taishu sect? And did the powerful figures still linger there? Without hesitation, Lang Xiu followed one of the flying vessels, riding upon the back of the purple-eyed demon lion as he stealthily pursued. The 4-tiered beast propelled Lang Xiu through the mountain ranges, each bound covering several dozen feet. Like a fleeting specter, the spiritual birds and exotic beasts within the mountains sensed the formidable presence and fled at a distance. Their instincts finally attuned to the presence of such a powerful creature. Otherwise, survival in the wilderness would be exceedingly difficult. Cold Repair rode upon the back of the purple-eyed demon lion. Although the lion moved with the swiftness of a gale, he remained motionless, steady as an ancient sentinel. The Qingyan sect had unexpectedly dispatched 8 flying boats. What could be their intention? As Cold Repair gazed at the diminutive vessel soaring in the sky ahead, he pondered privately. Clearly, it was not for training. They would not transport so few disciples, nor would they travel dispersed. Could it be that they were recruiting disciples from various states? This possibility crossed Cold Repair's mind. The Qingyan sect had suffered the loss of several thousand disciples at the hands of the Bloodslaughter sect, significantly weakening their vitality. And thus, they were in dire need of replenishing their ranks. If they seek to recruit disciples, I shall ensure their elimination. A bloodthirsty glimmer flashed in Cold Repair's eyes. After trailing the flying boats for several hundred miles from the Qingyan sect, he struck the purple-eyed demon lion, urging it to accelerate and catch up with the vessels. "Elder, it seems we are being pursued," remarked a disciple aboard the boat, pointing at a small black figure below. Elder Jiang focused his spiritual energy and peered downward, spotting an elderly figure in black robes riding a purple-eyed demon lion, his gaze fixed upon the flying boat, eyes radiating a crimson light. Elder Jiang's expression shifted dramatically. Despite the 100-foot altitude, he could still sense the murderous aura emanating from the black-robed elder. Could it be the Bloodslaughter sect master, Cold Repair? Elder Jiang gasped, recognizing him from their encounter a decade prior at the Grand Sect competition. Even if he had not seen him before, he could surmise with considerable certainty. Riding a 4th-tier exotic beast indicated that this black-robed elder's cultivation was at least at the out-of-body realm. The combination of relentless pursuit and lethal intent made it nearly impossible not to associate him with Cold Repair. How unfortunate to be targeted by the Bloodslaughter sect master right after departing, lamented a disciple of the Qingyan sect, his voice trembling. "It's over. The sect master seeks to hunt us down, and we are likely doomed." Another disciple echoed, his complexion paling. The remaining disciples displayed expressions of despair. They were well aware of the notorious reputation of the Bloodslaughter sect master. Even the former sect leader had fallen to his hand. Facing Cold Repair today, what chances of survival could they possibly have? What are you panicking for? Do not forget that the flying boat is equipped with the azure scale rhinoceros gifted by Elder Yang. Elder Jiang admonished the anxious disciples, though inwardly he too was gripped by trepidation. While the azure scale rhinoceros was formidable, it remained uncertain whether this 5th-tier beast could withstand the onslaught of such a formidable adversary. The 5 disciples glanced at the azure scale rhinoceros resting upon the flying boat, finding some comfort in its presence. At that moment, a cackling laugh erupted as Cold Repair leaped from the back of the purple-eyed demon lion, casting forth a spell towards the flying boat. Elder Jiang and the 5 disciples' faces drained of color. They were utterly defenseless against the spell of a peak out-of-body realm cultivator. Suddenly, the azure scale rhinoceros, which had been lying on the boat, sprang to life, unleashing a beam of azure light to collide with Cold Repair's spell. The clash of the 2 formidable energies resonated with a deafening roar, illuminating the surroundings, and Cold Repair was sent hurtling backward for several hundred feet. The azure-scaled rhinoceros, however, did not seize the opportunity to pursue. Yang Dong had tasked it with safeguarding Elder Jiang and his companions, ensuring it would not stray more than 100 feet from them. A wave of terror washed over Lang Xiu. He could hardly fathom that a 5th-tier beast lay concealed aboard this flying vessel. Earlier, he had kept his distance and followed beneath the craft, thus failing to notice the azure-scaled rhinoceros resting atop it. What astonished Lang Xiu even more was the sheer ferocity of this beast. Despite being a peak expert in the out-of-body stage, he was sent flying hundreds of feet away, nearly spitting out a mouthful of old blood. Little did Lang Xiao know that the fifth-tier beast refined through the Chaos Treasure Cauldron had attained the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage. The azure-scaled rhinoceros, renowned for its formidable spiritual power, was indeed outmatched in agility and speed by Lang Xiao. Nevertheless, even with this disadvantage, Lang Xiao was no match for the rhinoceros. After being forcefully repelled hundreds of feet away by a single strike, he dared not approach again and transformed into a streak of light, fleeing hastily. His steed, the purple-eyed demon lion, was equally terrified and followed its master in a frantic escape. Chapter 83, Cultivating the Five Elements Escape Technique with a Disdainful Snort. The azure-scaled rhinoceros stood atop the flying vessel, casting its gaze towards the retreating figure of Lang Xiao. Elder Jiang and his 5 disciples were left utterly astonished. The azure-scaled rhinoceros had effortlessly repelled the leader of the Blood Fiend sect, a formidable being at the pinnacle of the out-of-body realm. Could it be that this creature had attained the strength of a half-step into the transformation realm? Elder Jiang and his disciples regarded the azure-scaled rhinoceros as if it were a divine beast. At this moment, their reverence for Elder Yang Dong, the Elder of Merit, reached unprecedented heights. It was no wonder that Elder Yang had asserted that bringing along a 5th-tier exotic beast would suffice to contend with Lang Xiao. Elder Yang had indeed spoken the truth. Even more astonishingly, he possessed a remarkable 17 5th-tier spirit pets, capable of causing a transformation realm expert to shake their head in disbelief. Not to mention, Elder Yang had a small holy light tiger. The most remarkable aspect was that Elder Yang had yet to reach the age of 20. With Elder Yang's presence, our Qingyun sect would undoubtedly rise once more, becoming the foremost sect in the Great Zhou. Elder Jiang, filled with excitement, clasped his hands towards the direction of the sect, a surge of ambition igniting within him. The 5 disciples, equally invigorated, wore expressions of exhilaration. Should our sect ascend to become the premier sect in the Great Zhou, they would no longer be easily trifled with when they ventured forth. Should we return to report the appearance of Lang Xiao to Elder Yang? One disciple inquired. Elder Jiang gently shook his head. There is no need. All of this has long been anticipated by Elder Yang. Why waste time returning to the sect? We shall report to Elder Yang when we recruit disciples in Yunzhou and return to the sect. The flying vessel sped towards Yunzhou. Meanwhile, having fled 100 miles, Lang Xiao paused only when he realized that the azure-scaled rhinoceros had not pursued him. Damn it! A mere elder from Qingyun sect managed to bring a 5th-tier exotic beast. Was it merely to guard against me? Lang Xiao pondered. Qingyun sect dispatched a total of 8 flying vessels today. Surely, not every vessel could possess a 5th-tier exotic beast? Unwilling to accept this fate, he mounted his purple-eyed demon lion and pursued the direction of another flying vessel. Half an hour later, Lang Xiao, blood staining the corner of his mouth, fled in terror upon his flying sword. Below, the purple-eyed demon lion was equally frightened, lamenting its lack of additional legs as it followed its master in desperate flight. How could Qingyun sect possess so many 5th-tier magical beasts? This is impossible. He recalled the fierce battle. Had he not escaped swiftly, he would have likely been struck down by that Thunderbird. In reality, it was not his speed that saved him, but the fact that the Thunderbird had not pursued him at all. Otherwise, with the Thunderbird's velocity, he would have never managed to flee. Having faced assaults from 2 flying vessels, each accompanied by a 5th-tier exotic beast, and narrowly escaping, Lang Xiao dared not attack the remaining 6 vessels. Clearly, each of the 8 vessels harbored a 5th-tier exotic beast. Otherwise, they would not have dared to separate. With 8 vessels, there were undoubtedly 8 5th-tier exotic beasts, and it was certain that several more were stationed within Qingyun sect for protection. Thus, the question arose, just how many 5th-tier exotic beasts did Qingyun sect possess? Cold Xiao was enveloped in profound confusion, pondering how the Qingyun sect could possess such a multitude of 5th-tier exotic beasts. However, one thing he could ascertain with certainty was that the 4 esteemed elders of the Blood Fiend sect had undoubtedly met their demise at the hands of these formidable creatures. Cold Xiao vehemently refused to believe that all these 5th-tier beasts belonged to the Qingyun sect. Had they truly possessed such a vast number, their strength would surely rank within the top 5 of the 10 great sects, and they would not have been on the brink of annihilation by the Blood Fiend sect. Could it be that the one aiding the Qingyun sect was not the Supreme Void sect, but rather the Spirit Beast sect? Cold Xiao mused silently, recognizing that only the Spirit Beast sect could command a dozen 5th-tier beasts to assist the Qingyun sect. How audacious of the Spirit Beast sect to aid the Qingyun sect in eradicating the Blood Fiend sect. A flicker of crimson flashed in his eyes, and his heart brimmed with unbridled hatred. Yet, as he regained his composure, disbelief crept in. Although the Spirit Beast sect was immensely powerful, they had never interfered in the affairs of other sects, let alone extend their full support to the Qingyan sect in obliterating the Blood Fiend sect. What advantage would such an action bring to the Spirit Beast sect? Furthermore, the Blood Fiend sect was backed by the Heavenly Demon sect, a force far beyond what the Spirit Beast sect could provoke. Surely they were aware of this reality. It seemed imperative to capture a disciple of the Qingyan sect for soul-searching, preferably one of a steward rank or higher. Cold Show's expression turned icy as he resolved to continue his daily surveillance atop that mountain peak. Convinced that the Qingyan sect members could not possibly carry fifth-tier beasts with them every time they ventured out. Meanwhile, at the Qingyan sect, in the clearing before the bamboo grove, Yang Dong was diligently practicing the fire escape technique. He enveloped himself in a sphere of flames and promptly vanished. In the next moment, a conflagration erupted 100 paces away, from which Yang Dong emerged, glinting with fiery brilliance. He repeated the process, once again enveloping himself in flames before disappearing anew, only to reappear from another fiery manifestation 100 paces distant. The fire escape technique enabled instantaneous relocation by harnessing the energy of fire elements, necessitating that the practitioner's fire spirit root be of the highest caliber. As a practitioner of the primordial holy body, Yang Dong's mastery over fire elements surpassed that of even the finest fire spirit roots by countless degrees. Having practiced for merely a day, he had completely mastered the fire escape technique. Such a feat of relocating 100 paces in an instant was nothing short of astonishing for a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. The advantage of the fire escape technique lay in its unpredictability regarding the direction of escape, while its drawback was that the appearance of flames would inevitably alert adversaries. Compared to true instant teleportation or invisibility techniques, the elemental escape methods were decidedly inferior. The techniques of instant teleportation and invisibility belonged to the earthly 72 arts, not easily grasped even by those who had undergone tribulation, and were highly taxing on spiritual energy, making prolonged use challenging. Even in the celestial realm, such abilities were regarded as extraordinary. Thus, the elemental escape techniques were indeed formidable in the mortal realm. In recent days, Yang Dong had dedicated his daylight hours to mastering the elemental escape techniques while engaging in the cultivation of the primordial qi refining method at night. Additionally, he consumed no less than 100 high-quality spirit stones daily. The primordial holy body incessantly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining it into the primordial purple qi within, nurturing his nascent spirit. At this juncture, the nascent spirit appeared akin to a child of 2 or 3 years. Yet it still belonged to the early stage of the nascent soul. The spiritual energy required to elevate to the nascent soul stage surpasses that of the golden core stage by more than tenfold. Those who can cultivate to the nascent soul realm are undoubtedly endowed with exceptional spiritual roots and extraordinary talents. However, even so, each breakthrough within the nascent soul stage demands several decades, if not centuries, of dedication. Although Yang Dong possesses the primordial sacred body, it is inconceivable for him to progress from the initial to the mid-nascent soul stage within a mere fortnight. Qin Mo Chio visits every 2 to 3 days, engaging in dual cultivation with Yang Dong for 1 or 2 hours. This rhythm of life bestows upon Yang Dong a sense of contentment, sparing him from the tedium of solitude. Since Qin Mo Chio has become a congenital spiritual body, their shared experience during dual cultivation has become even more exquisite. After a fortnight, the elders, who had been dispatched to various states and counties to recruit disciples, gradually returned to the sect. Some brought back merely a handful of outer disciples, while others returned with dozens. Upon Elder Zhang's return, he sought out Yang Dong in the bamboo grove. Chapter 84. The Great Battle with the Bloodslaughter Sect Master. Yang Dong was engaged in a dual cultivation with Qin Machio inside his chamber when he heard the Xian Yu parrot outside squawking. "Who are you, and what business do you have with my master?" Elder Zhang responded, "I have urgent matters to report to Elder Yang. I kindly ask the celestial bird to convey my message." The Xian Yu parrot retorted, "My master is currently engaged in a duel with Miss Qin. Please wait a moment." A duel? Elder Zhang was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Yang Dong quickly donned his attire and stepped outside, inquiring, "Elder Jiang, what brings you here?" Elder Jiang bowed respectfully to Yang Dong and stated, "Elder Yang, as soon as we exited the sect the other day, we were pursued by Cold Cultivator." Elder Jiang recounted the events of that day in broad strokes. He concluded with a face full of admiration, thanks to Elder Yang's foresight. "We equipped each flying vessel with a 5th-tier spirit pet. Otherwise, we would have surely perished at the hands of Cold Cultivator. A faint, sardonic smile curled at the corners of Yang Dong's mouth. So, Cold Cultivator, the old scoundrel, dares to lurk outside our Qingyun sect. Very well, continue your recruitment of disciples. Elder Jiang replied, Yes, I shall take a moment to rest before departing. With that, he took his leave. Once Elder Jiang departed, a plan began to crystallize in Yang Dong's mind. Since Cold Cultivator was lurking outside the sect, he might as well lure him out and eliminate him in one fell swoop. The following morning, Yang Dong took to the skies on his sword, first surveying the area around the sect, issuing instructions to several teams of disciples patrolling the mountain borders. He then set his course towards the dark forest. He refrained from riding the Holy Light Tiger, for such a formidable foe as Cold Cultivator would undoubtedly think twice before pursuing him upon spotting the Holy Light Tiger. The Holy Light Tiger was stored within his Chinkoan bag, ready to be unleashed should he find himself unable to confront Cold Cultivator. Yet, Yang Dong was confident in his ability to handle the situation. He possessed numerous trump cards. A single heavenly damage mirror would suffice to keep Cold Cultivator at bay. Not to mention, he also had 2 purple cloud thunder talismans, capable of slaying even those at the transformation stage. Cold Cultivator was not worthy of such a display. On a distant peak, Cold Peak observed everything with keen eyes, a smirk of glee creeping across his face. At last, he had spotted a lone disciple from the Qingyun sect. Moreover, given the respect shown by the patrolling disciples upon encountering him, this individual must hold a significant position within the sect. This perfectly aligned with Cold Cultivator's desire to extract souls. If it were merely an ordinary disciple, they would undoubtedly lack knowledge of the sect's secrets. However, this person could potentially be an elder. Subduing or killing him would surely allow Cold Cultivator to glean all the information regarding the Qingyun sect through soul extraction. Watching Yang Dong soar westward on his sword, Cold Cultivator mounted his purple-eyed demon lion and followed at a distance. Yang Dong traveled several hundred miles westward when suddenly, a cacophony of cackling laughter echoed from behind. Boy, do not flee so swiftly. I have questions for you. A hook had indeed been set. A cold smile graced Yang Dong's lips as he turned to face the source of the voice, spotting a black-robed elder approaching rapidly, accompanied by the low growls of the purple-eyed demon lion below. Yang Dong smiled slightly. Cold Cultivator, you have finally made your appearance. Cold Cultivator was taken aback. A pair of blood-red eyes fixated on Yang Dong. You actually know that I am tracking you? At the moment Yang Dong turned, Lung Xiao was taken aback to discover that it was merely a brash young lad, which filled him with a tinge of disappointment. He was likely just a favored disciple of an elder. He had anticipated that this youth would display fear upon his arrival, yet to his surprise, the boy greeted him with a smile, as if everything was under his control. Could it be that I have fallen into a trap? Lung Xiao was initially startled, but upon scanning the surroundings, he found no signs of ambush nor any fifth-tier beasts. A mere young lad, before a formidable being like himself in the out-of-body realm, was nothing more than an insignificant insect. He let out a strange, eerie laugh. I must commend your audacity. Since you are aware of my identity, prepare to meet your demise. I shall leave you intact. With that, Lang Xiao raised a hand, unleashing a beam of blood-red light toward Yang Dong. Due to the need to probe his soul, he refrained from obliterating Yang Dong in a single strike, instead casting a soul-shattering finger toward him. Confident that this strike would seal Yang Dong's fate, Lung Xiao was taken aback when Yang Dong conjured a light shield. The blood-red luminescence collided with the shield, erupting in a dazzling display. The light shield trembled violently before shattering, yet Lang Xiao's soul-shattering finger dissipated into nothingness. You can actually withstand my soul-shattering finger? Lang Xiao's pupils constricted sharply, revealing his astonishment. Though this youth's aura was formidable, his cultivation was at best in the early stages of the nascent soul realm. By rights, he should have been annihilated before a peak out-of-body realm expert like himself. Yet, this lad effortlessly neutralized his soul-probing technique. I had assumed the leader of the Blood Fiend sect was formidable. It appears he is nothing of the sort. Yang Dong bore a mocking expression. I must have misjudged you. Lang Xiao's gaze remained fixed on Yang Dong, his voice low and serious. You are certainly not a disciple of the Qingyun sect. Speak. Which sect's elder are you? Taisu sect or the Spirit Beast sect? Lang Xiao even speculated that this youth, who appeared to be under 20, was actually several hundred years old. A youth of such tender years, no matter how gifted, could not possibly attain the out-of-body realm unless he had been cultivating since birth. Perhaps he is an ancient being, merely employing disguise techniques, or perhaps he has consumed a rejuvenating elixir, causing him to resemble a lad of 18 or 19. Old fool, your prattle is excessive. Yang Dong retorted coldly, channeling the primordial purple energy within him and launching a punch. A colossal, golden-purple fist cleaved through the air, imbued with terrifying power, and struck at Lung Xiao. Lung Xiao summoned all his spiritual energy, countering with a palm strike. A massive blood-red skull emitted a piercing shriek as it shot forth. Boom! The golden-purple fist collided with the blood-red skull, shattering upon impact, sending red light scattering and purple light soaring. Both Yang Dong and Lung Xiao were propelled back 100 paces. Lung Xiao was filled with dread. While it was not surprising that Yang Dong could withstand his soul-shattering finger, after all, its power was limited and he had not unleashed his full strength. The Blood Fiend great technique he had just employed was the pinnacle of the Blood Fiend sect's martial arts, possessing immense might. Yet, astonishingly, he could only share equal footing with this young man, despite the evident lack of mastery in the out-of-body realm. How could he unleash such terrifying power? Cold Xiao's mind raced as he swiftly leapt forward, launching another spell. A phantom blood-red giant tiger let out a thunderous roar, pouncing towards Yang Dong. Yang Dong retaliated with a mighty punch, his violet golden fist shattering the blood-colored beast into fragments. The two engaged in a fierce battle mid-air, each wielding their formidable techniques. In an instant, the sky was ablaze with brilliance, the space trembled, and the air was filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The overwhelming spiritual energy swept across the surroundings, flattening mountains and trees within a radius of several hundred feet. Countless spiritual birds and exotic beasts fled in panic, and no creature dared approach within a 10-mile radius. Cold Xiao's mount, the violet-eyed demon lion, sought to assist its master in assaulting Yang Dong. However, as it leapt into action, it was repelled several hundred feet away by the terrifying energy unleashed by the two combatants before it could even reach Yang Dong. Chapter 85. Capturing Leng Xiao alive. The violet-eyed demon lion possessed merely the strength of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, rendering it utterly incapable of approaching within the fray of these peak realm confrontations. This explains why powerful cultivators seldom permit their mounts to assist in battles. Typically, a mount's prowess is significantly inferior to that of its master, or else it would not willingly serve as a spiritual pet. Aside from sects like the Spirit Beast sect, which specializes in beast taming, practitioners may forge contracts with extraordinary beasts of comparable strength through the use of their essence blood, or even bind a high-tier juvenile beast as a spiritual companion. However, this method of taming through life essence contracts carries severe repercussions. Should the spiritual pet perish, the master suffers backlash, potentially resulting in grievous injuries or a regression in cultivation. In extreme cases, it may even threaten one's life. Consequently, despite the allure of contracting high-tier beasts, few cultivators are inclined to pursue this perilous path due to the immense backlash involved. Thus, the Spirit Beast sect remains disinterested in entangling itself in the disputes of the immortal sections. The two combatants unleashed their formidable techniques for nearly half an hour, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. The Violet Spirit Sword, unsheathed. Suddenly, Yang Dong summoned the Violet Spirit Sword, aiming it at Lung Xiao. While the Violet Spirit Sword sufficed against nascent soul practitioners, it proved somewhat superfluous against Lung Xiao. However, Yang Dong's intention in wielding the sword was not to slay Lung Xiao but to distract him. The Violet Spirit Sword, imbued with a remarkable level of sentience yet devoid of biological form, remained unfazed by the tumultuous energy of their clash. Its agility and speed compelled Lung Xiao to divide his focus in defense. Consequently, Lung Xiao found himself increasingly beleaguered in countering Yang Dong's assaults. Yang Dong, eschewing further techniques, relied solely on his formidable physical prowess derived from the primordial sacred body, unleashing a barrage of colossal, violet golden fists upon Lung Xiao with wild abandon. The terrifying force of the primordial energy sent Lung Xiao reeling repeatedly. The artifacts Lung Xiao deployed against Yang Dong's onslaught bore almost no effect. Encased in the protective aura of primordial purple qi, Yang Dong was impervious to even spiritual artifacts, let alone mere magical tools. As he advanced in cultivation, the strength of the primordial purple qi within him would only intensify. With each passing moment, Lung Xiao grew increasingly alarmed and desperate. He had initially believed himself able to easily subdue this youth, yet he was astounded to discover the extraordinary resilience of the youth's physique, impervious to blades and firearms, invulnerable to all forms of attack. Should the battle persist, his defeat was inevitable. This thought flashed through Lung Xiao's mind, prompting him to unleash a technique and transform his body into a streak of light, hastily retreating into the distance. But how could Yang Dong permit his escape? Like a violet ray, his form pursued Lung Xiao, while simultaneously manifesting the celestial damage mirror, directing it towards the fleeing figure. A beam of light struck Lung Xiu's back, revealing a line of information on the mirror's surface: loss of mobility. Instantly, Lung Xiu felt his body stiffen, as if ensnared by a binding spell, rendering him utterly immobile. And he plummeted from midair. Thud. Lung Xiu crashed into the rugged terrain, creating a human-shaped imprint upon the hard ground. Yang Dong descended from the sky, landing before Lang Xiu. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he gazed down at the fallen figure, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Why the sudden reluctance to flee? How does the illustrious master of blood slaughter sect find himself sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog? Can it be? You possess the art of immobilization? This is impossible. How could this be? Cold Shi was engulfed in terror. This was an unprecedentedly bizarre occurrence for him. He remained oblivious to the fact that Yang Dong had illuminated him with the treasure mirror, which had since been returned to the spatial ring. Thus, Cold Shi erroneously believed that Yang Dong had cast an immobilization spell upon him. If it were another form of binding technique, he might have been able to struggle. However, he felt no external force restraining him, yet his body was utterly paralyzed. This conformed perfectly to the characteristics of being under an immobilization spell. The immobilization technique belonged to the 72 great methods of the Earth Sha, and even a formidable being in the transformation realm might not master it. Moreover, the immobilization spell could only bind beings of lower cultivation than the caster, rendering it ineffective against those of equal or greater prowess. This young man, despite his formidable physique, was merely at the nascent soul stage. Even if he had learned the immobilization technique, he could not possibly confine a being of the out-of-body stage like Cold Xiu. At that moment, the purple-eyed demon lion roared from afar and lunged towards Yang Dong. Although it recognized that it was no match for Yang Dong, the danger to its master compelled it to fight fiercely to protect him. Yang Dong extended his hand and reached out towards the charging purple-eyed demon lion. A radiant light enveloped the beast, causing it to halt abruptly, as if ensnared by an invisible force, making it difficult for it to resist. This was a high-level air-based spell, Windbinding. Yang Dong produced a universe bag and commanded the roaring, struggling purple-eyed demon lion be contained. With a swift motion, the lion transformed into a beam of light and was drawn into the universe bag. This was a fourth-tier extraordinary beast. Refining it would yield a fifth-tier spiritual pet. And Yang Dong could not bear to slay it just like that. You possess a universe bag? Cold Xiu's eyes widened in disbelief. The universe bag could contain all things. Even a mundane universe bag would be a supreme spiritual treasure. Such treasures were exceedingly rare throughout the Tianluo domain. How could this young man possess one? That is not your concern at present. Yang Dong struck Cold Xiu's dantian with his palm, shattering his Dao Palace. Ah! Cold Xiu let out a pain scream. Centuries of cultivation were obliterated in an instant, leaving him aged and feeble, with gray hair, sunken eyes, and a skin resembling that of a chicken. Yang Dong thoroughly searched Cold Xiu's spatial ring and storage bag, leaving them empty. He then seized Cold Xiu by the collar and soared back to the Qingyan sect on his sword. Upon returning to the Qingyan sect, the disciples were electrified to see Yang Dong return with the Bloodslaughter sect master in captivity, eagerly sharing the news. Have you heard? Elder Yang personally captured Cold Xiu. Really? That is wonderful. We no longer need to live in fear and hesitate to venture outside the sect. Elder Yang is truly remarkable. He even managed to capture the Bloodslaughter sect master alive. Capturing him is far more challenging than simply killing him, which speaks volumes about Elder Yang's overwhelming strength compared to that of the nefarious Cold Xiu. Why not kill him directly? I've heard it's to present him at the old sect master's tomb for a tribute. With Elder Yang, our Qingyun sect shall surely rise again to become the foremost celestial sect in the Great Zhou. At the back mountain, the sect master's cemetery. Yang Dong, Chu Yun, Jiang Shufeng, Luo Xingchen, and Ru Huan knelt before the grave of Henwuan. Lang Xiu, unable to move, knelt behind the five, his face ashen. Qian lit a stick of incense for Henwuan and bowed 3 times, saying, Master, today, my junior brother will bring Lang Xiu back alive. And soon his blood shall be offered to you. After their homage, as they rose, Yang Dong turned to Ru Hua and said, Sister Ru Hua, I entrust Lang Xiu's fate to your hands. Ru Hua nodded silently, her expression devoid of emotion. She had shed no tears today. In truth, since the day of her father's burial, she had not wept again. She vividly remembered Yang Dong's words. The cultivation world does not believe in tears, only in strength. From that moment on, she devoted herself to relentless training, forsaking sleep. Her consumption dwindled to just a few mystical fruits and a sip of spiritual water each day. with no other sustenance. In a mere span of 10 days, she had lost considerable weight, appearing markedly slimmer, although she still bore the semblance of a plump girl. Her facial contours had sharpened, rendering her features more distinct and aesthetically pleasing. Chapter 86. The Golden Griffin like a flower. She grasped the sword and approached Lung Xiao, piercing his abdomen with a single stroke, extracting his heart and liver. Subsequently, with another swift motion, she severed his head. She placed Lung Xiao's heart, liver, and decapitated head before her father's grave. "Father, your daughter has avenged your murder. I offer his heart and head as tribute to you. May you rest in peace in the underworld." After speaking, she knelt thrice before her father's tomb. Chu Yun, Yang Dong, Jiang Shifeng, and Luo Xingqian also bowed in reverence once more. After the solemn tribute, the five returned to the main hall of their sect. Ruhua retreated directly to her meditation chamber to cultivate. The four brothers remained in the hall, engaging in conversation. Jian turned to Yang Dong, junior brother. "Now that Lung Xiao is no more, shall we send out elders to recruit disciples?" Despite being the current leader of Qingyun's sect, Chu Yin often consulted Yang Dong on significant matters. This junior brother not only possessed profound cultivation but also demonstrated foresight in his reasoning, making such discussions quite necessary. Yang Dong took a bite of a spirit fruit. "It should not pose much of a problem, unless there are other sects backing Blood Slaughter sect against us." Chu Yun's expression shifted, and he blurted out, "Are you suggesting that Heavenly Demon sect will intervene on behalf of Blood Slaughter sect to confront Qingyun sect?" While chewing, Yang Dong explained, "Both Heavenly Demon sect and Blood Slaughter sect are malevolent sects. Blood Slaughter sect is merely a subordinate of Heavenly Demon sect. Now that we have eradicated Blood Slaughter sect, Heavenly Demon sect is likely displeased." A shadow of worry crossed Chu Yun's face as he sighed. "Your analysis holds merit, junior brother. If Heavenly Demon sect indeed seeks retribution for Blood Slaughter sect, our Qingyun sect may be facing catastrophic peril." Jiang Zhufeng and Luo Xingqian exchanged glances, their expressions grave, as if an immense weight pressed upon their hearts. Heavenly Demon sect was the most formidable sect in the Great Zhou, far surpassing Qingyun sect in strength. Moreover, Heavenly Demon sect was merely a faction of the larger Heavenly Demon cult, which had 108 branches and over 1 million disciples across the Tianluo domain. In this realm, Heavenly Demon sect was a colossal presence, overshadowing the likes of Taishu sect and Hehuan sect. Although Yang Dong commanded over a dozen fifth-tier magical beasts, they paled in comparison to the might of Heavenly Demon sect. After finishing the spirit fruit, he discarded the pit onto the plate. "There is no need for excessive concern, my senior brothers. In the eyes of Heavenly Demon sect, Blood Slaughter sect is but a trivial pawn. They may not mobilize their forces over such a minor player. At least until they ascertain whether we have support from other sects, Heavenly Demon sect will likely refrain from reckless actions." Upon hearing Yang Dong's analysis, the three nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the scale of Heavenly Demon sect, Blood Slaughter sect was insignificant in their view. The annihilation of such a minor faction would be inconsequential to them, though it would be easy for Heavenly Demon sect to dismantle Qingyun sect. They must also consider whether Taishu sect might lend assistance to Qingyun sect, especially since the counterattack against Blood Slaughter sect was highly unusual, leading the major sects of the Great Zhou to suspect Taishu sect's involvement in supporting Qingyun sect. The Taishu sect stands as a formidable power, second only to the Tian-Mo sect. It is unlikely that the Tian-Mo sect would jeopardize their standing by engaging in conflict with the Taishu sect over the Blood Slaughter sect. "Are you suggesting that we can dispatch additional elders to recruit disciples?" Chu Yin inquired once more. Yang Dong replied affirmatively, "Indeed. We bear no direct enmity with the Tian-Mo sect. They would not pursue our Qingyun sect members indiscriminately." Chu Yin nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall send out 10 more elders to recruit disciples." Upon exiting the Grand Hall and returning to the Bamboo Grove residence, Yang Dong summoned the Chaos Cauldron from within himself. He then retrieved the Qiankuan bag and directed a thought towards the cauldron. A beam of light emerged from the Qiankuan bag, descending into the cauldron, transforming into a purple-eyed demon lion. Yang Dong pricked his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the purple-eyed demon lion. The cauldron emitted a radiant white light, enveloping the lion. As the light dissipated, the purple-eyed demon lion morphed into a beast bearing the head of an eagle and the body of a lion. This griffin-like creature was slightly larger than the purple-eyed demon lion, its form radiating a golden hue that struck an awe-inspiring impression akin to solid gold. An inscription appeared on the cauldron: Golden Griffin, 6th-tier demon beast. Its golden feathers are extraordinarily hard and sharp, possessing the ability to wield lightning, fire, and air-based magic. To his astonishment and delight, Yang Dong had successfully refined a sixth-tier beast, the golden griffin, according to his knowledge of this world. Griffins typically dwell in the western continent, with sightings in the eastern continent being exceedingly rare. The griffin family includes various species: the griffin beast, white-headed griffin, iron-feathered griffin, bloodthirsty griffin, royal griffin, iron-backed griffin, and the golden griffin, the most powerful among them. It possesses the capability to cast advanced lightning, fire, and air spells, with feathers so tough and sharp that its defensive capabilities are considered extraordinary. A sixth-tier beast is equivalent to the strength of a god transformation expert. Moreover, as it was refined from the Chaos Cauldron, this golden griffin undoubtedly ranks among the most potent sixth-tier extraordinary beasts, capable of contending with the pinnacle of the god transformation realm. At that moment, the golden griffin lay prostrate within the cauldron, emitting a call reminiscent of both eagle and lion, seemingly greeting its master. Excellent. You may go out and introduce yourself to the holy light tiger and the others, Yang Dong said, his face beaming with satisfaction as he waved his hand at the golden griffin, receiving Yang Dong's cue. The golden griffin soared from the cauldron and exited through the main door. Outside the barrier, the Xianyu parrot was frolicking and chasing the holy light tiger when it caught sight of the golden griffin within the barrier. Sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from the beast, the Xianyu parrot quickly darted onto the back of the holy light tiger, squawking, "Oh no! The master has been devoured by that griffin monster." The holy light tiger advanced, emitting a low, authoritative growl towards the golden griffin. Had it not been for the barrier, it would have rushed to assess its master's condition. The golden griffin, upon seeing the holy light tiger, was equally startled and retreated in apprehension. Feeling the pressure of the divine beast despite being a sixth-tier demon beast itself, this holy light tiger was merely a juvenile. A fully grown holy light tiger would possess strength comparable to a ninth-tier extraordinary beast. Do not speak of a sixth-tier beast. Even an eighth-tier beast would be frightened away by its presence. Yang Dong emerged from the dwelling, patting the head of the golden griffin with a chuckle. You are, after all, a sixth-tier magical beast. Do you not find it shameful to be so frightened by a mere little brain axe? The golden griffin nuzzled against its master, emitting a low, indignant chirp, as if to say, "Shall I remind you of what you are uttering? It is a divine beast. How could I not be afraid?" Upon seeing Yang Dong's emergence, the Xianyu parrot let out a long sigh, flapping its wing against its chest, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death. I thought the master had been devoured by this monstrous griffin." The holy light tiger, observing the affectionate interaction between Yang Dong and the golden griffin, recognized its status as the master's spirit companion and ceased its roaring, curiously regarding the golden griffin with its tiger eyes. Chapter 87. Sister Hua has grown thinner. Yang Dong opened the barrier and expelled the golden griffin. The holy light tiger amicably extended its forepaw towards the golden griffin, which then gently tapped its golden wing against the tiger's paw. The three soon became good friends, frolicking joyfully near the bamboo grove. Upon returning to his abode, Yang Dong activated the spirit gathering array and commenced his cultivation. In the demon sect, respected elder, Cold Shio has been missing for 3 days. Could it be that he has met his demise? An elderly man clad in a gray robe bowed respectfully to the soul-extinguishing elder, who sat cross-legged in the grand hall. The soul-extinguishing elder furrowed his brow in contemplation. Cold Shio has been diligently investigating the Qingyun sect daily, and his sudden disappearance for 3 days is indeed peculiar. Could it be that he has fallen victim to foul play? Cold Shio, having allied with the demon sect, was obligated to report all his activities to the soul-extinguishing elder. His prolonged absence clearly indicated dire circumstances. The gray-robed elder remarked, Cold Shio possesses peak out-of-body cultivation. Who could possibly have the power to slay him? A peak out-of-body adept is virtually the pinnacle of the cultivation realm in the Great Zhou, not easily dispatched by just anyone. The soul-extinguishing elder replied coldly, who else could be responsible? It undoubtedly relates to the Qingyun sect. The gray-robed elder expressed his doubts. The sect leader and 3 esteemed elders of the Qingyun sect have perished. Logically, there should be no one left capable of contending with Cold Shio, unless aided by someone from the Taishu sect. After a moment of reflection, the soul-extinguishing elder commanded, Elder Wu, I implore you to visit Shiyuan City and capture a disciple of the Qingyun sect for interrogation. We must uncover who is orchestrating their support from the shadows. Elder Wu bowed. I shall obey your command. In the ensuing days, Yang Dong immersed himself in relentless cultivation, striving to swiftly ascend to the out-of-body realm. However, relying solely on his body's automatic absorption of the natural spiritual energy, it would take at least a year to achieve this breakthrough. By actively cultivating, the rate at which his body absorbed the spiritual energy would increase by 2 to 3 times. With the spirit gathering array activated, spiritual energy continuously flowed into his room, which his body rapidly absorbed and refined into primordial purple energy. Furthermore, Yongdong aimed to consume at least 100 top-grade spirit stones or several hundred superior-grade spirit stones daily. Occasionally, he would also absorb a single inferior-grade spirit crystal, the energy of which equated to that of 100 top-grade spirit stones. Within his spatial ring, Yongdong possessed over 100 inferior-grade spirit crystals and a dozen superior-grade spirit crystals. Additionally, he consumed several superior-grade spiritual fruits from the mysterious tier daily, and occasionally indulged in a top-grade spiritual fruit. He had also reserved dozens of inferior-grade earth-tier spiritual fruits for later use. As for the mysterious tier's intermediate and inferior spiritual fruits, Yongdong allocated them to the Xianyu parrot or the golden griffin. Every day, Yongdong would drink several bowls of premium spirit water, which was obtained through repeated refinement of abundant spring water in a precious cauldron. Qin Mo Chiu remained consistent, visiting every 2 to 3 days to engage in dual cultivation with Yongdong for 2 hours. Occasionally, Yongdong would travel to her residence at the Piaomiao Peak, changing the setting for their shared practice. The waterfall, the pool, the bamboo grove, and the cave all bore witness to their intertwined cultivation journey. Occasionally, a few of Yongdong's fellow disciples would gather in the grand hall to enjoy a meal, sipping on spirit wine and feasting on the flesh of mystical beasts, engaging in idle banter and revelry, leading a life of leisurely ease. In the blink of an eye, over a month had passed. Yongdong's cultivation had ascended to the mid to late stages of the nascent soul realm, his nascent soul taking on the form of a youthful boy of around 13 or 14, radiating a divine purple-golden light. The little holy light tiger had also grown considerably. Though still a cub, its strength had significantly increased. This little creature now consumed 500 to 600 pounds of spiritual beast meat daily, but fortunately, Yongdong's spatial ring contained over 200 exotic beasts, sufficient to sustain it for a year. After refining her heavenly primordial spirit and aided by the spirit gathering array, Qin Machio had made remarkable progress in her cultivation over the past month, advancing from the early stage of the qi refining realm to the great fulfillment of the 9th layer. Yongdong had gifted her 2 top-grade foundation establishment pills, allowing her to enter seclusion to solidify her foundation. Her quarters were protected by a barrier set up by Yongdong, ensuring that she would not be disturbed during her cultivation. He had also instructed the Xianyu parrot to guard the barrier's perimeter, providing protection for Qin Machio just in case. During this period, the Qinyun sect had remained relatively tranquil, encountering no crises. Several elders had summoned back 300 to 400 disciples from various states, most of whom possessed mid-grade spiritual roots, with only a scant few possessing high-grade ones. The operations at the Qingyun sect's branch in Shouyuan City had returned to normal, with Elder Qin recruiting dozens of loose cultivators, some of whom had reached the foundation establishment stage and had become external deacons. One day, while Yongdong was engrossed in his cultivation, a melodious voice called from outside, "Yang Shidi, are you home?" Upon emerging from the courtyard, Yongdong's eyes lit up at the sight of Ruhua. She had been in seclusion for daily cultivation, and this was the first time he had seen her since her self-imposed retreat. Ruhua appeared significantly slimmer than before, now weighing less than 150 pounds, a stark contrast to her previous 200+. Her earlier weight had stemmed from her incessant eating, but since her father's passing, Ruhua had subsisted solely on spirit water and the occasional spirit fruit, forsaking all else. Coupled with her relentless training, it was no surprise she had shed the excess weight, standing at approximately 1.70 meters. Her current physique of just over 140 pounds could hardly be deemed overweight. Full-figured would be a more fitting description. She now exuded a beauty that was markedly enhanced. Should she lose another 20 pounds or so, she would undoubtedly be a stunning beauty. "Senior sister, it's rare for you to emerge. Is there something on your mind?" Yongdong inquired with a smile. Given her usual dedication to cultivation, her unexpected visit surely indicated a pressing matter. It was inconceivable she had come merely for idle conversation. Had it been before their master's demise, such a casual visit might have been possible. Ruhua's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Despite my diligent practice over the past 2 months, my progress has been sluggish. Yang Shidi, could you possibly offer me guidance? I wish to ascertain if there is some issue impeding my advancement." With her father gone and her 3 senior brothers being reliable allies, Ruhua still sought Yongdong's insight regarding her cultivation. Firstly, Yang Dong's progress in cultivation has been astonishing, far surpassing that of his 3 senior brothers, indicating an extraordinary innate talent for the craft. Secondly, Ruhua has always harbored affection for this junior brother, although the death of her father plunged her into temporary sorrow. With the passage of time and the demise of her enemies, the anguish of her father's loss has gradually subsided. It turns out she has come to seek guidance on matters of cultivation. Yang Dong inquired, "Ruhua, what is your spirit root?" Ruhua replied, "I possess an exquisite 5 spirit roots. Such a constitution is indeed remarkable. No wonder she had not devoted herself to rigorous cultivation previously, indulging instead in a life of leisure, yet still managed to reach the foundational stage. However, something feels amiss. If she truly possesses exceptional spirit roots, her progress should be swift. Moreover, given that Ruhua has been in seclusion for the past 2 months, her cultivation should have advanced significantly." Yang Dong felt a twinge of suspicion. Could it be that Ruhua has encountered a bottleneck in her cultivation? "Sister, have you experienced any unusual phenomena during your practice? For instance, is the flow of spiritual energy in your body obstructed, or do you find it difficult to absorb spiritual energy? Or is your dantian unable to refine the energy?" Ruhua shook her head. "None of that. I just feel that my progress is too slow. 2 months ago, I was at the initial stage of foundation building, and despite my relentless efforts day and night, I have only made a slight advancement. Yet I have not reached the mid-foundation stage." Upon hearing this, Yang Dong couldn't help but chuckle, explaining, "As one progresses in cultivation, breakthroughs become increasingly challenging. The vast majority of cultivators may spend decades at the foundation stage to advance even a small realm. Sister, how could you possibly break through in just 2 months?" Ruhua contemplated this as well. If one could advance a small realm in merely 2 months, wouldn't that imply reaching the golden core stage within a year? Achieving the nascent soul stage in 3 years, and the transformation stage in 10? Such a scenario is evidently implausible among the elders of the Qingyan sect. Who among them is not a centuries-old being? Only senior brother Chu Yun and elder Hua Xiangrong are somewhat younger. Given this perspective, I fear I may not reach the golden core stage even in 100 years. Ruhua sighed softly, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips. Yang Dong felt a spark of inspiration. Perhaps he could place Sister Ruhua in the treasure cauldron for refinement? Chapter 88. The Shadowed Divine Body in His Heart. Yang Dong felt a profound sense of indebtedness towards Ruhua. Had it not been for his act of slaying the blood fiend sect's young master, his master would not have met a tragic end at the hands of Lung Xiao. Although he did not instigate this calamity, the death of his master was undeniably intertwined with his actions. Thus, assisting Ruhua in enhancing her physique could be seen as a means to compensate for the sorrow of his master's demise. However, this endeavor must be conducted discreetly. With this thought, Yang Dong smiled gently. "Senior sister, since you are here, please come to my room and have a seat." Ruhua nodded and followed Yang Dong into the protective barrier, stepping into the room. "Please, take a seat, senior sister." Yang Dong gestured for her to sit down and poured her a cup of spiritual water. As the elder of virtuous deeds within the sect, spiritual water was a standard offering, and presenting it to Ruhua seemed entirely appropriate. "I wish I possessed such remarkable talent as you, junior brother Yang." Ruhua took a sip of the spiritual water, her eyes glimmering with admiration as she gazed at Yang Dong. Yang Dong retrieved a spiritual fruit from his spatial ring. "Senior sister, this is a dragon scale fruit I harvested from the dark forest. It may enhance your constitution." The dragon scale fruit, a low-grade earthly spiritual fruit, could not singularly elevate one's physique, yet it served as a precursor for Yang Dong's forthcoming intentions. "Is that a dragon scale fruit?" Ruhua exclaimed, astonished by the fruit in Yang Dong's hand, which resembled a fist and bore a surface akin to golden scales. "This is an incredibly precious earthly spiritual fruit. I cannot possibly accept such a fine gift from you. Please take it, senior sister. There is no need for formality in my presence," Yang Dong insisted, placing the dragon scale fruit firmly in Ruhua's hands. "I have several of these low-grade earthly spiritual fruits. One more or less does not matter. Junior brother, you are truly kind to me." Ruhua, deeply moved, threw herself into Yang Dong's embrace, finally experiencing the warmth and breadth of his chest. "That is not necessary. Senior sister, you needn't be so touched." Feeling the soft and yielding body of Ruhua in his arms, Yang Dong found himself at a loss, but ultimately wrapped his arms around her waist and gently patted her back. Though her waist felt slightly thick, it was proportionate to her curves. After a considerable moment, Yang Dong released Ruhua from his embrace, smiling. "All right, senior sister, You should eat the dragon scale fruit now. Ruhua nodded, bringing the fruit to her lips and taking a bite. Upon consuming the dragon scale fruit, a wave of intense energy surged within her, and she recognized it as the fruit awakening its potential. Senior sister, quickly circulate your cultivation method to absorb the energy from the dragon scale fruit, Yang Dong urged. Noticing the flush on Ruhua's skin, seated cross-legged in the center of the hall, Ruhua began to refine and absorb the energy emanating from the dragon scale fruit. For over an hour, she diligently absorbed the energy until she felt that her cultivation was nearing the mid-foundation stage. As Ruhua slowly concluded her practice and prepared to rise, she was suddenly struck by a wave of dizziness and collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Apologies, senior sister. It appears I have inadvertently rendered you unconscious. Yang Dong stood behind Ruhua, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Moments earlier, it was he who had employed a spell to induce Ruhua's slumber. Summoning a precious cauldron from within, Yang Dong gently placed Ruhua into it. Her form emanated a radiant glow, illuminating the entire room. At that moment, a celestial light descended from the heavens, piercing through the roof to envelop Ruhua within the cauldron, which she absorbed entirely. My goodness! Such a grand spectacle, it is akin to that of a sacred body. Yang Dong gaped in astonishment. Before him, 2 lines of information manifested above the cauldron. Xian Yin body, heavenly Yin divine body. As the brilliance faded, everything returned to normal. To Yang Dong's amazement, senior sister Ruhua had actually refined herself into a heavenly Yin divine body. Though Yang Dong was not entirely clear on the intricacies of the heavenly Yin divine body, the very presence of the word divine was sufficient to indicate its formidable nature. It likely surpassed even Qin Machio's innate spiritual body and strength. Not to mention, the phenomena occurring during their respective refinements were distinctly different. Qin Machio's innate spiritual body absorbed the cauldron's light, sending it soaring into the sky, while Ruhua attracted a beam of celestial light descending upon her from above. This phenomenon resembled Yang Dong's own refinement, albeit with a notable distinction. His experience featured a purple-golden beam of light that was immensely powerful and lasted a considerable duration. In contrast, Ruhua's beam was white and brief, lasting merely a few breaths. Moreover, during Yang Dong's refinement, he had invoked a grand spectacle in which various divine beasts soared through the sky, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Thus, the heavenly Yin divine body of Ruhua could not possibly be compared to Yang Dong's Hongmeng sacred body, as the disparity was vast. However, it likely stood comparably to other sacred bodies. Yang Dong carefully lifted Ruhua from the cauldron and laid her gently upon the ground. At that moment, her skin resembled snow, her features radiating an ethereal beauty. Although slightly more voluptuous, her proportions were impeccable, with curves that were both alluring and graceful. Yang Dong couldn't help but marvel at the sight of her. Had she lost another 10 pounds, Ruhua's beauty would undoubtedly rival that of Machio. In the context of the Tang dynasty, where plumpness was esteemed, Ruhua would have surpassed Yang Yuhuan in both beauty and allure. With a mere thought, he summoned the cauldron back into his being, subsequently channeling a stream of spiritual energy into Ruhua. She gradually awoke, her eyes fluttering open. Senior sister, you have finally awakened. I was truly frightened just now. Yang Dong feigned a sigh of relief. Why did I suddenly faint? Ruhua sat up, rubbing her head in confusion. Could it be that the energy from the dragon scale fruit was too potent for you to bear, causing your sudden fainting spell? Yang Dong suggested with a pretense of concern. Perhaps, Ruhua mused, displaying no suspicion towards Yang Dong's involvement, attributing her faintness solely to the effects of the dragon scale fruit. Senior sister, how do you feel? Is there any discomfort? Yang Dong inquired with genuine concern. As Ruhua shook her head, she remarked, I don't feel any discomfort. On the contrary, I believe my body is in better condition than before. Perhaps it is due to the absorption of the dragon scale fruit. Yang Dong suggested, Senior sister, you should practice your techniques and examine your body. He was well aware that Ruhua's health was impeccable, yet he was curious about the cultivation capabilities of her celestial Yin physique. Ruhua immediately seated herself in a meditative posture, circulating the spiritual energy within her for a round. Suddenly, she exclaimed, the spiritual energy in my body is more refined than before. This is truly astonishing. Yang Dong encouraged her, Senior sister, try practicing again. Ruhua executed the Qin Yuan refining qi technique, and instantly, all her acupoints opened, rapidly absorbing the ambient spiritual energy like an infant suckling. Yang Shidi, I can now absorb spiritual energy through all my acupoints. This is utterly marvelous. Ruhua was overwhelmed with excitement, realizing that her future cultivation speed would increase exponentially. Indeed, akin to Mo Chio's innate spiritual body, her acupoints could autonomously absorb the world's spiritual energy. However, Ruhua's constitution seemed superior to that of Mo Chio, as she possessed a divine body, likely on par with the celestial overlord body, while Mo Chio's innate spiritual body was not inferior in absorbing spiritual energy compared to the celestial Yin physique and the celestial overlord body. Her physical prowess paled in comparison to the latter two. Wonderful, senior sister. Your constitution must have undergone a transformation and become a divine body. Yang Dong feigned surprise. Ruhua responded, if only you could give me the dragon scale fruit, perhaps my constitution would also undergo a transformation. She stood up and leaped into Yang Dong's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around him as she exclaimed, Shitty, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Yang Dong held her close and gently patted her resilient waist, smiling, You are my senior sister. There is no need for thanks. Ruhua shivered with delight and, on tiptoe, pressed a fervent kiss upon Yang Dong's lips. Unexpectedly, Yang Dong was taken aback by Ruhua's boldness. Chapter 89. Spirit Inquiry. An hour later, Ruhua lay nestled in Yang Dong's embrace, her delicate face flushed like a ripened persimmon, a shy yet blissful expression gracing her features. At 27, she had finally experienced the profound wonders of cultivation, and with her beloved junior brother Yang Dong, no less. It all felt like a dream. Junior brother Yang, she murmured, tracing the contours of his well-defined chest with her fingertips, a soft smile playing on her lips. You and Sister Mo Chio are already cultivation partners, aren't you? Yang Dong pinched her cheek playfully and chuckled. What is this? Are you jealous? Ruhua shook her head with a light laugh. Sister Mo Chio had you first. How could I possibly have the right to be jealous of her? If anything, I'm worried she might resent me. Yang Dong pressed a kiss to her lips. You're the sect masteress daughter. Mo Chio wouldn't dare hold any grudge against you. Rising to dress, Ruhua sipped a bowl of spiritual water to replenish her energy. Junior brother, I should return to my cultivation now, she said, gazing at him with reluctant longing. Still, their residences were close. She could visit often. Ruhua, Yang Dong asked, does your meditation chamber have a spirit gathering array? There was one set up by my father before, she replied, but the materials have nearly depleted. It barely functions now. Come, he said, taking her hand. I'll arrange a supreme-grade spirit gathering array for you, leading her to her quarters in the side hall. Yang Dong surveyed the abundant cultivation resources at her disposal, unsurprising for the sect masteress daughter. Selecting rare treasures from her collection and retrieving 5 supreme-grade spirit gathering flags from his spatial ring, he swiftly reconstructed an exquisite array. Senior sister, he said. Withdrawing a pouch from his ring, here are 1,000 supreme-grade spirit stones for your absorption. Now that Ruhua had become his woman, he would show no favoritism. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Even as the sect masteress daughter, she had never seen such extravagance. Her father had only ever provided 100 high-grade stones monthly, already generous compared to the mere dozens of mid-grade stones allotted to inner disciples. It wasn't he that sect master Hen Wuhan withheld resources. Ruhua simply couldn't absorb more. Yet Yang Dong's offering left her breathless. Shaking her head, she refused. Junior brother, I have plenty of mid and high-grade stones. Keep these supreme-grade ones for yourself. Besides, I couldn't possibly utilize so many. Yang Dong smiled. Senior sister, your divine physique accelerates absorption hundreds of times over. Here's an idea. Give me your stones in exchange. Consider it a trade. Once refined in the treasure cauldron, they return as supreme grade. A flawless cycle. Ruhua hesitated. But mine are only mid and high grade, barely over 1,000 combined. Trading them for your supreme grade stones would be a terrible loss for you. Yang Dong playfully squeezed her and chuckled. My foolish senior sister. I have already gifted you several 100 million. Do you truly care about this mere 1,000 spirit stones? What? When did you ever give me hundreds of millions? Ruhua's eyes widened in disbelief, utterly perplexed. What could that possibly amount to? Could I even contain such a sum? Yang Dong stifled a laugh. Sister, let us not delve into such trivial details. In any case, we need not be so formal with each other. With that, he stuffed the bag of exquisite spirit stones into her embrace. A sweet sensation blossomed within Ruhua's heart. His words affirmed her significance in Yang Dong's eyes. She handed her storage bag to him, unlocking its restrictions. In truth, there was no need for the unlocking, as Yang Dong's cultivation level would allow him to forcibly breach her seals with his spiritual power. After departing from Ruhua's residence, Yang Dong returned to his small bamboo grove. Upon entering his abode, he first refined the bag of spirit stones belonging to Ruhua using a precious cauldron. He then activated the spirit-gathering array and commenced his cultivation, with less than 2 months remaining until the grand competition among the 10 great sects. He must strive to break through to the out-of-body realm beforehand. Meanwhile, in Suyuan City, Elder Lu, accompanied by 2 disciples, emerged from the Qingyun sect's branch and strolled leisurely down the street. Suddenly, an elderly man clad in a gray robe appeared from the shadows. The gray-robed elder stealthily followed Elder Lu until they reached the end of a street, where he abruptly unleashed a spell, causing Elder Lu and his 2 disciples to collapse lifelessly to the ground. The gray-robed elder swiftly seized Elder Lu's corpse and took flight. He carried the body to a mountainous area several dozen miles away, discarding it upon the earth. Subsequently, he produced a spirit-binding talisman and directed it at the lifeless form. A red light shot forth from the talisman, enveloping Elder Lu's corpse, and shortly thereafter, a spectral figure emerged from the body. It was none other than Elder Lu's soul. Controlled by the spirit-binding talisman, Elder Lu's soul stood there, bewildered. The gray-robed elder shook a soul interrogation bell, producing an eerie chime. Fixing his gaze upon Elder Lu's soul, he inquired in a grave tone, "What is your name?" "Lu Cheng." "What position do you hold in the Qingyun sect?" "Outer Affairs Elder." "Who was responsible for the deaths of the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter sect?" "Elder Yang and his spirit companion." "Elder Yang and his spirit companion?" The gray-robed elder was taken aback, contemplating who this Elder Yang could be, capable of slaying 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter sect. Furthermore, the spirit companion must surely be at least a 5th-tier extraordinary beast. Could it be that this Elder Yang is affiliated with the Spirit Beast sect? The thought flashed through the gray-robed elder's mind as he pressed on. Which sect does this Elder Yang belong to? Lu Cheng replied, still in a daze, Qingyun sect. To discover that he was indeed from the Qingyun sect left the gray-robed elder in utter astonishment. How could this be possible? The supreme elders and sect master of Qingyun sect, Ren Wuhan, had been slain. Who else could possess the power to eliminate the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter sect? Yet, in this inquiry, Lu Cheng's soul could not lie. It seemed that the Qingyun sect truly harbored a formidable power. The elderly man in the gray robe pondered for a moment before inquiring, "What is the cultivation level of Elder Yang?" Lu Cheng shook his head. "I'm not certain." It appeared he genuinely did not know, for Elder Yang was rather enigmatic. What is Elder Yang's status within the Qingyun sect? Elder Yang is the direct disciple of the former sect master and currently holds the esteemed position of the Elder of Meritorious Deeds within the Qingyun sect. Chapter 90. The blossoming sisterhood of Hua and Qin Machio. It turned out that she was a disciple of the enigmatic master, Hen Wuhan. Given this lineage, her cultivation level could scarcely surpass that of Hen Wuhan. However, this led to a perplexing question. How could Elder Yang have slain the supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter sect? The old man in the gray robe pondered deeply, asking, "What tier of spirit beast does Elder Yang possess?" "A 5th-tier spirit beast," came the reply. "A 5th-tier spirit beast? Remarkable." The gray-robed elder was taken aback. It is well known that even the revered Mia Hun's spirit beast is merely of the 5th tier, yet a mere elder of the Qingyun sect possesses one. Yet, even with such a formidable spirit beast, Elder Yang could not possibly contend against the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter sect. The gray-robed elder inquired, "Is it true that Elder Yang, accompanied by a 5th-tier spirit beast, was able to slay the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter sect?" Lu Cheng replied, "Elder Yang commands over a dozen 5th-tier spirit beasts, several of which aided him in vanquishing the 4 supreme elders of the Blood Slaughter sect." "What? Over a dozen 5th-tier spirit beasts? Are you certain?" The gray-robed elder's eyes widened in disbelief. "Indeed," Lu Cheng affirmed with a nod. The elder gasped, "Good heavens. A dozen 5th-tier spirit beasts are equivalent to numerous out-of-body realm practitioners. The Tianma sect itself has barely 20 such elders. Of course, this refers only to the great Zhou Tianma sect. Across the Tianma cult in the Tianluo domain, there are over 100 branches, with more than 100 formidable beings in the transformation realm, not to mention the elders of the out-of-body realm. Yet, how could the Qingyun sect possibly possess over a dozen 5th-tier spirit beasts? If the Qingyun sect truly had such a number, it would certainly rank among the top 5 of the Great Show's 10 major sections. How then could they have suffered the loss of their sect master and 3 supreme elders at the hands of the Blood Slaughter sect? No, there must be another explanation. The gray-robed elder pondered momentarily before asking Lu Cheng, "When did your Qingyun sect acquire these numerous spirit beasts?" Lu Cheng shook his head in confusion. "I do not know." The lack of knowledge indicates that these beasts were certainly absent before. If the Qingyan sect had long possessed these dozen fifth-tier spirit beasts as a steward of the sect, Lu Qin would not be entirely oblivious. Moreover, if the Qingyan sect truly had such power, their sect master and 3 supreme elders would not have fallen to the blood slaughter sect. Thus, these fifth-tier spirit beasts must have surfaced only after the demise of the sect master. But how could the Qingyun sect suddenly possess over a dozen fifth-tier spirit beasts? The gray-robed elder found himself utterly confounded. Unable to unravel the mystery, he decided to shift the topic, asking Lu Qing, was the leader of the blood slaughter sect. Long Xiao, slain by your Qingyun sect? I do not know, Lu Qing replied, shaking his head again. The elder posed several more queries, none of which yielded valuable insights. With a decisive incantation, he extinguished Lu Qing's soul and took to the skies towards the Tianma sect. 2 hours later, the gray-robed elder returned to the main hall of the Tianma sect to seek an audience with the revered Miahan. Elder Wu, what have you discovered? Miahan sat cross-legged upon the elevated dais in the hall, his eyes shimmering with intensity. Elder Wu bowed and said, Esteemed one, my subordinate has just apprehended a deacon from the Qingyan sect, known as Wenling. Elder Wu recounted the conversation with Wenling to the soul-extinguishing sovereign. Upon hearing this, the sovereign's expression shifted with surprise. The Qingyun sect surprisingly possesses over a dozen fifth-tier extraordinary beasts. No wonder they managed to annihilate the Blood Fiend sect. Elder Wu pondered, Esteemed one, I find it perplexing where these fifth-tier extraordinary beasts came from. I believe the Qingyun sect certainly did not have them before. Otherwise, their sect leader would not have fallen to the Blood Fiend sect. After a moment of contemplation, the sovereign replied, These extraordinary beasts must have been aided by another sect. The only sect capable of such a feat would likely be the Spirit Beast sect. Suddenly, Elder Wu smacked his forehead as if struck by a revelation. Indeed, only the Spirit Beast sect possesses such a multitude of fifth-tier spirit beasts. Could it be that they are covertly assisting the Qingyun sect against the Blood Fiend sect? However, he soon furrowed his brow in confusion. Yet, the Spirit Beast sect has always refrained from intervening in the matters of other sections. Why would they exert themselves to aid the Qingyun sect in confronting the Blood Fiend sect? The sovereign responded, This matter is indeed puzzling. I suspect that the entire situation is being orchestrated by the Taishu sect from behind the scenes, with the Spirit Beast sect merely serving as a pawn to test our heavenly demon sect. Elder Wu bowed once more. Esteemed one, how should we respond? A cold glint flashed in the sovereign's eyes. In a little over a month, the grand competition of the 10 major sects will commence. At that time, we shall deliver a stern warning to both the Qingyun sect and the Spirit Beast sect, and we shall see if the Taishu sect dares to reveal itself. Meanwhile, at the Qingyun sect's Bamboo Grove courtyard, Yang Dong was practicing in a tranquil chamber with Ru Hua when the loud voice of the Xian Yu parrot pierced the air. Master, Senior Sister Qin has arrived. Quickly, open the barrier. Suddenly, the parrot's eyes widened as it exclaimed, Master seems to be fighting with Sister Ru Hua. Qin Mo Chio stood at the entrance of the courtyard, having heard the unusual commotion from within. This sound was familiar to her, and she immediately understood the situation. Hearing the parrot's cries, Yang Dong hastily extricated himself, donned his attire, and emerged from the courtyard. Upon seeing Qin Mo Chio, he felt a twinge of embarrassment and inquired with concern, Mo Chio, you have emerged from seclusion? With a smile, Qin Mo Chio nodded. I have successfully established my foundation. Yang Dong replied, Congratulations. If it weren't for your assistance, I fear I would have taken a decade to achieve this. As they spoke, Ru Hua emerged from the room, her hair slightly disheveled. Greetings, young miss, Qin Mo Chio said, bowing to Ru Hua. Ru Hua stepped forward to grasp Qin Mo Chio's hand, smiling, Sister Qin, there is no need for such formality. Let us refer to each other as sisters from now on. Such distinctions must be observed. How could Mo Chio be addressed as a sister by the young miss? Qin Mo Chio replied, somewhat awkwardly. What distinctions are there? You are my Yang Shidi's partner, and I am also associated with Yang Shidi. Ru Hua blurted out, only to quickly hush herself. Her cheeks flushed, but the implication was unmistakable. Indeed, Yang Shidi had just been engaging in dual cultivation with Miss Ru Hua. Naturally, she harbored no jealousy. Through the refinement of Bao Ding, Yang Dong has become a figure of divine reverence in her eyes, eliciting an unwavering admiration and obedience akin to that of a master and servant relationship. Qin Machio smiled and said, I did not realize that junior brother Yang and Miss were engaging in dual cultivation. I apologize for the interruption. I shall take my leave now. Ru Hua grasped her hand and urged, Sister Qin, Please do not depart. Let us enter together. Qin Machio, blushing, nodded in agreement. With that, the two sisters, hand in hand, entered the room, and Yang Dong followed with a smile. After 2 hours of cultivation, Ru Hua and Qin Machio eventually emerged, each returning to their respective abodes. In the ensuing days, Yang Dong immersed himself in his practice. Every 3 days, Ru Hua and Qin Machio would visit him, engaging in 2 hours of cultivation together. Occasionally, Yang Dong would impart some advanced techniques to them. Before long, over a month had passed. During this time, Yang Dong had absorbed more than 5,000 superior spirit stones and several inferior spiritual crystals. Coupled with his relentless day and night cultivation, he reached the pinnacle of the nascent soul stage. At this moment, the nascent soul within his Tao Palace had taken on the form of a young man, mirroring Yang Dong's current appearance. This nascent soul represented Yang Dong's true spirit. As long as his true spirit could emerge from the body, the process of externalization would be complete. Chapter 91. Have the two sisters come to confront the master again? In the morning, Yang Dong practiced for an hour before gradually concluding his session. Only 7 days remained until the grand competition of the 10 great sects. In truth, it had already become a contest among 9 sections. During this week, he must cultivate to the level of the soul separation. Yang Dong contemplated that his current cultivation level was at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and reaching the soul separation realm within 7 days would require an increased absorption of spiritual stones. Over the past 3 months, he had absorbed more than 6,000 premium spiritual stones, and having gifted 1,000 to Ru Hua, he still had over 4,000 left. The spiritual stones were currently sufficient, but he needed to find a way to acquire even better ones. He could exchange for some mid-tier spiritual stones at the sect. A thought struck Yang Dong. He was now the elder of meritorious deeds within the sect, holding a status equivalent to that of the sect masters, and no one would dare question his actions within the sect. Moreover, he had no intention of taking even a single spiritual stone from the sect. He left his small courtyard and, riding his sword, arrived at the inner hall to find Elder Hao. Elder Yang has arrived. Upon seeing Yang Dong, Elder Hao quickly rose to greet him. Elder Hao, I have come to exchange for some spiritual stones, Yang Dong stated directly. Elder Hao replied, as Elder Yang is the elder of meritorious deeds, you may take any cultivation resources from the sect at your leisure. There is no need for exchange. Yang Dong shook his head. That is not necessary. I have obtained a substantial amount of premium spiritual stones from several supreme elders of the Bloodslaughter sect, and wish to exchange for some mid-tier spiritual stones. Please follow me, Elder Yang, Elder Hao said, no longer offering further remarks, and led Yang Dong to the spiritual stone storage vault. With a wave of his hand, he dispelled the restrictions and opened the vault doors, ushering Yang Dong inside. Inside the vault, boxes of spiritual stones were stacked high, categorized by quality. Due to the substantial amount of spiritual stones acquired from the Bloodslaughter sect, the storage was nearing its capacity. Elder Hao, how many spiritual stones are there in total? Yang Dong inquired. Elder Hao checked the ledger and replied, there are over 5,000 premium spiritual stones, more than 60,000 high-tier spiritual stones, over 400,000 mid-tier spiritual stones, and more than 3 million low-tier spiritual stones. If the sect were to utilize all its spiritual stones for refining in the treasure cauldron, it would be sufficient for a year. However, such an action was evidently unfeasible. Any future shortages of spiritual stones could be addressed later. After some deliberation, Yang Dong stated, I have 1,000 premium spiritual stones. Please exchange them for 10,000 high-tier spiritual stones. With that, he focused his thoughts and retrieved 1,000 premium spiritual stones from his spatial ring, stacking them on the ground. The pile of 1,000 stones was not particularly large, each stone being 1 cubic inch, thus the total volume was merely 1 cubic foot, easily fitting into a small box. Elder Hao promptly produced 2 large boxes, each containing 5,000 high-tier spiritual stones, perfectly arranged. Yang Dong collected the 10,000 high-tier spiritual stones into his storage bag. Elder Yang, do you require any additional spiritual stones? Elder Hao inquired. Very well. Let us exchange for another 50,000 mid-tier spiritual stones, Yang Dong replied, retrieving 5,000 high-tier spiritual stones from his spatial ring, which were stones he had previously refined. Having exchanged 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones, Yang Dong exited the storage room and returned to his abode in the bamboo grove. Upon entering, he summoned the treasure cauldron and cast a storage bag containing 10,000 high-grade spirit stones directly into it. A flash of light illuminated the cauldron, revealing several lines of information. 100 cubic meters storage bag, 9,970 exquisite spirit stones, 30 inferior spirit crystals. To his delight, he discovered the successful refinement of 30 inferior spirit crystals, equivalent to 3,000 exquisite spirit stones. Subsequently, he refined the 50,000 medium-grade spirit stones, yielding over 40,000 high-grade spirit stones and more than 2,000 exquisite spirit stones. Activating the spirit gathering array, Yang Dong settled into a cross-legged position and commenced his cultivation of the Halming Qi refining technique. After an hour of practice, he extracted 100 exquisite spirit stones and began to absorb their essence. Moments later, he had completely assimilated the 100 exquisite spirit stones and continued his cultivation. Thus,